Jiang Feng could never have anticipated that their first encounter would result in his online romantic partner compelling him to cohabit. Su Lingxue declared, "You shall remain here and are forbidden to leave unless you agree to be my boyfriend." Henceforth, Jiang Feng embarked on an irrevocable path, akin to accompanying a tiger alongside his girlfriend. Chapter 1. The Initial Meeting of the Reborn Girlfriend. July 13th, 2022, 3:32 p.m. Sweet Snow texted, "I've set off. I will arrive in half an hour. How about you?" Jiang Feng, upon reading the message, pondered for a moment before replying. Equatorial Wind. "I just boarded the vehicle. See you soon." The other party sent a pink heart emoji. Leaning against a railing in the plaza, Jiang Feng glanced about with an air of vigilance. In truth, this plaza was the designated meeting point for the two. However, out of caution, Jiang Feng had arrived early. He could hardly fathom that one day he would meet an online acquaintance in person. Having heard numerous stories of online meetings gone awry, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, upon realizing he was in a bustling commercial plaza, his apprehension eased somewhat. With half an hour remaining until their agreed time, Jiang Feng casually chose a bench to await her arrival. Speaking of the female acquaintance, Jiang Feng found her somewhat enigmatic. They had met 6 months prior, and she frequently initiated conversations, almost daily without fail. Over time, their exchanges had transformed into a habit. A day without chatting left him feeling hollow. It could be described as an infatuation that blossomed online. They conversed about everything, growing particularly familiar with one another. Yet, they had never exchanged photographs. The mere thought of the potential awkwardness that awaited him caused Jiang Feng to feel increasingly anxious. As time ticked away, the appointed hour approached swiftly. Jiang Feng grew anxious, fearing he might be stood up. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed. Opening the chat interface, he found a message from her. "Sweet Snow, have you arrived?" Jiang Feng quickly replied, "Equatorial Wind. Just got here. I'm at the eastern corner of the plaza. How about you?" "Sweet Snow, are you wearing all black and sporting blue and white sneakers?" Equatorial Wind. "Huh? How do you know?" "Sweet Snow, look behind you." Equatorial Wind. Jiang Feng turned in astonishment to see a graceful girl smiling at him. "Are you Sweet Snow?" he tentatively inquired, his gaze involuntarily scanning her attire. She wore a white tank top adorned with pink bunnies. The low neckline accentuated her smooth, fair neck in a rather alluring manner. On her wrist, she donned a pink, fluffy scrunchie, exuding an aura of youthful innocence. Below, she sported snug black athletic pants that highlighted the elegant contours of her calves, paired with pink and white canvas shoes. The toes were white, while the rest of the shoe was a soft pink, with pristine white socks subtly framing her ankles. Overall, her outfit was rather ordinary, epitomizing a standard, accessible style. Yet, this very simplicity caused Jiang Feng's heart to race. As for her beauty, while not extraordinary, it was nevertheless captivating enough to stir his emotions at first sight. Her makeup was minimal, merely a light application of soft red lipstick. Her face was pleasantly plump, striking a perfect balance. Her features were exquisitely defined, particularly her eyes, which seemed to possess a magical allure that compelled Jiang Feng to gaze longer. It must be said that in contemporary society, encountering such a modest girl is rare. Simple beauty is the most enchanting of all. "Why are you staring at me for so long? Am I that attractive?" Her unexpected remark jolted Jiang Feng back to reality, leaving him with a flushed expression. Having never encountered such a scenario before, he instinctively lowered his gaze in embarrassment. Had he fallen out of touch with societal norms? Was this how modern girls conversed? How was he to respond? The girl across from him noticed his ears turning crimson and chuckled softly, finding his shyness endearing. If Jiang Feng could hear her thoughts, he would surely be perplexed. What did she mean by "this time me"? Jiang Feng could never have imagined that this girl before him had been reborn from 3 years into the future. There was no meeting of online acquaintances. She was merely here to see her future boyfriend. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Lingxue. My online alias is Sweet Snow. I trust one have not mistaken my identity." After a brief introduction, the awkward atmosphere began to dissipate. Jiang Feng then noticed how gentle and melodious her voice was, the kind that could enchant one's ears. "Hello, I am Jiang Feng." He offered a brief introduction of himself, but then found himself at a loss for words. As a homebody of the 21st century, he could easily engage in banter online. Yet in reality, he struggled to utter even a syllable. Su Lingxue clearly perceived his discomfort and smiled knowingly, seemingly delighted by Jiang Feng's bashful demeanor. "It's rather warm here. Let us stroll to the mall and chat along the way." No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Feng felt a soft sensation enveloping his hand. That gentle touch sent an electric thrill coursing through his brain. Jiang Feng's body involuntarily shivered, reminiscent of the tremors one experiences when waking in the middle of the night to use the restroom. He was utterly astonished. They had only just met, and Su Lingxue had boldly taken his hand. Moreover, if anyone should initiate hand-holding, it should be him. How frustrating. He cursed himself for being so passive, allowing her to seize the initiative. What are you dawdling for? Let's go, Su Lingxue urged, prompting Jiang Feng to finally stride forward, though she remained rooted in place. She returned Jiang Feng a disdainful glance. And, understand? Just moments ago, he was so anxious that he failed to grasp Su Lingxue's hand before attempting to leave. At this moment, he appeared even more foolish. Jiang Feng summoned his courage and feigned nonchalance as he reached for Su Lingxue's hand. The instant their fingers intertwined, an unfamiliar sensation surged within him. How can a girl's hand be so soft? In 20 years of life, he had never experienced such a delicate touch. Jiang Feng couldn't help but squeeze her hand a couple more times. The comfort was indescribable. A sense of satisfaction enveloped him in an instant. Su Lingxue noticed this gesture and beamed with a joyful smile. Upon entering the shopping mall, the air conditioning provided a refreshing coolness. Jiang Feng pretended to check his phone, subtly releasing her hand while discreetly wiping the sweat from his palm behind his back. How useless he felt, sweating so profusely just from holding hands. It was utterly embarrassing. Jiang Feng, I'm so pleased to meet you today. Let me treat you to some milk tea as a celebration of our first encounter. Su Lingxue pointed toward a nearby milk tea shop. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment. Celebration of a first encounter. It felt rather peculiar. After all, it was just a meeting. What was there to celebrate? Welcoming might be more fitting. Sure, let's go. Odd as it was, Jiang Feng didn't dwell on it for too long. It was merely milk tea, not worth making a fuss over. By the way, what do you do for a living? Jiang Feng, rarely initiating a conversation, proactively inquired. Their typical exchanges revolved around leisure and entertainment, without ever delving into each other's professions. Su Lingxue glanced back at him, a hint of shyness coloring her tone as she spoke in a somewhat subdued voice, appearing somewhat uncertain. I currently consider myself a freelancer, primarily cosplaying various anime characters, then filming videos to post online. With views come earnings. Jiang Feng was quite taken aback. So she was a cosplay influencer, the kind that specializes in role-playing. That sounds nice. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's response, Su Lingxue appeared somewhat skeptical. Are you saying that this job is quite good? Or is it certain aspects that you find appealing? Chapter 2. You can't go back today. Of course, I meant your work is quite commendable. What does that imply in certain aspects? Su Lingxue gazed at him, her expression innocent, and quietly sighed. It seemed she had overestimated him. Before her rebirth, Su Lingxue was not a cosplay blogger, but rather an ordinary office worker, employed as a nurse in a hospital. However, after her rebirth, she recognized the opportunities presented by the internet and seized the chance to carve out her own niche. Given that being a cosplay blogger required frequent exposure to the camera, she had always worried whether Jiang Feng would accept such a profession. Thus, she felt somewhat insecure discussing the topic. Hearing Jiang Feng express his approval alleviated some of her concerns. Do you genuinely believe that? She asked. Of course I do. Would I dare to speak falsely? He replied. Cosplaying at home, filming videos, and earning money. What a splendid job. There is no need to conform to societal norms or engage in various social obligations. It's simply perfect. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's praise, Su Lingxue's face lit up with joy, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She was well acquainted with Jiang Feng's character. Whenever he told a lie, his eyes would instinctively dart upward. Yet, he did not do so this time, which confirmed that he truly meant what he said. A weight lifted from her heart, and her small hand unconsciously entwined with Jiang Feng's. As they spoke, the pair arrived at a milk tea shop. The white and blue decor, accompanied by soft music, created a soothing ambience. Without even glancing at the menu, Su Lingxue confidently ordered, "Hello, 1 passion fruit tea, less ice, less sugar," and she paused. Glancing at Jiang Feng, "What would you like?" "I'll have iced black tea," he responded. In truth, Jiang Feng rarely indulged in milk tea. His beverage of choice was iced black tea, which he could name even without looking at the menu. They watched as the staff poured the large bottle of iced black tea into a cup, followed by a splash of water and a few ice cubes before sealing it up. Jiang Feng couldn't help but think to himself, wow, do they really not consider us outsiders? Not only is it blatant, but they're also diluting the iced black tea with extra water. Fortunately, the price was reasonable, 5 yuan for a large cup of iced black tea, not much more than convenience store prices. After a while, Su Lingxue's passion fruit tea was ready. Jiang Feng instinctively reached for his wallet, only to find that Su Lingxue had already scanned the payment code. Her phone case was a soft pink with a fluffy rabbit head adorning it. One ear perked up, the other slightly bent, adding an element of charm and cuteness. The two took their drinks and stepped outside, settling down in a public rest area of the mall. Speaking in a milk tea shop felt uncomfortable with others eavesdropping. Su Lingxue placed her straw into her drink and took a gentle sip. "Oh, this is delicious. You must try it," she exclaimed, thrusting the straw towards Jiang Feng's lips. He was taken aback. No way, this feels a bit off. Holding hands upon first meeting was already unusual. Sharing a drink she had sipped crossed the line of mere friendship. Yet, Su Lingxue continued to beam at him. If you don't try it. One tea, that'd be rude. It's really good. Take a sip. It was uncertain whether she truly didn't realize the implications, as she continued to urge Jiang Feng to drink. After much hesitation, Jiang Feng finally took a gentle bite of the straw. The faint moisture grazed his lips, revealing a scent that was distinctly not from the passion fruit tea. It had to be her lip balm, with a fragrant hint of jasmine that sent his thoughts adrift. I've just tasted her saliva. Does this count as an indirect kiss? He pondered, feeling his face flush. His hands trembled slightly as he exerted considerable effort to maintain his composure. He aimed to appear as normal as possible. With a slight push of his tongue, the cool, sweet fruit tea filled his mouth, the tea's aroma enveloping him. Yet, his mind lingered on that floral scent. Reluctantly releasing the straw after a sip, he casually remarked, "It truly is delightful. Perhaps I should diversify my tastes in the future." Su Lingxue eagerly accepted the milk tea from Jiang Feng's hands, unhesitatingly taking a large gulp. Her expression radiating satisfaction. Jiang Feng discreetly observed her, momentarily entranced. "Wait, what do you do for a living?" Su Lingxue sadening guayif. Jiang Feng's thoughts were abruptly diverted. "I suppose I'm much like you, a freelancer of sorts. I primarily write articles and submit them to publishers, hoping for publication. At my current level, I barely scrape by, certainly not comparable to your video work." He felt a twinge of inferiority as he spoke. 3 years after graduating from university, his monthly income merely sufficed for basic living expenses. It was disheartening. His reluctance to navigate the unspoken rules of society and his unwillingness to compromise, such as engaging in drinking parties or social favors, had severely limited his earning potential. Consequently, he found himself merely a nameless writer, occasionally publishing an article to sustain himself. In 3 years, he had saved less than 20,000 yuan. Su Lingxue seemed unfussed, merely nodding in acknowledgement without probing further. By now, it was 4 in the afternoon, and, as time passed, the weather outside began to cool. They returned to the plaza, where numerous street vendors had set up stalls. Among them was an artist who drew cartoon portraits, creating Q-version caricatures based on real-life subjects. The sign read, 10 yuan each. 1 minute to complete. No charge if it doesn't resemble you. Su Lingxue stepped forward and promptly paid without hesitation. "Hey, shouldn't you wait for him to finish before paying? What if it doesn't turn out right?" Jiang Feng whispered as he approached. "It's fine, I trust him," she replied. The vendor provided them with small plastic stools. "Ah, this young lady has a discerning eye. You won't be disappointed. Please take a seat. It'll be ready shortly. But young man, don't sit so rigidly, lean in a bit." Jiang Feng sat stiffly on the stool, hands resting on his knees. His demeanor serious, reminiscent of a kindergarten student during a lesson. He understood the vendor's assumption that they were a couple. "Actually, Jiang Feng began to explain, but before he could finish, he was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance. A glance revealed Su Lingxue leaning against his shoulder, her long, dark hair dancing in the breeze and brushing against his cheek, releasing a subtle scent of shampoo. The warmth and tickle sent a shiver down his spine, melting his heart in an instant. Jiang Feng was lost in this newfound bliss. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Lingxue's hand stealthily slipped into his pocket. Moments later, she discreetly extracted a key and an identification card, slipping them into her pocket without a hint of emotion. The tense Jiang Feng remained oblivious to the anomaly that had just transpired. Little did he know, he would not be returning home that night. Chapter 3. Jiang Feng, the victim of a trap in cohabitation. The sun shone gently, accompanied by a mildly cool breeze. In the bustling square, the two leaned against each other. The vendor's watercolor brush danced across the paper. Within a mere minute, a whimsical cartoon was complete. As Jiang Feng received the artwork, he admired its fresh palette of pink and blue, capturing only the upper halves of the two, nestled together. Jiang Feng's gaze was fixed ahead, exuding an endearing innocence, yet betraying a tenderness that could not be concealed. Meanwhile, Su Lingxue gazed at herself, her eyes reflecting a subtle admiration and affection, showcasing both Jiang Feng's bashfulness and an undercurrent of intimacy. One could not deny that the vendor's artistic prowess had reached an impressive level. "There's only this one. How do we divide it?" Jiang Feng inquired, his confusion evident. In an instant, Su Lingxue's expression sharpened, her demeanor resembling that of a predator poised to pounce. She extended her petite hand, formed a fist, and lightly tapped Jiang Feng's chest. "Umph," she huffed. "You dense straight man, utterly oblivious to romance. How could you utter such a joyless remark?" With that, Su Lingxue seized the drawing and turned to leave. Realizing his blunder, Jiang Feng hurried after her. After a few steps into a less crowded area, she abruptly halted, pivoted, and collided into Jiang Feng, catching him off guard. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt something soft press against his lips, sweet and fragrant, carrying a hint of coolness and sweetness. The imprint of Su Lingxue's lip gloss lingered, its jasmine scent intoxicating. Jiang Feng froze, as if jolted by electricity. In comparison, all previous gestures, sharing bubble tea, holding hands, seemed trivial. I considered you a friend, yet you... Now what do you understand? Su Lingxue beamed at him. Why yes, I understand, but wait Soon, the night enveloped the city. The evening air was pleasant, the moonlight luminous, and the stars twinkling. The two strolled hand in hand through the square, the earlier awkwardness entirely dissipated. Su Lingxue, it's getting late. I should head home. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue shot him a glare. What did you just call me? Oh, Su. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on Jiang Feng's arm, neither too gentle nor too harsh. Jiang Feng, do you not wish to take responsibility? You've held my hand, and now you want to deny it? Do you want me to report you for harassing a respectable woman? Jiang Feng inhaled sharply, disbelief washing over him. How can you turn this around on me? If anything, it was you harassing a good man, a good boy. Which of us was the aggressor here? One must not be so shameless. As he opened his mouth to retort, ready to express his grievances about her unreasonable behavior, he was met with Su Lingxue's pouty lips and fiery glare, melting away his annoyance in an instant. What is wrong with me? Nothing. I was merely pondering how adorably you act. What does my adorableness concern you? You're not even related to me. Only my boyfriend is allowed to call me cute. Anyone else is just being lewd. Are you accusing me of being lewd? Su Lingxue retrieved her phone, activating the recording feature and aiming it at Jiang Feng. Quickly confess, are you being lewd? I'll record your admission and report you. Jiang Feng was taken aback. What on earth is happening here? I even compliment my dog on being cute. Does it make me lewd too? Your logic is flawed. Thankfully, you didn't become a lawyer. You could twist any innocence into a death sentence. I'm not being lewd. Do not cast false accusations. Jiang Feng stood firm before the camera. Then by that reasoning, you are my boyfriend. That I never claimed. Then you're being lewd. Jiang Feng, it was a lesson learned. Never engage in a rational debate with a woman, for they do not adhere to reason. You admitted it. You are my boyfriend. I didn't force you into this. Su Lingxue wore a triumphant expression, practically bouncing as she walked. One last chance. What should I call you? She raised her hand, positioned it toward Jiang Feng's arm, preparing for another playful strike. Jiang Feng could foresee that an unsatisfactory answer would certainly earn him another slap. The pain wasn't significant, but being coerced by a girl was undeniably humiliating. He hesitated, deliberating long before daring to respond. Shue? Upon uttering it, he felt relief wash over him when no slap followed. However, the next moment, smack! Su Lingxue's hand once again met Jiang Feng's arm. That was too cheesy. Jiang Feng was exasperated. What more do you want from me? Nothing seems to suffice. Fortunately, Su Lingxue did not linger on the matter. Observing Jiang Feng's discomfort, she opted to abandon her inquiry. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood before him, slightly bowing her head, revealing the shyness that a girl of her age should possess. Well, I'm happy to have met you today. This shall be our parting for now, as I need to return home. Me too, I was truly delighted. Before I go, could you assist me with something? What is it? My little bunny phone case is getting worn out. I wish to replace it, but I can't seem to remove it. Could you help me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng readily agreed. Removing a bunny toy is no problem at all. Taking Su Lingxue's phone, he quickly assessed the little bunny. Jiang Feng grasped the bunny's head and pulled with all his might, only to find it utterly immovable. He exerted more force, but still to no avail. A sense of embarrassment washed over him. As a man, how could he falter in front of a girl? He tugged on the bunny's ear with determination. Rip! The ear tore off, yet the bunny's head remained intact. Su Lingxue stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. It's stuck with glue. It's a wonder you thought you could pull it off. If you think I can't do it, just wait and see. Jiang Feng's frustration flared. You think I can't? Absolutely not. I will remove it today. Jiang Feng's mind raced, drawing upon all he had learned. Of course, the lever principle. If I can't pull it off directly, I can pry it from the edge. But then came the dilemma. What to use for leverage? The key. He still had the key to his rental apartment in his pocket. With this thought, Jiang Feng reached into his pocket to rummage. As he searched, his expression shifted dramatically. What the hell, where are my keys? And my ID is gone too. My phone? Thank goodness that S still here. Damn it. I lost my ID and keys just by walking around the square. Fortunately, he did not place his phone together with the other items. Otherwise, that too would have been lost. Su Lingxue watched as Jiang Feng rummaged through his belongings, feeling a sense of secret delight within. She feigned curiosity and inquired, "What is the matter?" Jiang Feng sighed heavily. "It seems my keys and ID card have gone missing. They must have been pilfered by some wretched thief. These scoundrels, always resorting to petty theft. If I catch one, I swear I shall make him pay dearly." A hint of displeasure crossed Su Lingxue's face. "Who are you calling a scoundrel? Am I the one stealing chickens or meddling with dogs?" "Humph. I'll remember that you just insulted me." "So, does this mean you can't go home?" Jiang Feng grimaced. "It appears so. I rent the place alone, without any roommates. If I've lost my keys, I can't even get in. As for the landlord, he's off traveling abroad, and hasn't he even collected last month's rent? Unless I call someone to pick the lock, but at this hour, they're likely closed. To make matters worse, I've lost my ID, so I can't even check into a hotel. In reporting it to the police, 1T resolved my accommodation issue. I just need to endure through tonight. I'll report it later." Su Lingxue discreetly felt the ID and keys in her pocket, a sly smile gracing her lips. Her eyes narrowing like those of a cunning fox. She pretended to be bashful and said softly, "Why not stay over at my place tonight?" Chapter 4. A Major Misunderstanding. Since ancient times, deep affections have often been elusive. Only schemes capture a heart. Su Lingxue perfectly embodied this principle. According to the plot from her previous life, they had first encountered each other during a meal, which should occur in 2 months. However, unable to wait, she chose to make her move now. Drawing on her past experiences, she understood that with someone as slow to grasp feelings as Jiang Feng, it would take at least 2 years if she didn't employ some tactics. In matters of love, one must take the initiative to craft a story. Although they had yet to establish a romantic relationship, Su Lingxue was confident it would not be long before they did. After hailing a taxi, they arrived outside an apartment building after approximately half an hour. Su Lingxue's rented room was on the 6th floor, room 610. With a click, the key turned, and the lock opened. As she pushed the door open, darkness enveloped them. With the flick of a switch, the room gradually came into focus, revealing a faint scent of jasmine wafting through the air, indicative of her fondness for it. Jiang Feng stood at the entrance, peering cautiously inside. The room was not large, measuring about 5 meters square, not including the bathroom and kitchen. The walls were adorned with soft pink wallpaper, embellished with various anime characters. Jiang Feng recognized a few, such as Senior Mai Yi and the bunny spirit Xiao Wu, along with female game characters like the Qiao and Shishir. The furniture was minimal: a double bed, a desk equipped with a computer, a separate webcam, a phone stand, and other devices likely used for video recordings. Additionally, there were 4 solid wood wardrobes, dominating one entire wall. Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Goodness, it's my first time seeing someone with 4 wardrobes. Come in already. Why are you dawdling?" Su Lingxue urged him. However, Jiang Feng hesitated to step inside. How had he so carelessly agreed to come here? This was a girl-less bedroom, after all. As someone with social anxiety, he often pondered for ages before entering a barbershop. Suddenly being asked to stay overnight here felt far too awkward. Perhaps I shouldn't stay here after all. It wouldn't be appropriate. I could just spend the night at an internet cafe. Even without my ID, the owner usually doesn't mind. Upon hearing his words, Su Lingxue's expression sharpened, an invisible tension filling the air. "I see. You find me undesirable." Jiang Feng hastily waved his hands. No, it's not that. What do you mean by not that? You'd rather stay at an internet cafe than here, yet you claim it's not about finding me undesirable." Jiang Feng, anxious and at a loss for words, felt trapped in a situation akin to being publicly accused of misconduct. "Oh dear, this is truly a headache. I merely think it wouldn't be suitable for a grown man to sleep in a girl's room. I truly have no intention of dismissing you." Jiang Feng noticed Su Lingxue's gaze fixed intently upon him, and the more he spoke, the less confident he felt, as if he were attempting to cover something up. "Fine then." After a moment of tense silence, Jiang Feng ultimately chose to concede. Sometimes, a woman's unreasonable outbursts could leave one utterly speechless. He took a step inside, his heart racing. Am I really entering a girl's bedroom? I'm in a girl's bedroom. Jiang Feng tiptoed, daring not to touch anything, standing awkwardly in the center of the room like a fool. He repeatedly reassured himself, it's just a night at a friend's house. Just a night at a friend's house? Just a night at a friend's house. Well, this is certainly not ordinary. Don't be so tense. Have a seat. I'll plug in the water heater so you can freshen up after a long day. I'm all sweaty, she said. By the way, I don't have any men's toiletries here, so I'll run downstairs to the convenience store and get you some. Before Jiang Feng could respond, Su Lingxue had dashed out in haste. He stood there, his thoughts sluggish. The water heater? Men's toiletries? Am I supposed to bathe here? What on earth? This scenario is reminiscent of certain films of a peculiar nature. Surely, I'm not falling into a trap. No wonder Su Lingxue has been so forward. Who would have guessed that this seemingly innocent girl is actually no, I must check for hidden cameras in the room. Jiang Feng felt he was on the brink of uncovering the truth. If there were any surveillance devices or particular items, then his suspicions would be confirmed. Conversely, if not, it meant he had misjudged the situation entirely. With this thought, Jiang Feng immediately began searching, starting with the devices on the desk. He discovered the computer was not connected to a power source, and the webcam was not operational, indicating no issues. After all, even a pinhole camera would require a power source. It could not function without one. Next, he moved to the wardrobes. Opening one, he found it filled with colorful cosplay costumes. Although there were many, they were neatly organized. 3 of the 4 wardrobes contained clothing, while the 4th held shoes. All the items were standard cosplay props, with nothing amiss. Jiang Feng meticulously scanned every corner of the room, examining even the blankets inch by inch. Yet, he still found nothing unusual. Puzzled, he wondered if he had truly misjudged the situation. No, wait, there's still the drawers left to check. As he pulled open the drawer, he found it brimming with hair ties, headbands, combs, and other trifles. This was utterly ordinary. Even Su Lingxue's identification card lay nestled within. Upon this discovery, Jiang Feng began to realize that he might have wronged her. Perhaps she was merely innocent and kind-hearted, seeing that his ID and keys were missing. She felt pity for him, leading her to invite him here for the night. As a girl, she bore greater risks than he did. How could he have doubted her? It was truly excessive. Gazing at the disarray he had caused in the room, a profound sense of guilt washed over Jiang Feng. However, just as he was about to fold the blanket, Su Lingxue unexpectedly pushed the door open. The water should be hot now, you go first. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became instantly charged. Jiang Feng's mind raced tumultuously. Could it be that she returned so swiftly? How could he possibly explain? The open wardrobe, the ransacked drawer, the spread-out blanket. Goodness. At that moment, he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. What was he thinking, harboring baseless suspicions, entering a girl's bedroom, and engaging in such peculiar activities while she was absent? He could easily imagine that Su Lingxue must think of him as a pervert. Releasing the blanket, cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. His gaze was frantic, and his tongue faltered. Jiang Feng's mind was a blank slate. This was utterly impossible to justify. I suspected you were that kind of woman, and then search for evidence? Such words, if uttered, would surely lead to his demise. After much contemplation, he finally managed to utter, I said I wanted to tidy up your room. Do you believe me? Chapter 5. This woman is full of schemes. As Su Lingxue surveyed the chaotic room, and then cast a glance at Jiang Feng, who was nervously looking away, everything suddenly clicked into place. Had she not been well aware of the kind of person Jiang Feng was, she might have truly misunderstood him. It was also her fault for not considering the situation thoroughly. Being too proactive had inadvertently aroused his suspicions. It seemed she needed to temper her enthusiasm. I said I wanted to tidy up your room. Do you believe me? When Jiang Feng uttered this line, a wicked thought surged through Su Lingxue's mind. The misunderstanding should persist. She could take this opportunity to tease him. She feigned anger and pointed at Jiang Feng. Do you take me for a fool? Rummaging through my belongings while I was away. I must have misjudged you. Pervert. No way, I'll call the police. She pulled out her phone, opened the calculator app, and pressed the numbers for the police. Seeing her seriousness, Jiang Feng panicked. No, I'm really not a pervert. It wasn't what you think. Please don't call the police. Let us talk this through. He desperately wanted to snatch the phone from Su Lingxue's hands, preventing her from calling for help. But his subconscious warned him against such actions, lest he appear guilty. After much earnest persuasion, Su Lingxue finally set her phone down, though her gaze was still filled with suspicion. You say you're not a pervert. Then what are you doing, huh? She crossed her arms, scrutinizing Jiang Feng as if he were a criminal. Jiang Feng's face turned crimson, and he struggled to form words. Seeing him in such distress, Su Lingxue felt a pang of sympathy. She allowed a soft laugh. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She retrieved her phone and presented it to Jiang Feng. Look, I was just scaring you with the calculator. I understand you were merely apprehensive. Now, it's clear. Am I a bad person? The sudden shift took Jiang Feng by surprise. After enduring immense tension and embarrassment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had perceived his thoughts long before, merely intending to frighten him. Thank goodness for her cleverness. Otherwise, he would have truly been in deep trouble. He exhaled heavily, his legs feeling weak as he sank to the floor, his complexion pale. You're too wicked. At that moment, Su Lingxue felt a twinge of regret. It seemed Jiang Feng had indeed been quite frightened. She knelt down and cupped his face in her hands, hoping to offer him some comfort. But a minute passed, and Jiang Feng still hadn't regained his composure. So, she pulled him into her embrace. In that instant, a surge of emotions flooded Jiang Feng. He felt a long-lost maternal affection, akin to a weeping child returning to his mother's embrace, breathing in the faint floral scent that clung to Su Lingxue. Jiang Feng's heart found an unparalleled tranquility, all his earlier panic forgotten. Yet, mere seconds later, Su Lingxue pushed him away with a frown. "You bit me too hard." Hearing this, Jiang Feng fell back into awkwardness. "I didn't mean to. It was just an instinctive reaction from childhood that you triggered. It's fine now, right? Hurry up and get up, go take a shower. You're all sweaty and filthy." Jiang Feng reluctantly rose. Gathering the items Su Lingxue had just purchased, a pair of slippers, a towel, a toothbrush, socks, a bath towel, and even underwear. Wait a moment. Something fell off. How'd she know my size? The slippers fit perfectly, and the underwear was just right. While one could discern shoe sizes with a keen eye, underwear was another matter entirely. What are you doubting now? I described your height and build to the supermarket owner, and he picked these for you. Realizing his confusion, Su Lingxue offered an explanation. Jiang Feng finally understood. Now made sense. He hurriedly began to unpack the items. At that moment, Su Lingxue unexpectedly handed him a bottle of Waha yogurt. "You want a drink, right? Here." Jiang Feng. He stepped in the bathroom. Simultaneously, Su Lingxue entered another room. This space was no smaller than her own bedroom, with 2 large rows of clothing racks adorned with various cosplay outfits. The quantity of clothes here paled in comparison to what filled the wardrobe. This was the room where Su Lingxue usually filmed her videos. She found a clear spot and laid out a mattress. Subsequently, she concealed an electric heater among the clothes, ensuring it was well hidden so that it wouldn't be visible from outside. The heater resembled a standard radiator but operated electrically, producing no sound during heating. Much like an upright electric blanket, the power cord was cleverly concealed beneath the carpet, leading in her bedroom, very discreet. Once she completed this, Jiang Feng had just finished washing up. Wrapped in a towel, he emerged from the bathroom. The towel only covered his lower half, leaving his upper body exposed. Jiang Feng crossed his arms over his chest, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being so exposed in front of a girl, even though there wasn't much to see. "You can sleep in this room. It's where I usually film. It doesn't have air conditioning, so it might be a bit warm." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of the heat." As he spoke, he quickly darted into the filming room. Once the door was shut, he exhaled in relief, cursing the thief who had stolen his ID and keys. Were it not for that scoundrel, I would not have to endure such torment tonight. The sound of rushing water echoed once more from the bathroom, each footstep resonating distinctly. Occasionally, a sneeze could be heard from Su Lingxue. Jiang Feng could not help but lament the poor soundproofing. What could be more distressing than listening to a girl bathe? It was an experience of dual surrender, both body and spirit spiraling out of control. Merely listening to the sound of the shower could satiate his hunger for 3 bowls of rice. He found himself yearning for the gentle breeze by his bedside and the unspoken connection they once shared. To distract himself, Jiang Feng buried his head beneath the covers, striving to block out the sounds. Yet the faint scent of milk emanating from the duvet swiftly unraveled his resolve, as he realized this was the very blanket Su Lingxue had used. In the sweltering heat of June, the summer night remained unbearably hot. With no air conditioning in the room, the stifling atmosphere was compounded by his confinement under the covers for over 10 minutes, causing him to break out in a sweat. Outside, Su Lingxue's voice pierced through the stifling air. "Are you hot? My room has air conditioning. You can open the door to let in some cool air." "No, thank you. I don't mind the heat," he replied, though the truth was he felt as if he were melting. "All right then, good night." "Good night," he echoed, his words a feeble front for the reality that he was sweltering. He gasped for air, nearly sticking his tongue out in desperation. Although opening the door would provide a slight respite from the heat, the thought of their adjoining rooms, where they could see each other, made him retreat from the idea. If that were the case, he would likely be restless all night long. If only I could endure this night, he thought. Jiang Feng reached for his phone, intending to pass the time with a novel, but found the battery alarmingly low at a mere 8. After less than half an hour, it shut down automatically. At that moment, Su Lingxue was likely asleep, and he felt too embarrassed to disturb her for a charger. Thus, he resigned himself to his fate. As time crawled by, he felt the room grow increasingly stifling, perhaps due to his agitated state. In a mere half hour, the towel he used to wipe his sweat was thoroughly drenched. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was in a sauna. He had a premonition that if this continued, he might very well turn into jerky. Had he known better, he would have accepted Su Lingxue's offer to open the door earlier. Now that she was asleep, doing so would seem rather inappropriate. I'll just hold out a little longer. It should cool down by midnight. In her bedroom, Su Lingxue lay on her bed, relishing the cool air from the air conditioner, her eyes fixed on the door to the filming room. "No way. Can you really tolerate this?" she mused, sensing the inadequate temperature. "Let me turn it up a notch." With that, she adjusted the heater from 35 to 38 degrees. Oomph. I refuse to believe you can endure this. After another half hour, the silence from Jiang Feng's room was disconcerting. So Lingxue grew anxious. You fool, you really can endure. She flicked on a light, donned a simple outfit, and deliberately stomped her slippers loudly as she approached his door. Knock, knock, knock. It's really hot in there. Should I just open the door? After several knocks and receiving no reply, she pushed the door open, only to find Jiang Feng sprawled on the floor, drenched in sweat. Without hesitation, she pressed her fingers to his nostrils. Pretending to sleep, are we? Diagnosis complete. To spare Jiang Feng's pride, she played along, giving his shoulder a firm shake. It's incredibly hot in here. Look at how much you've sweated. Unaware that he had been seen through, Jiang Feng feigned waking, rubbing his eyes. Huh? What brings you here? You said it wasn't hot. Yet look at all that sweat on you. Su Lingshue's tone was slightly reproachful, though her heart brimmed with concern. You should take another shower and come to my room. Huh? There is no need. It's not that hot, just a bit sweaty. Smack. Su Lingxue playfully slapped his arm. Hurry up. Ooh, Fine. As she watched Jiang Feng's retreating figure, her gaze fell upon the sweat-soaked mattress and blanket. She scoffed to herself. Stubborn as a mule. Can't you be a bit more proactive? If it were any other girl, you'd be destined to remain single forever. Deep down, she felt a twinge of relief. Looking at it from another perspective, Jiang Feng was a rarity. Had he been any other man, he might have behaved inappropriately. His consistent respect for her indicated he was a responsible man, and this was one of the reasons Su Lingxue was fond of him. Soon, Jiang Feng finished washing up, but hesitated to emerge from the bathroom. The towel was soaked, and he had no spare clothes, leaving him to cover only the essentials. In a moment of necessity, Su Lingxue fetched a few of her own garments for him to wear temporarily. When Jiang Feng finally stepped out, Su Lingxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to laugh, but I can't help it. Her clothes clung to him tighter than spandex. Had it not been for the color difference, one might think he was wearing nothing at all. The sides of his chest were prominently visible, while the pants, which were wide-legged camouflage from a previous cosplay, were the only semblance of decency he retained. Suppressing her laughter, Su Lingshue's demeanor grew serious. Your bedding is soaked with sweat. I can't let you sleep like that, and I don't have any spare. As she glanced at the bed, Jiang Feng immediately grasped her implication. This time, he did not resist. He simply promised sincerely that he would harbor no inappropriate thoughts. Ruis shooting Su Lingxue. Lights out, time for bed. Jiang Feng lay on the edge of the bed, maintaining a respectful distance from Su Lingxue. Finally, he could enjoy a good night's sleep after a long day. That scoundrel has caused me such misery. May I never cross paths with you again. Achoo. Su Lingxue suddenly is near. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng followed suit. As he drifted into slumber, his mind began to wander. He dreamt of his manuscripts being eagerly sought after by major publishing houses, transforming from an obscure writer into a celebrated author overnight. Readers clamored for updates with fervor. Some even plotted to break his legs to confine him to a hospital bed, ensuring he would write in peace. Others devised kidnappings, threatening to withhold food until he completed 100 chapters. Even female readers professed their willingness to marry him if he delivered more content. The scene shifted, and Jiang Feng found himself in a luxurious car, flanked by beautiful companions. Outside, a crowd cheered. Welcome, President Jiang. His heart swelled with joy. He had finally reached the pinnacle of success. As he revved the engine, preparing for a drive in the countryside, he suddenly felt the seatbelt constricting too tightly, leaving him gasping for breath. He reached out, attempting to loosen his restraints. Yet, the seatbelt clung to him as if it were nailed in place, refusing to budge. After a struggle, he awoke from his dream. Gazing around the pitch-black room, Jiang Feng felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It turned out to be merely a dream. Generally speaking, reality and dreams are diametrically opposed. The perfection of the dreams signified that reality would likely be rather bleak. Jiang Feng could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety about his future. Lost in thought, he returned to the present moment. Wait, it seems my chest is genuinely feeling tight. He instinctively reached for his chest, only to encounter something incredibly soft. Jiang Feng's body stiffened. This was Su Lingshue's arm. When she wrapped herself around him, the rhythmic sound of her breathing brushed against Jiang Feng's ear, her warm breath causing his heart to race and his body to tense. He moved his legs slightly, only to discover they were ensnared by Su Lingshue's limbs. She was entwined around him like an octopus. He dared not make a single move, fearful of waking her and the ensuing awkwardness that would follow. The best course of action seemed to be waiting for her to turn over and create some distance, or perhaps feigning ignorance and continuing to sleep, allowing her to wake first in the morning. However, the predicament was that, in this position, he found it impossible to sleep. Not to mention, Su Lingshue's hands and feet were quite restless. Every so often, they would brush against his face or rest on his abdomen. Her slender, soft legs would curl up and then stretch out, creating an immense challenge for Jiang Feng, who was already struggling to remain still. Thankfully, she hadn't touched him. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's eyes widened, his thoughts abruptly halted. The worst had indeed come to pass. He silently pleaded, "Su Lingxue, please be still, do not move. Do not move." At that moment, Jiang Feng felt a profound sense of despair. His thoughts danced precariously along the edges of legality and morality. Yet ultimately, reason triumphed over all. Jiang Feng lamented, "I have sacrificed too much." Chapter 7. The Modern Su Daji, both beguiling and enchanting. A sleepless night ensued. Jiang Feng stared at the ceiling with weary eyes. The lobe of his left ear and his cheek were dampened by Su Lingxue's breath. His mind was a chaotic whirl. 8 hours. A full 8 hours. Can you fathom how I endured those 8 hours? Some people can sleep through the night without so much as turning over. Can you believe that? Jiang Feng felt he deserved the title of the most resolute man in the world. With victory within reach, he continued to close his eyes and feign slumber. After enduring another half hour, Su Lingxue slowly opened her eyes, sensing something amiss with her calves. She shifted her legs and glanced over, utterly astonished. Based on her experiences from her previous life, she inferred that Jiang Feng was undoubtedly awake. Su Lingxue leaned closer to Jiang Feng's cheek, observing the prominent dark circles under his eyes and his unmistakable fatigue. Concern mingled with warmth flooded her heart. It seemed he had endured the night for her sake. Inwardly, Su Lingxue silently apologized. "I'm so sorry. I forgot that this would cause you discomfort." She rose quietly, dressed, and gently tucked the blanket around Jiang Feng. Afterward, she exited the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng discreetly observed, confirming that she had indeed awakened. At that moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling an immense weight lift off his shoulders. However, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him. Before he realized it, he had drifted back to sleep. When he awoke again, it was nearly noon. Outside, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured. Jiang Feng sat up, noticing that his soiled clothes had been washed and dried. Scanning the room, he discovered that Su Lingxue was not present. Faint sounds could be heard from the filming area. Jiang Feng changed into his clothes and saw his phone charging nearby. He picked it up and pressed the power button. Ding! A text message popped up on the screen. The sender was none other than Su Lingxue. "Sent at 10 a.m. today. I bought you a cold noodle dish. It's on the table. If you wake up, go ahead and eat. I'm filming a cost video, so I probably won't be done until lunchtime. I'm really sorry about last night. Also, thank you." Jiang Feng stared at the message, his mind racing with myriad emotions. His expression was complex. After a long pause, he set down his phone, opened the cold noodle package, and indulged in a hearty meal. Concurrently, he searched for cosplay bloggers on his phone, hoping to find Su Lingxue's account. However, there were simply too many of that type of blogger, and with the costumes and beauty filters, it was nearly impossible to discern the real person. Jiang Feng resorted to searching various keywords to narrow down the options. Sweet Snow, cost, search. Nothing. Su Lingxue, cost, search. Still nothing. After trying numerous keywords without success, he gave up. Perhaps he would ask her later. After finishing his cold noodles, Jiang Feng gathered the trash on the table. He initially intended to take it downstairs, but upon realizing he did not have his room key, he feared being locked out. As a result, he had no choice but to temporarily pile the trash in a corner. Outside, the relentless thunder continued to rumble. The weather forecast on his phone indicated that the heavy rain would persist throughout the day, lasting until tomorrow morning. Jiang Feng sighed. What was he to do? With such inclement weather, it was unlikely a locksmith would be available. He certainly could not stay here for another day. Even if Su Lingxue agreed, he would not. If he endured another night like this, he would surely crack. After pondering for a long while, without any viable solutions, he reluctantly set the matter aside. After tidying up his bed, Jiang Feng opened his phone to check his email. Upon seeing a new message notification in his inbox, he instantly felt exhilarated. As expected, his article had been accepted by a publishing house. They sent an email urging him to sign a contract as soon as possible, offering a one-time payment of 1,800 yuan. If he did not sign within 3 days, it would be considered a waiver. The message had been sent that morning. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. With this article, he had already published 5 pieces this month, accumulating over 10,000 in total earnings. This marked the highest income he had earned since graduating 3 years ago. Jiang Feng copied the phone number from the email, preparing to contact the editor. However, his hand suddenly froze. Oh no, I've lost my ID. How am I supposed to sign the contract? Originally, he had a few copies on hand, but due to an unexpectedly high acceptance rate this month, he had run out and hadn't had the chance to replenish them. Alas, how unfortunate. 1,800 yuan seemed to be slipping away. The publication of magazines is time-sensitive. An article typically needs to align with current events, akin to news. After some time, once the hot topic shifts, Jiang Feng's article would lose its value. Therefore, if he could not sign a contract now, it would be impossible to sell it later. With this thought, he felt utterly dejected. Just then, Su Lingxue walked out from the filming area, surprised to see Jiang Feng awake. How did you wake up so early? I thought you would sleep until the afternoon. As Jiang Feng heard Su Lingxue's voice, he instinctively turned to look at her. However, that single glance rendered him utterly captivated. The primal instincts inherent in a man's very being stirred within him. If he was not mistaken, she was indeed dressed as a vixen from cosplay. Clad in a delicate pink swan top with sheer white stockings, her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars, ensnaring his heart. With her makeup artfully applied, Su Lingxue was no longer merely herself. She transformed into a modern embodiment of Daji, the legendary seductress. In that moment, Jiang Feng finally comprehended the torment of King Zhou, caught between the allure of beauty and the weight of his kingdom. Making a choice was profoundly difficult. The atmosphere felt almost sacred as Jiang Feng became entranced by her presence. Noticing his dazed expression, Su Lingxue let out a cold snort. A mere glance is sufficient. How long do you intend to stare? Realizing his own indiscretion, Jiang Feng hastily turned away, discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Ahem. How was he looking? I was merely curious if the button at your chest had come undone. He hastily concocted an excuse to mask his embarrassment. Yet, to his dismay, his words only intensified the tension in the air. Su Lingxue glanced down at herself, then back at Jiang Feng, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Oh, look at you. Making progress and even daring to tease me. At this rate, within 3 months, I may find it hard to keep you in check. The bashful Jiang Feng is far more entertaining. It seems I must not let you indulge too much. With this thought, Su Lingxue adopted a serious demeanor. Without further ado, she delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Feng's lower back. I simply didn't expect you to wake so early, which left me no time to change. If you dare to gawk again, I shall. Her hand rested against Jiang Feng's side, and then her fingers pinched the tender flesh at his waist. Twisting it with force, Jiang Feng instinctively shuddered. Ouch! Pain shot through his midsection, causing him to gasp sharply. That spot was particularly sensitive. Nobody could bear it. Consider it a punishment for your wandering eyes. Should there be a next time, the consequences will be far more severe. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth in pain, but refrained from protesting, well aware he was in the wrong. Yet, he couldn't help but grumble. You're quite ruthless. Sudahi, it was just a glance. This hurts like hell. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I know, Sudaji. What did you just call me? Jiang Feng realized he had misspoken. Oh no, I've really messed up now. Chapter 8. The Transformative Sorceress, Su Lingxue. Jiang Feng was taken aback by his own subconscious revelation. He quickly insisted it was merely the thunder outside that had caused Su Lingxue to misinterpret his words. Really? Really? Well then, I forgive you. Half an hour later, Su Lingxue had changed back into her usual attire and was seated at her computer, editing videos. Jiang Feng sat beside her, somewhat disgruntled, watching her work. They had filmed numerous segments, yet the edited content amounted to only a brief few seconds. The general theme revolved around characters from various films, showcasing unique gestures accompanied by original voiceovers that exuded a distinctive charm. For instance, in her portrayal of Lingxue from The Legend of the Swordsman, she transitioned from a gentle, sweet girl in blue to a fierce, alluring demoness in red with a bow drawn, exuding a commanding presence. Another scene featured the little dragon girl from The Return of the Condor Heroes, draped in white. As if descending from the heavens, her garments swirling gracefully through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake, killing silently and effortlessly. Jiang Feng watched intently as Su Lingxue oscillated between being breathtakingly beautiful and adorably playful, swallowing hard at the sight. This girl truly possessed the ability to embody any temperament. When she needed to be fierce, she was formidable, and when tenderness was called for, she was exceptionally gentle. Each character she portrayed came to life vividly. As the video neared its conclusion, Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, realizing his earlier suspicion was indeed correct. She had indeed dressed as Su Daji. The screen opened to a world blanketed in ice and snow, and soon, a pair of delicate, white feet entered the frame, treading gently upon the snow. The camera gradually zoomed out to reveal Su Lingxue in her fox demon attire. However, in the video, she appeared somewhat altered. Snowflakes obscured the view of her bosom, and other exposed skin was veiled by a soft white mist. Overall, aside from her face and her petite feet, no other part of her body was revealed, making for a modest presentation. Yet, even so, one could still feel the enchanting aura she exuded. The scene transitioned to the fox demon character entering a chamber. The decor was not opulent. It seemed more akin to that of an ordinary official rather than King Zhou's palace. As the camera moved, Su Lingxue parted the sheer curtains of the bedside, revealing the silhouette of a person gradually becoming clearer. At this moment, Jiang Feng suddenly held his breath, incredulity washing over his face as he beheld the figure on the bed. Wait, that's me. He realized she had secretly filmed him while he was asleep and had even edited it into the video. In the footage, Su Lingxue extended her finger, gently caressing Jiang Feng's face with an unusual tenderness. Then, she leaned down, her soft lips slightly parted, as she inhaled deeply towards him. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt his vitality dissipate, his spirit fading away. Simultaneously, a golden light radiated from Su Lingxue as she uttered, "The scent of a fledgling male is truly delightful." This was the only line spoken throughout the entire segment, delivered with a delicate tone that embodied both regal pride and authority. The scene ultimately froze on Su Lingxue's mesmerizing eyes, and Jiang Feng found himself utterly entranced. It was as if the legendary Daji had returned, ensnaring hearts and souls alike. "Hey, you can look, but don't be so lewd about it." Su Lingxue's voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Feng's reverie. Flustered, he stammered, "Who is being lewd? Don't say such things. And why did you film me without my consent? You're infringing on my right to my likeness." Jiang Feng suddenly found his confidence, beginning to question Su Lingxue, ignoring the drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yet, to his surprise, Su Lingxue was unfazed. With her arms crossed and her head tilted, she gazed at him. "You stayed in my home for 2 days and 2 nights. Is it so unreasonable for me to use your face as payment for your stay?" Upon hearing her words, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that from last night until now, all the toiletries he had purchased, along with the cold noodles from earlier, were all paid for by Su Lingxue. She had indeed spent quite a bit. "But I never said I wouldn't pay you. Furthermore, I didn't stay for 2 days and 2 nights. It's only been 1 day," Jiang Feng argued, determined not to let her wrongfully accuse him. Su Lingxue smiled lightly. "Oh, just 1 day?" She pointed outside. "It's pouring rain today. I doubt any locksmiths will be operating. Tonight, aren't you going to have to stay with me again?" Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words. It had indeed seemed that way. Sigh. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come out to meet you. Now I'm stuck here without my ID, unable to return home. I can't even sign the contract for my manuscript since the publisher has already collected it. Moreover, I have been ensnared by the enchanting creature before me, compelled to appear in a video that drains my vitality. The loss is insurmountable. Hey, why do you suddenly look so glum at the mention of spending the night here? Are you perhaps harboring disdain for me?" Su Lingxue slightly elevated her voice, clearly displeased with Jiang Feng's demeanor. No, you've misunderstood. It's merely that I have a manuscript to attend to." Jiang Feng hurriedly clarified the source of his discontent. "It has nothing to do with you. It's all that scoundrel's fault." Achoo! Without warning, Su Lingxue sneezed, then shot a dark look at Jiang Feng. In her mind, she was silently tallying. From yesterday until now, she had sneezed 18 times, and he had scolded her just as many. After hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, she felt a twinge of disappointment. His manuscript had been accepted, and he needed to sign a contract. With that, she could no longer pretend to be oblivious. If she delayed his career because of this, she would be truly culpable. Therefore, she resolved to hasten her efforts. She must resolve this matter tonight. Achoo! 19 times. Otsu. Sulinge, em vixed. Chapter 9. Mutual Harm. By the way, what is your username? I searched for ages and couldn't find it. When Jiang Feng posed this question, a hint of shyness flickered across Su Lingxue's face. It's half a lifetime of snow. She had only begun her journey as a cos blogger after being reborn 6 months prior, and this name was conceived at that time, symbolizing their shared destiny in this life. After uttering this name, she closely observed Jiang Feng's expression, eager to see if he would catch on. Jiang Feng did not disappoint her. Like a simpleton, he remained utterly oblivious. He merely expressed curiosity, searching for and following her account. Upon opening her homepage, he found her self-introduction. Half a lifetime of snow, a lifetime of affection. I am Xiao Xue who loves CUS, sharing videos irregularly. Thank you all for your attention. Looking at her work section, he noted that she had uploaded only around 30 videos yet amassed nearly 1 million followers. The earliest video was released 5 months ago, averaging 5 or 6 videos a month. Jiang Feng casually clicked on one. This video was a mere 20 seconds long, and he guessed that Su Lingxue was portraying a character from an anime. Dressed in pure white, her otherworldly attire exuded a sacred aura. Coupled with the video's special effects, she truly resembled an angel descending from the heavens. Her sweet voice, along with the poetic lines, conjured an ethereal and transient feeling. As snowflakes descend upon the earth, they lose their sharpness and vitality. Only the call of the wind allows them to linger in the air, and only the wind can urge them toward eternity. Unconsciously, Jiang Feng found himself touched by the atmosphere, feeling a tinge of sorrow. Just as he intended to peruse the comments below, Su Lingxue abruptly snatched the phone away. No more viewing. Jiang Feng was left bewildered. What's wrong? Su Lingxue turned away, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. It's nothing. It just feels strange for you to watch my video in front of me. In short, don't watch while I'm here. Jiang Feng found her behavior inexplicable, yet upon deeper contemplation, he understood. After all, one wouldn't want to expose their written works to friends or family. It was simply a matter of shyness. Fine, I won't look anymore. Jiang Feng extended his hand, signaling for her to return the phone. However, Su Lingxue remained skeptical. Your eyes are wandering. You're lying. How could I? They're just a few cost videos. Am I really so desperate to sneak a peek? Su Lingxue kept a close watch on Jiang Feng's expression, which remained unchanged from before. Her heart sank. So, Jiang Feng, you've quickly learned to use sweet talk to deceive me. How will we fare in the future? No, I'm confiscating your phone. Last night, you sweated all over my mattress and blanket. I'll return it after you wash them clean. Jiang Feng initially sought to protest, but upon recalling last night's events, he immediately capitulated. It's not my fault. Who knew that room would be so stifling? Aware of his guilt, Jiang Feng resigned himself to comply. Where's the washing machine? Who said you could use the washing machine? Have you ever seen anyone wash a comforter in one? You can't be serious. By hand? How long would that take? I don't care. It's your mess, so you're responsible. Fine then. Jiang Feng trudged dejectedly towards the bathroom, inwardly cursing the scoundrel who had stolen his ID and keys. Otherwise, how would he have found himself in such a predicament? Chu. Su Lingxue's expression darkened. 23 times. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The entire afternoon, Su Lingxue lounged in the bedroom, enjoying the air conditioning while scrolling through her phone, utterly comfortable. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng toiled away washing the comforter and mattress. Thankfully, the weather wasn't excessively hot, or he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Those who have hand-wash-down jackets know it's a laborious task, let alone a comforter. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Feng emerged from the bathroom, hands on his lower back, feeling as if he had been drained of all energy. Hey, it's raining outside today. There's no way to dry anything on the balcony. With torrential rain and howling winds, even if the balcony were recessed, it would still be vulnerable to the onslaught of rain. Su Lingxue, however, remained remarkably composed. Is that so? I forgot. Well, let us just dry tomorrow then. However, since the comforter is wet, it will surely mold if left for a day. Why not use a hairdryer to dry it? Jiang Feng was left speechless. A hairdryer? Are you joking? It might work for a tank top, but a comforter? Are you trying to kill me? Or I could just buy you a new one tomorrow and forget about this one. That's simply one do. I have an attachment to this comforter. I can't just toss it aside. Jiang Feng silently picked up the hairdryer and walked back into the bathroom, resigning himself to his fate, as it was indeed his fault for dirtying the comforter. Not long after, Su Lingxue began her tally again. Chu. 24 times. Chu. Perhaps due to the downpour, many food delivery services were not taking orders today. Those that were accepting orders stated that delivery would be challenging, making it unlikely to arrive. Su Lingxue had no choice but to give up. She rummaged through the refrigerator, discovering a few eggs, tomatoes, and potatoes. Just enough to whip up a tomato and egg stir-fry, along with some shredded potatoes. She skillfully measured out 2 bowls of rice, washed them, and added water. As the rice cooker began its work, she commenced her preparations for the stir-fry. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jiang Feng diligently aimed the hairdryer at every inch of the comforter, ensuring it was thoroughly dried. Concerned the hairdryer might overheat and malfunction, he could only dry it for short intervals before taking breaks. This significantly hampered his efficiency. Just one corner remained. He was finally nearing completion. Curse that scoundrel who stole my ID, putting me through such misery. Death you all. Outside, Su Lingxue, holding a plate of shredded potatoes, was just about to set it on the table. Suddenly, a sneeze erupted, and saliva splattered onto the freshly stir-fried potato shreds. Witnessing the destruction of the dish, she was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury. Jiang Feng, this marks the 28th time. It seems there is no end in sight. You shall await my retribution tonight. Chapter 10. An unexpected confession, fragrant and sweet. After completing the last of his work, Jiang Feng stepped outside. Upon seeing Su Lingxue, clad in an apron and serving dinner, he felt a profound emotional stir within him. This scene was so heartwarming, reminiscent of returning home to a meal lovingly prepared by someone. However, it was not his mother in the kitchen, but Su Lingxue. How wonderful that you can cook. He complimented casually. As she walked past him, Su Lingxue shot him a glance, but remained silent. After a grueling 5 to 6 hours of work, Jiang Feng was ravenous. The enticing aroma of the food intensified his hunger, causing him to momentarily forget that he was not in his own home. He eagerly scooped a generous portion of potato shreds into his mouth, not neglecting to shovel in some rice as well. Noticing this, Su Lingxue raised an eyebrow. Initially, she had considered discarding the plate of potato shreds, but now Jiang Feng had consumed it. Perhaps it was best not to inform him of her initial intent. Thus, the two sat quietly at the table, sharing dinner. This moment was particularly nostalgic for Su Lingxue. It had been over half a year since she had experienced such a feeling of home. Yet, the wooden block before her still seemed oblivious. These potato shreds are quite delightful. You should try them, Jiang Feng suggested, noticing that Su Lingxue was solely focused on the tomato and egg dish, neglecting the potato shreds entirely. At a loss for words, Su Lingxue's gaze wandered, unsure how to explain her reluctance. She certainly couldn't confess that there was saliva on the dish, nor could she admit that she found the tomato and egg more appetizing. Ahem, I believe the tomato and egg go better with rice, she finally asserted. Ah, I see. Then please, indulge yourself, Jiang Feng replied, pushing the plate of tomato and egg toward her while he continued to savor the potato shreds. However, as he ate, a frown creased his brow. Su Lingxue's taste was indeed peculiar. While it was one thing to enjoy jasmine-scented lip balm and perfume, it was quite another to include jasmine in her cooking. Yet, he had to admit, the flavor was surprisingly pleasant, with a hint of sweetness. I'm full now. You should finish the leftovers. Let us not waste food, he remarked. Su Lingxue, with a modest appetite, still had half of her serving remaining. Jiang Feng, returning for his third helping of rice, was taken aback. At that moment, he finally realized that he and Su Lingxue were not in any established relationship, and she was actually suggesting he eat her leftovers. Never mind. It's a trivial matter, he thought, dismissing the notion. Dinner concluded around 7 p.m. Jiang Feng took the initiative to clean the dishes and wipe down the table. Afterwards, he opened his phone to search for jasmine cooking spices as the sweet and fragrant taste lingered in his memory, prompting him to consider purchasing some for future instant noodles. Yet, moments later, he found himself staring at an empty search results page, lost in contemplation. Post-dinner, Su Lingxue sat on the bed, engrossed in her phone, likely searching for materials for her next cosplay. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng sat at the table, typing away on his phone, diligently documenting life's moments. A principle he steadfastly adhered to. Inspiration for his writing often stemmed from the most inconspicuous details. At this moment, he felt compelled to pen an article titled, On the Peculiarities of Girls Who Adore Jasmine. Jiang Feng harbored a strong suspicion that Su Lingxue had indeed spat into the food. Otherwise, how could it possess such a tantalizing, sweet aroma, reminiscent of her lip balm? In the room, both were preoccupied with their respective tasks, the atmosphere unusually tranquil, save for the gentle patter of rain that echoed around them. Suddenly, Su Lingxue's voice broke the silence. I'm feeling tired. Shall I go to bed? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could he not phrase it that way? The implication is quite ambiguous. He intended to correct her, but before he could utter a word, the lights in the room abruptly extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Why did you turn off the lights? I can't see anything. Jiang Feng, seated at the table, was now distanced from a bed. With the sudden blackout, he struggled to ascertain the bed's location. However, acknowledging that this was Su Lingxue's domain, he refrained from objecting and groped his way towards the bed. In the darkness, a faint, delicate fragrance enveloped him. Suddenly, two arms swiftly encircled his neck, causing Jiang Feng to lose his balance and fall back onto the bed, landing flat on his back. Hey, what are you doing? He exclaimed as soft, warm lips pressed firmly against his. In that instant, unprepared, Jiang Feng's mind went blank. The overwhelming scent of jasmine flooded his senses, enveloping him entirely. Su Lingxue effortlessly breached his defenses, and amidst the mingling of their lips, there was no resistance, only an intense compulsion to connect, their breaths intertwining. Inhale, exhale. Exhale, inhale. The air felt as though it had been melted away. Moments later, Jiang Feng was jolted back to a memory of Su Daji absorbing yang energy. A scene strikingly similar to his current predicament. A faint fear welled up within him, yet the tenderness before him was intoxicating, and his body was no longer under his control. Lying flat, Jiang Feng could only imagine Su Lingxue's movements. The weight of her form pressed against his chest, nearly stealing his breath away. His hands instinctively wandered. Click! A sound akin to a metal button popping open resonated, causing Su Lingxue to tremble momentarily. They lingered like this for what felt like an eternity, until the impending threat of suffocation forced them apart. Jiang Feng gasped for air. But no sooner had he caught his breath than another wave of passion surged forth. The overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation tightened his entire being, yet he remained unwilling to let go. That sweetness was unparalleled, unlike anything he had ever experienced, akin to morning dew, crystalline fruit juice, refreshingly invigorating. However, Su Lingxue could no longer contain herself, panting heavily. With her soft hands cradling Jiang Feng's face, she asked, "Will you be my boyfriend?" In that moment, Jiang Feng abruptly held his breath, the room resonating solely with Su Lingxue's heavy gasps. To be her boyfriend. This was the first time in his life that someone had truly confessed to him. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. To be honest, from their very first conversation online, he had felt an attraction. This girl understood him profoundly, and their worldviews aligned remarkably. Over the past 6 months, their daily conversations had often exceeded the time he devoted to writing. Once a night owl who reveled in sleeping in, he had adjusted his schedule to ensure he could respond promptly to her messages in the morning. Su Lingxue, a girl who could awaken him at midnight with a message and leave him overjoyed rather than annoyed, was a rarity. A treatment he had not even received from his parents. It was only at this moment that Jiang Feng comprehended the true nature of his emotions. He had fallen in love. Upon careful reflection, a person who epitomizes extreme introversion to the point of finding even casual conversation with others a burden. The first moment their hands intertwined, he experienced surprise, yet felt no aversion whatsoever. When she handed him the cup of milk tea she had sipped from, he briefly adjusted before receiving it with delight. Had it been anyone else attempting such a familiar affront, he would have undoubtedly lost his temper. The misunderstanding from the previous night, along with the subsequent breach of decorum once clarity was achieved, stemmed not from a genuine fear of police involvement, but rather from a deep-seated dread of loss. He feared that the girl he cherished might be nothing more than a figment of his imagination. That night, in a bid to care for one another, he endured an entire night of discomfort. They shared a single blanket, washing it by hand for 3 hours and then drying it for another 4. Why would a grown man acquiesce to the seemingly unreasonable demands of a girl? Because every ounce of his patience emanated from love and compassion. Upon reaching this realization, Jiang Feng found within himself the answer he sought. "Hey, your boyfriend is asking for a kiss. What should we do?" In the fleeting span of a few minutes, Jiang Feng gleaned an abundance of knowledge that eludes the classroom. For instance, the human tongue is remarkably supple. Saliva can indeed possess a sweetness, and certain buttons can be unfastened with a single hand. Smack! A hand struck the back of Jiang Feng's hand. "You behave yourself," Su Lingxue exclaimed, rising in anger as she turned on the room light. In an instant, Jiang Feng's face flushed crimson. What nonsense is this? Who turns on the lights in the midst of a kiss? Moreover, what mischief have my hands wrought that I remain unaware? Su Lingxue seated herself on the bed, her hands behind her back, fumbling until a click echoed in the air. She then fixed her gaze upon Jiang Feng, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Now it's your turn." Jiang Feng sat up in astonishment. "My turn? What do you mean?" "A confession," she declared. "Earlier, I confessed to you, and now it is your turn to confess to me." Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had never heard of confessions being so divided. Su Lingxue continued to elucidate. "I confessed to you, and you accepted, thus you are my boyfriend. However, I'm not your girlfriend because you have yet to confess. Do you understand?" Faced with her extraordinary logic, Jiang Feng found himself unable to counter her argument and resigned himself to comply. "Ahem, will you be my girlfriend?" "Not good enough. You lack sincerity." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Feng reached for the light switch, only to be thwarted by Su Lingxue. "What are you planning to do?" "Turn off the light. Then I'll pin you to the bed for a kiss, and when you can no longer breathe, I'll take the opportunity to confess. Just as you taught me." Su Lingxue stared at him, exasperated. "You certainly learn quickly." After pondering for a moment, she retrieved her phone, opened a notes app, and diligently scribbled down several lines before presenting it to Jiang Feng. "Recite this with feeling, ideally enough to bring me to tears." Jiang Feng glanced at the note, his eyes widening in disbelief. "This is far too cheesy. I cannot utter such words. I say it need not be so grand. When you confess to me, it was not this complicated. That is irrelevant. You must recite it verbatim. Are you trying to backtrack? After the kiss, if you deny it, I will label you a rogue." With her arms crossed, and with a dismissive tilt of her head, Su Lingxue activated her formidable mode of unreasonable demands. "Very well." Jiang Feng conceded, bracing himself to comply. He cleared his throat and endeavored to speak as gently as possible. "My dear Shue, from the moment I first laid eyes upon you yesterday, I was already ensnared. For the rest of my days, you're my wind and snow, my simplicity, and my modesty. Promise me, let me care for your life ahead, will you? Be my girlfriend. Though the words were undeniably romantic, Jiang Feng struggled to accept their excessive sentimentality. Suppressing his discomfort as he read through the lines, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. No, the emotion isn't quite there. Let us try again. Su Lingxue shook her head, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Jiang Feng was left dumbfounded. Try again? Are we filming a movie here? How is this fair? When you confess to me, I did not impose such demands. You can certainly request more. Who is stopping you? Jiang Feng resigned himself to his fate. After all, having said it once, repeating it was not a monumental task. This time, he adjusted his demeanor, striving to control both his expression and tone. My dear Xue, be my girlfriend. This time, Su Lingxue's expression radiated satisfaction. All right, I agree. With the confession complete, Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. However, he soon noticed Su Lingxue staring intently at him, which sent a shiver down his spine. What's wrong? You're not reconsidering, are you? His heart raced at the thought of her dissatisfaction, prompting yet another round of torment. Yet, the situation unfolded differently than he anticipated. Su Lingxue bit her lip, revealing a hint of her tongue as she licked her lips, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. What should I do if my girlfriend wants a kiss? Jiang Feng. Hey, why are you turning off the light? We cannot skip steps. Jiang Feng, you become a rogue. You taught me this. Behave yourself with those hands. I understand. Next time, apply more lip balm. It's insufficient. Chapter 12. Su Lingxue, frightened to tears how much sorrow can one endure? It feels akin to a kiss lasting half an hour. Jiang Feng felt as if he might suffocate. During this time, he had received no fewer than 10 slaps. After all, in moments like these, one's hands truly become uncontrollable. Enough. No more. Su Lingxue utilized all her strength to push Jiang Feng to the edge of the bed, forcibly creating distance between them. Had she known that a single kiss would stretch on for half an hour, she would never have initiated it. After such an extended duration, her lips were swollen, akin to being stung by a bee. Jiang Feng's strength was overwhelming. She simply could not break free. It's already 10 o'clock. We must sleep. No late nights. Jiang Feng shifted slightly, only to discover Su Lingxue's hands and feet still firmly resisting him, like a reluctant kitten refusing to be pulled in. He had no choice but to relent. Licking his lips, he savored the faint jasmine fragrance, feeling entirely at ease. The room lay in utter silence. One could faintly hear Su Lingxue's steady breathing, seemingly lost in slumber. However, as he attempted to inch closer, a hand shot out, pressing against his head. It's time to sleep. If you don't behave, I'll make you sleep in the filming room and roast you alive. Su Lingxue was genuinely concerned about waking up with swollen lips the next day. Thus, she had to halt Jiang Feng's movements. Very well, good night. Jiang Feng took several deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure. At last, weariness washed over him, and he found himself dreaming the same dream as the night before. Welcome, President Jiang. He drove a luxurious car, parking it at the entrance of an opulent office building. Yet this time, no throngs of beautiful women accompanied him. The only person by his side was Su Lingxue, seated in the passenger seat, who suddenly produced a tube of lip balm from seemingly nowhere. The rich scent of jasmine wafted through the air. Suddenly, the lip balm slipped from her grasp, breaking into 2 pieces. Oh no, it fell. What should we do? Jiang Feng waved his hand dramatically. Let us go to the mall. I'll buy you another one. Not only jasmine-scented ones, but I shall acquire a set of all fragrances to alternate. Jiang Feng started the car, preparing to head to the mall, while diligently fastening his seatbelt. At that moment, a familiar sensation enveloped him. The seatbelt tightened around his body, rendering him breathless. In a half-dreamy state, Jiang Feng realized that it was undoubtedly just like the previous night. In an instant, his consciousness sharpened, and feeling the pressure on his body, he became exhilarated once more. Su Lingxue had one leg draped over his thigh, her upper body resting heavily upon his arm. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly. Women truly possess double standards. You and T, let me get close. Yet you are quite proactive. He glanced at his phone, discovering that it was already midnight. Alas, tonight would inevitably be another sleepless night. Hey, what are you thinking about? Su Lingxue's voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Jiang Feng and causing him to flinch. You're not asleep? Who said that? I merely woke up suddenly just now. Su Lingxue's voice floated, clearly lacking conviction. Jiang Feng, do you know that a good boyfriend should help his girlfriend to sleep? Huh, is it a rule? Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback, as he possessed no experience in romance whatsoever. Indeed, but I don't know how. Perhaps I should tell you a story about the Calabash brothers and the Big Bad Wolf. How childish. Do you take me for a child? Su Lingxue withdrew her arm from around Jiang Feng's neck and, after a brief operation on her phone, handed it to him. "I want to make it hard for you. Just read this story." Jiang Feng accepted the phone, internally grumbling. Please don't let it be yet another syrupy love confession. Upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find it was a fairy tale, albeit with a rather juvenile plot. In a forest, there lived two animals, a kitten and a puppy. Having lived together for years, they developed an interspecies bond. The kitten affectionately referred to the puppy as dog boyfriend, while the puppy called the kitten cat master. Jiang Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this line hinted at something deeper. One day, the kitten dug up a bone buried by the puppy and hid it in a place the puppy could not find. The puppy, unable to locate the bone, became quite irate, cursing the thief who had stolen his bone. Days later, the kitten confessed to having taken the bone merely to tease the puppy. Upon learning this, the puppy, although furious, did not blame the kitten. After all, who could bear to scold their girlfriend? The story concluded, and Jiang Feng hastily set the phone down. Reading such tales was less enjoyable than listening to the Calabash brothers. At that moment, however, Su Lingxue was utterly thrilled. Wow, that was truly moving. Jiang Feng, will you also spoil me like that puppy, never getting angry, even if I make mistakes? Jiang Feng found her sentiment bewildering. Was it really so absurd to be moved by that? He sighed, conceding to her childishness. Of course, I'll spoil you. How could I possibly get angry with you? Really? Absolutely. Are you sure? Quite sure. You said it. Don't go back on your word. I stand by my word. After a series of confirmations, Su Lingxue suddenly sprang up, turning on the room's lights. The sudden brightness blinded Jiang Feng, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. What asked with a sudden shock? You could have warned me before turning on the lights. After a moment, he regained his composure and saw Su Lingxue rummaging through a drawer, pulling out a pink wallet with an air of secrecy. She then extracted an ID card and a key, presenting them to Jiang Feng. It was indeed the very items he had lost. This revelation left him utterly astonished. So, the thief was you. Jiang Feng found himself questioning his very existence. Not only had he been robbed of his ID, but his heart had been stolen as well. It was all a ploy, a mere ruse. The thought of having an insider made him grit his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his chest heaving with indignation. Su Lingxue lowered her head, biting her lip, appearing guilty, and softly murmured, "Hey, you just said you wouldn't get angry." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng suddenly realized the truth. So that was it. He had thought her actions were genuinely childish. Instead, it was all a clever tactic to elicit a promise from him not to be angry. "Su Lingxue, you truly are something else," Jiang Feng said through gritted teeth. Noticing his anger, Su Lingxue bowed her head even lower, occasionally stealing glances at him. "You explicitly said you wouldn't get angry. You're being unreasonable." Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Yet, Jiang Feng's fury only intensified, his voice rising. "This is deceit." The recollection of how he had fallen into Su Lingxue's trap from their very first encounter ignited his rage, causing her to tremble. Soon after, the sound of muffled sobs filled the air. "I didn't mean any harm. I was just trying to apologize. You mentioned going to the publishing house to sign a contract, which made me. Why are you crying so loudly?" Su Lingxue's tears flowed uncontrollably, accompanied by her sobs. It was evident she was desperately trying to keep her voice down, frightened to speak loudly. Her hands, unsure of what to do, clutched the corner of the pillow tightly, her fingers turning pale from attention. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's heart suddenly ached. Perhaps he had indeed overreacted, even if it were a ruse. She could have easily chosen not to tell him that she had taken his ID. He would have remained oblivious. Yet, because of his need to sign a contract for his article, she had willingly admitted her fault. It was clear she had principles. She was not merely scheming. Moreover, when viewed as a whole, he had incurred no actual loss. Instead, he had gained a girlfriend. Considering this, her actions were not excessively unreasonable. At that moment, as he gazed at Su Lingxue, who was too afraid to cry loudly, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. "Please, stop crying. I forgive you." Jiang Feng thought his words of comfort would soothe Su Lingxue, but to his dismay, she cried even harder. "I don't believe you. You were just yelling at me." Jiang Feng felt a headache coming on. What was he to do? This was the first time he had seen a girl cry before him. "So tell me, how can I prove to you that I truly forgive you?" Su Lingxue lifted her head slightly, revealing her tear-streaked face, her lips quivering. "Hug me." Chapter 13. What to do when your girlfriend is too fierce. "Hug me." Jiang Feng, receiving the command, immediately wrapped his arms around Su Lingxue. She no longer restrained her sobs, letting them flow freely. Jiang Feng could feel his chest becoming damp with her tears, warm and wet. He regretted raising his voice earlier. After all, if he yelled and made her cry, he would still have to comfort her. Jiang Feng exerted his strength, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. After a couple of minutes, Su Lingxue rose, her emotions having returned to a state of normalcy. She looked at Jiang Feng and pouted. Apologize. Quickly say you were in the wrong. Huh? Jiang Feng questioned whether he had misheard. Please, I am the victim here. Why should I be the one to apologize? Then tell me yourself. You wavered in your words. You said you wouldn't be angry. Yet here you are, angry. Isn't that a mistake? Furthermore, you shouted at me. Was that not a mistake as well? Su Lingxue added 2 more remarks, leaving him utterly speechless. Could it be that I am indeed in the wrong? Jiang Feng wore a helpless expression, feeling a bit stifled. Something felt amiss. Yet he couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was. Then I apologize. I shouldn't have yelled at you just now. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's apology, Su Lingxue straightened her posture, instantly transforming into a figure of righteous indignation. Then tell me, how should I punish you? Punish. Yes. If a mere apology can resolve everything, then you will undoubtedly yell at me again in the future. Humph. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Feng had morphed into a child awaiting punishment for his misdeeds. What had initially been about Su Lingxue stealing an ID card had suddenly shifted to a matter of him yelling at her. The roles had been perfectly reversed. The logic of women, so riddled with flaws, yet irrefutable. Then what do you propose? Jiang Feng had resigned himself to his fate. Punishment it would be. After all, he had softened at the sight of Su Lingxue's tears, deciding not to pursue the matter. Su Lingxue retrieved a tissue to wipe her tears. You scare me just now? Humph. Your punishment is to hold me while I sleep, and you must not loosen your grip for even a moment. Jiang Feng was taken aback by this so-called punishment. Are you certain this is a punishment? Half an hour later, Jiang Feng found himself in tears. This could hardly be deemed a punishment. It was akin to torture. He felt like a doll being maneuvered by Su Lingxue. Don't move your arms. Apply a bit more pressure. Yes, just like that. Oh dear, you're so warm. Don't press against me. Maintain a 1 centimeter gap, neither wider nor narrower. Lean your head a bit closer, otherwise you'll crush my hair. And keep your legs still. You're poking me. Jiang Feng discreetly shifted backward, yearning to inform Su Lingxue that it was not his legs that were bothering her. He had never imagined that sleeping while holding someone could be so exhausting. The positioning of his arms, the pressure applied, the angle of his body. He felt like a human statue, rigid and immobile. At that moment, Su Lingxue pinched the flesh at Jiang Feng's waist gently between her fingers. You mustn't move, otherwise I will apply more pressure. When my fingers completely release, it signifies that I have fallen asleep, and only then may you relax, understood? Good night. Jiang Feng weakly replied, good night. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his waist. He stifled the discomfort, and quickly spoke in a gentle tone, good night. As the pain subsided, Jiang Feng exhaled in relief, wearing an expression of utter desolation. You want to ask, are all girlfriends this fierce? Chapter 14. Imported food, truly delightful. A night passed. Jiang Feng awoke groggily, his entire body feeling drained. On one hand, sleeping in his clothes felt rather uncomfortable. On the other, he had stayed up until 3 in the morning the previous night. Su Lingxue was utterly restless in her sleep. Every time he was on the verge of dozing off, she would roll over and snuggle closer, either pinning his arm or lying on his chest. At that moment, his arm was firmly held in her embrace, the pressure on either side causing his entire arm to tingle. Jiang Feng slowly exerted force, attempting to free his arm, only to realize that the grip had tightened. Then, he heard Su Lingxue's voice, her delicate tone accompanied by a playful lilt, stirring his heart. Don't move. Let me hold you a bit longer. Jiang Feng then realized she was already awake. But I need to use the restroom. He did enjoy the sensation of being enveloped by her softness. Yet nature's call could not be ignored. Reluctantly, he pried her hands away. Upon hearing the sounds of the bathroom, Su Lingxue woke up instantly, her eyes wide as she stared at the ceiling. It was the first time she realized how poor the bathroom's soundproofing was. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 8 in the morning, so she decided not to return to sleep. She opened a food delivery app and began browsing. After much deliberation, she finally completed her order. Yet, she soon felt the urge to use the restroom as well. However, Jiang Feng had yet to emerge. Hey, why is it taking so long? A brief silence ensued before Jiang Feng's voice echoed from the bathroom. Almost done. Su Lingxue suddenly held her breath, recalling something. She heard rustling sounds from the bathroom. He must be pulling out some tissues, she thought, rolling her eyes. Should I tell him the bathroom isn't soundproof? A minute later, Jiang Feng stepped out, grumbling. I forgot to cover up this morning, and suddenly I had an upset stomach. How annoying. Su Lingxue stifled a laugh, but remained silent, trying to move about the bathroom quietly to avoid revealing the lack of soundproofing. Otherwise, it would be awkward for both of them. 20 minutes later, they had both taken turns washing up, and their food delivery arrived just in time. Speaking of the current food packaging, it resembled a set of Russian nesting dolls. The outermost layer was a canvas-like bag, followed by a layer of plastic. Then a paper bag. Upon opening the paper bag, each item was individually wrapped in its own bag. Is all this necessary? So many layers, Jiang Feng muttered in complaint. Su Lingxue, however, suddenly blushed. Perhaps they worry about leakage. An extra layer is an additional safeguard. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. After unwrapping all the packaging, he found quite a bounty inside. 2 bowls of millet pumpkin porridge, 2 baskets of dumplings, 20 in total, half filled with chives and eggs, and the other half with pork. There were also 2 tea eggs and a small plate of pickles, an ordinary breakfast. Jiang Feng took the first sip of porridge. The pumpkin flavor was particularly rich, coupled with the creamy essence of millet, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Moreover, the porridge seemed to have sugar added, lending it a sweet flavor. This is quite nice. Fragrant and sweet, Jiang Feng complimented. Unexpectedly, Su Lingxue immediately challenged him. Is the porridge sweeter, or am I sweeter? She leaned over the edge of the table like a kitten awaiting attention, her gaze fixed intently on him. Jiang Feng let out a quiet sigh. Come on, you even eat vinegar with your pumpkin porridge. Of course you are sweeter. He reached out to ruffle Su Lingxue's hair. Her silky locks were cool to the touch. Feeling exquisite, after a few strokes, as he intended to withdraw his hand, Su Lingxue seized it, her face alight with excitement. Do it again quickly. Jiang Feng was taken aback. It seemed the online rumors were true. The phenomenon of head patting truly existed. The more he observed Su Lingxue, the more she resembled a little kitten, fierce when she wanted to be, making it impossible for anyone to approach, yet adorably affectionate at times, needing to snuggle up while sleeping and seeking head pats during breakfast. I do not have a fondness for egg yolks. You can have them. Su Lingxue took a hearty bite of the tea egg, then promptly spat the half-eaten yolk onto the plate. With deftness, she used her chopsticks to dislodge the remaining half, pushing the plate towards Jiang Feng. He stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You could have easily used your hands. Yet you chose your mouth. Jiang Feng's subconscious warned him against indulging her, lest his position in the household be jeopardized. This was a matter of a man's dignity. I, Jiang Feng, swear that even if it costs me my life, I will not take a single bite. I don't like them either. Why not just throw them away? Jiang Feng nudged the plate away. Little did he know that this would earn him a pair of piercing glares from Su Lingxue. You don't like egg yolks? Who are you trying to fool? I am your wife, reborn into this life. I know exactly what you enjoy eating. No, you must eat it. Su Lingxue stood up, holding the plate defiantly in front of Jiang Feng, an invisible aura of authority pressing upon him. Jiang Feng inhaled sharply. Women truly were capricious. Just moments ago, she had been sweetly pleading, and now she transformed into a fierce tigress. Ahem, I feel it would be a waste to throw it away. I might as well eat it. Jiang Feng picked up the yolk and placed it in his mouth, the creamy texture mingling with a hint of jasmine, delivering a sublime sensation to his palate. He couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. Only after he swallowed did Su Lingxue nod in satisfaction. The yolk is the most nutritious part. From now on, whenever we have eggs, I will let you have the yolk. This statement nearly caused Jiang Feng to choke. In the future, you plan to give me the yolks? My status is doomed. He realized he might have to incorporate many imported goods into his diet. He should have fought for it earlier. After finishing breakfast, they took turns brushing their teeth. Otherwise, the lingering taste of scallions would remain. Once tidied up, Jiang Feng contacted the editor-in-chief of the publishing house to arrange a meeting. Since he hadn't lost his identification card, he certainly wouldn't miss out on the 1,800 yuan manuscript fee. Dressed and ready, he prepared to leave when Su Lingxue suddenly called out to him. Wait, I'm coming with you. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I'm just going to sign a contract. I'll be back shortly. No, staying cooped up in the house is boring. I want to go out and have fun for the day. Very well then. At that moment, one sat on the bed while the other stood at the doorway, exchanging intense gazes. Let us go. Weren't we supposed to go together? Why are you just standing there? I haven't put on my shoes yet. Then put them on. You help me with them. Jiang Feng immediately understood that she had been waiting for him to assist her. He walked over and squatted beside the bed. Su Lingxue gleefully wiggled her tiny feet. Hold still. Jiang Feng grasped her little leg to prevent her from moving. At the same time, he discreetly examined her feet. They were fair and delicate, with 5 toes that appeared crystalline and graceful. The overall appearance was petite yet exquisite, showing almost no calluses. They were particularly soft to the touch. As he held her ankle, he distinctly felt Su Lingxue tremble slightly. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that your hands are too cold. Jiang Feng placed his hand on his forehead to check. Not very cold, though. How peculiar. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, Jiang Feng picked up a cotton sock that had been drying nearby. The sock was predominantly white, adorned with numerous pink patterns, exuding a refreshing charm. He slipped it on her toes, gently pulling it back. Given that he was using only one hand, the task proved challenging. After considerable effort, he finally managed to put it on her. Which pair of shoes? Su Lingxue, who filmed cosplay videos, had an abundance of shoes. One wardrobe plus 2 racks. Likely over 100 pairs. How about those pink and white canvas shoes? The ones you wore when we first met. Jiang Feng's eyes quickly scanned the shoe rack, effortlessly spotting the conspicuous canvas pair atop the shelf. Size 37. You don't seem short. Why do you have such small feet? Jiang Feng, standing at 1.78 meters with a shoe size of 43, noted that Su Lingxue was not much shorter than him, perhaps just half a head. She appeared to be around 1.65 meters tall. The height difference was merely 12 or 13 centimeters, yet their shoe sizes differed so greatly. What of it? I simply grew my flesh in the right places. Su Lingxue crossed her arms, striking a mock angry pose. Jiang Feng vaguely grasped her meaning, but, adhering to his moral constraints, dared not raise his gaze. Putting on shoes required both hands, so he needed Su Lingxue to remain still. However, she was completely uncooperative, squirming incessantly. In a fit of frustration, Jiang Feng clamped her legs under his arms, one on each side. There, now you can't move. With her legs restrained, Su Lingxue's feet began to wiggle mischievously. Oh no, that tickles. Jiang Feng, stop it. Please, just stop. He seized her ankle with one hand, while the other relentlessly tickled the sole of her foot. Are you going to behave? I will. Just stop already. I can't take it. After a moment of struggling, tears glimmered in her eyes as she angrily slapped Jiang Feng's back twice. Ignoring her protests, he continued until she laughed so hard that she could no longer resist. Swiftly, he helped her into her shoes. Upon standing, he was met with a pair of black eyes fixed intently on him, their gaze laced with a hint of menace. Chapter 15. Jiang Feng. Am I afraid of my wife? Despite the relentless downpour that lasted a day and a night, the temperature outside remained stiflingly warm. In the taxi, Su Lingxue incessantly urged the driver to slow down and drive safely, even offering to pay extra. Though Jiang Feng found her concerns somewhat exaggerated, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, a heightened sense of safety was not a negative trait. An hour later, they exited the car. Given the remote location of the publishing house and the poor road conditions, taxis found it inconvenient to navigate. Thus, the remaining journey was on foot. It was already 10 in the morning, and the sun blazed fiercely. Passers-by were equipped with various sun protection measures, such as hats or umbrellas. But Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue had no such provisions. After just a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Feng's forehead. Look at this sweltering heat. You insisted on coming out. Wouldn't it be better to stay indoors with the air conditioning? Jiang Feng's tone carried a hint of reproach as he tried to guide her into the shade. Su Lingxue, panting, fanned her flushed cheeks with her small hands. Though the effect was minimal, in such sweltering weather, women often suffered more than men. On one hand, they wore an extra layer of clothing, and in special circumstances, perhaps even two. On the other hand, long hair was a burden. While Su Lingxue's hair wasn't quite waist length, it certainly fell to her elbows. Under these conditions, it proved to be quite unbearable. Her forehead and neck were already damp with sweat, giving the impression that she had just stepped out of the shower. Jiang Feng glanced around, realizing there were no convenience stores nearby. Even buying tissues to wipe away the sweat was impossible. In a moment of helplessness, he directly used his hand to wipe the sweat from Su Lingxue's brow, subsequently smearing it onto the corner of his own undershirt. Observing this, Su Lingxue broke into a knowing smile, though she feigned disdain as she remarked, "You don't find it dirty to wipe sweat on your clothes?" Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, then shook his head. This is a declaration of ownership. Have you ever watched the animal kingdom? Lions assert their dominion by leaving their scent at the borders of their territory, signaling to others that this place belongs to them. Similarly, by wiping your sweat onto me, I am proclaiming that I am yours. The corners of Su Lingxue's mouth curled upward, clearly pleased with this explanation. Following suit, she extended her small hand to wipe Jiang Feng's forehead, then transferred the moisture onto her own attire. There, now I am yours too. The publishing house was not far, and after a brief 3-minute walk, they arrived at a modest 2-story building, occupying roughly 40 square meters. The exterior appeared somewhat dilapidated, reminiscent of the old red brick houses from the 1920s. A curtain made of plastic beads strung on a rope hung at the entrance. Without the sign at the door, it could easily be mistaken for an ordinary residence. Jiang Feng double-checked the address before knocking on the door. Who is it? A voice called from inside, followed by the door being opened. Jiang Feng and the other person locked eyes, momentarily stunned to find it was his university classmate, Lin Xiang. During their college days, they shared a bunk, forging a close friendship. They had kept in touch after graduation, though communication had dwindled recently due to their busy schedules. Jiang Feng never anticipated encountering him in such a setting. "Feng Yi, what a surprise to see you," Lin Xiang exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. As Jiang Feng was a year older, Lin Xiang habitually referred to him as Feng Ge. The unexpected reunion delighted Jiang Feng. "Aren't you supposed to be in your hometown? What brings you to Nanyang City without a word?" As they spoke, they instinctively bumped fists in greeting. After some catching up, Jiang Feng learned that Lin Xiang had only just begun working there a few days prior, having recently completed his internship. Currently, he served as an ordinary editorial assistant at the publishing house, tasked with selecting manuscripts for initial review, filtering out submissions of reasonable quality before passing them on to the chief and deputy editors for further scrutiny. It was considered a relatively easy job. "You're not even officially employed yet. What if I greeted you and left immediately?" Lin Xiang laughed. "I was planning to settle down before looking for you. But since I ran into you today, let me treat you to dinner after work." The conversation flowed effortlessly as they caught up on 2 years of life since graduation, sharing countless stories. Jiang Feng even forgot about Su Lingxue's presence until he felt a small hand pinching his waist, jolting him back to reality. "Xiangzi, let us save the dinner for another time." Jiang Feng gestured subtly, and Lin Xiang finally noticed Su Lingxue. He smacked his forehead. "Oh, how thoughtless of me. If I'm not mistaken, this must be your sister-in-law." "You've misunderstood," Jiang Feng began to clarify. "She's actually just my girlfriend." But he was cut off by another pinch to his waist, causing him to grimace while striving to maintain his composure. Glancing at Su Lingxue, he saw her beaming brightly. "Sister-in-law? What honor. In fact, I'm 2 years younger than Jiang Feng. Wouldn't you agree?" She elbowed Jiang Feng playfully. This statement effectively affirmed her status in relation to Jiang Feng, solidifying their implied marital connection. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, merely echoing, yes. "Yes, no need to be so formal." Lin Xiang, perceptive to their subtle interactions, instantly grasped the situation. "Jiang Feng, I never would have guessed you'd be the type to be henpecked." He ushered them inside, where they entered a reception room. Despite the house's worn exterior, the interior boasted exquisite decor that rivaled that of a villa. "Oh, so this article is your work. I didn't notice the pen name. Otherwise, I would have recognized it immediately. Feng Ge, your storytelling skills have not waned over the years. The imagery is remarkably vivid. Many individuals find their most creative thoughts during their school years, but upon entering society, their learning and creative capacities often decline." Jiang Feng, however, remained an exception, maintaining a robust desire to create even after leaving academia. Over time, his writing prowess had indeed escalated to a new level. "I can speak to our editor-in-chief about possibly securing a long-term contract for you. That way, you won't have to submit your work to various places." The suggestion ignited a flicker of excitement within Jiang Feng. Securing a long-term contract with a publishing house is a coveted dream for all aspiring authors. It not only stabilizes income, but also significantly increases the buyout price of articles. For instance, this time, his article was priced at 1,800 yuan, but a long-term contract could elevate the figure to at least 2,500 yuan, insulating him from the vicissitudes of the external market. However, such contracts are rare, as they entail greater risk for the publisher. "Let us give a shot. If it works out, great. If not, it won't matter." Jiang Feng maintained a calm demeanor, not wanting to pressure Lin Xiang. "Now that the editor-in-chief is unavailable, I'll discuss this with him tomorrow. By the way, let me handle the signing procedures for this article first." Lin Xiang turned to exit the room, presumably to prepare the necessary documents, such as the contract. Inside the reception room, only Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue remained. Jiang Feng lifted his undershirt to inspect his lower back. The old injury from last night, combined with today's new one, had left a tender spot that was already bruising. He sighed as he looked at Su Lingxue. "Can we negotiate something? Next time, let us choose a different spot to mess around. I can't bear the same spot getting pinched repeatedly." Su Lingxue squinted her eyes, sporting a proud expression. Her small hand stealthily slipped back to his waist, targeting the same spot as before, her fingers twisting mercilessly. "I'll pinch right here. Do you have any objections?" A wave of pain surged through Jiang Feng, causing him to sharply inhale and sit upright. "No objections, none at all," he exclaimed, realizing he was foolish to even pose that question. Chapter 16. A directionally challenged cutie. "Feng Ge, I'll let you know once I have news." "All right, no problem." The transaction was completed swiftly, taking less than 10 minutes in total. Lin Xiang stood at the door, watching as Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue departed. However, Jiang Feng's walking posture caught his attention, one hand supporting his waist, his body swaying unsteadily as he walked. He shook his head disapprovingly. TSK, TSK, TSK. How weak he has become. It seems being single is the better choice. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, who was preoccupied with rubbing his waist, Su Lingxue was beside him, wearing a mischievous smile. After a while, she composed herself, adopting an innocent and adorable demeanor that exuded an air of innocence. I am terribly sorry. I've just realized I haven't trimmed my nails in a week. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Who would believe your nonsense? It's clearly intentional. I won't believe you unless you let me pinch you. Su Lingxue winked and halted her steps, slightly lifting her top. A simple tank top instantly transformed into a cropped top, revealing her smooth and fair midriff. Go on, pinch away. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng felt a surge of panic, hurriedly tugging her top down to cover her stomach. Hey, why are you lifting your shirt? What if someone sees? He protested. Besides, can't you pinch through the fabric? Su Lingxue shrugged. Fine then, just pinch through the clothes. Use as much force as you wish. Standing under the shade of a tree, she held her head high, exuding an air of indifference to life and death. After a couple of hesitant coughs, Jiang Feng tentatively extended his hand toward her waist. The moment his fingers made contact, he sent Su Lingxue's body instinctively tremble slightly. He pinched her waist gently with his thumb and forefinger, but hesitated to apply any pressure. Hurry up, it's sweltering here. Pinch me and let us get a move on, Su Lingxue urged impatiently. Yet, Jiang Feng remained hesitant, withdrawing his arm. Forget it. It's too hot to waste time here. We can talk about it later. What a joke. His girlfriend was so adorable. How could he bring himself to do it? His earlier remark was merely a moment of frustration, a symbolic expression of his resistance against Su Lingxue's dominance, regardless of whether it bore any fruit. Observing his retreat, a wave of happiness surged within Su Lingxue, prompting her to rise on her toes and plant a soft kiss on his cheek. Mu, consider this a reward for your perceptiveness. Jiang Feng inhaled the faint scent of jasmine lingering on his cheek, feeling quite content. 2 pinches were worth it. Let us go check out the mall for something delicious. Having just received 800 yuan for his manuscript, he was in high spirits and determined to treat himself to a feast. The two arrived at the mall, where a sign indicated the layout. The shopping center boasted 6 floors. The first floor featured clothing and general merchandise. The second floor showcased jewelry and accessories. The third floor was dedicated to trendy attractions like arcades, billiard rooms, internet cafes, and children's entertainment areas. The fourth floor was lined with various small food vendors, while the fifth floor housed a variety of large dining establishments. The sixth floor was entirely a cinema, embodying a complete entertainment experience. Jiang Feng pondered for a considerable time, struggling to decide where to go. After all, this was likely their first date since confirming their relationship. Visiting the snack street might come off as too mundane, lacking in romance. Meanwhile, he had little experience with the larger establishments. It was no exaggeration to say he might not even know how to place an order once inside. He had once dined at an opulent restaurant known for its donkey meat buns, where the ordering process resembled that of a bank. Retrieve a ticket queue to order, and then collect dishes from various counters based on the type of ticket received. Moreover, the signs were all in English, making the experience akin to dining in a high-end Western restaurant. Since then, Jiang Feng had developed a slight aversion to such grand eateries. Typically, he dined at modest street-side establishments. Now, stepping into a large mall felt quite daunting. Despite the air conditioning, his palms were clammy with perspiration. Su Lingxue, noticing his unease, took the initiative to link her arm with his. How about we go to this buffet? They have hot pot and barbecue. Sounds pretty good. Her suggestion was like a lifeline, and Jiang Feng immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. All right, let's go with that. In retrospect, a buffet was indeed an excellent choice. Not overly upscale, but still pleasant. Plus, the transparent pricing would help avoid the sting of being overcharged at some shady restaurant. Hello. 2 for the buffet, Jiang Feng said. After a brief transaction, the total displayed was 158 yuan, which included a 20 yuan deposit per person and a 59 yuan meal fee. He scanned his payment code at the machine, and the attendant promptly handed him 2 small tickets. Let us go. Despite the reasonable prices, the restaurant's decor was lavish, and the space was quite expansive. Jiang Feng's table was number 152, and they walked for a while before reaching it. The table, nestled in a corner, provided a sense of security in its dim lighting. After a brief adjustment, they each ventured to gather their preferred dishes. Jiang Feng glanced around, finding an array of seafood, barbecued items, and stir-fried dishes. He selected several plates of meat for barbecuing, along with some stir-fried vegetables, and finally grabbed a plate of fruit. Although aware that fruit could fill him up, he wasn't concerned about maximizing his meal. He wasn't there to eat his money's worth. Upon returning to the table, he noticed Su Lingxue was still absent. Deciding to indulge a little more, he went out to fetch a drink, sweetened, iced jasmine tea. Returning to the table, he still found Su Lingxue missing. How much is she planning to get? He muttered, beginning to feel anxious. 2 minutes passed, yet she still hadn't appeared. Jiang Feng's worry escalated, prompting him to send her a message. What are you doing? Why aren't you back yet? The message vanished into silence, receiving no reply. Where are you? Don't scare me. He jumped to his feet, scanning the area anxiously. Just then, his phone chimed. Sweet Snow, I think I might be lost. Jiang Feng paused at the message, relieved yet amused. Getting lost in a restaurant? So, she truly was directionally challenged. Where are you? I'll come find you. Sweet Snow, I don't even know where I am. What should I do? She sent a crying emoji. Look around for any signs, he instructed. The chat fell silent for half a minute. Sweet Snow, there's a floor sign beneath my feet that says emergency exit. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Chapter 17. The Elegant Su Lingxue. Sweet Snow, I've been looking for 3 minutes and still can't find you. You're so hopeless. Jiang Feng was left speechless. How could she utter such words? Getting lost in a restaurant was one thing, but not even knowing her own location and blaming him for not finding her. Look more carefully. What distinctive features do you see around you? Sweet Snow, to my right, there are 3 tables. To my left, 2. There's a drink machine in front of me. Is that detailed enough? Jiang Feng could hardly believe it. Su Lingxue, who often skillfully played tricks on him, turned out to be a complete klutz when it came to directions. At critical moments, her mind seemed to falter. Perhaps this was just God's way of balancing things out for her. He retraced his steps from the entrance, conducting a thorough search for any place with a drink machine. Finally, at the 6th drink station, he spotted her. Su Lingxue stood there, holding a large platter of cream pastries in one hand and a cup of strawberry juice in the other. The corners of her mouth were adorned with flecks of cream, giving her an adorably silly appearance. Jiang Feng approached from behind and gently patted her shoulder. Huh? Su Lingxue turned around and upon seeing Jiang Feng, her face broke into a radiant smile. What are you smiling about? You can get lost even while having a meal. It's quite clear someone is a bit dim. Jiang Feng remarked with a hint of annoyance. Su Lingxue chuckled playfully. But I have you, don't I? Oh, you must try this pastry. It's exceptionally delicious. Their eyes were drawn to the small tray, which held more than 10 square pastries, each roughly the size of a bite for an average person, with 2 fingers. Su Lingxue picked one up and brought it to Jiang Feng's lips. He glanced around, noticing the throngs of passers-by, and felt a wave of shyness wash over him. There's so many people watching. Maybe we should wait until we get back, he suggested. However, Su Lingxue paid no heed to his words and persistently nudged the pastry closer to his mouth. Cream had already smeared across his lips. Open wide, she insisted, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. It was a command, not a request. At this point, Jiang Feng felt he could no longer be concerned about the onlookers, and he took a decisive bite of the pastry. The cream melted delightfully in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. The base was incredibly fluffy, offering a silky texture. He had to admit, the pastries from this buffet were truly remarkable, and the cream was of high quality, a pleasant surprise. Seeing this, Su Lingxue attempted to feed him another piece, but Jiang Feng blocked her with his hand. All right, let us head back. The meat will start to lose its warmth, he urged after swallowing the pastry. Su Lingxue complied, setting the pastry down and obediently following behind, careful not to fall behind. Thus, their 5-minute quest for the lost girl concluded successfully. Once seated, Jiang Feng began to busy himself. He switched on the grill and meticulously laid out the slices of meat. Meanwhile, the two made their way to the condiment station. Jiang Feng, not often indulging in such fare, was unfamiliar with the various sauces. Consequently, he added a bit of everything: oyster sauce, sesame oil, crushed peanuts, and more. Su Lingxue opted for a lighter mix, adding a spoonful of sesame paste and half a spoonful of sugar, revealing her preference for sweetness. After preparing the condiments, the meat was nearly cooked to perfection, exuding an enticing aroma. Su Lingxue took the initiative to place a slice of meat into Jiang Feng's bowl. "You should have the first bite," she said, her unexpected kindness moving him greatly. What a wonderful girlfriend, so generous with food. After a quick dip in the condiments, Jiang Feng popped the meat into his mouth. The medley of flavors nearly overwhelmed him, almost causing him to choke. Yet, out of respect for Su Lingxue's gesture, he held back from spitting it out. Just then, her words struck him hard. "So how is it? Is it cooked? Wait, you mean to say you let me have the first bite just to see if it was done properly?" he thought, feeling a bit betrayed after having felt touched by her earlier kindness. Coughing a few times to alleviate the discomfort in his throat, he replied, uncertainly, "It should be cooked enough." In truth, he hadn't discerned much flavor, as the condiments masked the meat's essence. Su Lingxue picked up another slice of meat, coated it generously with sesame paste, and took a small bite. Not bad, just perfectly cooked, she declared, immediately offering the half-eaten piece to Jiang Feng. This is your reward for being my taste tester. Chapter 18. Su Lingxue, the connoisseur of imported delicacies. In ancient times, ministers would taste poison for the emperor. Now, Jiang Feng tasted meat for Su Lingxue. With a regal flourish, Su Lingxue proclaimed, "This piece of meat is a reward from me to you." Jiang Feng, maintaining a stoic expression, bit into the meat. The flavors of sesame paste and crushed peanuts exploded in his mouth, yet a faint hint of jasmine lingered. He couldn't help but recall the passion of the previous night, and he grabbed the jasmine tea beverage beside him, gulping down nearly half the cup. Across the table, Su Lingxue finally noticed Jiang Feng's choice of drink. Her eyebrows arched, and a meaningful expression crossed her face. "So, you've developed a taste for jasmine tea," she mused. As the restaurant grew increasingly crowded, with nearly all the surrounding seats occupied, the atmosphere buzzed with noise. Yet, Jiang Feng felt an extraordinary peace within. Sitting across from the person he cherished, sharing a sumptuous feast together, there was no scene more heartwarming than this. "What if I can't eat anymore? They'll fine us for wasting food," Su Lingxue lamented, guarding her large platter of dishes with a sigh. Such was the nature of girls. They wanted to sample everything. A variety of stir-fries, snacks, and skewered meats filled her plate, yet she had barely touched a third of it. Jiang Feng caught the glimmer of expectation in her eyes and understood her unspoken plea. Quietly, he pulled the plate toward himself. Seeing this, Su Lingxue beamed with delight. Congratulations. You've unlocked one of the essential skills of an exemplary boyfriend, finishing leftover food." Jiang Feng chewed thoughtfully, casting her a disdainful glance. It felt as though she was deliberately guiding him. To put another way, he felt like a novice, slowly being molded into the ideal boyfriend under Su Lingxue's influence. What exemplary boyfriend? I almost let myself be brainwashed. Who says a good boyfriend has to eat leftovers? That's utterly absurd. Jiang Feng silently vowed never to compromise his dignity as a man. Eating leftovers was simply too embarrassing. However, he conceded this time, assuring himself there would be no next time. Lowering his gaze, he devoured the food voraciously, cramming everything from fruits to stir-fries and seafood into his mouth. Yet, in the next moment, he faltered, looking up at Su Lingxue. "Can you explain why this grape tastes a bit off, like it has a hint of jasmine?" Su Lingxue, caught under his scrutiny, felt a twinge of guilt, her fingers fidgeting as they traced circles in the air. After a moment, she cleared her throat, puffed out her chest as if bolstering her courage, and said, "The skin of that grape was too sour, so I just didn't eat it." Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless, his expression one of disdain. "That's disgusting. You made me eat it." He chewed vigorously a couple of times, swallowing the morsel without savoring it, clinging to his last shred of stubbornness. Su Lingxue bit her lip playfully, a mischievous smile dancing across her face as she leaned on the table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Jiang Feng with delight. Men can be so contradictory. If you found it disgusting, why not spit it out? I endured the taste test for you, and you dare to complain? With a flourish, Su Lingxue pushed the remaining pieces of cake towards Jiang Feng. He felt a twitch in his eye. "I see you're trying to fatten me up." "You guessed correctly. That's exactly my plan. What are you going to do about it?" Su Lingxue's attitude was nothing short of audacious, her confidence unwavering, leaving Jiang Feng at a loss for how to respond, with no means to retaliate. He could only swallow his frustration. "Once again, I find myself indulging in a buffet alongside you like a mere dog." After 5 minutes, Jiang Feng finally cleared his plate, his stomach feeling somewhat full, though not overwhelmingly so. "There are still the little cakes," Su Lingxue reminded him. "No, I can't eat another bite," he replied. In truth, Jiang Feng felt quite fine. A few pieces of cake were hardly beyond his capacity. It was primarily his desire to resist. "Just 3 pieces. No way. Not even one," he insisted. "What did you say? I refuse to eat." "Absolutely not." Jiang Feng stood his ground, resolutely defending his last bastion. At that moment, Su Lingxue rose from her seat across the table and moved beside him. The seating in the buffet restaurant consisted of small sofas, accommodating 2 people side by side. Su Lingxue took the aisle side, effectively pinning Jiang Feng against the wall, blocking his escape. Then, with a finger, she picked up a small cake and dangled it in front of him. "Are you going to eat this?" Feeling the alluring scent emanating from Su Lingxue and the warmth of their bodies in close proximity, coupled with her undeniable tone, Jiang Feng was instantly overwhelmed by her commanding presence. Instinctively, he leaned away, attempting to create some distance, but Su Lingxue, relentless, moved the cake along with him, until Jiang Feng found himself with his back against the wall, with no room to retreat. He realized he had been metaphorically cornered. At that moment, Su Lingxue's dominant aura was fully on display. Fine, I will eat it. Is that acceptable? Just return to your seat, and I will manage on my own. Su Lingxue remained unmoved, maintaining her previous stance. No, I insist on feeding you. After all, you were disobedient earlier. Jiang Feng was rendered speechless and let out a sigh of resignation. He opened his mouth wide, taking a bite of the cake. Although he was already full, the cake's sweetness still sparked his appetite. However, before he could chew much, Su Lingxue presented him with a second piece. I haven't finished this one yet. Please wait a moment. But Su Lingxue ignored his protest, shoving it directly into his mouth. Jiang Feng managed to swallow it down, but almost immediately a third piece followed. First, you tried to stuff me to death, and now you aim to choke me. You truly are something else. Ugh, I can't take any more. You are committing murder against your boyfriend. Jiang Feng pushed her hand away, finally earning himself a moment to breathe. After swallowing, he glanced at the third piece. He relinquished his resistance, allowing Su Lingxue's advances. Yet suddenly, as she pulled back, she inadvertently pushed her finger, cake included, into his mouth. Her finger was smeared with cream. To his astonishment, Su Lingxue paused, not scolding him, but instead licking the cream off her finger. She chuckled softly. Now it's even. I think we are square. Seeing this, Jiang Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This exchange felt like a return of courtesy. Gently rubbing his stomach, he let out a satisfied belch. Finally done eating, let's go. However, before he could make a move, Su Lingxue suddenly pinned him down. Her red lips swiftly met his. Wait, what is this? The taste of cream lingered. No way, she didn't swallow. Chapter 19, The Dual-Natured Fox Demon, Su Daji. After a delightful sampling, Jiang Feng was left wanting more. But Su Lingxue had already risen. He had consumed all 3 pieces of cake, leaving nothing behind, save for a portion of cream that had undergone a secondary import process, mingled with a hint of jasmine-scented lip balm, making it even sweeter. Once they stood, Su Lingxue wrapped her arms around Jiang Feng's, her head nestled closely against his shoulder. In an instant, the commanding woman who had pushed him against the wall transformed into a dainty and charming girl, radiating a gentle and affectionate aura. Jiang Feng marveled inwardly at this dramatic shift. The difference between her demeanor moments ago and now was stark, seamlessly transitioning from one state to another. Was this the legendary duality of a captivating goddess? In that moment, Jiang Feng found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. The good news was that he had found a girlfriend who could embody both sweetness and assertiveness. The bad news was that Su Lingxue resembled a ticking time bomb, unpredictable and liable to explode at any moment. One moment she could be nestled against him, and the next, she could be issuing orders, leaving no room for dissent. It was indeed a source of great vexation. As they approached the restaurant's front desk to reclaim their deposit, they headed toward the restroom. Along the way, Jiang Feng couldn't help but closely observe Su Lingxue's features. Her slightly plump face bore a hint of baby fat, causing her to sway slightly as she walked. Aside from her eyebrows, which had been shaped, her face was completely unadorned, showcasing her natural beauty. Upon their first meeting, he hadn't thought Su Lingxue particularly striking, perhaps above average. Yet today, she appeared almost ethereal. Could it be the age-old saying that love makes one see beauty where it may not exist? Perhaps. But it was more about her charm, the ability to switch effortlessly between the enchanting Su Daji and the sweet, obedient girl. At this moment, Jiang Feng conceded that he had been thoroughly captivated, utterly ensnared by this beguiling fox spirit. What are you staring at? Are you still craving cream? Jiang Feng, lost in thought, was abruptly jolted back to reality by Su Lingxue's words. Ahem, that's not it. I'm merely curious if you are truly human. Huh? Su Lingxue was taken aback, unable to fathom Jiang Feng's response. I suspect you are the reincarnation of Su Daji. Jiang Feng lowered his voice, infusing it with an air of mystery, as if recounting a ghost story. Su Lingxue paused momentarily, then smirked, her eyes narrowing playfully. Leaning close to Jiang Feng's ear, she whispered in a husky tone, "You've discovered my secret." Her fingers slyly slipped to Jiang Feng's waist, teasingly toying with him. The area was particularly sensitive, and her touch sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Feng felt a rush of exhilaration, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. Su Lingxue did not relent. She leaned in, gently blowing into his ear. "Little Jiang Feng, give me your vitality." This time, her voice was soft and ethereal, laced with seduction, rendering Jiang Feng momentarily spellbound. Despite knowing it was a playful ruse, he felt an inexplicable urge to willingly surrender his vitality to her. Jiang Feng gulped, internally marveling at Su Lingxue's prowess. Initially intending to tease her, he found himself ensnared by her own playful tactics. I knew you weren't human, great demon king." Emulating a character from a film, Jiang Feng struck a pose, his hand forming a palm aimed at Su Lingshue's chest, moving at a moderate pace. He anticipated that Su Lingxue would at least make a token effort to dodge. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. She stood still, allowing his hand to make contact. In that moment, Jiang Feng froze, the softness beneath his palm leaving him utterly flustered. Overwhelmed by nervousness, his fingers involuntarily squeezed. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After a full 10 seconds had passed, he finally regained his composure and swiftly withdrew his hand. I truly did not mean to do that. Moreover, considering how slowly I moved just now, why didn't you evade? Jiang Feng's voice trembled slightly. Opposite him, Su Lingxue remained remarkably composed. Then, she uttered a statement that instantly jolted Jiang Feng into clarity. Why would I need to dodge? I'm your girlfriend. Chapter 20. The boyfriend who lacks insight must be properly trained. Why would I need to dodge? I am your girlfriend. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Feng felt an immediate sense of relief. Indeed, he was a respectable man with a girlfriend, not a rogue harassing virtuous women. What was there to fear? Alas, it was regrettable that his prolonged singlehood had made him forget the privileges of being a boyfriend. Ahem, does this mean I can now act openly and without hesitation? Absolutely not, Su Lingxue declared, crossing her forearms over her chest in a gesture of prohibition. This response genuinely caught Jiang Feng off guard. Why not? An unintentional act is one thing, but a deliberate one is just lewdness. Yet, you just said you were my girlfriend. Does that constitute lewdness? With hands on her hips, her chest rising and falling, an air of indignation enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Feng, where's your head? I'm a girl. Don't you understand that girls must maintain a sense of modesty? How could I possibly admit to such a thing? Silence speaks volumes. Do you not comprehend? Ask. What a fool you are. Just act, you dimwit. You truly need to be properly trained in this regard. She shot Jiang Feng with glare, harboring a surge of frustration. Extend your hand. Huh? What for? Is my request ineffective? I said extend it. Jiang Feng extended a hand, bewildered by her intentions. Suddenly slap. Su Lingxue delivered a resounding smack, her vigor palpable. In an instant, Jiang Feng yelped, and upon regaining his senses, he noticed his hand was crimson. Finally releasing her pin-up frustration, Su Lingxue relaxed her brow. I've changed my mind. You were indeed being lewd earlier. Consider this slap a form of punishment. Jiang Feng stood there, a picture of grievance. It was she who had asserted there would be no repercussions, yet she had abruptly reversed her stance. How swiftly she could change her demeanor. As they conversed, they had already reached the entrance of the restroom. The earlier incident had merely been a minor interlude, one that neither seemed inclined to dwell upon. Su Lingxue rummaged through her pockets, her expression shifting slightly. Oh no, I forgot to bring tissues. Do you have any? Jiang Feng scratched his head and checked his pant pocket. I only have 2 tissues. That's insufficient. Would you like me to fetch some? 2 tissues? That will suffice. Hand them over. Really? You're that frugal with tissues? I usually need at least 5. At that moment, Su Lingxue finally realized they were not discussing the same issue. She covered her face with her hands, appearing utterly disenchanted. Stop wasting time. Just give them to me. Noting the impatience in Su Lingxue's tone, Jiang Feng complied without hesitation. Handing her the tissues, Su Lingxue then pulled out her phone, performed a series of operations, and thrust it into Jiang Feng's hands before entering the restroom. Upon receiving the phone, Jiang Feng noticed the browser's search bar displayed a bold query. Why do girls need toilet paper when urinating? As he scrolled down the screen, he inhaled deeply, rooted in place, motionless. After a while, he slapped his forehead. I seem to be a fool. I've wasted over 20 years of my life. Emerging from the restroom, Jiang Feng led Su Lingxue to the 6th floor of the mall. Modern couples typically engage in a few standard activities: dining, shopping, watching movies, or booking a hotel room. Su Lingxue mentioned that she was too full to move after their meal, prompting Jiang Feng to forego their shopping plans and take her to the cinema instead. Next to the service desk was the schedule for today's films. Jiang Feng quickly glanced over it. 3 movies were showing in the afternoon: The Vampire's In-Laws, King Kong Adventure, Where Did Dad Go?, and Transgender Romance, The Millennial Fox Spirit and the Scholar. The titles of the first 2 films were glaringly absurd. One could tell, without watching, that they were destined to be terrible. Why not film something like Pleasant Goat and Ultraman? The third title seemed somewhat more legitimate. Yet upon seeing the term Fox Spirit, Jiang Feng instinctively thought of Su Lingxue, especially recalling the day she had cosplayed as Dodgy. At that time, they had not yet confirmed their relationship, so he had refrained from gazing too long. Reflecting on it now, he deeply regretted it. Jiang Feng discreetly wiped his mouth, considering, shall we watch this one? He pointed to the poster for the 3rd film. Sure, Su Lingxue replied readily, though she was not particularly keen on this choice. The title suggested the presence of beautiful women, Which girl would feel comfortable allowing her boyfriend to gaze upon other beauties? However, the other two options were utterly unappealing, and Su Lingxue had no choice but to settle for this one. The earliest showing was at 1:10 p.m., and it was currently just past 12:30, leaving them with half an hour until the start time. After purchasing the tickets, Jiang Feng bought 2 bottles of jasmine tea at the service desk. Turning around, he saw Su Lingxue seated in a massage chair nearby, beckoning him. "Come here, quickly." Jiang Feng approached and handed her the drinks. At that moment, Su Lingxue had already activated the massage chair and, upon receiving her drink, closed her eyes to savor the comforting sensations. Jiang Feng did not particularly enjoy massages, so he opted not to join her. Instead, he discreetly opened Su Lingxue's video account. The last time he had only managed to watch one video before she confiscated his phone, leaving him yearning for more. He clicked on the video Su Lingxue had posted yesterday, which had already garnered 80,000 likes and 360,000 comments. The most discussed segment in the comments was the one where Su Lingxue, as Daji, drained Jiang Feng's vitality. Shueji YYDS. Who is that guy at the end? I specifically checked the drama, and he is not the same as in the original. Dreaming of marrying Shueji. I can't accept this. Why was he at me who got drained of my vitality? Kasame. Half a lifetime of wind and snow. Xiao Shui. You're not in a relationship, are you? I've never seen a man appear in your videos. Toad. No more pretending. I'm Shui's boyfriend. A dog. Toad, get lost. Don't impersonate me. Qin Shi Huang. Toad, try to eat swan meat. You heartless one. Don't you want me anymore? Jiang Feng perused the comments with great interest, marveling at Su Lingxue's popularity. Unable to resist, he added a comment of his own. If I say, Shui is sitting right next to me, and we're about to go watch a movie together, would you believe me? As soon as he posted, his phone buzzed incessantly within seconds. Checking the notification list, he found 8 replies waiting for him. Slurp slurp. This is the 473rd person pretending to be Shuejia's boyfriend. I call daddy, you're just bragging. Shueji is right in front of me eating Lanzhou beef noodles. When did she run over to you? Shui Annie is so cool. Just by looking at your nickname. It's clear you're not a member of the Shui family, an imposter. Jiang Feng turned his head to glance at Su Lingxue, who was indulging in a massage, hesitating over whether to capture a photograph as evidence. After some contemplation, he decided against it. With so many rivals in love, it would be unwise to provoke them. Moreover, taking such a step without Su Lingxue's consent felt rather inappropriate. He muted his phone, as notifications continued to alert him incessantly, and resumed scrolling through the subsequent videos. He opened the second video, released a week prior. The scene depicted a night-shrouded ancient city, where Su Lingxue assumed the role of a historical female assassin. Poised atop a height, her profile facing the lens. Clad entirely in black and masked, only her piercing eyes were visible. She held 2 daggers crouching slightly, before vanishing in an instant. The screen fell silent for 3 seconds, and then, suddenly, Su Lingxue's daggers sliced through the frame, blood gushing forth. The final image lingered on Su Lingxue, revealing half of her face, her gaze icy and filled with lethal intent. Jiang Feng was taken aback, as if she might leap from the screen to assassinate him. He patted his chest, striving to calm his racing heart. At that moment, a voice deep and chilling echoed in his ear, sounding entirely like an emotionless, ruthless female killer. Young Master Jiang. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a hand encircled Jiang Feng's shoulder, gently pressing against his heart. Almost immediately, her fingers curled, applying a slight pressure. I have come to extract your heart. Chapter 21. The Violent Su Lingxue. It must be said that Su Lingxue was overdue for a manicure. He could distinctly feel her not applying much force, yet his chest burned with pain, even through his clothing. Without it, her nails might have pierced his flesh. Jiang Feng harbored grave suspicions that she was avenging the earlier incident where he inadvertently captured her chest in a photograph. Enough. Let go, that hurts, he exclaimed. I didn't grab you earlier. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue paused momentarily. You dare to mention that? If you hadn't I would have let it go. But thinking about it makes me furious. I wonder when your thick-headedness will finally give way to enlightenment. With that thought, Su Lingxue's aura of menace intensified. Her small hand found its way to his waist, pinching him sharply. Jiang Feng winced, bolting upright from the massage chair. What was that for again? To enlighten you. She replied. Enlighten? What do you mean? To pry open your skull and see if there is anything but mush inside. Jiang Feng stood there, utterly bewildered. It dawned on him that his standing in the household had diminished significantly. Previously, he had at least been justified in receiving a pinch for his own misdeeds. Now, Su Lingxue seemed to find amusement in tormenting him for no reason. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. What if Su Lingxue truly possessed violent tendencies? In reality, he had only spent less than 3 days in her company and had already received 9 slaps. 1 to the back, 7 to his arms, and 1 on the back of his hand. Additionally, his waist had been pinched 5 times, always in the same spot. Although she hadn't applied excessive force, it was certainly a matter worthy of concern. If she were indeed a violent person, his future would be bleak. No, he had to devise a plan to test this theory. A few schemes began to take shape in his mind. Simple ones, like intentionally provoking her to observe her reaction. With 20 minutes remaining before the film commenced, the staff at the entrance had already taken their positions. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue began to check their tickets for entry. In screening room 3, Jiang Feng's seat was 21 in the 3rd row, while Su Lingxue occupied 22, positioned near the wall. Jiang Feng hurried a few steps ahead, plopping down into his chair with a thud, crossing his legs in a self-satisfied manner. The seat 22 was on the inner side, meaning Su Lingxue would have to pass by him to take her own seat. However, with his leg propped up, he effectively blocked her path. Su Lingxue paused momentarily, then turned to Jiang Feng, her tone flat, almost reprimanding. Get up. Jiang Feng's heart raced with excitement. She was angry. Surely, the next step would be to strike him. He remained motionless, feigning ignorance. Su Lingxue extended a hand, slowly trailing it down his back. Jiang Feng tensed, his heart pounding. Here it came again, the infamous waist-pinching technique. In an instant, her hand reached the small of his back. Yet 1 second passed, then another. The anticipated action did not materialize. Jiang Feng turned to look back, only to find Su Lingxue diligently cleaning the remnants of sunflower seeds from the edge of her seat. Are you foolish? You sit down without cleaning. Look at how filthy it is. Jiang Feng momentarily lost his focus. His script was all wrong. Get up. Su Lingxue lightly tapped his back, though not in anger. Merely a gentle nudge. Jiang Feng had no time to ponder. He stood up and joined her in tidying the small debris on the seat. All right, you can sit now. He could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. Was this a gentler version of Su Lingxue? Jiang Feng moved aside, allowing her to enter first before settling back in his seat, even taking the initiative to help clear her area. Faced with such tenderness from Su Lingxue, he found himself at a loss for how to react. But one instance could not represent the entirety. He resolved to execute one last plan. After all, this concerned his lifelong happiness. He stood up, pretending to pat the water off himself. As he sat back down, he shifted slightly, positioning himself precariously between the 2 seats. Losing his balance, Jiang Feng instinctively sought support with both hands. Accidentally, one hand landed on Su Lingxue's chest, with the momentum about 1/3 of his weight pressed down, visibly altering her form. Jiang Feng's heart raced with anxiety. This test is undeniably accurate. After all, I was just struck because of this very reason. Moreover, the situation is even more severe this time. There is no justification for not reprimanding him. However, reality is a stark contrast. Su Lingxue harbors no resentment towards him. Instead, she appears more flustered, hastily reaching out with both hands to steady him. The urgency etched on her face betrays her fear of his potential fall. It is indeed true that my brain feels like mush. I nearly put myself in peril simply by watching a film. Must I not exercise more caution? I was nearly frightened to death. As she uttered the last sentence, a hint of a sob tinged her voice. Jiang Feng could discern her profound concern and care. At this moment, he completely abandoned his previous thoughts. What violence? At most, it was merely a playful inclination of a girl to tease her partner. Moreover, this inclination is confined solely to the relationship between lovers. Jiang Feng deeply grasped the essence of to hit is to show affection. It is precisely due to their closeness that such actions occur. This time, I have misjudged the situation. Once he settled himself, he turned to Su Lingxue. In a romantic relationship, there are no unspeakable matters. On the contrary, mutual sincerity serves to deepen the bond. Conversely, harboring guilt only complicates matters. With this mindset, Jiang Feng earnestly conveyed his earlier misgivings to Su Lingxue and offered a sincere apology. Su Lingxue listened quietly to Jiang Feng's explanation, her expression inscrutable, until he finished speaking. Are you done? The coldness in Su Lingxue's tone made Jiang Feng's heart skip a beat. An unsettling emotion spread through his mind. Surely, she wouldn't refuse to forgive me. It's all my fault for harboring baseless doubts. Jiang Feng lowered his head, engulfed in deep self-reproach. I've finished. I truly apologize for earlier. You're done, then it's my turn. Su Lingxue interrupted Jiang Feng, her words colder than before. Jiang Feng felt as though his heart had plunged into an abyss. At that moment, he sensed something wriggling around his waist. Su Lingxue's hand. Wait, I have a foreboding feeling. This is, Jiang Feng let out a cry, realizing they were in a cinema, quickly stifling his voice. Su Lingxue's fingers twisted painfully at his waist, showing no inclination to relent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. She leaned in close to Jiang Feng's ear, speaking in an exceedingly proud tone. I am indeed a violent person. Dare to break up with me and see what happens. You've boarded my ship, and there's no escape. Oof. Chapter 22. The Fox Demon Turmoil. I shall intoxicate you. I was wrong. Please let go. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Feng pleaded repeatedly. Yet, Su Lingxue remained steadfast, continuing her interrogation. So tell me, if I am a violent person, would you still break up with me? No, absolutely not. Jiang Feng replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What if we were to break up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I swear. After Jiang Feng's repeated assurances, Su Lingxue finally released her grip. This time, the duration of her hold surpassed the cumulative total of the previous 9 times, likely nearing 20 seconds. The reason she felt emboldened to compel Jiang Feng in such a manner was due to her profound understanding of him. The fear of a violent person was merely a figment of imagination. It may seem terrifying, but in reality, it is insignificant. It's akin to a student who didn't complete their homework feeling immense dread the day before school starts, only to discover in class that it wasn't as dreadful as imagined. At most, it would result in standing for a semester. The human mind often magnifies certain anxieties, leading one to believe they are truly fearful. Su Lingxue had intentionally given him a scare to demonstrate that even if she were truly a violent person, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, she is not. This is a truth worth reiterating 3 times. How could matters between lovers be deemed violent? To hit is to show affection. To scold is to love. Su Lingxue clapped her hands with a huff and gently began to massage the area of Jiang Feng's injury. Punishment aside, how could she not feel compassion for her boyfriend? Does it still hurt? I think I may have been a bit too forceful. Don't move. Let me tend to it for a while. Jiang Feng tilted his body, experiencing Su Lingxue's tenderness at that moment, causing him to involuntarily cast aside the pain he had just endured. This was primarily due to the warmth of her touch. Indeed, she was using her mouth to soothe him. While you're at it, don't drool. I don't want your saliva all over my waist. Su Lingxue shot him a glare. What do you know? Saliva can disinfect and alleviate pain. Jiang Feng refrained from further debate, fearing that provoking her might result in another painful encounter, which he could hardly endure. After approximately a minute of her soothing touch, Jiang Feng had completely forgotten about the pain. Perhaps this is the power of love. Seeing him return to normal, Su Lingxue straightened her posture. At that moment, more people entered the screening room. However, the total number of attendees remained less than half the seating capacity, perhaps due to the remote location. No one sat beside Jiang Feng. The closest person was separated by 3 seats, with no one in front or behind them. The 2 of them appeared quite solitary. Nonetheless, this suited Jiang Feng perfectly, uninterrupted. After a few more minutes, the film commenced. Various scenes, such as flames and icebergs, were magnified to form the movie's title. The visual effects were truly stunning. The love between a human and a fox demon, a 1,000-year tale. The film began with a narrative monologue, outlining the story's backdrop. A millennium ago, a fox demon, failing to transform, was struck by heavenly lightning and severely injured, just as it was on the brink of demise. A scholar on his way to take an exam happened upon the scene, rescuing it and naming it Xiaobai. The fox demon continued its cultivation for 1,000 years and ultimately succeeded in taking on human form. Yet it could never forget the kindness shown to it a millennium prior. Thus, it sought out the reincarnation of that scholar, vowing to accompany him for a lifetime. Thus began a tale of love. This film is also known as My Wife is a 1,000-Year-Old Fox Demon. As the main feature began, Jiang Feng leaned back, adopting a comfortable position, feeling a slight drowsiness. The plot was rather cliched, a classic tale of a scholar rescuing a small creature. The film opened with a scene of online romance, culminating in a real-life encounter. The fox demon, Xiaobai, and the male lead, Su Qing, met in a square and fell in love at first sight. At this point, Jiang Feng felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Was this not reminiscent of his first encounter with Su Lingxue? Su Lingxue, Sudahi, Fox Demon, Xiaobai, how strikingly similar. It must be mere coincidence. Online romance leading to real-life encounters is a common trope. Jiang Feng continued watching. However, the subsequent developments made it hard for him to maintain composure. Xiaobai secretly used magic to make the male lead's keys and ID disappear, forcing him to stay at the female lead's home. Thus, they were compelled to cohabit. Jiang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. The plot cannot merely be described as similar. It is, in fact, strikingly identical. At this moment, Jiang Feng leaned closer to Su Lingxue's ear and whispered, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How did you manage to stealthily take my keys and ID that day?" Surely it wasn't through some form of sorcery? Su Lingxue furrowed her brow, regarding him as if he were a fool. Then, a smirk crept onto her lips. I have long since admitted that I am a fox demon, yet you refuse to believe me. Do you suppose this film was conjured by my magical powers? Su Lingxue's enigmatic expression and her beguiling words left Jiang Feng momentarily perplexed, unable to discern whether she spoke truth or fiction. Nevertheless, as a staunch materialist, he remained unconvinced of the existence of fox demons. Who are you trying to fool? If you truly were a fox demon, you could enchant me directly without needing to chat online for half a year, he insisted, convinced it was merely a coincidence. Seeing him unfazed, Su Lingxue felt a twinge of boredom. You don't believe me, do you? Then let me reveal the next part of the plot. The identity of the fox demon is discovered, and people seek to capture her, while the male protagonist relentlessly protects her, leading to their eventual escape together. Jiang Feng remained skeptical, continuing to gaze at the screen. As the narrative unfolded, the fox demon, Xiao Bai, confirmed a romantic relationship with the male lead, Su Qing. One evening, after both had indulged excessively, Xiao Bai lost control and inadvertently revealed her foxtail. This scene was witnessed by a lecherous voyeur from the opposite building, who promptly called the police. Astonishingly, the subsequent events unfolded exactly as Su Lingxue had described. Jiang Feng's astonishment grew, his expression freezing in disbelief. Could it be that Su Lingxue is truly a fox demon? He mused, instinctively touching his waist, where a sharp pain shot through him. This isn't a dream. He turned stiffly to Su Lingxue, only to find her equally stunned. I merely guessed, yet it turned out to be correct. Are movies nowadays so casual that they dare to employ such cliché tropes? Before her rebirth, she had never seen this film and had no recollection of it. Thus, her random conjectures had inadvertently proven accurate. She turned to Jiang Feng, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual astonishment. I can't believe you really are a fox demon. Am I to admit that I was merely guessing? Jiang Feng retorted. Do you take me for a fool? At this stage, do you really think I would believe you? Look closely, I have no tail. Because you haven't had enough to drink. Jiang Feng's exasperation grew. You fool. You lack wit when it matters, and act foolishly when you shouldn't. She regretted not teasing him earlier. Now it was impossible to clarify things. Her demeanor assertive. What must I do for you to believe that I am not a fox demon? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng replied, Tonight, I shall intoxicate you and see whether or not you possess a tail. Upon exiting the cinema, Su Lingxue felt a sense of discontent. To think that watching a film would lead her to be viewed as a fox demon. Have you had enough of staring? Su Lingxue holdith, casting an exasperated glance at Jiang Feng. Since earlier, he had been scrutinizing her, occasionally touching her hair or tugging at her ears, as if he were a detective searching for evidence at a crime scene. Jiang Feng was reluctant to act this way, but the sheer coincidence of the situation was too incredulous, shaking the foundations of his steadfast materialism. Hey, let me ask you something. Foxes generally don't watch the Spring Festival Gala, do they? How much is a cup of Imperial Jade liquid? Speak quickly and don't think. Su Lingxue shot him a glare, but offered no answer. Jiang Feng felt he had stumbled upon something, his gaze sharp and his smile peculiar. At that moment, Su Lingxue suddenly turned to face him, displaying a remarkably sweet smile. She cupped his face with both hands, speaking as she gently massaged his cheeks. You must think this through. If I were truly a fox demon, I would possess magical powers. Anything could vanish in an instant. The day you expose my identity as a fox demon will be the day you become a eunuch. At worst, when you are reincarnated, I shall repay the favor. What do you say? Her tone was exceedingly gentle, yet her words sent chills down Jiang Feng's spine. A eunuch? He stammered, an involuntary shiver coursing through him, feeling a sudden chill in his lower region. This is disastrous. He had been so engrossed in determining whether Su Lingxue was a fox demon that he had overlooked other aspects. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he waved his hand dismissively. Ahem, I'm not that foolish. I know full well whether you are human or not. I was merely teasing you. Indeed, I was just teasing, he insisted fervently, but Su Lingxue continued to smile, her gaze conveying a clear message. I am displeased. Do as you wish. They remained facing each other, immobile for an extended period. Eventually, Jiang Feng, realizing the stalemate, lifted his shirt to expose his waist, donning a look of despair. Could you take it easy? Seeing this, Su Lingxue suddenly burst into laughter. Clearly, her training had borne fruit. The perfect boyfriend development plan. Progress. 10. All right, put it down now. There's so many people around. Aren't you embarrassed? Su Lingxue reached out to pull his shirt down, reminiscent of how Jiang Feng had adjusted her clothing after they exited the publisher's office. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. Su Lingxue's gentle demeanor, aggressive state. 10. Currently leading. I am feeling a bit hungry. Let's explore the fourth floor. Su Lingxue patted her stomach, swallowing hard. After 2 hours of film, plus half an hour of waiting beforehand, she had digested most of what she had previously eaten. Indeed, she was somewhat hungry. Jiang Feng, noticing, took her small hand and led her toward the escalator. The matter of the fox demon was thus set aside. Jiang Feng had come to terms with the situation. Whether she was a fox demon or not mattered little, for she posed no threat to him, and he saw no reason to dwell on it. Even if she were, a romance between a human and a demon was not out of the question. Fool, you've taken a wrong turn. This way. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing much. I was pondering how many kids a fox can have in a litter. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Jiang Feng felt an invisible aura of menace envelop him. His adrenaline surged. Wait, I take it back. Su Lingxue retorted, a gentleman uses his legs, not his hands. This time, I didn't even use much force. Dare to mention it again. And I shall make you a eunuch. Su Lingxue gazed at the sign and inquired of Jiang Feng, just pick any dish. Jiang Feng, unaccustomed to such fare, relinquished the choice to her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lingxue addressed the vendor. A serving of strawberry yogurt smoothie, please. Just one? He asked. Yes, she affirmed. The vendor cast a brief glance at them, remaining silent. The smoothie was prepared swiftly. The fragrant aroma of strawberries mingled with the sweet creaminess of yogurt, complemented by the refreshing chill of the smoothie. To say it was delightful would be an understatement. Merely gazing upon it invigorated the spirit. Su Lingxue scooped a generous spoonful and offered it to Jiang Feng. The first bite is for my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's spirits soared, nearly causing him to bite the spoon in half. At that moment, Su Lingxue leaned closer, lowering her voice. That cough of yours, does it still hurt? Her gaze inadvertently drifted downward. Jiang Feng's eyes twitched, realization dawning upon him. No wonder she had been so kind. It was all due to this. Rest assured, I shan't become impotent, but if you continue to be so fierce, you might ensure that I remain childless. I'd rather bear a bit more discomfort, he added. Su Lingxue chuckled, her guilt dissipating significantly as she indulged in another spoonful. It truly is sweet. They continued their stroll. The exquisite flavor of the smoothie completely captivating Su Lingxue to the extent that she hesitated to consume it too quickly, not wanting it to vanish too soon. Instead, she savored it, taking tiny bites and occasionally feeding Jiang Feng, much to his chagrin. The stark contrast in eating habits between men and women was glaringly evident at that moment. When a group of girls shared snacks, they could be quite meticulous. I have 10 dates. Let us each take 2, and they would savor them for several minutes. Conversely, when a group of men gathered, if one proclaimed, I have 10 dates, let us share, the others would undoubtedly scoff. 2 dates each? What are we, women? Just eat them yourself. Jiang Feng felt exactly this way. Yet, there was a slight distinction. He was being fed by a woman. Minutes passed, and the smoothie had melted significantly. The melted concoction lacked the same allure. So Lingxue poteth. It would have been better to have eaten it quickly. Here, take it. She offered the paper bowl to Jiang Feng. He gulped it down in one go and casually tossed the bowl into a nearby trash can. After finishing the smoothie, they paused in front of a skewered food stall. The tantalizing aroma wafting from inside ignited Jiang Feng's appetite. He selected 2 sticks of starch sausage. This flavor, if there was any more meat, I wouldn't touch it. Meanwhile, Su Lingxue picked up 2 skewers of leeks and placed them on the tray. Jiang Feng was taken aback. You enjoy leeks? Not really. I chose them for you. I don't recall ever saying I liked leeks. I thought since you were kicked earlier, you might need some nourishment. Jiang Feng was speechless. Nourishment? Let us not even discuss whether leeks are beneficial. Do I look that weak that a kick could incapacitate me? He decisively removed the 2 skewers of leeks from the tray. I don't need them. Yet, Su Lingxue stubbornly retrieved them. Consider it cultivating a new interest. Eating more leeks is beneficial for your health. Jiang Feng paused, suddenly gazing intently at Su Lingxue. You call eating leeks a hobby? Su Lingxue shook her head expressionlessly. How was he referring to eating leeks? Jiang Feng gasped, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, ultimately settling into fear. Su Lingxue, you must be a devil. Chapter 25, Girlfriend Pays a Visit. After a spirited debate, not only did the leeks remain, but 2 additional skewers were added. To uphold his dignity as a man, Jiang Feng was compelled to step next door to the fresh fruit stall and purchase a box of papaya. If we're going to nourish ourselves, let us do it together. To his surprise, Su Lingxue relished the meal, occasionally puffing out her chest in a display of pride. Jiang Feng conceded. Glancing at the leeks in his hand, he silently vowed, one day, I will show you my true prowess. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The mall was becoming increasingly deserted, with many patrons beginning their journey home. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue exited, seeking refuge on a shaded staircase in the plaza. The incessant chirping of cicadas and the bustling crowd enveloped them. In such an environment, Jiang Feng found an unexpected tranquility within. Su Lingxue held a bottle of jasmine honey tea, a purchase Jiang Feng had made for her before the movie, now containing less than a third. In the distance, a vast expanse of grass hosted a few children engaged in playful antics, wielding water guns and chasing each other. When one stumbled and fell, they would lay on the ground for a moment before springing back up to continue their pursuit, oblivious to the mud staining their clothes. One little girl, pursued by two boys armed with water guns, retaliated fiercely once their ammunition ran dry, launching a counterattack that sent the boys fleeing in disarray. Watching this scene, Jiang Feng pondered deeply. Typically, a child who endures much hardship or bullying in their youth strives to become stronger in adulthood. This is a form of vengeful self-protection. He believed Su Lingxue exemplified this very scenario. At times, her abrupt shifts between two contrasting states made Jiang Feng feel as though he was dealing with two entirely different individuals. Hey, were you ever bullied by boys when you were little? Su Lingxue paused, looking at him in confusion. No. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Really? Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Feng's curiosity was piqued. Then why do you seem to take such delight in pinching me? I thought you were avenging your younger self. Am I that childish? Oomph. Su Lingxue lifted her gaze, peering through the gaps in the tree branches at the sky. Memories of her past life flooded her mind, accompanied by a wave of profound sorrow. Once, she believed he was her steadfast support, capable of shielding her from all storms and banishing her suffering. Only later did she realize that men can be fragile as well, merely enduring for the sake of their responsibilities, often at the cost of their own lives. They too require care, understanding, and support. Jiang Feng, in this lifetime, I will never allow you to suffer again, nor will I let anyone else bring you grief. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust in the plaza. Though it did not reach Jiang Feng, both he and Su Lingxue found themselves coated in grime. Jiang Feng brushed the dust from her clothes and gently tidied her hair. The faint fragrance of her hair lingered, leaving him enchanted. Simultaneously, the delicate friction of his fingers against her strands sparked a sense of satisfaction within him. For a girl to allow someone to comb her hair is a testament to the closeness of their relationship, of course, excluding the hairdresser. Su Lingxue delicately savored the tingling sensation brought about by the river breeze gliding across her scalp. Seizing the moment while Jiang Feng was preoccupied, she retrieved a tube of lip balm from her pocket. The balm was transparent, exuding a rich fragrance of jasmine. She gently circled her lips with it before pressing her soft lips together to evenly distribute the balm. Su Lingxue then opened the bottle of jasmine tea, which was only a third full, took a small sip, and subsequently offered it to Jiang Feng. Finish the rest. There's an elderly woman collecting scrap nearby. Once you're done, you can give it to her. Jiang Feng accepted the drink and gulped it down in large swigs, casually tossing the bottle into the old woman's trash bag. He smacked his lips, wondering if it was merely his thirst that made this sip taste even sweeter than the previous one. I saw the weather forecast. It says it will rain in 2 hours. Should we head back? Jiang Feng casually reminded her, considering that taking a taxi home would take around an hour, and factoring in potential traffic and red lights. Returning now seemed the wisest choice. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue stood up and stretched lazily. Call for a ride. I'm feeling a bit tired too. Jiang Feng opened the ride-hailing app, and after a series of taps, he suddenly paused at the address entry page. What was that address again? He had only stayed at Su Lingxue's place for 2 days and had utterly failed to memorize its exact name. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lingxue softly suggested, just fill in your address. You have your keys and ID with you, don't you? Huh? Jiang Feng was taken aback, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was this the signal to return to their respective homes? After all, since he hadn't lost his ID and keys, there was no reason to linger at Su Lingxue's place any longer. Let me call a ride for you first. Your place is far, and if we delay, you might get caught in the rain. Jiang Feng tried to mask his disappointment in his tone. At that moment, Su Lingxue suddenly turned to him. What are you saying? Am I that unwelcome? Jiang Feng was perplexed. What do you mean? What I mean is, are you not bringing me home with you? Huh? You mean you want to come to my place? Of course. You don't mind, do you? No, y misunderstood. What a fool I am. Su Lingxue shot him a glare. Jiang Feng's mood instantly brightened. However, as someone who made a living by crafting stories and articles, it was rather disheartening to realize he lacked even this basic understanding. It seemed that love truly did dull one's intellect. Soon the ride arrived, and at the same time, the sky began to darken and the wind picked up. Jiang Feng reopened the weather app, only to find the information had changed. Heavy rain expected in 23 minutes, but it will ease up in 46 minutes. He cursed under his breath. Just moments ago, it had said rain was due in 2 hours, and now it had changed in a matter of minutes. The weather forecast on his phone was decidedly unreliable. Moreover, given the current conditions, that 23 minutes might be an understatement. Truly, it echoed the old saying, July weather changes on a whim. Sure enough, just 5 minutes later, a torrential downpour began outside. Large raindrops hammered against the car window, producing a dull thud. Halfway through the journey, the water accumulated to over 10 centimeters deep. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it reached the curb. Jiang Feng's residence was not far from here. Under normal circumstances, it would be a mere 10-minute drive. However, due to the rain, it took approximately 40 minutes to arrive. He also rented an apartment, similar to Su Lingxue's. But there were still several meters from the apartment entrance to the street. Upon opening the car door, he found that there was no dry ground to step on. Everything was submerged in water. Jiang Feng glanced at Su Lingxue, just about to offer to carry her, when he realized they didn't even have an umbrella. Carrying her would merely mean shielding her from the rain. Just as he was pondering how to exit the vehicle, Su Lingxue abruptly flung open the car door and stepped into the water. Since my clothes are already going to get wet, there's no need to hesitate. Seeing her so determined, Jiang Feng no longer hesitated and followed suit, stepping out into the rain. Don't go that way. The tiles are loose. There are steps ahead. Jiang Feng continuously warned Su Lingxue to prevent her from slipping. As they rushed through the entrance of the apartment building, both were thoroughly soaked, leaving wet footprints with every step. On the third floor, room 302. Upon seeing the familiar door, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we're here. Chapter 26. The Awkwardness of Familiarity. Jiang Feng was quite relieved that he was usually neat and had kept his room in decent order. Otherwise, it would have been a social disaster today. The apartment consisted of a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom, totaling about 35 square meters. Upon switching on the lights, he found the furniture to be exceedingly simple: a wardrobe, a desk, and a bed. In the corner lay 2 dumbbells, intended for workouts, but had since gathered dust. Jiang Feng shook off the water from his clothes. Turning back to look at Su Lingxue, his gaze was suddenly drawn to her. Her tank top was soaked through, clinging to her form and accentuating her silhouette. Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Is this the curvature a normal person can possess? Su Lingxue noticed his captivated expression and helplessly waved her hand at him. Just take a look and be done with it. Realizing himself, Jiang Feng reluctantly turned away. I'll go plug in the water heater. Being drenched in rain, my clothes are sticking to me. It's utterly uncomfortable. However, Jiang Feng soon discovered a dilemma. There were no toiletries belonging to Su Lingxue here. Forget about other items. Surely there must be slippers and towels? It seemed he would have to step out again. Jiang Feng recalled his first night staying at Su Lingxue's place. The situation was eerily similar. He grabbed a plastic bag to protect his phone and headed for the door. Now it's my turn to serve you. Wait for me. His clothes were already wet, so there was no need to change. Jiang Feng dashed outside. Left alone in the room, Su Lingxue slipped her hand under her tank top to unbutton it, shedding the constriction and immediately feeling a sense of relief. The fabric was made of sponge, highly absorbent, making her feel as though she was wearing a sandbag. Oh no, she realized. Would this fool remember to buy her a set of underwear? As for other clothes like tank tops and pants, she could make do with Jiang Feng's. But lacking a change of undergarments was truly a predicament. With this thought, Su Lingxue picked up her phone, intending to send Jiang Feng a message. However, the screen remained black and unresponsive. It couldn't be out of battery. She had checked in the taxi, and it was still at 83%. It must have gotten wet. Su Lingxue's expression turned anxious. Just when I need it the most, it decides to fail me. She surveyed her surroundings until her gaze landed on the computer. Of course, I can log in using my account on the computer. Pressing the power button, Su Lingxue anxiously watched the screen. I hope this fool didn't set a password. Fortunately, the computer interface loaded directly. However, the chaotic array of desktop icons nearly sent her into despair. The maximum specifications set for the screen resolution rendered an icon particularly diminutive. A single column could accommodate nearly 15 icons, while the entire interface boasted nearly 20 columns, amassing over 300 icons. Such disarray on one's desktop is utterly bewildering. Su Lingxue's gaze incessantly wandered, desperately seeking the elusive penguin icon. Yet, after scanning barely half of the screen, her eyes began to blur. Even more disheartening was the realization that, after scouring the desktop icons, the object of her search remained undiscovered. In resignation, she resolved to start organizing from scratch. If it wasn't on the desktop, it must be nestled within a folder. After a few glances, Su Lingxue stumbled upon a folder labeled Daily. Without a doubt, this was the repository for everyday applications. She maneuvered the mouse and double-clicked. Upon opening the folder, however, The contents left her in a state of shock. HD, free, MKV, AVI. Instantly, her adrenaline surged, her heart raced, and warmth flooded her body, her cheeks reddening like the evening sun. She nearly gasped for breath. Is this what one calls daily? In a flurry, she attempted to close the folder. But the diminutive X in the upper right corner proved nearly impossible to click due to the low resolution. In a moment of miscalculation, she inadvertently clicked on a video file. Subsequently, the video playback software launched automatically. Su Lingxue could no longer maintain her composure. Her hands betrayed her. She contemplated yanking out the power plug, but a sliver of rational thought warned her of the danger posed by the moisture on her body. Reluctantly, she endured both physical and psychological discomfort as she struggled to close the software. Following that, she managed to shut the folder as well. Just then, Jiang Feng burst into the room. "I'm back," he exclaimed. "Luckily, I left early. Had I been a moment later, they would have closed the door. Go wash up first." Jiang Feng's words trailed off as he caught sight of Su Lingxue at the computer, instantly frozen in a familiar awkwardness, albeit with their roles now reversed. "What are you doing?" Su Lingxue feigned calmness, taking a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, striving to appear normal. "How did you return so quickly? I was about to message you to bring a piece of lingerie. My phone got wet and wouldn't turn on, so I had to use the computer, but unfortunately, I was a step too late. Let me see what you bought." Su Lingxue quickly walked over, taking the items from Jiang Feng's hands and beginning to examine them. Her movements were fluid and unhurried, not only alleviating the awkwardness, but also successfully diverting the conversation. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng pondered her words. "Lingerie. It seems I didn't buy any. How could I have forgotten such an essential item? But now the department store is closed, and I can't go back to purchase it." Su Lingxue meticulously unpacked the bag, revealing flip-flops, a toothbrush and toothpaste, a towel, instant noodles, and a few snacks. She turned and admonished him. "Humph, I knew you would overlook something. And what is this dreadful computer of yours? Your desktop is such a mess that you can't even find a penguin icon." Jiang Feng scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. In truth, there were times when he himself struggled to locate the appropriate software amidst the chaos. The disorder stemmed from his frequent searches for a multitude of materials during his creative process, resulting in a buildup of files he hadn't had the heart to delete. "I'll just go out and buy it again. Wait for me." "Hey, don't go." Su Lingxue grasped his arm. "Didn't you say the department store was closed? It's late at night and pouring rain. It's too dangerous. Let us just leave it for today and talk about it tomorrow." After repeated persuasion, Jiang Feng relented. "All right then, you go shower first. The water should be warm by now." Su Lingxue removed her soaked canvas shoes and cotton socks, slipping into flip-flops before entering the bathroom. However, the simplicity of the space left her at a loss. It was merely a basic shower stall, with nothing but a small shelf for shower gel. No place to set her clothes. Surely, she couldn't just leave them on the floor and step on them while showering. Given the circumstances, she had no choice. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Feng was drying off the water from his body when he suddenly heard the bathroom door creak open. Moments later, a tank top flew out. A few seconds later, a pair of pants followed suit. Shortly after, a small piece of clothing was tossed out, presenting a pink, irregular triangular shape, faintly adorned with small white hearts. The bathroom door then closed. Jiang Feng stood frozen, grappling with his inner turmoil. Should he help her pick up the clothes? After all, leaving them on the floor seemed rather inappropriate. Chapter 27. Thermal Expansion and Contraction. Jiang Feng stealthily approached the bathroom door. The sound of rushing water within sparked his imagination. "I'll help you put your clothes in the washing machine," he called out, deciding to offer a heads-up. Yet, Su Lingxue did not respond, perhaps not hearing him or feeling too shy to reply. He chose not to press further. Bending down, he delicately pinched the small article of clothing between his fingers, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over him. The fabric felt soft and comforting, still retaining Su Lingxue's lingering warmth, a rather delightful sensation. An unusual feeling stirred within him, making him feel like a pervert. No, what kind of pervert? It's only right to help one's girlfriend with her clothes. Jiang Feng continuously encouraged himself internally. Moments later, he boldly gathered a few articles of clothing in his hands and gently placed them into the washing machine. However, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable emptiness. It was a feeling he couldn't quite articulate. His intuition suggested that if given the chance to relive the moment, he would have lingered a moment longer. Alas, it was too late. Bound by his moral standards, Jiang Feng refrained from looking back and made his way to the bedroom. Yet, another light-colored item on the computer chair caught his attention. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a piece of clothing meant exclusively for women. Why had Su Lingxue left it here? In truth, Even Su Lingxue had forgotten about it, having temporarily placed it there while intending to message Jiang Feng from the computer. When Jiang Feng had unexpectedly returned, it completely slipped her mind. Jiang Feng approached it, casting a few intense glances. He felt increasingly like a pervert. But he simply couldn't help himself. How does one even wash such an item? Surely, it must also go in the washing machine. He had no knowledge of how to handle it. However, since it was clothing, the cleaning method should be the same. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng picked it up, forcibly suppressing his embarrassment, and placed it in the washing machine drum. Just then, Su Lingxue's voice emerged from the bathroom. I'll be done in a moment. Don't forget to bring me 2 outfits. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. Okay, right away. He then approached the wardrobe, opening the door. Selecting a pair of black sweatpants and a casual round-neck tank top, he said, here you go. The bathroom door swung open, revealing a delicate hand. Jiang Feng hesitated to draw near, merely extending his hand to offer her something. Yet the sight of that slender, fair arm adorned with glistening droplets of water was enough to quicken his heartbeat. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, Su Lingxue emerged from the bathroom. Her damp hair cascaded chaotically over her shoulders, and her smoothly radiant neck was still glistening with beads of water. Jiang Feng's attire, draped over her form, appeared exceedingly mismatched, the tank top barely reaching her thighs. The pant legs were rolled up several times, yet still hung excessively loose. However, these were secondary concerns. The primary issue lay in the tank top's neckline, which was far too wide, slipping off her shoulders to reveal a glimpse of her chest. With each step she took, the fabric swayed rhythmically, accentuating the absence of undergarments. Noticing Jiang Feng's barely concealed desire, Su Lingxue instinctively covered the neckline of her top with her hand, while simultaneously gesturing towards his abdomen. Jiang Feng glanced down, his face flushing crimson in an instant. Oh no, I forgot my pants were wet. There's no way to hide it. Please don't misunderstand. It's merely a case of thermal expansion, he stammered in explanation. Nevertheless, Su Lingxue remained composed, her expression betraying an understanding that required no words. There should still be plenty of hot water. You should go wash up. By the way, where's the hairdryer? I need to dry my hair. She gracefully shifted the topic, alleviating his embarrassment. Jiang Feng momentarily froze, taken aback by her inquiry. A hairdryer? No, we don't have one. What? Su Lingxue exclaimed, surprised by his response. Jiang Feng offered an apologetic smile, realizing that given his short hair, he rarely needed one, as it dried quickly after washing. Then I suppose I'll just wait. It should dry soon enough, she concluded before departing, leaving Jiang Feng to enter the bathroom. As he stepped inside, the rich fragrance of shower gel enveloped him, mingling with a hint of creaminess. Typically, when he showered alone, he had never experienced this sensation. The warm, humid air enveloped him completely, igniting a rush of heat within. The principle of thermal expansion was vividly illustrated before him. The droplets of water in the air had only just caressed Su Lingxue's body, and now they were upon him. Was this not an indirect, shared bathing experience? Contemplating this notion, Jiang Feng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, his breathing becoming heavier. After a 5-minute struggle, he managed to regain some semblance of normalcy. A quick rinse and a swift application of shower gel, and he hurriedly dried himself, eager to conclude his shower. He feared that lingering any longer would lead him to lose control. Could you please hand me my clothes? He called out upon hearing Su Lingxue's footsteps, just as he reached out to receive them. However, the next moment, the bathroom door swung open, and a hand appeared, offering the clothes. Jiang Feng stood momentarily stunned. Shouldn't he have been the one reaching out? Why was she handing them in? The cold air from the door rushed in, sending shivers down his spine, rendering the principle of thermal expansion seemingly ineffective, replaced instead by a rather uncomfortable sensation. Flustered, he quickly accepted the clothes and shut the bathroom door with haste. Outside, Su Lingxue chuckled softly. Oh, are you afraid I might peek? Such a shy big boy. The hot water continued to boil, and she retrieved a pack of disposable cups from the cabinet, pouring several cups of hot water onto the table. It was imperative to avoid catching a cold after being caught in the rain. Drinking hot water was an effective preventive measure to expedite the cooling process. She skillfully poured the water back and forth between 2 cups. A few minutes later, she took a sip, finding the temperature just right. Yet, Jiang Feng still had not emerged. Hey, why are you taking so long? Does it really take that long to get dressed? She called out. Moments later. Jiang Feng exited the bathroom, his face flushed and his hands awkwardly positioned over his abdomen. Observing his state, Su Lingxue couldn't help but stifle a laugh, realizing the effect her earlier actions had had on him. Perhaps you should take another cold shower? She suggested playfully. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Feng replied, perplexed. Su Lingxue cleared her throat. Ahem, didn't you just mention thermal expansion? Chapter 28. Don't speak, kiss me. Jiang Feng sat on the bed with a dark expression. Thermal expansion? Nonsense. The root of the issue lay elsewhere. Su Lingxue chuckled softly, refraining from pressing the matter further. Drink some hot water. You don't want to catch a cold. She indicated towards the cups on the table. After a few sips, Jiang Feng's unusual emotions finally began to subside. You should join me. Don't catch a chill. He invited. Despite it being summer, the torrential rain had significantly dropped the temperature, and the indoor ambience was only slightly warmer than a brisk chill. Jiang Feng spread out the sole blanket he possessed, draping it over both of them. It was a spring-autumn weight, neither too thick nor too thin, just right. Yet, the dilemma arose with only one pillow available, leaving him in a quandary. Their eyes met, both momentarily frozen in place. Su Lingxue seized the pillow and propped it against the headboard for Jiang Feng to lean against. Then, she stealthily nestled into his embrace. You're so warm, she remarked, her warm breath brushing against his chest, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. This sensation was utterly torturous. In an attempt to distract himself, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through short videos. Su Lingxue turned to watch alongside him. By sheer coincidence, the first video featured a woman in revealing attire dancing provocatively. The sultry movements combined with her alluring voice only stoked the flames of Jiang Feng's inner turmoil. He took a deep breath and stole a glance at Su Lingxue. Watching such content in front of his girlfriend was undoubtedly tempting fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiped away the video. Yet, the second clip was of similar nature. His fingers trembled as he attempted to navigate the screen, only to be halted by Su Lingxue. Why are you skipping past it? Just watch, she urged, bewildering him. Aren't you going to be bothered by it? The video concluded in under 20 seconds, and at that moment, Su Lingxue swiped away the video, turning to lock eyes with Jiang Feng, her tone suddenly serious. In the previous video, how many passers-by were behind her? You have 3 seconds to answer. 3. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. I want to skip it. And you won't let me? Isn't this a clear case of entrapment? It became evident that one should never trust a woman's words. Though she claimed indifference, she was clearly testing him. 2. With only 1 second remaining, Jiang Feng racked his brain, but could recall nothing. 1, 6, 9, or maybe 8 people? Su Lingxue's expression remained stern, her voice unwavering. Incorrect. Her delicate hand explored Jiang Feng's body, pausing at his waist, albeit from a different angle. 2 fingers pinched the tender flesh, causing a sudden jolt in Jiang Feng's heart. It seemed to have become a conditioned reflex. Even though she hadn't exerted much pressure, his mind could already sense the impending pain. Wait a moment, this is unfair. You never mentioned letting me view passers-by, Jiang Feng argued assertively. Goodness, if I allow her to continue playing dirty like this, will I even survive? Su Lingxue blinked, her fingers still gripping his waist, refusing to let go. She pouted, letting out a soft hum. As my boyfriend, you exhibit no awareness whatsoever. I'm feeling jealous. Is that reason enough? Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words, silently chanting to himself. Do not trust your girlfriend's fabrications. Do not gaze at beautiful women in front of your girlfriend. No, that's not right. I still think it's unfair. You log into your account, and I refuse to believe you want to be scrolling through handsome videos. If I catch even one, I'll twist you just as you twist me. Jiang Feng grinned smugly. However, Su Lingxue remained unfazed. She logged out of the account, entered a new username and password, and clicked to log in. 3 videos at most. If a handsome guy appears among them, I'll let you have your way with me. If not, just wait and see how I deal with you. It's not too late to regret now. Otherwise, you want to have another chance. The confidence in Su Lingxue's tone was unmistakable. Yet, Jiang Feng was filled with skepticism about her words. Clearly attempting to deceive me. Can I not see through such a ploy? Let us proceed as you say. Come on. Jiang Feng, you're bound to lose. After logging in, the account seemed to take quite some time to load, presumably transferring data. Opening the homepage recommended list. The first video was a tutorial on how to shoot videos, covering camera angles and similar knowledge. How about this? I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat willingly. And the punishment can be lighter. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth. No need, continue. It's just one video. I still have 2 chances left. I refuse to believe there isn't even one. I see you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Swiping through. The second video was a cosplay transformation, styled similarly to Su Lingxue's but not her. The creator was named Cos Ame, a name Jiang Feng recalled seeing in the comment section. This Ame, are you friends with her? Not quite friends, just acquaintances. We started cosplaying together and occasionally share video making experiences. Oh, don't digress. You have one last chance. Jiang Feng began to panic. Generally, when opening a short video, The platform recommends the content that aligns most closely with your interests, which typically reflects what you watch most frequently. Yet, 2 consecutive videos related to work sufficiently proved that Su Lingxue indeed does not often watch handsome men. No, I can't give up. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Stop rambling. Let us go straight to the third one. Jiang Feng, unable to wait, swiped to the next video. A man's figure appeared at the start. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Finally, I've caught one. However, before he could revel in his victory, the man emitted a soft, delicate female voice. It turned out to be a girl dressed as a boy. Glancing again at the creator's name, Overbearing Flower Sister. After 3 videos, Jiang Feng was in despair, while Su Lingxue beamed at him. I offered you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Jiang Feng, feeling utterly defeated, muttered, I concede. Do as you wish. Su Lingxue turned away, leaning back against Jiang Feng's chest, casually stating, It's quite simple. My clothes and shoes are now your responsibility. Make sure to wash them thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng sighed in relief. He had anticipated something far worse. It's just washing some clothes. A trivial matter that I can handle. Truthfully, even if you hadn't said it, I would have helped you wash them. Su Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. Don't interrupt. I haven't finished yet. There's more? Jiang Feng was quite surprised. I didn't specify how many items. When I said do as you wish, it means you must endure it, even if it's 1,000 items. Jiang Feng sighed deeply, falling in her trap once again. The second task is quite simple, actually. Suddenly, Su Lingxue withdrew her hand from Jiang Feng's waist, placing a finger on his chest and drawing gentle circles. Kiss me. Huh? Don't talk. Just kiss me. As long as I don't say stop, you mustn't stop. Chapter 29. Having a bowl of toxic chicken soup. When you have a girlfriend who is exceptionally flirty, surprises often come in an instant. Jiang Feng deeply resonated with this. Yet, the drawbacks were equally apparent. He could only comply with her wishes. When she said kiss, he must kiss. When she said stop, he must halt. Jiang Feng reluctantly lifted his head, leaning back against the pillow. His stomach suddenly growled. It must be said that kissing was an exceptionally physically demanding activity. Are you hungry? I think I'm a bit, Su Lingxue replied, rubbing her small belly, showing signs of fatigue. Jiang Feng got out of bed, boiled a fresh pot of water, and took out the instant noodles he had purchased. One was tomato-flavored and the other seafood-flavored. After spending several days together, he realized that Su Lingxue didn't like spicy food, so he opted for these 2 varieties. Which one do you want? The tomato one. I like it sweet and sour, she replied. Jiang Feng opened the instant noodles, added the seasoning packets, and turned to grab a hot dog. To his dismay, he discovered that one of them had already swollen in its packaging. Originally prepared with 2, only 1 remained. Without hesitation, he placed it into Su Lingxue's bowl. Now, all that is left is to wait for the water to boil. The plastic bag opened, revealing some snacks inside. Jiang Feng picked a bag of tomato-flavored chips and tossed it to Su Lingxue. The water will take a while. You should eat some of this to tide you over. Su Lingxue opened the packaging, and a sweet aroma wafted toward her, instantly stimulating her appetite. The crisp sound of crunching as she bit into the chips left her feeling quite satisfied. Here, Su Lingxue didn't just focus on her own eating. She pinched a chip and held it to Jiang Feng's mouth. Jiang Feng suddenly felt something was amiss. It seemed that every time they ate, Su Lingxue was the one feeding him, without exception. Yet in typical movies and dramas, it was always the boys feeding the girls. Such scenes were so heartwarming. Yes, I need to be more proactive. As Jiang Feng bit down on the chip, he snatched the bag from Su Lingxue's hands, mimicking her earlier action to grab a piece. Here, let me feed you. Su Lingxue looked at him, blinking her eyes, and suddenly frowned in distaste. Are you trying to pamper a child? How cheesy. You're acting like a girl. She snatched it back. I don't need you to feed me. I can eat on my own. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Didn't you just feed me like that? Why is it suddenly cheesy when it's reversed? He sighed. It seems I need to watch fewer of those ridiculous movies and dramas. They're all deceptive. While he questioned his life choices, Su Lingxue offered him another chip. Here, let me feed you. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. How hypocritical. You don't want me to feed you, yet you're all enthusiastic about feeding yourself. He mimicked Su Lingxue's tone, saying, Your affection is rather excessive, akin to that of a woman, remarked Su Lingxue, her expression shifting dramatically. Her gaze sharp as a blade. With a resounding slap, she struck his arm. Firstly, it is not merely a resemblance. I am indeed a woman. Secondly, when a girl feeds, it is an act of tenderness and thoughtfulness, do you understand? As a man, your role is to proactively offer me chips, not to feed me bite by bite, comprehend? Clearly, you must have indulged in some mindless films or dramas that are nothing but toxic platitudes. After Su Lingxue's thorough explanation, Jiang Feng seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding albeit still somewhat nebulous. Then enlighten me on what kind of gentleness a man should exhibit. So Lingxue smiled broadly, tilting her head to gaze at the ceiling. Perhaps it is allowing your girlfriend to strike you without retaliating. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. I believe your toxicity surpasses that of any toxic platitude. Chapter 30. The Terrifying Jealous Woman. The instant noodles were ready. Su Lingxue lifted the noodles, blowing on them for an extended period before placing them into her mouth. The sweet and sour taste brought her immense satisfaction. Though it was not a gourmet meal, it enveloped her in unparalleled happiness. She picked up a piece of sausage, taking a generous bite, reducing its original length by more than half. She placed the remainder into Jiang Feng's bowl. They exchanged a glance, words unspoken. In a moment where only a single sausage remained, Jiang Feng stealthily placed it into Su Lingxue's bowl, a subtle gesture of his tenderness. I wish to give you the best. Observing Jiang Feng's small act, Su Lingxue decided to share half of the sausage with him, embodying her own kindness. I do not desire your happiness to come at the cost of your own sacrifice. Relationships have never been constrained by formality. It is not akin to those idol dramas where the male lead feeds the female lead chips while reciting sweet nothings, leading to love. After they finished eating, Jiang Feng intended to tidy up the trash, only to be preempted by Su Lingxue. Allow me, you should rest. Do not forget, there are still so many clothes awaiting your attention. Tomorrow will be busy for you. Once everything was in order, Su Lingxue lay down on the bed, and Jiang Feng eagerly joined her, not quite understanding his own impatience, especially as they were both fully clothed. Hey, don't you feel a bit fatigued? Sleeping in clothes for 3 consecutive days seems to make one increasingly weary. Upon hearing his words, Su Lingxue's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? You can't possibly be thinking. Her face flushed crimson, and her expression turned slightly flustered. Yet she feigned calmness, raising her voice. No. That will surely lead to a loss of control. I'm not ready for that just yet. No way. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, astonished. This misunderstanding has escalated. Clearing his throat, he added, I believe you may have misinterpreted my intentions. That was not what I meant. I meant if you feel weary, I could offer you a massage. Su Lingxue stood frozen, blinking in disbelief. Huh? Did I misinterpret? She exhaled in relief. I knew it. Jiang Feng, doesn't he seem like the type to make such a request? She scratched her head to alleviate the awkwardness. After a moment, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Feng, her expression serious. If you ever speak while gasping for breath again, I will. Su Lingxue extended her hands, gesturing around Jiang Feng's waist. How would you make me lose face like this? She extended one leg from under the blanket, rolling up her pant leg a few times to reveal her slender, fair calf. The slight jiggle of flesh above appeared soft and inviting. Here, consider this your reward for massaging my leg. Shopping today was quite exhausting. Jiang Feng, eyes involuntarily drawn upwards, protested. Hey, what do you mean by rewarding me? Shouldn't me massaging your leg be a reward for you? Su Lingxue turned her head to glance at him, her expression proud and silent, her eyes glancing upward, a telltale sign of deceit. She discreetly withdrew her leg back under the blanket. You stubborn fool. Do you think I don't know you? Realizing he had been seen through, Jiang Feng's face reddened. After a prolonged standoff, he conceded, covering his face with his hands. All right, I admit it. I do want to touch. Please don't expose me. Seriously, can't you leave me a shred of dignity? Su Lingxue chuckled at his embarrassed demeanor. You were the one who was dishonest, lying in front of me. Furthermore, you do know I am your girlfriend. Couldn't you just say it outright? Would I really refuse you? Here's another chance. Say it. ISNT massaging my legs a reward for you? Jiang Feng, too ashamed to speak, merely nodded in silent agreement. Su Lingxue, satisfied with her accomplishment, took advantage of Jiang Feng's distracted state to lean in and peck him softly on the cheek, offering a gesture of comfort. There is no need for embarrassment in front of me. Her simple kiss instantly alleviated Jiang Feng's inner turmoil, drawing them closer together. Su Lingxue extended her leg, resting it in front of Jiang Feng, who, no longer hesitant, placed his hands on her leg. His first impression was one of softness, as though her leg were devoid of bones. Cool to the touch and delectably smooth, it was as if her skin had no trace of hair. The softness of her calf was particularly delightful to his touch. Thus, Jiang Feng displayed his utterly unrefined technique in massage. Meanwhile, Su Lingxue reclined against her pillow, silencing Jiang Feng's phone and opening a short video application. She scrolled through aimlessly, disregarding the content, dismissing any video featuring beautiful women. After swiping through 20 videos without encountering a single attractive woman, she finally relaxed and proceeded to unfollow every account associated with beauty. Once she completed her tasks, she accessed her own account to review the comments beneath her videos. Countless individuals were inquiring about the identity of the man in her video. She smiled to herself, thinking, "Soon, you shall all know." "All right, stop the massage. Come here and watch my cosplay transformation video," she declared, not waiting for Jiang Feng's consent before retracting her leg beneath the blanket. The truth was, his technique was so lacking that the massage had only left her calves sore instead of alleviating any fatigue. On the side, Jiang Feng still felt unsatisfied but complied. Realizing his own shortcomings, this was far from a massage, it was merely playful chaos. Leaning against the headboard, Su Lingxue kindly offered him her pillow, then nestled into his embrace. Su Lingxue opened a video. In it, she donned a striking red outfit, wielding a long sword as she stood amidst a forest carpeted with fallen leaves. Clearly, she portrayed an ancient heroine. The sword swung gracefully, sending leaves swirling about her, evoking a sense of desolation. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Su Lingxue's sword plunged into a man's chest, blood splattering forth. Regret and pleading were written across his face. "Redclad, I have been sincere to you. It was that woman who seduced me. You cannot blame me. Please forgive me. Grant me another chance, will you?" Jiang Feng discerned the narrative unfolding before him. A tale of infidelity discovered, leading to the rightful wife exacting vengeance. Su Lingxue, dressed as the red-clad heroine, exuded an air of sharp intensity, unsheathing her sword without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, blood gushed forth. She then uttered a single phrase, her tone frigid and devoid of compassion, vividly embodying the icy demeanor of a domineering woman. "Those who betray me are beyond forgiveness." The video concluded at that moment. Jiang Feng abruptly realized that Su Lingxue was smiling at him, her gaze eerily reminiscent of the one from the video, impeccably cold. She extended a finger, her sharp nail pressing against Jiang Feng's heart, applying a slight pressure. "Jiang Feng, do you see this sword? If you dare to watch any more videos of beautiful women, I shall slay you. Understand?" Su Lingxue's words were laced with a potent aura of menace, sending chills down his spine. Jiang Feng swallowed nervously, scarcely daring to breathe audibly. The jealousy of a woman can indeed be a formidable force. Chapter 31. Good night, my fierce girlfriend. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock at night, time for slumber. Yet with only a single pillow, Jiang Feng found himself in a dilemma. How was he to sleep? Modern individuals have become accustomed to resting upon pillows. Without one, it is utterly unmanageable. Sharing the pillow would mean their bodies would be pressed closely together, making restful sleep even more elusive. After much contemplation, he could devise no suitable solution. At that moment, Su Lingxue's eyes brightened as she casually pulled 2 tank tops from the wardrobe. "Here's a pillow for you. Lie down first." Jiang Feng stared at her in bewilderment. What on earth was she planning? "Don't ask so many questions. Just lie down and you'll see." Obediently, Jiang Feng reclined. Su Lingxue stretched his arm and wrapped it in one of the tank tops. Wasn't this equivalent to a makeshift pillow? Enveloping his arm in fabric would cushion it, effectively preventing any blood deficiency and ensuring circulation. Simultaneously, it would elevate his arm to pillow height. One must admit, Su Lingxue's ingenuity was commendable. However, Jiang Feng would have to endure some discomfort. Although his arm wouldn't suffer from blood loss, maintaining a single posture was indeed a trial. "Tonight, you must endure this. At most, I shall reward you with a foot massage tomorrow," Su Lingxue said in a remarkably gentle tone. Jiang Feng's thoughts abruptly halted. What nonsense was this? Rewarding him with a foot massage? While he could tolerate the notion of a leg massage, given that he desired to touch her, washing her feet was absurd. He glanced at Su Lingxue, who responded with a complex look. Moments later, the room was plunged into darkness as the lights were extinguished. Su Lingxue nestled against Jiang Feng's arm, turning to face him. Her voice was soft and delicate. "Good night, my silly boyfriend." Upon hearing her call him silly, Jiang Feng felt a surge of indignation. "Good night, His words were abruptly interrupted by Su Lingxue. "You are cute, kind, intelligent, graceful, gentle, understanding, capable of both domesticity and sophistication, both literary and martial, refined, lively, humorous, helpful, and you have never hit your boyfriend." Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Feng sighed. "Alas, I cannot compete with her. I can tolerate the previous compliments, but that last remark was truly excessive. Never hit your boyfriend? Are you lying through your teeth?" As if the injury on my waist was inflicted by a dog. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of rain outside lingered. Jiang Feng gradually opened his eyes. It was the 3rd time he had awakened that night, each bout of sleep lasting no more than an hour. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Su Lingxue resting on his arm, he felt an impulsive urge to roll over and embrace her, much like he would with a blanket while sleeping. That position was the most comfortable. Yet, he hesitated. On one hand, the intimacy he shared with Su Lingxue was limited to kisses, with no further physical contact. He feared that taking the initiative might provoke her ire. On the other hand, well, he cleared his throat. Embracing her would be rather inconvenient. In truth, the latter was the primary concern. After much deliberation, Jiang Feng resolved to endure. However, such restraint proved to be no simple feat. He counted 1,000 sheep, but could not find sleep. Instead, a mosquito was drawn to him. The pesky insect buzzed around his ear, and despite several attempts to swat it away, he was left empty-handed. Frustration swelled within him, and he channeled all his irritation toward the mosquito. With unwavering focus, he tracked its flight path. At one moment, the mosquito landed on his face. Without a second thought, he brought his hand down upon it. Finally, silence reigned in his vicinity. Yet, the sound of the slap roused Su Lingxue from her slumber. Drowsily, she murmured, "You still haven't fallen asleep?" Jiang Feng hastily explained, No. I was awakened by a mosquito and swatted it. Su Lingxue fell silent, extending a hand to touch Jiang Feng's cheek, feeling as if he were burning with fever. It dawned on her, while most people's body temperature drops during sleep, Jiang Feng's face was decidedly warm, clearly not as he had claimed, having just woken up. Su Lingxue felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She shouldn't have let things reach this point. Even if she desired to take things slowly, she couldn't allow Jiang Feng to suffer like this. It was far too unfair to him. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head and pushed Jiang Feng's arm aside, turning to face him. Jiang Feng, confused, turned to his side. Meanwhile, Su Lingxue shifted closer, nestling into his embrace. They were both able to rest their heads on the pillow, their faces mere inches apart. She then turned her back to him. As a special exception for tonight, you may hold me. Despite her invitation, Jiang Feng remained motionless, his right hand suspended in the air, hesitant to descend. Noticing his reluctance, Su Lingxue took his hand and placed it on her abdomen. Why do you keep retreating? I told you tonight you could hold me. Su Lingxue expressed some dissatisfaction with Jiang Feng's timidity. Did he really need to be so reserved? Seeing that Jiang Feng was still oblivious, she decided to forego further persuasion and shifted back slightly. Wait, don't pull away. Jiang Feng's words trailed off as he suddenly held his breath. At that moment, Su Lingxue turned her head, her expression one of shock as she gazed at him. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the surrounding darkness concealed their expressions. Otherwise, the situation would have been exceedingly awkward. The two remained frozen for what felt like an eternity. Su Lingxue shifted forward slightly and cleared her throat. Ahem, I'll go to sleep now. You should rest as well. Jiang Feng exhaled deeply, his tense body finally relaxing. I'll sleep too. He gently wrapped his arm around Su Lingxue's midsection, leaning back while maintaining a respectful distance. He left approximately 15 centimeters between them. Listening to the slightly disordered rhythm of Su Lingxue's breathing, Jiang Feng gradually found solace within himself. In an exceedingly gentle tone, he whispered, "Good night, my girlfriend," who was perfect in every aspect except for hitting her boyfriend. Chapter 32. Su Lingxue's confidence. In the morning, after brushing his teeth, the delivery arrived just in time. 2 bowls of sweet pumpkin porridge and 2 pancakes. The pancakes were lavishly adorned with individually added grilled sausages and fried eggs, embodying the epitome of indulgence. Jiang Feng devoured them in mere moments before plunging into a flurry of activity. Initially, he believed that washing clothes was a simple task. Just toss them into the washing machine and let it spin. However, tragedy struck a mere 30 seconds after he opened the machine. A button from a particular garment had lodged itself in the gap of the machine's base, causing the power cord to short-circuit and burn out. It was only later that he learned from Su Lingxue that such garments were typically hand-washed to prevent such mishaps. Jiang Feng lamented his late realization, as not only were his clothes ruined, but he also faced the daunting task of hand-washing them all and repairing the washing machine. His workload had suddenly multiplied exponentially. Su Lingxue expressed her sympathy, albeit only in words, urging him to persevere. Resigned to his fate, Jiang Feng squatted in the shower, painstakingly scrubbing each item of clothing in a basin. To expedite the process, he asked Su Lingxue to order a washboard from the delivery platform, which now offered a variety of household items. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Feng eagerly rushed to answer it. "Hello, this is for you." The delivery person intended to hand it over, but paused upon seeing Jiang Feng, scrutinizing the order. "May I ask the last 4 digits of your phone number?" 7788. The delivery person seemed doubtful. But this was ordered by a woman. You hearing their exchange. Su Lingxue called out from the other room. "Hello, it's mine. Just hand it to him." Upon hearing her voice, the delivery person confirmed the order and handed the washboard to Jiang Feng, leaving with a sympathetic glance, remarking, "Brother, you're really in a tough spot." As the delivery person walked away, Jiang Feng faintly heard him muttering, "In this day and age, I thought someone might actually use a washboard for laundry. Turns out it has other uses." Jiang Feng, with a blank expression, retreated to his room, reflecting, "That delivery guy is quite amusing. He actually thought I bought a washboard for kneeling. How ridiculous." Su Lingxue, overhearing his words, pondered for a moment. "He did give me an idea. It might not be a bad thought." This statement startled Jiang Feng, nearly causing him to stumble. "No way, you can't be serious." "Why not? What do you think?" With a darkened expression, Jiang Feng exited the bedroom, determined to dispose of that item as soon as he finished washing. "No, I shouldn't have bought it in the first place." In the shower, with the washboard as assistance, the laundry process sped up considerably. In just half an hour, he managed to clean several shirts and pairs of pants. However, he was left holding a small, pale pink pair of panties, feeling somewhat at a loss. How does one wash this? Lacking experience, he hesitated. Should he just scrub it on the washboard? Carefully controlling his strength, he feared tearing it. After washing the exterior, he turned it over to scrub the inside. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt an unusual sense of trust. A girl's intimate clothing was entrusted to him for hand washing, signifying Su Lingxue's complete confidence in him, devoid of any reservations. In that instant, he felt immeasurably happy and fortunate. Minutes later, Jiang Feng hung Su Lingxue's cotton socks on a clothesline on the balcony. With that, all the laundry was complete. Only 2 pairs of shoes remained. He submerged Su Lingxue's pink canvas shoes in water, removing the laces and insoles to soak them in detergent, even though they weren't particularly dirty. The soles, having been washed by rain, were devoid of any mud. After completing the process, the water in the basin remained clear, indicating the shoes were indeed clean. In contrast, he showed much less care for his own sneakers, not even changing the water in the basin. He simply rinsed them a couple of times in the existing water, gave them a cursory scrub, and hung them out to dry. On one hand, they were new and thus not dirty. On the other, even if they were old, he believed men didn't need to fuss over such details as long as they looked presentable. Once all the cleaning was done, Jiang Feng felt utterly exhausted. He returned to the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, stretching out. "Oh, this feels so good." At that moment, Su Lingxue, sitting on the bed, playfully kicked his thigh. "Hey, the work isn't finished yet. Don't be lazy." Jiang Feng froze. "Haven't I washed everything? Is there more?" Su Lingxue pointed to a pale white garment in the trash bin. "Did you forget? You still need to buy a replacement for the one you ruined." Jiang Feng's expression turned reluctant. Is it really appropriate for a grown man like me to buy something like that? With hands on her hips, Su Lingxue stood tall, her collar slipping down. "I could go myself, but think about it. I'm not wearing anything under my clothes." Her reminder struck Jiang Feng, and he suddenly realized that with the laundry hanging on the balcony, she had no other clothes and was still in his oversized tank top and pants. The thought jolted him upright. "Oh no, I'll go, you stay put." He couldn't bear the idea of his girlfriend going out in such a state. What if she exposed herself? Reluctantly, he dashed out the door without a second thought. Inside, Su Lingxue was utterly speechless. "You fool, you ran so fast, and I haven't even told you the size yet." She could only hope Jiang Feng wouldn't buy something too small, as that would be a waste of money. As for whether he would buy something too large, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Lingxue had unwavering confidence in herself. Chapter 33. Comfort After Embarrassment. A few hundred meters from the apartment, Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of a lingerie store. A glance revealed an array of colorful undergarments, some of which surpassed his comprehension. To him, items that consisted solely of strings, without fabric, hardly qualified as clothing. He pretended to be a passerby, pacing back and forth at the entrance, hesitating to enter. Typically, he wouldn't even dare to glance at such a place, fearing others might label him a pervert. Yet today he had to step inside to purchase an item. How humiliating. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Feng steadied himself, attempting to appear composed. With a determined stride, he stepped inside. In moments of anxiety, one's movements often become exaggerated. Focused on calming his nerves, Jiang Feng failed to notice the step and stumbled. Fortunately, he caught himself on a nearby display rack, avoiding a fall. "Are you all right, handsome?" came a woman's voice. Turning, he saw the store owner, a young woman likely in her 20s, certainly no older than 30. She wore a white floral dress, beaming warmly, exuding a welcoming demeanor. The memory of almost tripping in front of her made Jiang Feng's face flush with embarrassment. What a mortifying moment. "What can I help you with, handsome? Our store has a wide variety of styles, casual, seductive, and all sizes available." Jiang Feng stood there, utterly at a loss. He merely wished to purchase a bra for his girlfriend. Despite his intentions to speak fluently, he found himself unable to suppress his stammering. If the shopkeeper had been an older woman, perhaps he would have felt less apprehensive. However, her youth rendered him tongue-tied. The shopkeeper, upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, displayed an expression of nonchalance, as if such encounters were commonplace for her. "Follow me," she instructed. Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the woman exhibited professionalism and refrained from pressing him with further questions. He trailed behind her into a small room at the back. "How about these? If you need more options, there are others in the back," she offered. Jiang Feng felt on the verge of collapse. He had assumed she understood what he wanted, but it seemed he had overestimated her. He scanned the room, filled with transparent lace and designs that were alarmingly provocative. Each item elicited a rush of blood to his head, and he broke into a cold sweat. He gestured dismissively at the shopkeeper, saying, "Not this. I need something more every day." The shopkeeper appeared slightly taken aback, then quickly apologized. "Oh dear, I misunderstood. The everyday options are over here." Jiang Feng followed her into another room, which felt considerably more appropriate. Although he still felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, it was a marked improvement from before. He casually glanced around and spotted an item resembling one he had seen on Su Lingxue, in a similar color and style. "This one will do," he declared. The shopkeeper retrieved it and checked the size on the tag. "What size do you need? I can fetch it from the storeroom." Jiang Feng froze, bewildered. "What size?" He thought in dismay. "I have no idea." Su Lingxue hadn't mentioned it either. The size." In a moment of desperation, he extended his hands and gestured in the air, indicating a vague approximation. "Something like this, perhaps a bit larger than you." Mid-sentence, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, her earlier enthusiasm replaced by irritation. Jiang Feng realized he had misspoken and ceased further elaboration. It was already quite rude to gesture like that towards a young woman, let alone compare her to Su Lingxue. This inadvertently revealed that he had been covertly observing her. Had they not been in a lingerie shop, she might have already reported him. With her arms crossed, the shopkeeper straightened her posture and coldly remarked, "Please wait a moment." She turned and walked toward the storeroom. Half a minute later, she emerged with a different item. "The largest size is sold out. I only have one slightly smaller." The atmosphere grew tense, and Jiang Feng dared not speak further. "I'll take it." "How much?" he inquired. 80, she replied. 80? That's so expensive." Hearing that price, he couldn't help but suspect that she was deliberately inflating the cost as a form of revenge. He contemplated arguing, but then remembered his ignorance about the pricing of such items and reconsidered. Ultimately, he resigned himself to being overcharged, just wanting to escape the awkward situation. It was likely the shopkeeper wished to be rid of him as well. After paying and receiving the garment, Jiang Feng wasted no time in leaving. Yet, just a few steps outside, he noticed the peculiar glances for passers-by. He glanced around, scrutinizing himself. Before realizing the source of their curiosity, he had forgotten to ask for a bag. Here he was, Jiang Feng, a young man in his 20s, brazenly carrying women's lingerie down the street. It was no wonder he attracted such attention. After a moment's thought, he decided to brave the return trip. He truly couldn't face the shopkeeper again. As he walked, he faced countless inquisitive stares, forging ahead with determination. He admired his own courage. 5 minutes later, upon entering his room, he felt utterly drained, as if all strength had left him. He tossed the lingerie to Su Lingxue and collapsed on a bed, burying his head under the covers. Su Lingxue, disregarding the examination of the garment's size, moved beside him and, concerned, asked what happened. After a considerable pause, Jiang Feng finally emerged from his cocoon of fabric and recounted the entire ordeal. Su Lingxue refrained from chastising him for glancing at the shopkeeper's figure. A man had endured such embarrassment simply to procure a suitable undergarment for her. She found it deeply moving. Gently stroking his head, she spoke in a soothing voice. "Honestly, I never expected you to manage it so smoothly. You've done wonderfully." Her words enveloped Jiang Feng in warmth, though the shadow of his earlier experience lingered. He sat up, breathing heavily, as the scenes replayed in his mind, refusing to fade. Observing his distress, Su Lingxue tenderly pulled him into her embrace, wrapping him in her unique gentleness. "Feeling better now?" she asked. Jiang Feng, shaken from his reverie, gradually relaxed. A wave of profound happiness surged within him, banishing the lingering shadows. He took a deep breath, feeling a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, he felt that even the greatest of embarrassments had been worthwhile. Su Lingxue tightened her hold slightly, sighing, "You lucky guy. I guess you got easy, huh? Chapter 34, safe, I crave steamed boons." In the blink of an eye, noon approached. Jiang Feng was organizing some articles on his computer, while Su Lingxue engaged with her phone in the comment section. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. "The groceries I ordered have arrived. Please fetch them," Su Lingxue commanded, reclining comfortably against the headboard. Jiang Feng opened the door to find a familiar face, the delivery guy who had brought in the washboard earlier that morning. "Brother," after kneeling to scrub the washboard, "you still have to cook. Let me offer you a piece of advice. This girlfriend isn't worth it, the delivery guy remarked, placing the groceries on the ground before turning to leave. Jiang Feng longed to explain the washboard incident, but the words caught in his throat. In such a context, any explanation would only serve as a cover-up, making matters worse. It was better to remain silent. After placing the groceries in the kitchen, Jiang Feng turned to Su Lingxue. Chef Su, it's time for you to take action. With agility, Su Lingxue rose from the bed and headed toward the kitchen. Indeed, it was her idea to buy groceries and prepare a meal. They had been consuming takeout for several days, and she had yet to showcase her culinary skills. Today, the opportunity had arrived. Go wash the potatoes, she instructed Jiang Feng. Reluctantly, he emerged from the bedroom and accepted the potatoes from her. Didn't you say you'd be cooking? Why am I involved? He protested. Su Lingxue shot him a glare. As the head chef, how can I perform such menial tasks like washing potatoes? Hurry up, otherwise I won't feed you later and you'll starve. Jiang Feng sighed. Alright, chef. Do you want me to peel the potatoes as well? Yes, that's fine. You can handle the peeling too. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. I might as well keep silent. Why stir the pot unnecessarily? Perhaps refraining from speech would afford me a bit more ease. After washing clothes all morning, I finally get a moment to rest, only to be summoned for assistance once again. It seems the delivery person was indeed correct. One should not desire a girlfriend of this sort. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up, there's a need for it. Upon hearing her urgent tone, Jiang Feng's expression shifted instantly, adopting a facade of enthusiastic labor, as if he were utterly delighted. Right away. I'll wash the dishes again later. Just look. They've gathered a layer of dust. What? I still have to wash the dishes? Jiang Feng typically cooks only a handful of times a month, primarily due to his aversion to dishwashing. Yet, he could not escape it this time. He inwardly lamented how wonderful it would be to order takeout instead of cooking. At that moment, Su Lingxue turned around, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized him. Do you have a problem? Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine under her intense stare and hurriedly shook his head. No problem. To speak candidly, when Su Lingxue is gentle, she is truly gentle. Yet when she is fierce, she is undeniably formidable. With all the preparations complete, Su Lingxue's culinary showcase was finally set to commence. She sliced half of the potatoes into shreds and the other half into chunks. The knife in her hand moved with a grace akin to that of a dancer. Deft and weightless, it was evident that she possessed genuine skill. Jiang Feng observed in silence, occasionally gasping in awe. Su Lingu patiently aplanet het techniquis. Detailing the nuances of caramelizing sugar, the ideal temperature for oil, the distinctions between light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce, which enhances flavor and adds color. Among other insights, her explanations were articulate and insightful. However, Jiang Feng felt that her teachings were akin to playing music to a deaf audience. A plate. He retrieved one and set it aside. With one hand cradling the ladle and the other holding the pan, she deftly slid the dish onto the plate. Her movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a master chef at work. After completing one dish, she proceeded to the next. 40 minutes later, lunch was finally accomplished. Jiang Feng admired the 4 dishes laid out before him. The stir-fried shredded potatoes, fragrant and tangy, were irresistibly appetizing. The braised pork with potatoes, glistening with a vibrant red hue, was utterly enticing. The cold shredded chicken was prepared by boiling chicken breast until tender, shredding it into strips, rinsing with cold water, and adding onion slivers, all tossed together with an array of seasonings. The piece de resistance being the drizzle of sesame oil that wafted an inviting aroma. Lastly, the clear broth containing pork meatballs and chives was fragrant and refreshing. How wonderful it is to have a girlfriend like me, Su Lingxue proclaimed with pride. Jiang Feng could hardly contain his eagerness, savoring each bite while showering her with compliments. This is not merely happiness. It is extraordinarily, immensely blissful. Who was the fool that claimed such a girlfriend was undesirable? Oh, it seems it was I. What a foolish notion indeed. Here, take this. I avoid fatty meat, lest I gain weight. Su Lingxue picked up a piece of braised pork, nibbled off the lean portion, and placed the fatty part into Jiang Feng's bowl. He did not refuse. Just right. I could use a bit more weight. Eating takeout daily has left me somewhat malnourished. After devouring his meal, Jiang Feng patted his belly and let out a satisfied burp. Ah, that was truly delectable. Normally, he would only consume a bowl's worth. But today he astonishingly finished 2.5 bowls. Had he not feared indigestion, he felt he could have eaten more. Opposite him, Su Lingxue was also full. She sat upright in her chair, attempting to alleviate the pressure on her stomach. At this moment, she had changed back into her original outfit. Given that it was summer, her clothes dried within 2 hours. However, whether due to shrinkage or not, her curves appeared even more pronounced than before. Jiang Feng's gaze wandered indecisively over her form. his throat bobbing as he swallowed repeatedly. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Chef Su, perhaps next time you could skip the steamed rice. I would prefer steamed buns. Chapter 35. Violin romance. Su Lingshue's delicate hand crept to Jiang Feng's waist, and without mercy, she twisted. Jiang Feng yelped in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Silence. Su Lingxue snapped. And Jiang Feng immediately fell silent, squirming in agony. After 3 seconds, she released her grip. Jiang Feng, you've grown bold, daring to openly peek and tease me. Hey, don't accuse me. When did I ever tease you? I just wanted to eat steamed buns, is that so wrong? Su Lingu ehalit sharply, head anger rising. Still defiant. Are we? Do you think I'm oblivious? Do you want me to buy you a bottle of milk? By the way, is that washboard still around? Her words sent a chill down Jiang Feng's spine. He understood all too well what she meant. No, I was wrong, I admit it. I can endure the pinching, but kneeling on a washboard would be utterly humiliating. Su Lingxue shot him a glare. Serve you right. That LL teach you to be dishonest. Are you still going to eat steamed buns? No, I want to eat them. That is more like it. Just get a bottle of milk. Su Lingxue, watch me not strangle you. At 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Feng lay on his bed, looking ashen. Was it just a joke? Why such severity? It hurts so much. Whose girlfriend is as violent as you? Su Lingxue stepped onto the balcony and noticed that her shoes had completely dried. Let us go. I need to get my phone fixed. Her phone had been damaged by water and still wouldn't turn on. Jiang Feng lay on the bed, turning his head away. I don't want to talk to you. Su Lingxue raised her voice, counting down. 3, 2, 1. The moment she uttered it, Jiang Feng shot up from his position. Cough, cough. I never said I wanted to go. Su Lingxue sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her delicate feet. Help me put on my shoes. Jiang Feng approached and squatted beside the bed. This time, helping her put on shoes felt much more familiar than the first. He completed it quickly. Moreover, he noticed that the white sock cuffs and the pink canvas shoes complemented each other in a uniquely charming way, accentuating her slender ankles. He couldn't help but think how beautiful her ankles were. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. How could I think such a thing? Am I an ankle enthusiast? The weather outside remained sweltering. Walking outside felt like entering a sauna. Fortunately, a phone repair shop was just a few hundred meters away from the apartment. Upon entering, he spotted a young couple cozied up at the counter, engaged in affectionate conversation, their faces nearly touching. The shop owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s and somewhat portly, was attempting to fix a phone while stealing glances at them. Beside him sat a similarly portly woman of the same age, presumably his wife, leisurely sipping tea. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue felt hesitant to disturb them, so they tread lightly. The owner inspected the phone, noting it got wet last night in the rain. The proprietor received the mobile phone and conducted a brief test to ensure it was charged. It was indeed operational. Very well. I shall take a look, he said, gesturing for a moment's patience. Jiang Feng surveyed the surroundings. There were only 3 chairs in the establishment, 2 of which were occupied by a young couple, leaving just one available. He motioned for Su Lingxue to take a seat, but she disregarded his suggestion and instead shifted the chair next to him. Leaning close, she whispered, "You should sit down. After a busy morning, you need to rest more than I do." Before Jiang Feng could acquiesce, Su Lingxue grasped the side of his trousers and pulled them downward, in an effort to prevent his pants from falling. Jiang Feng had no choice but to bend his knees, settling into the chair. Su Lingxue smiled contentedly, having executed a rather forceful yet persuasive gesture to secure his seat. Otherwise, given Jiang Feng's nature, they would have debated this for quite some time. Observing this, Jiang Feng ceased his resistance. After all, repairing a phone would not consume an excessive amount of time. If necessary, they could alternate seats later. Behind the counter, the owner rummaged through a disordered toolbox. Upon noticing Jiang Feng, he raised an eyebrow and cast him an admiring glance. The young man seemed commendable, boasting a respectable standing in his household. Typically, in situations where only one seat is available, it is the woman who occupies it while the man stands. Instances of women remaining standing are indeed rare, a model for our generation. Nearby, the affectionate couple also took note of Jiang Feng and Su Lingshue's situation. The young woman shot Jiang Feng a disdainful glare, her expression rife with contempt. How could such a man possibly have a girlfriend? He is utterly clueless, she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet the stillness of the shop allowed Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue to hear her clearly. At that moment, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps it would be best to let Su Lingxue take the seat after all. He stood up, intending to offer the chair, but was promptly restrained by Su Lingxue, who firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Her expression was icy as she turned to face the young woman. "This is my boyfriend. There's no need for you to meddle." The young woman appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a direct confrontation from Su Lingxue, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Silence hung thick in the air for several seconds before the young woman stood up, instantly heightening the tension in the room. Jiang Feng's body tensed, ready to respond to any situation, his gaze fixed on the man accompanying the young woman, prepared for action. However, what transpired next exceeded everyone's expectations. The young woman swiftly slapped her male companion across the face, the sound ringing out sharply, plunging the shop into silence. Even the owner paused, placing down his tools to closely observe the unfolding drama. "You let her insult me without a word, and you call yourself a man? I must have been blind to choose you," she exclaimed. The man glanced around, his expression one of fury as he turned his attention to her. "How many times must I tell you not to strike me in public? Do you have no regard for my dignity?" The woman turned her head away, exasperated. "You spineless wretch, you didn't even stand up for me when I was insulted. What dignity do you think you possess?" His fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. He seemed on the verge of violence. Jiang Feng instinctively pulled Su Lingxue behind him, hoping to shield her from any potential harm. "Damn it. I'm the one who's blind to have ended up with a woman like you. We're through." Ultimately, the man managed to suppress his urge to strike back and turn to leave. The previously composed woman could no longer maintain her poise. Her face filled with desperation as she called out, "Come back, you worthless scoundrel." 10 seconds passed, and the man did not return. Unable to wait any longer, she burst into tears and dashed after him. Inside the shop, the remaining 4 individuals exchanged glances. The proprietor was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "Ah, youth is often fiery." He fled before the phone was even repaired. He turned to Jiang Feng, "Let me fix it for you." Upon inspection, it appears the internal screen is burned out. It will cost 220 yuan. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. "All right, how long will it take?" "I'll have it done within half an hour." The shop returned to its earlier tranquility, with 2 chairs now vacant, eliminating the need for further exchanges of seating. "Go find this model in the storeroom and also bring me a glass of water," the owner called to his wife. She shot him a sidelong glance, then looked over at Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue, said nothing, and turned to retreat into the back room. With only 3 people remaining, the owner glanced at Jiang Feng once more. "You saw that, right? A man must be assertive. Otherwise, you'll end up like those 2 just now. Being slapped in public, what a disgrace." Jiang Feng found himself perplexed by the owner's words. Was he insinuating something about him? He remained silent, prompting the owner to continue. "Look at me. I can delegate tasks and have others do the work for me. That's what it means to be a man." At this point, Jiang Feng suddenly comprehended. So he was flaunting his domestic authority. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the owner's wife emerged from the back with a glass of water and the necessary components for the phone. Perhaps the owner was simply overly dedicated, for he suddenly fell silent, taking up the new phone screen and becoming engrossed in his work. At that moment, Jiang Feng's thoughts drifted to Su Lingxue. She had always been so assertive and even aggressive. Would she become like that woman in the future? This contemplation filled him with unease regarding his future. He retrieved his phone and opened a note, writing, "If we were to argue in the future, what would you do? Would you react like that girl just now?" Jiang Feng passed his phone to Su Lingxue, surprised to see her smiling. Her fingers danced across the screen, and after a few minutes, she returned the device to him. He read her message and couldn't help but smile. "You're not foolish. If my actions hurt you, you would surely leave, wouldn't you? I'm not foolish either. If I know certain actions will upset you, why would I engage in them? Since neither of us is foolish. What need is there for arguments to resolve issues? Arguments are merely the actions of ignorant individuals, futile and devoid of meaning. They fail to see their own faults and only shift blame through quarrels." She paused thoughtfully, then added, "But if the day comes when we do argue, it will likely be because neither of us wants to wash the dishes. Be prepared for me to take a firm stance then." Finally, Su Lingxue made a heart gesture with her hand. Chapter 36, The Head of the Household? You're overthinking it. Inside the mobile phone shop, the earlier couple did not return. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue busied themselves with a mobile game titled Sheep Escape. The premise involved navigating a maze from the perspective of a sheep, racing against the clock to escape before a wolf emerged at high speed to capture them. In the past, he would have found such childish games beneath him, viewing them as an affront to his dignity. Yet now, with Su Lingxue by his side, he found immense joy in playing. The game featured a 2-player mode, with one sheep designated as A and the other as B. Since they currently possessed only one phone, they had to take turns playing, but to distinguish their scores, they chose different characters. Jiang Feng opted for option A. Thus far, he and Su Lingxue had each played 9 rounds, with him trailing by a single point, 5-6, with the stipulated 10 rounds at stake. This was the final game. If he were to lose, all hope would be extinguished. Conversely, a victory would still afford him a chance to equalize. Jiang Feng fixed his gaze on the screen, diligently exploring every possible path. At last, as time waned, he glimpsed the finish line. A sheep survived, scoring 1 point, bringing his total to 6. When a notification appeared on the screen, Jiang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. He proudly presented his phone to Su Lingxue. She cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing his excitement. It was merely a tie in the score. What was there to be thrilled about? Just wait until I win this round, and you'll be the one to lose. The game commenced. Su Lingxue experienced a bout of misfortune, stumbling into a dead end right from the start. In this first-person maze, luck was indeed a critical factor. By the time she retraced her steps to the starting point, considerable time had elapsed. Growing anxious, she erred increasingly as her urgency mounted. Ultimately, as expected, she failed to reach the finish line within the allotted time. The screen flashed a notification. B-Sheep has perished, scoring 0 points with a total of 6. The two were now tied. At that moment, a spark of mischief ignited within Su Lingxue as she deleted Jiang Feng's character. She then brandished the score interface before him. 60 I win. Jiang Feng stared at her in disbelief. How could she possibly resort to cheating? Well, as long as she was happy. Su Lingxue gently flicked his forehead 3 times. This was the prearranged punishment, 1 flick for each point he trailed. However, considering her underhanded victory, she limited it to 3. Glancing at the time, Jiang Feng noted that 20 minutes had already passed. He turned to the counter. Boss, how much longer do you think it will take? Just a couple of minutes, came a reply. The two fell into a quiet wait. In less than 2 minutes, the boss called out, all right. Su Lingxue took the phone, pressed the power button, and meticulously checked all functions. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng discreetly settled the bill. As he closed the payment page, a notification popped up with a message from Su Lingxue. Sweet Snow, I was just about to haggle, and you went ahead and paid. How rude. Jiang Feng turned to find Su Lingxue glaring at him, her expression irate. He frowned slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Once the phone was confirmed to be in order, the two exited the store. At that moment, only the two were left inside. The boss's wife seized the fat boss by the ear. How dare you instruct me to fetch water for you? Have you lost your mind? If it weren't for the presence of others earlier. She raised her arm, mimicking a slap, though she did not follow through. The boss didn't even blink. After all, he had never actually received a slap in his life. He smiled sheepishly. Dear, I apologize. You sit tight. I'll get you some water. As he moved to the back room, he sighed. I can only boast when my wife is away. Unlike that young man from earlier, who is the true head of the household, even controlling the finances. 220 yuan, paid in one go, without a hint of haggling. I envy him. On the street, Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue strolled in the shade. Unbeknownst to the boss, the head of the household was enduring Su Lingxue's playful pinching at his waist. The reason for this was precisely what the phone store owner envied. He had not haggled. Chapter 37. Cherish the Considerate Girl. After leaving the phone store, the two did not return immediately, but instead ventured to a nearby large supermarket. Initially, they had intended to purchase a pillow. However, upon entering, Su Lingxue forgot her original purpose. This bracelet is lovely. In a corner of the supermarket, shelves displayed a variety of trinkets, priced between a few and several dozen yuan. Su Lingxue fixated on a silver bracelet, examining it closely. As it was still in its packaging, she could not try it on, so she merely held it against her wrist. It was evident that she was quite taken with it. Yet after a prolonged contemplation, she ultimately placed the bracelet back on the shelf. Why are you putting it back? Didn't you like it? Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. Su Lingxue shook her head. It doesn't come in a couple's version. That's no good. Upon hearing her reasoning, Jiang Feng felt a warm sensation blossom within him. Couple's version. A term he once envied and aspired to. Now, he felt deserving of it. Scanning the shelves one by one, Su Lingxue failed to find what she desired. After all, such supermarkets seldom carried couples items. Until she spotted a small red string hanging above. She gently nudged Jiang Feng. That one. The red string was perched on the topmost shelf, nearly 2 meters high, far beyond her reach, so she required Jiang Feng's assistance to retrieve it. Jiang Feng reached up, took it down, and handed it to her, glancing at the packaging that boldly declared, "Couples only, singles please keep out." Goodness, no wonder it was placed so high. A single woman couldn't reach it and would have to come with her boyfriend instead. A single man, seeing the words "couples only," would be even less inclined to touch it. It was, without a doubt, a cleverly designed marketing strategy. Su Lingxue accepted the red string, briefly measuring it against her wrist without a thorough inspection. This will do. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Aren't you going to look at anything else? This red string doesn't seem particularly beautiful. There are so many options over there. Not looking. No matter how pretty it is, if I can't wear it with you. It holds no meaning. Huh? At that moment, Jiang Feng felt his heart melt. He glanced at the price tag, 520. Though the number was quite appealing for some reason, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Just inside the entrance of the supermarket was a jewelry counter showcasing an array of couples' accessories, undoubtedly far more beautiful than a mere red string. Yet, Su Lingxue had not so much as glanced at them, instead spending nearly 20 minutes in that corner, ultimately selecting 2 red strings. Clearly, she wished to spare him from any psychological burden or financial pressure. Jiang Feng suddenly recalled the absence of cosmetics, lipsticks, and other luxuries in her rented apartment. She possessed almost no extravagant items. While the costumes she used for cosplay were not less expensive, they were necessities for her work, not luxuries in the same vein. He realized at that moment that the girl before him was remarkably frugal and easily satisfied. Jiang Feng suddenly understood why she had been upset when he had refrained from haggling at the phone store. With these thoughts, his nose tinged with emotion. Su Lingxue was truly a considerate girl, deserving of one's affection. As a content creator with 1 million followers, her videos garnered nearly 1 million views each. Coupled with advertising revenue, her monthly income undoubtedly equaled or surpassed his own, likely amounting to 20 to 30,000 yuan. This was even considering she only posted 4 or 5 videos each month without ever going live. In other words, her financial situation was far better than Jiang Feng's. She could easily afford to purchase a bracelet worth several hundred or even thousands of yuan without a second thought. Yet, she chose not to. On one hand, she does not pursue such things. On the other hand, it may stem from a fear that he might feel inadequate. He refers to himself in a flattering light. As a writer, in a harsher light, he is merely a struggling novelist. Nearly 3 years have passed since his graduation. Lacking social skills, he has few friends and no advantageous family background. Each day, he finds himself confined to a rented room, living a life turned upside down, relying on the meager benefits of food delivery services, consuming cheap, additive-laden meals. There was a time when he could scarcely afford to eat, surviving for an entire week on a single bottle of Debanjiang and 2 packets of instant noodles. Yet he continues to write tirelessly, weaving tales of dreams that seem unattainable, shamelessly submitting his work to various publishers in hopes of earning some income. On good days, he barely manages to make over 10,000 yuan in a month. On bad days, he struggles to cover his expenses. Despite his earnest efforts to conceive and learn, the industry itself is in a downturn, and for 3 consecutive years, his income has shown no signs of improvement. Jiang Feng feels like a failure. As he gazes at Su Lingxue's silhouette, a profound sense of inferiority envelopes him. He wonders how he could possibly be worthy of such a remarkable girl. In an instant, his mind drifts. He lifts his shirt to inspect the injury on his waist. This is not a dream. It is indeed reality. He has truly been blessed with a girl like her. Yes, it is not a dream, but what now? At this moment, a singular thought occupies Jiang Feng's mind. I cannot let her down. His initial affection was pure, perhaps sparked by a single action or a character trait. Su Lingxue may not demand extraordinary excellence from him, yet Jiang Feng believes he cannot allow himself to slacken. Never before has he felt such an intense desire for success. The fear of losing Su Lingxue due to his own inadequacies haunts him. A sensible girl like her deserves, and is worthy of, something far better. Quietly, Jiang Feng adds pressure upon himself. At this moment, he discovers his motivation to strive. What are you daydreaming about? Come on. Su Lingxue waved her hand, urging him to catch up. Choose from these flavors of lip balm. Jiang Feng, his thoughts returning to reality, found himself momentarily stunned. But I don't wear lip balm. What else there to choose? Su Lingxue smiled at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. You might not wear it, but you certainly eat it. Finally, Jiang Feng grasped her meaning and smiled in understanding. How about we buy one of each flavor? Su Lingxue's smile faded as she shot him a playful glare. Dream on. You can only choose one. Then I'll take the jasmine one. What? Haven't you eaten enough? The way you say it, it sounds like you're granting me an opportunity. There haven't been many occasions, have there? Well, since it's tonight, you're in for a treat. Chapter 38. The Consequences of Making Me Jealous. A single pillow, 2 red string bracelets, and a lip balm. This is the entirety of their haul after half an hour in the supermarket. A total of 392 yuan. Please present your payment code. While Su Lingxue rummaged through her phone, Jiang Feng had already displayed his payment code. She smiled at him. Once the transaction was complete, she extended her hand towards him. Jiang Feng willingly took her small hand, feeling the warmth and softness in his palm, which brought him immense tranquility. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, Su Lingxue was suddenly captivated by a nearby claw machine. Indeed, girls have an irresistible attraction to such fluffy items. After all, she is still just a 270-month-old baby. Jiang Feng followed her. A glance revealed 3 oversized plush toys inside, each over 1 meter long, a pink dolphin, a large gray bear, and an indiscernible creature facing away. But judging by its small, ball-like tail, It appeared to be a rabbit. Aside from these three, the rest were palm-sized plush figures, little chickens, dogs, and cats covering the entire floor. The machine operated on a scanning basis, costing 1 yuan per attempt. Without hesitation, Su Lingxue scanned 3 yuan. The claw machine whirred to life. She gripped the joystick, shaking it vigorously to maximize the claw's swing. Timing her move, she released the claw, snagging a small penguin immediately. Jiang Feng watched in astonishment. Is it really that easy? It should be quite challenging. As he marveled inwardly, Su Lingxue attempted again, successfully hooking the pink dolphin by its eye socket. Unfortunately, when it released, it fell just short, teetering on the edge of the exit, unable to drop. However, with a little more finesse, the chances of success were high. How about that? Am I impressive or what? Jiang Feng gave her a thumbs up. Su Lingxue took a deep breath, preparing for a third attempt. This dolphin is so big. It would be so comforting to cuddle with at night. She swayed the joystick, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just then, Jiang Feng sneezed loudly, startling her, causing her to lose her grip on the claw. She turned to him, shooting him a sharp glare. That was unintentional. I'll scan again for you. You could try once more. Oof. Jiang Feng scanned another 3 yuan. Su Lingxue resumed her operation. However, just as she was about to release the claw, Jiang Feng sneezed again. Predictably, the claw came up empty once more. What a surprise. What a surprise. Let's try again. Su Lingxue looked at him skeptically. Are you sure that that's not intentional? Sneezing on such a hot day? Do you think I'm foolish? Jiang Feng waved his hands, repeatedly assuring her. I promise, it won't happen again. Su Lingxue peered into his upward-glancing eyes, knowing he was lying. You're not jealous, are you? Let me guess, it's because I said I could sleep with the dolphin tonight? Upon hearing her guess, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in alarm, his demeanor flustered. His hands flailed about aimlessly. Su Lingxue clamped her mouth to suppress her laughter. Fully aware she had hit the mark. Jiang Feng, you're actually jealous of a dolphin. Nearby, Jiang Feng, realizing his thoughts had been exposed, ceased to hide his feelings. Turning his head away, his face flushed. You know, I ask, if Su Lingxue catches the dolphin and cuddles with it at night, what place would I have in that scenario? Even he, a grown man, understood the comfort of hugging a plush toy. Therefore, he was determined to prevent any intruders. Su Lingxue laughed uncontrollably, cupping Jiang Feng's face in her hands and playfully squeezing it from side to side, relishing the expression he wore while being jealous. All right. I won't catch any more. Once they exited the supermarket, Su Lingxue, still not satisfied, secretly observed Jiang Feng's expression, occasionally pinching his cheeks. She took out the small penguin she had won, brought it to her lips, and decisively planted a kiss on it. Mwah. Then she held it up in front of Jiang Feng. See? I kissed it. Mwah. She kissed it again twice. Are you jealous? You haven't even enjoyed the new lip balm, and now it's been claimed by this penguin. Isn't it rather despicable? I am utterly captivated by the sight of you getting jealous. What can I do? I simply cannot stop. Jiang Feng, confronted by Su Lingxue's provocations, had tolerated her antics time and again. However, at this moment, his patience had reached its limit. Why not abandon restraint altogether? As he turned the corner of the street, he cast aside the items in his hands, pinning Su Lingxue against the wall with a firm grip on her arms, rendering her immobile. You forced my hand, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath before decisively capturing her lips with his own. It was a fierce kiss. Su Lingxue instinctively struggled, but with her arms held tight. She could only emit muffled sounds. The freshly applied lipstick was consumed in the heat of the moment. I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore. Please let me go, someone might see. Yet, Jiang Feng paid no heed to her concerns. You deliberately provoked my jealousy. This is the price you must pay. Until I have had my fill, my heart's bitterness will remain unresolved. A full minute passed. Several elderly passers-by had already wandered by. Yet Jiang Feng showed no signs of relenting. Realizing she could not escape, Su Lingxue closed her eyes, hoping to alleviate the embarrassment of being seen by onlookers. Another minute slipped by. Although they were sheltered in the shade, the surrounding temperature remained high, and Jiang Feng could feel the sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Su Lingxue was no different. The area where his grip confined her wrist was damp. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Jiang Feng, wait. My clothes are coming undone. The outfit he had bought for her was a size smaller than her usual, and the excitement of the moment had caused the buttons to strain and pop open. Hey, stop, or I'll. But Jiang Feng was lost in his fervor, his mind clouded, oblivious to her protests. In a moment of desperation, Su Lingxue lifted her leg and kicked out with precision. Ah! Jiang Feng yelped, a look of agony crossing his face as he collapsed onto the ground. Su Lingxue seized this opportunity to escape, clasping her arms tightly against her sides to keep her clothes from falling. Jiang Feng, still writhing in discomfort, managed to turn his head to look at her. Was that really necessary? Ouch. After a while, he rose to his feet. Su Lingxue, feeding somewhat embarrassed, attempted to explain her actions. You brought this upon yourself for ignoring my calls. I had no choice. Jiang Feng, upon hearing her reasoning, found himself unable to retort. He indeed had become a bit too carried away. I should have stopped after a minute. What now? Su Lingxue glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then loosened her grip, allowing her clothes to slip down. She discreetly tucked them into a shopping bag she had brought from the supermarket. Turning to Jiang Feng, she scolded. This is all because you bought a size too small. Why are you just standing there? Hurry back to the apartment. All right. Jiang Feng, finally coming to his senses, picked up the bag from the ground and curiously peered inside. He then sniffled, swallowing hard. It smells so good. As he walked behind Su Lingxue, he took the opportunity to bury his head in the bag when she wasn't looking. If it was ruined, it had to be discarded. Leaving it would be wasteful. Besides, it was his girlfriend's clothing. Sneaking a taste shouldn't be a problem, right? Chapter 39, an interruption. Warm. It was slightly damp with sweat, a touch salty, yet what filled him was a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Feng lifted his head, confirming that Su Lingxue remained unaware, and he relaxed entirely. Though the area he had been kicked still throbbed with pain. Fate had bestowed upon men robust muscles to conquer their partners, yet it also granted them a fatal vulnerability, allowing their counterparts to strike a decisive blow. As Jiang Feng reminisced about the sensation, an inexplicable fear crept into his heart. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Feng had barely closed the door when he found Su Lingxue gazing at him with a mischievous smile, a hint of menace palpable in the air. What is wrong? He inquired. Nothing, just put your things down first. Jiang Feng sensed that something was amiss as he cautiously placed his belongings on the table. Before he could turn around, he felt a chill at his waist, though it was not yet forceful. So you've learned how to wall slam, have you? Is it fun? Jiang Feng stood frozen, only able to chuckle awkwardly. Wasn't it you who kept teasing me? If you hadn't provoked my jealousy, I wouldn't have acted this way. Su Lingxue fell silent for a moment. But you can't just do that in public. Do you have any idea how many people saw us? I was mortified. No. You must be punished. Otherwise, you'll only become more reckless. Jiang Feng felt a surge of urgency. No, I promise I'll behave from now on. Two words began to surface in his mind. Heartless. 10 seconds later, Jiang Feng lay on the bed, clutching his injured waist. I can't let this go to waste. I need a chance to return the favor. It's too embarrassing outside. Surely I can do it in here. Su Lingxue, just you wait. The time spent fixing his phone, shopping, and the delay on the road had accumulated to over 2 hours. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Su Lingxue quickly took a shower, donned Jiang Feng's oversized tank top and baggy shorts, then headed into the kitchen to reheat the leftover food from lunch. Jiang Feng also entered the bathroom. Just as he was getting wet, his phone rang. Under normal circumstances, he would have dashed to the bedroom to answer the call. But with 2 people in the house, he could not afford to act so casually. He had to ask Su Lingxue for help. Upon hearing his request, she turned off the stove, wiped her hands, and hurried to the bedroom. The caller ID displayed the name, Xiangzi. It was likely Jiang Feng's classmate, Lin Xiang, whom he had met at the publishing house. She approached the bathroom door, calling out to Jiang Feng before answering the phone and activating the speaker. On the other end, Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. Did you misunderstand what it means to answer a call? I meant for you to take it first and relay any important information, not to bring the phone to the bathroom door. Hello, Xiangzi, what is up? With the call connected, Jiang Feng had no time to argue. He had to make do with the situation. Brother Feng, why does your voice sound so muffled? I'm in the shower. I see. Let's get down to business. Regarding your long-term contract, I spoke with the editor-in-chief. He reviewed your article and found it impressive. However, he cannot gauge your overall ability based on just one piece. So he'd like you to send over a few more samples, including any previously published works for reference. Sure, I'll send them over shortly. Great. By the way, Brother Feng, what phone are you using? How can you take a call while showering? At this moment, Su Lingxue could not resist interjecting. I'm the one helping him answer. Upon hearing Su Lingxue's voice, the caller suddenly fell silent for several seconds, followed by a faint sound of shock. Oh, your sister-in-law is there too? Sorry about that. I must have called at the wrong time. You two enjoy your shower. I'll hang up now. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue both stared at each other in disbelief. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Chapter 40. The Devious Girlfriend, All Tricks. Concerned that Lin Xiang might be anxious, Jiang Feng hastily applied a layer of shower gel and stepped out. At that moment, Su Lingxue was still busy in the kitchen. As he opened his computer, Jiang Feng suddenly felt a headache coming on. The desktop was in dire need of organization. It was utterly chaotic. The articles he had previously written were scattered haphazardly, lacking any centralized storage. Reluctantly, he began the arduous search. Furthermore, due to his frequent searches for niche films, his computer had been infected with several viruses, resulting in a jumble of file icons and names. For instance, what appeared to be a document might actually be a video, and what looked like a video could very well be software. Even the file extensions could not be trusted. Thus, Jiang Feng steeled himself for the task at hand. To his surprise, one file turned out to be a long-ago downloaded short anime. Another was merely a shortcut, regrettably with a broken link. He stumbled upon a document and double-clicked the mouse. The video player suddenly launched on its own. It appeared to be a video masquerading as a document, an old animated film he had downloaded. Finding an actual document proved to be quite the challenge, Jiang Feng mused. He prepared to close the video player when the playback history caught his eye. A domestic high-definition MP4. The playback time was recorded at 6:40 p.m. the previous night, with a duration of 12 seconds. Jiang Feng found himself lost in thought. He recalled that it had rained heavily last night, and he had taken a taxi back with Su Lingxue. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him as he glanced toward the kitchen. It was unlikely that it had been intentional. He must have inadvertently clicked on the penguin icon while searching. Jiang Feng's mood soured. This was a disaster. How embarrassing it was that the few secrets he had on his computer had been discovered by her. He needed to act quickly. Habitually, he copied and pasted the files, only to be greeted by a notification. Copying speed, 23 ms. Estimated time remaining, 75h. It would take 7 hours to complete. Jiang Feng then noticed that the folder had bloated to an astonishing 618 gigabytes. This simply wouldn't do. Su Lingxue would likely finish her tasks in a few minutes, leaving him no time to spare. Perhaps it was best to simply rename the folder to something innocuous. After a moment of contemplation, he renamed it Writing Reference Materials and retrieved the penguin icon, placing it in a conspicuous location. Yes, that should suffice. A few minutes later, Su Lingxue emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Jiang Feng had just completed his own tasks, managing to find 12 articles he deemed satisfactory to send. Whether it succeeded or not was now in fate's hands. He shut down the computer and eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Finally, he could enjoy a meal prepared by his girlfriend, and it smelled divine. Su Lingxue shot him a sidelong glance, feeling quite pleased with herself. With a girlfriend as exceptional as her, he could indulge in secretive joy. The leftovers were scant, probably only a third of what had been served at lunch. Jiang Feng deliberately ate slowly, fearing that if he rushed, Su Lingxue would be left with nothing. After all, girls tend to eat much more slowly than boys. It seemed that Su Lingxue had caught on to his intentions and had intentionally left a little of each dish. After dinner, Jiang Feng took the initiative to wash all the dishes. He then welcomed the most exhilarating moment of the day, going to bed with Su Lingxue. Come closer. Why are you sitting so far away? Jiang Feng noticed that after he had settled down, Su Lingxue had not moved closer to him, prompting him to ask. However, her response left him somewhat disheartened. No, last night there was only one pillow, so there was no place to lean. Since there are 2 pillows today, I don't need to. Unwilling to accept this, Jiang Feng boldly shifted his position to snuggle up beside her. Su Lingxue said nothing, tacitly consenting. She continued to browse the comment section, occasionally replying. Suddenly, she turned around, facing away from Jiang Feng. Today, I'm rewarding you with a shoulder rub. Hearing her words, Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. Was this truly a reward? Shoulders were nothing special. A calf massage would have been far better. Just as he was about to protest, he turned his head and was struck dumb, nearly forgetting to breathe. Su Lingxue was wearing his oversized tank top, which had a wide neckline and was quite loose-fitting. Without the supporter bra, the air flowed freely around her neckline. Sitting behind her, Jiang Feng had the perfect view of certain enticing features. Was this what Su Lingxue meant by a reward? Had he been so oblivious? Suddenly, he felt invigorated, placing his hands on her shoulders and diligently massaging her. How was the pressure? A bit too hard. Ease up. Ah, that is too light. Put in some effort. Your hands aren't in sync. Your technique is lacking. Perhaps you should just take a break. Jiang Feng's expression turned anxious at her words. He had only been kneading for 2 minutes. How could he stop now? Don't. Just tell me how you want it done, and I'll do it to your satisfaction. Su Lingxue suddenly turned to him, a smile gracing her face. Really? You'll follow my instructions without question? Absolutely, I promise. Then what if I ask you to massage my shoulders for an hour? Of course, it's my duty. I would mind doing it for 2 hours. That won't be necessary. 1 hour will suffice. You can't back out now. A promise is a promise. Jiang Feng swore earnestly. What a joke. Who would pass up such a splendid opportunity? However, the next moment, Su Lingxue's actions plunged his heart from paradise to despair. She picked up a tank top from the side, folded it into a long strip, and pretended to cover his eyes. I've heard that blind massages are particularly popular because the practitioners can't see allowing them to focus solely on their hands. Her tone was oddly teasing. Jiang Feng was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You can't be serious." Su Lingxue wore an innocent expression, as if she were unaware of anything. "What do you mean serious? You're the one who said you'd massage me for an hour. I didn't force you, did I?" He. At this point, Jiang Feng was certain. Su Lingxue was deliberately enticing him. What a cunning trap. As he spoke, Jiang Feng felt the fabric covering his eyes. Su Lingxue leaned back against him, nestled in his embrace. "We agreed on an hour. No cheating now." Jiang Feng felt like crying without tears. How had he ended up with such a devious girlfriend? It was all a trap. Chapter 41. The Boyfriend's Duty, Enduring Hits. Su Lingxue had a point. After his eyes were covered, his attention was entirely focused on his hands, and his massage technique improved dramatically. Yet, this was not what he had desired. Jiang Feng contemplated several times the urge to stealthily remove the eye mask. Yet every time his hand strayed from Su Lingxue's shoulder, she would inevitably detect his movement. Ultimately, he dutifully maintained his position for nearly 20 minutes, his hands beginning to ache. Fortunately, Su Lingxue had no genuine intention of making him massage her for an hour. She permitted him to cease after half an hour. Upon removing the eye mask, Jiang Feng was greeted by the light once more. "So, are you tired?" Su Lingxue Guayev. Jiang Feng, feeling utterly drained, could only muster a complaint. "Of course, it's exhausting. Why don't you try massaging for half an hour yourself?" "And my hands? Do you think they won't ache after half an hour? Am I pale?" "Naturally I am, and quite so." Jiang Feng gestured with his hands in a bowl-like formation before him, pausing mid-motion as he caught Su Lingxue's piercing gaze. "Today I sent you to buy lingerie, and you returned with something so small. Given your distress, I refrained from reprimanding you. However, now that you've seen what I wear, you must purchase some more appropriate pieces tomorrow. Should you fail again, just wait and see how I will handle you. Do you understand?" Realizing the gravity of her words, Jiang Feng hastily lowered his hands, evading her sharp stare, and discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "You truly are employing a fishing tactic." I heard you. Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. Su Lingxue's expression softened slightly. "That's more like it. Extend your hands, and I shall massage them for you." As Jiang Feng extended his hands, they were enveloped by her warm, delicate touch, massaging him back and forth. It was utterly delightful. After enduring half an hour of labor, he was finally treated to a moment of tenderness. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng leaned against the headboard, pulling Su Lingxue into his embrace as they watched her previous cosplay videos together. He couldn't help but acknowledge that, despite their brevity, only a few seconds each, they were exceptionally well done. It was no wonder Su Lingxue had garnered such a devoted following. "I have to return tomorrow." Su Lingxue suddenly broke the silence. Jiang Feng was taken aback. "Is there something wrong?" "Don't be anxious. It's nothing serious. I simply need to prepare for the next transformation video. Also, I have a few packages waiting at the courier station. They texted me today, urging me to collect them promptly." Relieved to hear it was merely mundane matters, Jiang Feng relaxed, though a tinge of melancholy settled within him. It was unrealistic to expect that a romantic relationship would consist solely of endless togetherness. One must earn a living. Speaking of which, he ought to start brainstorming ideas for his next article. So, does this mean we'll be in a long-distance relationship starting tomorrow? The mere thought filled him with sadness. Su Lingxue patted his head. "What are you thinking? I said I wouldn't leave you behind." "Huh, I meant to say, you can easily cancel your lease here and move in with me. My bedroom is spacious enough to accommodate your belongings without issue." Upon hearing Su Lingxue's explanation, Jiang Feng's excitement surged. Moving in together? The joy was overwhelming. Though they were currently living together, the sensation felt entirely different. Renting 2 apartments while cohabitating resembled a perpetual date. Sharing a single apartment, devoid of other options, would truly signify cohabitation. "Wait, are you certain you're not joking with me?" Jiang Feng felt a flicker of doubt in his heart, wary of being ensnared in her playful schemes. Su Lingxue took his hand and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Congratulations. You have been officially accepted into the Su Lingxue family. Position, boyfriend. Responsibilities, to endure playful torment subject to additions. Salary, a kiss per month with no upper limit. Rewards, massaging my legs, shoulders, and washing my feet, among other things subject to additions. Remaining terms are open to future additions. All explanations regarding these terms shall be at Su Lingxue's discretion. Do you accept?" Jiang Feng was now brimming with excitement, hardly paying attention to the specifics of the terms, nodding fervently. I accept all of it." The stern expression on Su Lingxue's face vanished, replaced by a mischievous grin. She gazed at Jiang Feng. "My dear boyfriend, what should I do if my hands become restless when I'm happy?" Jiang Feng blinked at her, taking a sharp breath. What do you intend to do? Let us test you. What are the responsibilities of a boyfriend? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, his expression one of shock. Hey, I haven't done anything wrong. You can't treat me like this. Oh, but you agreed earlier. Are you trying to backtrack? I did agree, but who could have anticipated you were serious? A normal person would think you were joking. Physical affection is a sign of love. I merely want to get closer to you. What is wrong with that? You are permitted to defend yourself, but not to retaliate, understood? Su Lingxue stood up, decisively switching off the lights in the room. Darkness enveloped them, and only the sounds of playful banter and Jiang Feng's intermittent cries echoed in the void. Don't move. If I pinch you again, it won't hurt. Dream on. Then I'll tug your ears. You truly are a demon. Nonsense. I'm very gentle. Just watch. Quiche. Do it again. Quiche. Have you applied lip balm yet? You'll find out if you try. Chapter 42. A sudden heartfelt moment. A lifetime ban on alcohol. In the morning, Jiang Feng spent an hour returning from a lingerie shop 2 kilometers away. The size was perfect this time. Well done. Su Lingxue emerged from the bathroom, having changed clothes, and complimented him. However, upon seeing Jiang Feng still panting 10 minutes after entering, her brow furrowed. You are far too out of shape. It seems you need to exercise more. Jiang Feng did not argue, for he too felt the weight of his body. Just 2 years ago, he could easily run 10 kilometers around the park. Now, a mere 2-kilometer round trip left him utterly exhausted. Even after resting for half the day, he had yet to recover. It was evident that he had spent far too long cooped up indoors. Let me rest a bit longer, he said. Seeing him so out of breath, Su Lingxue brought him a glass of warm water. Jiang Feng accepted it, taking a couple of sips while shaking his head. He had consumed far too much lip balm the previous night, and his mouth still tasted sweet, making it difficult to swallow even water. Su Lingxue glared at him disapprovingly. How can you still complain? You finished half of the lip balm we just bought yesterday. Are you a pig, capable of such gluttony? Jiang Feng felt a twinge of indignation at that moment. Who told you to pinch me? Every time you pinched me, I kissed you once. Count how many times you pinched me with half a tube of lip balm, he said, lifting his shirt to reveal a back marred with bruises. Although there was no blood, the sight was indeed alarming. Su Lingxue's demeanor immediately deflated, and she spoke somewhat sheepishly. I didn't intend to pinch you so many times. It's just that you kept moving, and my competitive spirit was ignited. Next time, just behave a little better. Jiang Feng looked at her in silence. Seriously, is that the crux of the matter? Don't you think that hitting your boyfriend is inherently abnormal? As if it's my fault for not passively enduring it. Go check if there is any white sugar left in the drawer, put a bit in the water, or I truly want to be able to drink it. Hearing Jiang Feng's suggestion, Su Lingxue hesitated for a moment. Then she brought her lips to the rim of the cup and delicately sipped. Well, having indulged so much already, what does it matter if she has a little more? Jiang Feng took the water cup, inhaling the familiar and sweet scent of jasmine, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction within. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the room and set off towards Su Lingxue's apartment. As for moving, there was no rush. There remained half a month until Jiang Feng's next rent payment was due. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were unexpectedly halted by an elderly gentleman at the entrance. This man was the landlord's father-in-law, responsible for managing the entire apartment complex, akin to a dormitory supervisor. He examined the two with an expression that held unspoken meaning. Young man, he began, there was a complaint last night regarding excessive noise from your room. Please be more mindful in the future. At your age, clutching your waist, do you not know moderation? Not just for yourself, but think of the well-being of the young lady. A gentler touch wouldn't hurt. At this moment, Jiang Feng felt utterly frustrated. He was the victim here. The one who should be gentle was her. Just as he was about to retort, Su Lingxue interjected. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I shall ensure he behaves appropriately. Please enjoy your rest. We'll be on our way. With that, Su Lingxue took Jiang Feng's hand and swiftly exited the apartment, leaving him to swallow his grievances in silence. Why are you pulling me along? Are you afraid people will learn about your violent tendencies? Su Lingxue wore a nonchalant expression. Oh, go ahead and announce it publicly. Shout on the street that I hit you, and let's see who ends up embarrassed. Jiang Feng paused, realizing that indeed, he might be the one to suffer more embarrassment. Was she saying this to uphold his dignity? Although it sounded somewhat reasonable, it still felt peculiar. Stop daydreaming. The bus is here. This time, they chose not to hail a taxi, but opted for the bus instead. Previously, during their dates, they would never have considered public transport, as it seemed rather shabby. Now, having grown more familiar, they felt comfortable cutting out unnecessary formalities. The bus was not crowded, mostly filled with older gentlemen and ladies. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue settled into the last row, creating a small oasis of intimacy amidst the crowd. Su Lingxue pulled Jiang Feng's hand toward her, absent-mindedly caressing it while her gaze drifted out the window, May I pose you a question? Her expression turned unexpectedly serious. What is it? If someone offered you $1 million to leave me, would you accept? Jiang Feng let out a long sigh, relieved it wasn't a weighty matter. I thought it would be something serious. Girls tend to have fanciful thoughts. Firstly, no one would ever offer me $1 million. Secondly, even if it were 10 million, it wouldn't compare to you. Su Lingxue continued to gaze out the window, silence enveloping them for a while. Suddenly, she turned to him, her eyes locked onto his. Promise me you won't touch alcohol for the rest of your life, okay? Jiang Feng sensed an inexplicable sorrow in her eyes, but couldn't fathom why. Why bring this up? Is something wrong? Is it some kind of trick? Experience told him that unusual behavior often concealed deeper issues. Su Lingxue had gripped his hand tighter, her palm growing clammy. There's no trick. I need you to answer sincerely because I dislike men who drink, and alcohol is harmful to health. I want to allow you to harm yourself. Jiang Feng still found her sudden seriousness bewildering. All right, I promise I won't drink from now on. Is that acceptable? He had never been fond of alcohol anyway, and the drinking culture prevalent in modern workplaces was something he detested. Not to mention, liquor was notoriously unpalatable. As for beer, while not as harsh, it was still detrimental to health. If possible, abstaining altogether would be best. Thus, his commitment was sincere, not merely a formality. However, Su Lingxue appeared dissatisfied with his response, her expression growing more earnest. From this moment on, under no circumstances, with no one, can you drink alcohol. Swear it. Jiang Feng replied solemnly, I swear from now on. Su Lingxue relaxed her grip slightly. Since you've made a promise, you must uphold it. If you dare to break it, don't blame me for making you a eunuch. Her words grew increasingly severe, causing Jiang Feng to feel a twinge of worry. Are you all right? Did something happen with your family related to alcohol? Or is there another reason that makes you loathe it so? Su Lingxue offered no explanation. Instead, turning her head towards him, leaning her body against his shoulder. Jiang Feng chose not to press further. Perhaps there was a painful memory she wished to avoid discussing. Hey, let us not dwell on bad memories. The frown of yours is hardly becoming. Su Lingxue broke into a knowing smile, inching closer to Jiang Feng, pressing half her body against him as if she were a little kitten seeking the comfort of her owner. Jiang Feng withdrew his hand from hers, firmly grasping it instead, hoping to provide her with a sense of security. Yet at that moment he suddenly jolted. The concern and comfort he felt vanished in an instant, leaving only one thought in his mind. You really need to trim your nails. Chapter 43. What a divine girlfriend. The bus arrived at the station. Jiang Feng's palm bore several red marks from her nails. Was Su Lingxue intentionally keeping her nails long just to pinch him? No. He needed to find an opportunity to have them trimmed. The bus stop was just a few hundred meters from the apartment, and the package collection point was nearby as well, making it convenient. Upon arriving at the collection point, the staff pointed toward the pile in the corner, saying, These are all yours. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. So many. He quickly counted 11 items in total. 3 boxes were half a meter in length and width, and 2 elongated packages also exceeded a meter. As for the remaining 6 items, they were presumably clothing. Su Lingxue turned slowly, looking at him with a playful grin, sticking out her tongue. Just a little bit of stuff. You should be able to manage it, right? Jiang Feng felt like cursing. Was this truly just a little? Ultimately, he ended up carrying the 3 large boxes, with 2 pieces of clothing tucked under his arm, while he entrusted the rest to Su Lingxue. The boxes, while not excessively heavy, obstructed his view of the path ahead, significantly impairing his sight. He could only follow Su Lingxue's lead as they moved forward. Watch your step. There are stairs ahead. Be careful. There are dog droppings up ahead. Don't slip. Keep going. We're almost there. The few hundred meters proved to be quite a challenge. Ultimately, they arrived at the apartment unscathed. Jiang Feng was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Normally, deliveries were made right to the door. However, since Su Lingxue had been away for a few days and unable to sign for them, the delivery man had to leave them at the nearby collection point. Upon entering the room, Su Lingxue was equally hot and bothered. After all, it was summer. Just walking would cause one to sweat, let alone carrying items. Yet, she paid no heed to her own discomfort, hastily wetting a towel to wipe Jiang Feng's sweat. After a brief respite, Jiang Feng began to examine the boxes. One of the delivery slips bore particularly simple information, merely stating daily necessities, which set his imagination racing. Typically, such vague references to unspecified items are deemed unsuitable for children. However, one cannot help but ponder what could possibly be contained within such a sizable box. Could it be the commencement of an unrestrained lifestyle? At that moment, Su Lingxue retrieved a small knife for opening packages from the drawer and deftly sliced through the tape, securing the box. Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, his expression one of astonishment. Are we truly unboxing it now, rather than waiting until evening? So Lingxue post, vimosith. Why on earth would one need to wait until nightfall to open a pack of toilet paper? Wait a moment. You aren't entertaining any peculiar thoughts, are you? Jiang Feng let out a dry chuckle. For heaven's sake, it's merely toilet paper, yet it has to be labeled as a household item. Nonetheless, from a certain perspective, the labeling isn't entirely inaccurate. Ahem, I merely, TSK, still trying to quibble. Your expression has already betrayed you. Su Lingxue chose to overlook his antics and continued to open the remaining packages one by one. Jiang Feng observed quietly, realizing that he had indeed misinterpreted the situation. 3 boxes. One contained toilet paper, another held a foldable shoe rack, and the last was filled with filming accessories, including light-blocking panels and supplementary lighting equipment. As for the 2 elongated items, they were both cosplay props, a dark green long sword and a delicate pink staff. The remaining 6 garments were taken by Su Lingxue to the filming room, preventing him from seeing them. Jiang Feng, meanwhile, busied himself assembling the shoe rack before disposing of the leftover cardboard in the trash bin downstairs. However, after completing these tasks, Su Lingxue still had not emerged from the filming room. Was it truly necessary to take so long to unbox a delivery? Jiang Feng ceased to concern himself with the matter, reclining on the bed. How curious it was. The garments and bedding belonging to a girl bore a faint yet lasting fragrance, an amalgamation of body scent and laundry detergent that was both enchanting and persistent. After lying there for a while, Jiang Feng grew increasingly anxious as Su Lingxue remained absent. He attempted to call out, but received no response. Just as he was about to push the door open, Su Lingxue appeared. In that instant, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. This. He thought to himself that had he not been so astounded, he could have penned 1,000 words to describe the scene. He struggled to regain composure, yet was unable to suppress the fervor igniting within him. Every cell in his body felt aflame. The last time he had felt such excitement was when Su Lingxue had donned her fox demon costume. So what do you think? Does it look good? Su Lingxue asked, her voice high-pitched and extraordinarily sweet. This served only to further stoke Jiang Feng's inner fire. Suddenly, the smile faded from Su Lingxue's face, morphing into one of surprise. She pointed at Jiang Feng and cleared her throat. Ahem, you've got a nosebleed. Chapter 44. An awkward scene after a brief respite. Jiang Feng emerged from the restroom to find Su Lingxue seated nearby. His heart was torn with conflict. Should he look away? Or could he resist the urge to gaze upon her? Yet, he feared that doing so might provoke another nosebleed. How utterly humiliating. You could at least give me a heads up when you change clothes. If I had been prepared, it wouldn't have been so shocking. Su Lingxue cast him a disdainful glance. I was going to ask you to help me film, but seeing as you couldn't handle just one look, I suppose I'll have to manage on my own. Filming a cosplay video often necessitated intricate camera movements, and typically, it took her 2 or 3 days to complete it alone. With someone to assist, she could finish in half a day at most. Yet, given Jiang Feng's reaction, she felt reluctant to expect much from him. On the other hand, Jiang Feng, upon hearing her words, immediately became animated. Don't say that. I never claimed I couldn't do it. Leave the filming to me. I studied this in college, I assure you. I can handle it professionally. In that moment, he resembled a valiant warrior, casting aside all burdens and bravely charging forth. A man does not shed tears over blood. A mere nosebleed could not dissuade him. Are you sure you can manage? Su Lingxue asked skeptically. As a man, it was only right to assist his girlfriend by alleviating her burdens. How long would she be occupied filming alone? Under Jiang Feng's enthusiastic insistence, Su Lingxue ultimately acquiesced. She then rose to head towards the filming room, put on some slippers and come in. After a brief moment of preparation, Jiang Feng approached the door of the filming room. His heart raced and his hands trembled. He could not seem to achieve calmness. He had never felt this way watching her cosplay videos, yet seeing her in person elicited such a visceral response. Upon pushing the door open, he found Su Lingxue busy arranging filming props, cameras, light panels, and so forth. A pink carpet was laid out on the floor, and Su Lingxue, clad in white stockings, stood atop it, bustling about. The scene exuded a pure, youthful charm. Stop dawdling. Your costume is over there. Hurry up and change. Jiang Feng was taken aback. There's a costume for me? I thought my role was merely to film. Enough chatter, just change. You'll have your moment in front of the camera shortly. Following her gesture, Jiang Feng spotted a costume hanging on a rack, resembling a magical robe from an anime, adorned with a black and white pattern. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the designs matched those on Su Lingxue's outfit. Beside it lay a long sword, the dark green sword he had just unboxed. Wait a moment. Does this mean she had purchased this costume for him days ago? It seemed she had long since included him in her filming plans. Her earlier claim of not needing to film was merely a ruse. Truly, she was cunning, a reincarnation of Su Daji, full of schemes. 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng had changed into the outfit and stood before the mirror, admiring himself. He felt akin to a magical boy from an anime, wielding a long sword that added an air of elegance and charm. It appeared he had been cast in a rather intriguing role. Coupling this with Su Lingshue's attire, there was no doubt that they were set to enact a classic tale of heroism. His anticipation grew. At last, all the equipment was prepared, and filming was about to commence. While Jiang Feng familiarized himself with the camera's features and controls, Su Lingxue briefly outlined the content they were to shoot. The backdrop of the story was a magical anime world. I will portray a genius magical girl, while you will play my younger brother. Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback. They were not cast as a couple. Nevertheless, the dynamic of a brother rescuing his sister was not without its charm. So Lingxue continued. The rebellious boy refuses to heed his sister's guidance and often finds himself in trouble. Eventually, he is subdued by her force and becomes a well-behaved lad. Jiang Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had anticipated a heroic rescue narrative, yet instead faced this rather mundane plot. Today's filming would focus on the climactic battle scene between the two. Now for the first shot, I will perform some casting motions and unleash my most powerful attack upon you. Jiang Feng signaled his readiness. Su Lingxue ascended a platform, her backdrop a vibrant green screen. Action. She wielded her staff, her expression instantly turning fierce, her gaze sharp. With her arms aloft, she mimicked spell-casting motions, her lips moving as if uttering incantations. Though no sound emerged, Jiang Feng watched, mortified. He felt as though Su Lingxue appeared utterly absurd, almost deranged. The art of performance is not something that just anyone can master. The sheer awkwardness alone can deter the majority. The first shot concluded swiftly. Su Lingxue glanced at the video on the camera, nodding in approval, thoroughly satisfied. This particular style of video creation is deceptively simple. Merely substituting the original characters with oneself and adding a voiceover in post-production yields an entirely different effect from the original footage. The challenge lies in the design and creativity. Now on to the second shot, which depicts you being flung backward. All you need to do is leap back and then lie down on the ground. Su Lingxue pulled the blanket back to ensure that Jiang Feng wouldn't hurt himself when he fell. Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the action was relatively uncomplicated. If it had involved exaggerated gestures, he would have truly struggled. I'll count to 1, and then you jump back. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Feng exerted himself, leaping backward. Perhaps due to excessive force, he accidentally knocked over a nearby clothes rack. The room erupted into a cacophony of clattering sounds. It's worth noting that these racks were laden with clothing, at least over 30 garments. Instantly, chaos ensued behind him. Seeing this, Su Lingxue placed her hands on her hips, looking at him with annoyance. How foolish can you be? It's such a simple action, and you still managed to cause a mishap. The noise startled her, causing her to fumble and misalign the shot, rendering it unusable. With no other option, they had to reshoot. Fortunately, the second attempt went off without a hitch. All right, now we'll film the third shot. I will walk in front of you, and then you'll clutch your stomach, kneel in agony, and plead for my forgiveness. Jiang Feng, just rising from the ground, took a deep breath, a sense of disbelief washing over him. No way, this is too humiliating. Su Lingxue shot him a withering glance. What with the embarrassment in front of me? There's no one else here. While it was true that no one was around, once uploaded, hundreds of thousands would likely view it. Su Lingxue, after a brief pause, revealed a mischievous smile. If you don't film, I'll just call someone else in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a surge of jealousy. Su Lingshue's attire was not something he wanted any other man to witness. No, I'll do it. Su Lingxue adjusted the camera angle and positioned herself in front of Jiang Feng. As the countdown concluded with a beep, the camera began recording. Jiang Feng lay on the ground, with Su Lingxue standing right before him. He forcefully suppressed his inner embarrassment, one hand clutching his stomach to convey pain. He then adjusted his position, kneeling before Su Lingxue. Is this acceptable? Lower your head a bit more. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of impatience. The demands were excessive. He tilted his head slightly, his forehead mere centimeters from ground. At this moment, Su Lingxue spoke. Hold this position and don't move. We're filming the final shot. Jiang Feng's expression morphed into one of confusion. The final shot? What's that? Just as the question crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on his head. Before he could react, his forehead slammed into the ground. Thankfully, the blanket cushioned his fall. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. He strained to lift his head, but found himself immobilized by the pressure. Meanwhile, Su Lingxue's voice rang out. For the last shot, Big Sister triumphantly asserts her dominance over her little brother. Chapter 45. What is wrong with being this adorable? Jiang Feng exited the filming room with an expressionless face, a distinct shoe print imprinted on the back of his head. He looked at Su Lingxue helplessly, launching into a complaint. Why exert so much force? I never said I wouldn't cooperate. Su Lingxue stuck out her tongue, grinning mischievously. I was worried you'd dawdle for ages, so I decided to just get it over with. I didn't expect those shoes to still have dust on the soles from being indoors. You'll have to wash your hair later. Jiang Feng retreated to the bathroom. Su Lingxue opened her laptop and began editing the video. After some contemplation, she decided to pixelate Jiang Feng's face in the footage. Such matters require a period of adjustment. Once he no longer felt embarrassed, she would reveal it fully. Within half an hour, the video was complete. This process was second nature to her, presenting no difficulty whatsoever. On the video upload page, Su Lingxue typed the title, "Training my rebellious little brother. This fool knocked over my clothes rack, so I'm mad." Click, and it was published. In the filming room, Jiang Feng finished washing his hair and changed clothes. Following Su Lingxue's request, he began to sort the clothing he had knocked over. The array of accessories for cosplay was intricately complex, with belts and embellishments tangled together, making differentiation a laborious task. It would take no less than an hour to sort through it all, which was why Su Lingxue had been so irate. Jiang Feng straightened up, surveying the disarray on the floor, feeling overwhelmed. It seemed even an hour was an underestimate. As he bent down to continue organizing, he suddenly spotted something peculiar nestled against the wall. Clearing away the surrounding garments, he discovered an electric heater hidden within. It was immaculate, devoid of any dust, as if it had been used recently. Following the cord, it led out of the filming room and into the bedroom. The wire extended beneath the carpet, snaking behind the computer desk and connected to the bedside. Jiang Feng gazed at the switch on the heater, a shiver coursing through him. He recalled the first night he spent here. He had slept in the filming room, and then, no wonder it was so warm that night. I thought the temperature was abnormal. So was you meddling? Jiang Feng shot a glance at Su Lingxue, only to find her gazing back at him. Her cheeks puffed out, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears, creating an endearing sight. She extended her hands, gently tugging at one of his arms. I sent it because I couldn't bear to see you sleeping in the filming room. What ill intentions could a girl like me possibly have? I was merely concerned for you. You want to hold it against me, will you? Her voice sounded like that of a sweet 6 or 7-year-old, utterly charming. Despite the evident performance, Jiang Feng found himself unable to continue resenting her. The reprimands were on the tip of his tongue, but were stifled. Furrowing his brows, he struggled internally. Her playful demeanor was disarming. It was hard to resist. Damn it, just in my suffering. Having a girlfriend made it impossible to retaliate or voice his frustrations. It was utterly frustrating. Su Lingxue continued to exert her allure, melting Jiang Feng's heart in an instant. Finally, he could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a long sigh. All right, Fine. I suppose I'm just unlucky to have you. Why must you be so adorable? It's excessive. Su Lingxue grinned. Hee, that's just how cute I am. If you have the ability, come at me. Chapter 46. The gentle girlfriend's violent enforcement. When you find that your girlfriend is beyond reproach and unassailable, it could be either because she is exceptionally assertive or incredibly adorable. In this case, Su Lingxue embodied both qualities. Jiang Feng felt as if he had unwittingly invited an ancestor into his life, one that he had willingly offered his services to. After granting her forgiveness, he found himself begrudgingly tasked with the laborious chore of organizing the clothes rack. This peculiar amalgamation of suffering and joy was something the solitary souls glued to their screens could never truly comprehend. After an hour and 10 minutes of diligent effort, Jiang Feng finally completed the daunting task, collapsing on his bed, his back and waist aching. Su Lingxue, still clad in her previous attire, had not yet changed. She sat on the bed after finishing her video edits, engrossed in the flurry of comments. Once Jiang Feng had finished, she playfully nudged his abdomen with her delicate foot adorned in white stockings. Come see the comments. So many people are discussing you. Jiang Feng rose and joined Su Lingxue. Glancing at the screen, to his astonishment, the comments had surged past 10,000. This was merely half an hour after the post had been shared. Sister Shui YYDS. Anger. 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 Which scoundrel dares to emerge, becoming Sister Shui's partner? Dreaming of marrying Shuijia. Why? Why must a man appear? My goddess. Crying, Kasame. Half a lifetime in wind and snow. Little Shui. Even if he truly is your boyfriend, don't let him show his face. Do you realize how many fans you might lose? Toad. No more pretending. I'm Xiao Shui's boyfriend, alas. I can't keep up the facade. My heart is heavy. Qin Shi Wang. The flowers have withered, and I too am rendered useless. Farewell, my friends. A dog. Qin Shi Wang, brother. I've had my eye on you for a while. Interested? Qin Shi Wang. A dog, get lost. Who is your brother? I'm a girl. A dog. Qin Shi Wang. No way. Yet you keep shouting about pursuing Sister Shui. Qin Shi Wang. A dog. Mind your own business. Toad. The information you two are sharing is overwhelming. Jiang Feng scrolled through the comments for quite a while, most expressing intentions to unfollow. The reasons were eerily uniform. Their goddess had been claimed by another, although Su Lingxue had not explicitly stated it. The affectionate language in the title made everything abundantly clear. This fool knocked over my clothes rack. I'm angry. Anyone not foolish could discern that such a tone was not one typically reserved for mere acquaintances. Upon visiting Su Lingxue's profile, he discovered that in just a matter of minutes, her follower count had plummeted from 10,374,000 to 10,311,000. It was likely that this trend would only exacerbate with time. Jiang Feng glanced at Su Lingxue, feeling a wave of melancholy for her loss. You shouldn't have featured me. You've worked so hard to garner these followers, and now they might all vanish. However, Su Lingxue appeared utterly unfazed. You're my boyfriend. Of course, I must make it public. If I lose followers, so be it. Even if they all disappear, it's no great loss. Furthermore, revealing you makes my life easier. Otherwise, I'd be inundated with daily declarations of love from strangers. Would you really want your girlfriend to endure that? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Feng's regret dissipated, replaced by an unwavering resolve. It's for the best. No need for others to covet you. So Lingxue smiled. Now that I've lost so many followers, you must help me regain them. Huh? How can I assist you? Quite simply, just film videos with me from now on. Initially, Jiang Feng's instinct was to refuse, as the thought of being trampled upon was too humiliating. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such a stance would be irresponsible. Ultimately, he begrudgingly acquiesced. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Su Lingxue went to the studio to change clothes. When she emerged, she held the over-the-knee white stockings she had just worn. I'm off to cook. Please wash these for me. She tossed them toward Jiang Feng's midsection. But due to air resistance, they veered off course and landed unexpectedly on his face. Startled, Jiang Feng turned his head and caught them in his hands. After a brief inspection, he protested, "This isn't dirty. Why wash it?" The stockings were pristine and devoid of any odor, having merely been worn for a short time during the video shoot. At that moment, a voice filled with impatience echoed from the kitchen. If I say wash them, then wash them. Why all the fuss? Keep it up, and I'll seal your mouth shut. Jiang Feng dared not provoke her further and obediently made his way to the bathroom. In the kitchen, Su Lingxue meticulously organized the groceries she had ordered online, filling the refrigerator to the brim. She had purchased a substantial amount, having seen the weather forecast predicting another day of rain. Thus, she had stocked up for nearly 3 days, selecting a little of each ingredient for a grand stew. However, as she gazed at the potatoes and eggplants before her, she found herself at a loss. Come on, hurry up and wash them, then come over and peel. Su Lingxue called toward the bathroom. Just as Jiang Feng finished hanging the freshly washed stockings on the balcony, he heard the word peel and immediately wore a frown. No one relished the idea of entering the kitchen, especially when it involved peeling, washing dishes, or scrubbing pots. I can't do this. I need an excuse. Moments later, Jiang Feng entered the kitchen, clutching his abdomen. Ouch, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. I can't help you this time. Next time, I promise. Su Lingxue regarded him with an impassive expression, fully aware of his intentions. Jiang Feng likely didn't realize that when he lied, his eyes would instinctively glance upward. Stop right there, she called out, her voice low yet commanding. Do you remember what I wrote to you at the phone store? With his back to her, Jiang Feng felt his heart race. Could it be that she had seen through him? Surely, his acting was convincing enough. He always feigned stomach aches like this. He turned to face her, panic rising within him as he met her gaze. It seemed he was indeed in deep trouble. However, outright admission would lead to his doom. Some degree of evasion was necessary. Feigning embarrassment, he stammered, I really do have a stomach ache. I'm not lying. As he spoke, Su Lingxue had already stepped before him, removing her apron and setting it aside. She was all too aware of Jiang Feng's thoughts. No one wished to engage in menial tasks like peeling or washing dishes. In a previous life, she had indulged him, which led to a period where he consumed takeout excessively, resulting in acute gastroenteritis and a lasting stomach ailment. Of course, alcohol had played a significant role as well. Yet, the inability to cook inevitably had its consequences. In this life, Su Lingxue had resolved to correct his bad habits. Even if he didn't cook regularly, he should at least acquire basic skills. She had planned to start slowly, gradually training him. However, his reluctance to peel even a simple potato was unacceptable. With hands on her hips, she fixed her gaze upon him. According to what I wrote at the phone store, I must enforce some strict measures. You have no objections, do you? Jiang Feng forced a smile. No objections, none at all. How could he possibly voice dissent? At this moment, compliance was his best course of action. With his agreement secured, Su Lingxue wasted no time. A small hand reached out, prompting Jiang Feng to instinctively tense his muscles. Yet, instead of aiming at his waist, her hand seized his ear. Although the grip was not particularly firm, her nails were firmly lodged beside him. If he remained still, the pain was almost negligible. However, the moment he attempted to break free, he would undoubtedly feel the sharp sting of her nails. Without delay, Su Lingxue made her way toward the bedroom, and Jiang Feng had no choice but to bend his body and follow her closely. He could sense that Su Lingxue's serious demeanor was far from playful. At that moment, he regretted his earlier laziness. After all, peeling a fruit shouldn't require such effort. I was wrong. I truly was, he muttered to himself, bewildered by his own momentary lapse. Yet, Su Lingxue's pace remained unrelenting, and a flicker of fear crept into Jiang Feng's heart. I promise, I won't be lazy again. My sweet and lovely girlfriend. Shue, no matter how he sweet-talked her, Su Lingxue's resolve remained unshaken. When she was incensed, it seemed even 10 bulls could not sway her. Upon entering the bedroom, the grip on his ear persisted, unyielding. Her other hand stealthily ventured towards his waist. Jiang Feng cried out for this time. The pressure was far more intense than ever before, truly merciless. Please, please, I realize my mistake. It really hurts. After enduring 5 seconds of agony, Su Lingxue finally released her hold. Just when he thought the ordeal was over, her next words filled him with despair. The trial period has ended. Now, the real enforcement begins. I'm being kind by letting you acclimate and prepare psychologically. Following this, the sounds of his cries echoed intermittently in the bedroom for 2 long minutes. Who could have imagined that a simple reluctance to peel fruit would lead to such a catastrophe? Do you understand your mistake now? Yes, I understand. Just let me rest for a moment before I peel it. Consider this a complete boyfriend experience for you. Chapter 47. How wonderful it is to have you in my life. After Jiang Feng appeared on camera, Su Lingxue's follower count plummeted almost vertically. By the afternoon, it had already dropped to 900,000. Yet, the video's view count was surprisingly high, accompanied by 50 to 60,000 comments. It seemed the platform had recognized the potential of the work, granting it a spot on the official homepage's recommendations. Consequently, the follower count fluctuated, dipping to 870,000 and then rising again to 910,000. The sentiment in the comment section had also shifted. One commenter wrote, I wish my boyfriend would cooperate like this. He never shows up when I ask him to film short videos. Look how well he plays along. Another added, I envy this guy. Having a girlfriend who loves cosplay is simply delightful. Yet another remarked, I'm following the blogger. When are you two breaking up? I'd like to take over. It's rare to see a cosplay female blogger openly admit she has a boyfriend. This must be true love. I'm new here. May I ask if this young lady has a group? Each person's focus varied. As a group of admirers departed, another group followed suit. Thus, Jiang Feng's concerns seemed unwarranted. What time is it? On a summer afternoon, lethargy enveloped the atmosphere. Upon waking from a nap, Su Lingxue struggled to open her eyelids, still clinging to the remnants of sleep. It was 1:20 p.m. Oh, I'll sleep a little longer. Jiang Feng set down his phone, lying on his side in bed, quietly observing Su Lingxue. A question lingered in his mind. How could Su Lingxue be so forceful without fearing that he might grow to resent her? It was as if she had already convinced herself that he would never consider breaking up over such matters. Although he did not harbor any aversion, he had never expressed his thoughts on the subject. Furthermore, during their first offline meeting at the plaza, she had boldly flirted with him, offering him her used straw while drinking bubble tea, leaning against him while sketching, and not denying when others mistook them for a couple. Later, she had found a way to take his keys and ID, guiding him to spend the night. She seemed unconcerned that he might have ulterior motives. The level of trust Su Lingxue placed in him was rather perplexing. Jiang Feng pondered this conundrum, but could not arrive at a reasonable explanation. The only possibility seemed to be that their conversations had fostered a deep connection, leading her to lower her defenses and invest everything in the pursuit of love from their very first meeting. Yet this possibility lacked convincing power. Perhaps it was merely coincidence, a serendipitous alignment of personalities that brought two remarkably complementary individuals together. The intricacies of human relationships truly defy explanation. Jiang Feng decided to set aside these thoughts, realizing that dwelling on them was futile. Instead, he chose to savor and preserve the beauty of the present moment. He silenced his phone to avoid waking Su Lingxue with any intrusive sales calls, and then lay back down, preparing to drift into slumber. For the past 4 or 5 days, he and Su Lingxue had been sleeping in their clothes. Although they bathed regularly, it did little to alleviate their fatigue. Now, in this rare moment of tranquility, he was utterly exhausted. Outside the summer window, a gentle breeze rustled. The cicadas chirped incessantly, mingling with the sounds of honking cars. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust particles in the air, creating a serene atmosphere. Jiang Feng relaxed completely, listening to the rhythmic, gentle sound of Su Lingxue's breathing. Surprisingly, their breathing patterns synchronized without any conscious effort. Drowsiness washed over him, and his consciousness began to blur. This was the first time since arriving in the city that he felt such a profound sense of peace. He relinquished control over his thoughts, allowing dreams to invade his mind. Faintly, he sensed a strand of hair brushing against his face, tickling him with a delicate fragrance. Warm, soft lips pressed against his neck. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. Jiang Feng, I like you. Chapter 48. The True Meaning of Cohabitation. You're pulling my hair. With a complaint, Jiang Feng groggily awoke. Su Lingxue was pushing his face with one small hand while tugging at her own hair with the other. Realizing what was happening, Jiang Feng slowly lifted his head. Su Lingxue sat up, gazing at him with an exasperated sigh. You can't even sleep peacefully. Did you dream of something special? As Jiang Feng's awareness gradually returned, remnants of delightful dreams lingered in his mind. He was uncertain whether the special scene Su Lingxue referred to was akin to what he had dreamt. However, regardless, he could not admit it, as doing so would only pain him as lewd. What are you talking about? I didn't dream at all. Su Lingxue crossed her arms, her face etched with disbelief. You're not a pig. Normal sleepers don't drool. You made my hair all wet. It was evident that she suspected he had dreamt of something pleasant. With a huff, Su Lingxue propped her pillow against the headboard and leaned back. Just when she had been sleeping soundly, this commotion had completely thwarted her rest. Jiang Feng sat up, yearning to lean closer to her, yet was heartlessly pushed away by Su Lingxue. You're too hot, she remarked. Jiang Feng, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands. There's nothing I can do. Even with the air conditioning set so low, it's ineffective. He resigned himself to washing his face, patting his body dry with a damp towel. However, when he moved closer to Su Lingxue once more, he caught a whiff of her fragrance. The languor that had enveloped him dissipated instantly, replaced by a surge of desire within. This time, Su Lingxue did not push him away. Instead, she pulled over a light blanket and draped it over him. Out of sight, out of mind. Time always flew when accompanied by a phone and a girlfriend. As dinner approached, Jiang Feng took the initiative to assist in the kitchen. A few remnants of the midday meal remained, and a stir-fry of garlic sprouts with eggs would suffice. Su Lingxue patiently directed him. Add a bit more salt. You don't need such high heat for the garlic sprouts. Otherwise, they lose their flavor. Yes, just a quick stir-fry will do. Jiang Feng, wielding the spatula, fumbled through the motions. Attempting to flip the eggs, he struggled for an eternity. Unfortunately, the unmistakable scent of burnt food wafted through the air. The reality was that he simply lacked experience. Su Lingxue extended her hand towards him, causing Jiang Feng to shudder. It was over. He was about to face the consequences. However, the reality unfolded unexpectedly. Su Lingxue merely wiped the sweat from his forehead, offering encouragement. Just remember to lower the heat next time. This sudden display of tenderness bolstered Jiang Feng's confidence, akin to a child in kindergarten receiving praise. He silently vowed to perform better the next time. After dinner, Jiang Feng stretched lazily, his body weary to a significant degree. Occasionally sleeping in clothes was manageable, but enduring it for several consecutive days was quite unbearable. He could only strive to stretch out, seeking relief for his muscles. As night approached, around 8 o'clock, Su Lingxue emerged from the bathroom, surprisingly clad only in a bath towel. The tank top and pants she had changed out of were clutched in her hands. The towel, modest in size, wrapped around her chest and fell to her thighs. In an instant, Jiang Feng felt his blood surge, as if he were on the verge of a nosebleed. Why aren't you wearing a top today? He inquired. Who said that? I'm wearing a bra, Su Lingxue retorted, diving under the covers and enveloping herself entirely, then casually tossing the towel aside. This action sent Jiang Feng's mind into a whirl, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Surely, they wouldn't be having an open conversation now, would they? What are you staring at? Hurry up and shower. You've sweated so much from moving the packages today. Jiang Feng, feeling awkward, shuffled towards the bathroom in small, hesitant steps, his mind nearly blank. After fumbling with the shower gel for an eternity, he realized he had applied shampoo instead. Groggy and dazed, he emerged from the shower to find Su Lingxue reclining against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. A corner of lingerie peeked out from the edge of the blanket, his recent purchase. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, she patted the blanket, beckoning him to join her. After so many days of sleeping in clothes, it's unbearable. Now that we're officially living together, let us return to normal. Jiang Feng could hardly believe his ears. What? Return to normal? Are you sure I can control myself? I don't even have faith in myself. Trembling, he nestled under the covers, using the blanket to shield his body, then removed his pants and tank top, placing them aside. The first night of officially cohabiting had him feeling incredibly nervous. Moreover, without the outer layer of clothing, the blanket felt surprisingly cold. At that moment, Su Lingxue abruptly turned off the room lights with a snap. She then adjusted her pillow, snuggling deeper into the bedding. During this, her little foot brushed against Jiang Feng's leg, causing his body to tense up. As he slightly moved his arm, he inadvertently brushed against something soft and warm. Undoubtedly, it was Su Lingxue's abdomen. This indicated that their bodies were merely a fist's distance apart. He discreetly shifted outward, hoping to create some space, but upon doing so, he realized the distance between them had not changed at all. Jiang Feng recognized a new reality. Su Lingxue was also subtly inching closer to him. He found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Wait, didn't you say you didn't want to be so forward? Su Lingxue seemed taken aback by his words. What are you thinking? When did I say I wanted to be forward? No, you didn't want to be forward. So why are you getting so close to me? Hey, just a few days ago, you were the one holding me while we slept. What do you mean by getting so close? Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that indeed, they had shared considerable physical contact while sleeping previously, albeit through layers of clothing. With this thought, he fell silent, allowing her to nestle into his embrace. Moments later, Su Lingxue curled up in his arms, resembling a small cat. The warmth in the blanket rose considerably. After several days without proper rest, she said, "Let us sleep well tonight." "Good night." Jiang Feng replied absent-mindedly, "Good night," but within his thoughts were tumultuous. "Good night? What joke? How on earth am I supposed to sleep? This is torturous." Chapter 49. The bathroom has no soundproofing. Jiang Feng recalled his school days, often encountering descriptions of ancient heroes in books. Phrases like unmoved by feminine charms, a beautiful woman bare before him, yet he remains unaffected came to mind. He felt an urge to exclaim, "What nonsense!" Forget remaining unaffected. Even if he wasn't physically touching Su Lingxue, he was on the brink of losing control. Jiang Feng felt akin to a fuse nearing its ignition point. Any slight increase in temperature would result in an explosion. He could only internally plead for Su Lingxue to remain still. However, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Before falling asleep, Su Lingxue was like a quiet, gentle kitten, but once slumber claimed her, it was as if another spirit within her awakened, even more vivacious than when awake. She would roll over, raise her arms. Unpredictable in her next move, Jiang Feng cautiously lifted the blanket, attempting to remove her legs from atop his abdomen, finally finding a moment of relief. He now longed for the plush dolphins from the claw machine at the supermarket. It would be preferable to let her catch one than endure this agony. Perhaps sensing fatigue, Su Lingxue suddenly quieted, lying still. Jiang Feng was relieved, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, mere seconds later, his eyes widened in shock, his entire body tensing. Su Lingxue had once again embraced him as one would a cherished toy. Unfortunately, her legs were positioned in such a way that he now dared not move. To his dismay, Su Lingxue awakened at that moment, noticing Jiang Feng was still awake. She gently caressed his cheek. You're quite warm. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Jiang Feng swallowed hard, unsure how to respond to such a question, and could only remain silent for the time being. Su Lingxue paused for a moment before suddenly rising. "I'll go get you a glass of water." "Wait, don't move," Jiang Feng hurriedly exclaimed, yet he still arrived too late. Noticing a hint of discomfort, Su Lingxue froze in place. Jiang Feng covered his face, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, "Honestly, if you could just be a bit more composed while sleeping, I might manage just fine. But you always seem to be so precise, right on the mark." Sigh. With that, he got up to turn on the bedside lamp. "I'll just pop into the bathroom for a moment." As the ancient sage once suggested during the Great Yu's flood control, it is better to allow water to flow than to obstruct it. At this juncture, he could only heed the wisdom of the ancients. As Jiang Feng approached the bathroom door, just as he was about to enter, he heard Su Lingxue call out, "There's no toilet paper in there. You might want to grab another roll." Instantly, an excruciatingly awkward atmosphere enveloped them. "Just close your eyes first. I'm feeling shy," Jiang Feng said, clad only in his underwear. From behind, it seemed harmless, but if he turned to fetch the toilet paper, Su Lingxue covered her head with the blanket, assuring him to be at ease. Jiang Feng turned around, swiftly snatching the half-rolled toilet paper from the bedside. With a darkened expression, he stepped into the bathroom, where the light flickered on. Su Lingxue lay back down, staring blankly at the ceiling, her expression vacant. I seem to have forgotten to mention that the bathroom isn't soundproof. The last time was just as awkward. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng emerged, crawling back under the covers. Finally, he could enjoy a good night's sleep. He wrapped his arms around Su Lingxue, only to find her body radiating an uncomfortable heat. What is wrong? After a prolonged internal struggle, Su Lingxue resolved to tell him. Better to endure the short pain than to prolong the embarrassment. Ahem. Actually, the bathroom isn't soundproof. In the stillness of the night, I suspect even the sound of breathing could be heard. Jiang Feng. Chapter 50. It's about the kisses. She's my girlfriend. There's nothing to be shy about. Jiang Feng repeatedly reassured himself internally, yet his youthful bashfulness ultimately prevailed. He felt utterly humiliated. Su Lingxue turned to him, gently wrapping her arms around his. Oh, you needn't be so embarrassed. Seeing you in discomfort makes me feel uneasy as well. Actually, if you had spoken up earlier, I could have helped you. She wasn't oblivious. She understood that men often struggle under such circumstances. However, their current level of intimacy hadn't yet reached that point, and she didn't wish to hasten certain processes. This would be too difficult for Jiang Feng. A twinge of guilt lingered in her heart, realizing that she had been rather too eager. After all, normal couples wouldn't cohabit at this stage. Across from her, Jiang Feng felt his previously calm demeanor stir once more at her words. Help me? Are you serious? Su Lingxue didn't respond, burying her head in his embrace. Her small hand grasped one of his fingers, gently caressing it. Jiang Feng, taken aback by her gesture, found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally uttered, It seems the bathroom truly isn't soundproof. As the sun began to rise, summer remained in full swing. The morning crowd had already begun their daily hustle, and Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue were no exception. After brushing their teeth, they commenced their culinary endeavors. Be careful, or you might crush the eggs, Jiang Feng remarked, eyeing the 2 eggs in Su Lingxue's hands with inexplicable concern, offering continuous reminders. Su Lingxue shot him a glance. I'm a chef. Do I really need a novice like you to teach me? Just watch. Holding an egg in one hand, she gently tapped it against the edge of the pan. Crack! A fissure appeared on the shell, and with a firm squeeze, the egg shattered, cascading into the hot oil below. The oil was only moderately heated, hence the egg did not immediately puff up. Su Lingxue reduced the flame, and the color of the egg gradually transformed. Half a minute later, 2 perfectly fried eggs emerged triumphantly. See? Cooking isn't difficult at all. It's all about mastering the techniques. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it wasn't hard, but he suddenly felt a twinge of fear towards her. What was that about? Breakfast consisted of 2 bowls of millet porridge, accompanied by the fried eggs, and some store-bought 5-spice flatbreads that merely required warming in the microwave. Su Lingxue also opened a packet of sweet and sour lotus root as a side dish. The lotus slices were slightly sweet, followed by a gentle tang, crunching delightfully in the mouth. After finishing breakfast, the weather outside had turned overcast. Just moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly, and now it had transformed in an instant. The weather forecast was rarely accurate. Don't dawdle. Change your clothes and come film a segment. Su Lingxue entered the filming studio to prepare in advance. The previous video had garnered an astonishing 86 million views, marking it as her most popular content yet. Seizing the momentum from the official homepage's recommendation, she planned to continue updating with the next installment. Jiang Feng took the clothes she handed him, realizing they were still the same outfit from yesterday. Hey, are we still doing that sibling rivalry skit? You haven't even changed your clothes. Because this is the only outfit you have on. The rest are female attire. Do you wish to wear women's clothing? She replied. Moreover, today as theme isn't about the sister beating the brother. Jiang Feng sighed in relief, only for Su Lingxue's next words to shatter his composure. It's about the younger sister beating the older brother instead. Jiang Feng surrendered to despair. Regardless of how the filming went, it seemed she would dictate everything, and he would be the one at a disadvantage. Once he changed clothes, he stepped into the filming studio. Su Lingxue had transformed her look. No longer the genius magical girl, but instead adopting the persona of a petite and adorable lowly. However, Jiang Feng found it somewhat perplexing. Shouldn't lowlies be characterized by their lack of ambition and mediocre abilities? Your figure is quite distracting. So how are we filming today? Su Lingxue inquired as she picked up her phone, sifting through the recorded content. The older brother, relying on his magical prowess, often bullies his younger sister. Yet, when the brother is out on a mission, he falls victim to a paralysis spell, rendering him immobile for 3 days, and his teammates bring him back home. Consequently, the younger sister seizes the opportunity to retaliate for all the time she was bullied. Your task today is quite simple. Just lie on the ground and endure the beatings. The only requirement is that you must not move, especially your eyes. Jiang Feng listened to her description, his face falling into a frown. Although he had anticipated being assigned the role of the one receiving the beatings, he expected it to be so abysmal, enduring blows the entire time. At least in the previous video, there have been moments of him being launched away. I must say, is there even any appeal to this kind of video content? I suspect you never intended to publish it. You merely sought an excuse to unleash your violent tendencies. How can there be no appeal? The attraction lies in the juxtaposition of the sister's cuteness and her violence, creating a striking contrast. Additionally, there's the older brother's internal monologue, expressing remorse after being punished by his sister. However, the monologue is pre-recorded in the original video, so all you need to do is portray your character effectively. Jiang Feng laid down on the ground in defeat, his expression one of utter resignation. Hurry up, let's wrap this up. Lingxue chuckled at his demeanor. What's the rush? I'm not ready yet. Come over and help me with this stand. It seems like adjustment knob has rusted, making it particularly difficult to turn. Upon hearing that there was more work to be done, Jiang Feng felt even more drained. A few minutes later, the preparations were complete, and the shooting commenced. This time, there were a total of 3 shots. In the first, the sister tenderly caressed her brother's wounds before placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. After providing ample concern, she instantly transformed into a feisty little sister, delivering a punch to her brother's face. Following Lingxue's direction, Jiang Feng lay down on a folding bed, applying a bit of white foundation on his face to signify his character's weakened state after injury. The camera focused on the upper half of Jiang Feng's body, centering his face in the frame. As Lingxue approached with her back to the camera, she softly tapped Jiang Feng's stomach, stroked his cheek, and then delicately pressed her lips against his forehead. Suddenly, she shifted from her previous gentleness, throwing a punch at Jiang Feng's face with astonishing speed. Of course, it was merely a performance, meant to convey the intensity of the moment. The first shot concluded, and, for Jiang Feng, it was bearable. The second shot was meant to supplement the first, capturing the moment when the brother was struck. It focused on the close-up of her fist as it came down. Following this, the sister would repeatedly punch her brother's abdomen. I might not control the intensity well. Jiang Feng gulped nervously and waved his hand. All right, I understand. I'll portray a comatose person well. The second shot began with a close-up supplement of the previous scene. Lingxue clenched her small fist and pressed it against Jiang Feng's nose with a slight force. This won't quite convey the impact. It won't produce the desired effect. Hearing her words, Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched. What do you mean by that? At this moment, Lingxue looked at him, her gaze tinged with a hint of sympathy. I'll just give you a little tap. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Before he could react, her fist had already collided with his face. Jiang Feng cried out, clutching his nose. Although Lingxue hadn't exerted much force, it still left his nose throbbing. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Feng wore an expression of disbelief. This isn't acting, it's simply you being yourself. He got up from the folding bed and pushed Lingxue against the wall. If you don't let me kiss you enough today, I won't let this punch go. Lingxue found herself firmly pressed against the wall, her cheeks flushed. But I'm your sister. You can't do this. Jiang Feng smirked. You seem quite immersed in your role. Have you forgotten? Brothers are meant to bully their sisters. So Lingxue bit her lip and, standing on her toes, leaned in closer. Here's a kiss for you. Chapter 51. I just like to bully you. What is the best remedy for heartache? Naturally, it comes from the sweet kisses of a girlfriend. After a kiss, aches in the waist and legs vanish, and being punched feels insignificant. All right, let us continue shooting. Hurry up and finish. Wearing this costume makes my stomach feel chilly, and I'm a bit cold. Lingxue covered Jiang Feng's mouth with her hand, urging him on. Her outfit was a crop top, exposing her midriff. With the rain outside, the air circulating indoors was quite cool, making her feel rather cold. Seeing this, Jiang Feng released her and lay back down on the folding bed. The second shot involved the sister swinging her fist to strike her brother's abdomen. Simply put, it was the legendary little sister's punches against her chest. Except this time they would land on his stomach. The force would be considerable and rather aggressive, though it was merely a performance. Lingxue wouldn't genuinely hit hard. The camera shifted to capture Jiang Feng's upper body, while Lingxue merely needed to lean over the edge of the bed, exposing her arms. As the camera counted down 10 seconds, it began filming. Lingxue, like a drummer, alternated her little fists rapidly against Jiang Feng's stomach. Each time she was about to strike, she needed to pull back her strength just before impact. It started off smoothly, but soon Jiang Feng could no longer contain himself. Wait, that tickles too much? I can't help it. The abdomen is one of the body's most sensitive areas, filled with ticklish flesh. Lingxue's gentle taps made him want to laugh uncontrollably. The shooting had to be paused. Jiang Feng sat up, looking apologetic. I didn't mean to laugh, but I simply couldn't hold it back. Su Lingxue maintained a straight face, gently pushing his shoulder to indicate he should lie down. Let us do it again. I have a way to keep you from feeling ticklish. Jiang Feng realized what she meant, and he inhaled sharply. Oh no, I should have held back earlier. As expected, this time she increased her strength. Jiang Feng instinctively tensed his abdominal muscles. After a series of shots, his stomach wasn't sore or ticklish, but the prolonged tension in his abdominal muscles left him feeling somewhat strained. In the third shot, the sister complained that the bed was too high, stating that she couldn't exert enough force. She then proceeded to shift her brother little by little onto a chair, ultimately delivering a flying kick that sent both him and the chair tumbling over. This shot would capture the moment of the kick. Jiang Feng was taken aback by her description, finding it hard to believe. What anime is this from? I need to see it. It sounds outrageous. Did you alter the story? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lingxue pulled out her phone and showed him the edited video. After watching it, Jiang Feng was left speechless. The anime Little Daylight truly had a wild imagination. In the original video, the petite form of the little sister possessed immense strength, capable of sending her brother and the chair crashing into the wall with a single kick. Su Lingxue's portrayal was already quite merciful. See, I've been considerate. If it were according to the original plot, that kick would have sent you to your next life. Jiang Feng nodded helplessly. All right, let us shoot. Su Lingxue moved a chair from the bedroom and had him sit down. She then handed him several thicker spring and autumn garments. Put these under your clothes. That way it won't hurt. Jiang Feng was astonished. What do you mean? Are you really going to kick me? Of course. Otherwise, there won't be the desired visual effect. Just wear these clothes underneath. You won't feel a thing, I promise. Jiang Feng didn't want to be hesitant throughout each shot. However, the experience of shooting a short video had truly opened his eyes. He had always thought acting was all pretentious, but the truth was the complete opposite. No wonder the news often reported on which star got pregnant before marriage or which director was confronted by a mistress with a child. Even stories of broken arms and legs and deaths on set were all too real. Realizing this, Jiang Feng felt a newfound sense of calm. At the very least, filming a small scene at home shouldn't lead to any accidents, which was far safer than those real-life car crash scenarios. Here, bite this later to simulate a bleeding mouth. Su Lingxue handed him a red plastic ball the size of capsule. If I am not mistaken, this should be the blood pack used for filming. Her props are indeed comprehensive. Adjust the camera angle. Jiang Feng sits on a chair, his expression vacant, resembling a vegetative state. Su Lingxue, clad in white stockings, steps lightly on the carpet. With a few swift strides, she leaps into the air, delivering a kick to his chest. Due to the multiple layers of soft padding within Jiang Feng's clothing, her kick barely made contact, causing her to stumble precariously. It was akin to attempting to step on a stone, only to discover it was a sponge, leaving one's leg stretched and strained. Jiang Feng reacted swiftly, reaching out to grasp her leg, preventing her from falling. However, in doing so, the friction caused a long tear in Su Lingxue's stockings. Clearly, they were of inferior quality. Easily torn, Su Lingxue did not blame him, for had he not steadied her, she might have ended up sprawled on the floor. Let us try again. This time I am more experienced, she declared. With one pair of stockings already ruined, she opted to use the other leg. She leaped once more, delivering a precise kick to Jiang Feng's chest. The softness of his clothing created the illusion that his chest had caved in, enhancing the visual impact. Jiang Feng's body was propelled backward, and at the moment of collision with the chair, he bit down on the blood pack in his mouth, allowing the fake blood to flow from the corner of his lips. That's a wrap. Get up. Su Lingxue hurriedly assisted him. Jiang Feng released a long sigh, relieved that it was finally over. You really didn't hold back with that kick, he complained, rubbing his chest. Su Lingxue stuck out her tongue and flashed a playful smile. That's just how acting is. It's much safer than those stunts involving wires. Next time, could you perhaps select less violent material? I really took a hit this time. Su Lingxue crossed her arms over her chest, forming ends with her body, then replied earnestly. No way. Why not? Because I simply enjoy bullying you. Chapter 52. A familiar misunderstanding. Hearing those words, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. You're not even trying to conceal it? This is tantamount to indirectly admitting that I enjoy being bullied by you, making me seem rather foolish. I have no pride left. Su Lingxue, with her hands behind her back, swayed her body joyfully. In front of me, what pride do you have? I've heard all those sounds from the bathroom twice already. As Jiang Feng heard her mention this, his bravado immediately deflated. It's not my fault. Your bathroom is just too poorly soundproofed. Don't worry. I only bully you at home. I never do it outside. I know how to discern between what's appropriate and what's not. Jiang Feng's mind raced, suddenly contemplating a loophole. So, that means I can bully you outside? For example, making you carry the groceries when we go shopping, or giving you the leftover ice cream, or forcing you to eat the snacks I decide I don't like after we've bought them. Su Lingxue's smile vanished instantly. You're getting bold. Aren't you? I warn you, if you dare to bully me, I will retaliate tenfold. Jiang Feng sighed at her fierce demeanor. What rogue logic. It's like asking a woman what she wants to eat, and she says anything is fine, yet she rejects every suggestion until you finally mention what she truly desires. Ah, women. However, it was precisely Su Lingxue's obstinacy and capriciousness that made Jiang Feng feel increasingly dependent on her. One must admit that those who are perpetually gentle, be they men or women, seldom leave a lasting impression on others. It's akin to a game where every match results in an MVP. The strongest in the entire game, winning every time, causing one to gradually lose interest. Only through a mix of victories and defeats can players develop a love-hate relationship that sustains their engagement. Su Lingxue embodied both aspects to perfection. She was gentle, yet demanding. Jiang Feng felt genuinely fortunate to have such a girlfriend. After tidying up the shooting space, Jiang Feng changed his clothes in the bathroom, while Su Lingxue changed in the shooting area. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was Lin Xiang calling. Xiangzi, what is up? Brother Feng, our editor reviewed your article and remarked on your impressive skill. He wants you to come by sometime to sign a long-term contract. You'll only need to publish 5 articles each month, and we can discuss the topics and content when you sign. If your abilities allow, you can publish more. Each article should be between 3,000 to 5,000 words, with prices ranging from 2,000 to 3,000, depending on the quality. Jiang Feng listened intently to Lin Xiang's description, his heart racing with excitement. 5 articles a month, calculated at a minimum of 2,000 per piece, amounts to a handsome sum of 10,000 yuan. Moreover, this amount is post-tax, with the publisher handling the income tax, sparing him the concern. To say nothing of the fact that with his current skill and ample time, producing 8 to 10 articles a month would not pose a challenge. Thus, a monthly income of 20,000 yuan was not an unattainable feat compared to his previous life as a wandering writer. This opportunity felt almost ethereal. Thanks, Xiangzi. If it weren't for you advocating for me, I'd still be submitting my work everywhere. Let us have a proper chat when we meet. Don't mention it. That is all due to your talent. I read your articles. Your analytical angles and insights are truly refreshing, something I could never replicate. By the way, do you remember our dorm mate, Xiaoyu? I was just about to tell you that he before Lin Xiang could elaborate on their college classmate. Su Lingxue suddenly emerged from the room, holding the torn pair of stockings and complaining. Changing into this outfit is such a hassle. These stockings you ripped can't be worn again. What a waste. The voice on the other end of the line abruptly ceased. After a moment, Lin Xiang's voice returned. Ahem, Brother Feng, you should get back to it. Don't keep your girlfriend waiting. We'll talk later. I'm hanging up now. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue exchanged glances. This scene felt eerily familiar. Yet again, they had been misunderstood. Chapter 53, Warm Foot Baby, Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng truly wished to rush to the publishing house and sign the contract. After all, such an opportunity is rare and could be jeopardized with delay. However, the torrential rain outside deterred him. With no taxis available, he could only put this matter on hold for the time being. The two of them remained in the room, browsing their phones and enjoying the comments, feeling quite content. Achoo! Suddenly, Su Lingxue sneezed without warning. She whirled around to face Jiang Feng. Are you cursing me in your heart? Jiang Feng raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't wrongfully accuse me. I haven't done anything. Su Lingxue stared at him intently. Impossible. During those few days when I secretly took your keys and ID, every time you cursed me, I sneezed without fail. Upon this mention, I was reminded of the time you scolded me over 20 times, a matter for which I have yet to settle the score with you. Achoo! As she spoke, she suddenly sneezed again. Jiang Feng felt her piercing gaze, leaving him at a loss for words. I truly did not chastise you in secret. Are you coming down with a cold? He placed his hand on Su Lingxue's forehead to gauge her temperature. It seemed slightly elevated. Did her throat feel uncomfortable? Su Lingxue, realizing her physical state, acknowledged that her throat was indeed sore and her nose felt somewhat congested. It appeared she was genuinely catching a cold, undoubtedly a consequence of the little girl costume she had worn during the filming session. With her abdomen exposed and the chilly wind following the rain, she had succumbed to the elements. Noticing her condition, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow in displeasure. You were so preoccupied with hitting me that you neglected to take care of yourself and ended up catching a cold. Where's the umbrella? I shall fetch you some medicine. Su Lingxue shook her head. No need, there is some in the drawer. I didn't finish the last batch when I was previously ill. Jiang Feng poured her half a cup of cool boiled water and refilled the kettle to prepare hot water anew. He rummaged through the drawer and retrieved a box of medicine specifically designed for wind heat colds. Once the water boiled, he mixed it with the cool water to achieve a suitable temperature. Su Lingxue swallowed the medicine with the water. It is indeed peculiar how one can be lively and animated without awareness of an impending cold. Yet once the realization dawns, lethargy swiftly sets in. The discomfort throughout her body gradually became apparent. Her limbs felt weak, her hands and feet icy, her nose congested, her throat sore, accompanied by a mild headache. Jiang Feng placed his pillow behind her to offer more comfort and drew the blanket up to her chest. He opened his phone and searched for remedies. Such colds, induced by exposure to the wind, typically resolve with a good sweat. Conversely, it is imperative to maintain warmth. Further exposure could exacerbate her condition. Are you feeling warmer? Su Lingxue leaned against the headboard and sluggishly shook her head. Her hands and feet remained perpetually cold. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Feng understood. This is your body fighting back. Blood is concentrated in your core, leaving your extremities deprived and their temperature plummeting. Wait here. I will prepare another pot of hot water. Soaking your feet in warm water should alleviate your discomfort. He poured the remaining hot water from the kettle into a basin and filled it again with fresh water for heating, adjusting the temperature to a suitable level. He brought it to the bedside. Su Lingxue, wrapped in her blanket, shuffled to the edge of the bed, occasionally shivering. Jiang Feng gently cradled her small feet in his hands. The skin was cold to the touch, yet soft. It was the first time he observed Su Lingxue's feet so closely. Unlike those he had seen on television, often clad in high heels, her toes were not crowded together. In technical terms, those who frequently wear high heels often suffer from bunions, a minor deformity caused by bone misalignment. In stark contrast, Su Lingxue's toes were perfectly aligned, with an appropriate gap between them, creating a unique aesthetic, likely due to her preference for flat shoes. Even when required to wear heels for filming, it had little impact. Jiang Feng gently submerged her feet into the warm water, inquiring, "How is the temperature?" "Just right," she replied with a slight nod, offering a faint smile. "Just a few days ago, I mentioned rewarding you with a foot wash, and here we are." Jiang Feng lowered his head, stirring the warm water in the basin to keep it circulating. "Even with a cold, you still find time to tease me. It has truly become second nature for you. Now, refrain from speaking and focus on resting." In the quiet room, the two shared a moment of silence. Su Lingxue watched Jiang Feng diligently washing her feet. Enveloped in a comforting warmth, Jiang Feng noticed the water temperature had cooled slightly and poured in hot water from the kettle along the basin's edge to mix evenly without scalding her. "Do your legs feel warmer now?" "Yes, they're starting to warm up," she replied. As she soaked her feet, Jiang Feng softly caressed them, hoping to share some of his warmth. At one moment, his fingers inadvertently grazed the sole of her foot, causing her to instinctively curl her toes. Her small feet crossed over each other in an inward position. Their eyes met, and they both chuckled. Jiang Feng continued this cycle when the water cooled. He added more hot water, repeating the process until the kettle was empty. The basin was nearly full by the time he finished. He gently touched Su Lingxue's leg. It was indeed warmer than before. "It seems to be working." Following her instructions, he retrieved a towel from the bathroom and carefully dried her feet. When it was time to attend to her other foot, Su Lingxue attempted to lift the already dried one to facilitate his movements. However, in her daze from the cold, she inadvertently lifted the one still soaking, splashing water onto Jiang Feng, and even a few droplets landed on his face. He shot her an exasperated glance, wiping his face with the towel, only to realize he had used Su Lingxue's foot towel. After a flurry of activity, he finally completed the task. "Quickly, cover yourself with a blanket. We mustn't let that newfound warmth escape." Su Lingxue tucked her feet back under the blanket, observing Jiang Feng as he bustled about, emptying the foot basin, boiling more water, and mopping the floor. She felt a warm sensation in her heart. This was her boyfriend, the one she had chosen, truly dependable. Jiang Feng returned to the bed and checked her forehead again. Fortunately, her condition had not worsened. "How are your hands?" Though blood vessels in the human body are interconnected, soaking one's feet does not influence hand temperature, a lesson Jiang Feng had learned over many years. Su Lingxue clasped her hands together, nestled at the edge of the blanket, and assessed they're all right. Jiang Feng took her small hand in his, feeling its chill. "All right? Your hands are colder than your feet." He sat beside her, drawing her hands closer to warm them against his abdomen while discreetly retrieving a nail clipper. "Your nails are rather long. Allow me to trim them for you." Su Lingxue stifled a giggle, biting her lip. "Are you afraid that if my nails are too long, it will hurt when I pinch you?" Jiang Feng shot her an exasperated glance. "Why bring that up now?" "Oh no, I must keep my thumb and index finger long. Otherwise, I won't be able to intimidate you." Su Lingxue attempted to withdraw her hands, but Jiang Feng held them firmly, preventing her escape. In swift motion, he clipped the remaining 2 nails. Do you think I would let you harm me? I can't grant you that opportunity, she huffed playfully, admiring her perfectly shaped and appropriately sized nails. From now on, I shall regularly trim them for you. Once a day if I have the time, or every 2 days if I do not. Jiang Feng, embodying his masculine assertiveness, unceremoniously stripped Su Lingxue of her right to trim her own nails. His primary concern was that should she retain her nails, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. Once these tasks were completed, Jiang Feng shifted the pillow behind Su Lingxue to support his own back, enveloping her in his embrace, holding her tightly. Surely, this would provide her with greater warmth. A sudden blush crept onto Su Lingxue's cheeks as she timidly remarked, "Don't you find it strenuous to hold me like this? I mean, you could lower your arms a bit." Jiang Feng, somewhat befuddled, adjusted his arms downward and was abruptly aware of the significant gap that had formed between them. It dawned on him that he had not positioned himself correctly, and no wonder she was blushing. After a brief moment, Su Lingxue withdrew her hands from his abdomen, turning to face Jiang Feng. Her lips moved as if to articulate something, yet no words escaped her. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Jiang Feng inquired with genuine concern. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lingxue spoke. "My feet are a bit cold again." Jiang Feng paused momentarily. I see. Please wait while I boil some water." "Oh, wait," Su Lingxue interrupted him. "There's no need to boil water. Just a little warmth will suffice." Following her gaze to his abdomen, Jiang Feng suddenly comprehended her intent. He shifted slightly, lifting his shirt, and placed her small feet upon his belly. Indeed, they are rather chilly. "Hey, don't squirm around. Stay still, or I might just tickle your soles." Su Lingxue, reprimanded by Jiang Feng, only grew more exhilarated, her little feet pressing against his abdomen incessantly. "Your belly is so soft, warm, and cozy, like a heating pad." Observing her delight, Jiang Feng sighed and decided to let her be. "Considering that you caught a cold tonight, I won't hold this against you. But remember, this is a one-time allowance." Suddenly, Su Lingxue fell silent, staring down as if lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, she lifted her head, her face adorned with a smile. Her eyes, shimmering with tears, clearly moved. "Jiang Feng, it's truly wonderful to have you here." Jiang Feng, on the verge of being touched by her sentiment, was abruptly derailed by her next remark. Sitting up straight, her expression animated, she declared, "I've decided from now on, you shall be my foot warmer." Chapter 54. An unexpected encounter in the bathroom. After catching a cold, Jiang Feng's mind felt clouded. Following dinner from a takeout, Su Lingxue soon succumbed to slumber, her clothes still on, prompting Jiang Feng to cover her with a blanket. It was a perfect opportunity to induce some sweat. It was still before 9 in the evening, and Jiang Feng was wide awake, brimming with energy. Can you imagine the agony of cohabiting with your girlfriend for several days without any intimacy? It was nearly a violation of human instinct. Nevertheless, he endeavored to restrain himself, honoring Su Lingxue's wishes. After all, they were merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and for a girl, certain experiences are precious and rare. Thus, it was only right to cherish them. Consequently, Jiang Feng found himself channeling his desires through his phone. Silencing it, he opened a short video platform and eagerly began his exploration of female perspectives. However, upon browsing several recommended videos, he was met with an overwhelming academic atmosphere. Transitions between first-person and third-person in writing. How to shape character imagery. How an author can entice female readers. What ancient emperors consume to supplement their health. Do eunuchs suffer from kidney deficiency? Jiang Feng was taken aback. Where were the beautiful women? Where were the ones he followed who were so impoverished they could only drape themselves in a few scraps of fabric? Upon checking his follow list, he found only 6 remaining and felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Among those 6, one was Su Lingxue, another was a prominent figure in writing, specializing in teaching writing techniques, while the remaining 4 were experts on male self-improvement. Staring blankly for a moment, he suddenly had an epiphany and glanced at Su Lingxue. This girl truly had a thoughtful disposition. Forget it. I won't look anymore. I'd rather not be discovered. In truth, Jiang Feng had little desire to continue perusing such content, especially since he was in a relationship and ought to maintain a semblance of moral purity. Yet, what choice did he have? Su Lingxue was warming her feet against his belly, soundly asleep, leaving him with a pent-up frustration with no outlet. Given the circumstances, he resolved to make a trip to the bathroom. Jiang Feng gently lifted the blanket, careful not to wake Su Lingxue, opting to forego even the bedside lamp. Instead, he turned on his phone's flashlight, allowing its dim glow to guide him to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lingxue had already opened her eyes. Dressed but swathed in blankets, Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead into her eyes, forcing her awake. Noticing the faint light emanating from the bathroom, she felt puzzled. Why is there no light on for the restroom? Is there a power outage? She mused. Sitting up, she realized her clothes were drenched in sweat, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Especially the perspiration on her neck had soaked the pillow, akin to being clothed in a sauna, an unbearable sensation. Su Lingxue activated her phone's flashlight and proceeded toward the bathroom. Inside, Jiang Feng remained oblivious to her movements, perhaps too engrossed in his task. Upon reaching the door, she knocked lightly. "Are you done? I need to wipe off some sweat. I feel too." But her words faltered. She could hardly fathom that the bathroom door was not locked, merely ajar. With a gentle knock, the door swung open. Faced with the unexpected scene before her, Su Lingxue felt her blood rush. "You!" Within, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared back at her. They locked gazes, the tension lingering for a full minute. Ultimately, Su Lingxue's composure triumphed over Jiang Feng's surprise, and she spoke first, regaining her calmness. "Didn't we agree yesterday that you wouldn't engage in any peculiar activities in secret? If you're in need, I can assist you." With that, she stepped into the bathroom and closed the door behind her. "Hey, why are you turning on the light? I thought there was a power outage." "Apparently not." "Could you turn it off?" Stop jabbering. I can't see with the lights off. I don't want to make a mess that I'll have to clean up later." Jiang Feng suddenly recalled a scene from a novel he had read, which described a demon lord commanding 1 billion subjects to defend a city. The protective, spiritual formations unfolded in layers, creating an imposing aura that made the city appear grander and more formidable. Yet, the enemy's tactical prowess was exceptional, dividing their forces into 5 teams that coordinated to encircle the city, gradually wearing down its defenses. Ultimately, the strength of the spiritual formations was exhausted, and upon witnessing the city's breach, the demon lord had no choice but to lay down his arms, surrendering 5 billion subjects as a testament to his capitulation. At this juncture, the demon king's power had waned, leaving him feeble and no longer the formidable force he once was. Chapter 55. Today I am the boss. Listen to me. It was an ordinary night. This was a commonplace bathroom, and this was a rather unremarkable girlfriend. This behavior, however, was anything but ordinary. Su Lingxue was astonishingly thoughtful, leaving him genuinely astonished. Jiang Feng had, from that moment, discovered a new world. What was he looking at? Beautiful women. Scrolling through his phone? Since he was already in a relationship, it was time to engage in the appropriate actions. Look, wasn't happiness arriving? All right, stop grinning foolishly and hurry up to wipe my sweat. I'm feeling quite uncomfortable. Su Lingxue folded a towel several times and draped it over Jiang Feng's head, covering his eyes. Then, she handed him a damp towel, feeling reassured enough to remove her top. Primarily, she hadn't fully recovered from her cold and was hesitant to take a shower, fearing that it might exacerbate her illness. Thus, she could only wipe away her sweat with a towel. Unable to reach her back, she had no choice but to ask Jiang Feng for assistance. Once everything was prepared, Su Lingxue turned her back to him. "Mind your hands. If you dare to remove the towel, I will make you regret it. Do you hear me?" Jiang Feng took the towel, smirking. "You've already helped me with that, and now I can't even see? Truly unbelievable. What girlfriend behaves like this? Although I haven't seen many others." Complaints aside, Jiang Feng willingly offered his service. One hand held the towel as he gently wiped Su Lingxue's back, while the other was seized by her to prevent any sneaky glances. The towel pressed softly against her skin, moving gradually from her neck downward. At one moment, the towel brushed against her side, a spot well known for its sensitivity. She couldn't help but shudder slightly, instinctively reaching out to grasp something. Simultaneously, her grip on Jiang Feng's hand loosened. For Jiang Feng, this was an opportune moment for a glance. Yet, a sliver of rationality warned him against it. The consequences would be dire. Thus, just as he was about to lift the towel, his hand hesitated in mid-air before ultimately descending. However, it seemed the heavens were not about to let this moment pass by without intervention. The towel, already short, was barely knotted around Jiang Feng's head, and even with his eyes covered, it could only be loosely secured. At that precise moment, the knot unexpectedly came undone, and the towel slipped away. Jiang Feng found himself suddenly bathed in light. He immediately beheld Su Lingxue's back, with her tank top and undergarments hanging on a nearby rack. This sight rendered him utterly unable to maintain his composure, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and his throat working overtime to swallow. The air in the room, infused with the essence of femininity, felt inexplicably sweet, particularly in the confined space of the bathroom. Yet, just as he was lost in his reverie, Su Lingxue abruptly turned around. "The towel has dried a bit. I need to." The air around them froze momentarily, and the sound of their breathing felt superfluous. After a brief pause, Su Lingxue finally registered the situation, turning away in a flurry, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. However, those fleeting seconds were more than sufficient for Jiang Feng to feast his eyes. Jiang Feng, are you deliberately provoking me? She scolded, her tone laced with indignation. Upon hearing her voice filled with anger, Jiang Feng realized the gravity of the situation and hastily began to explain. Hey, I didn't untie it. It just fell off on its own. Really, if you don't believe me, look, I'll tie it back and it will fall again. He fumbled to demonstrate. But Su Lingxue was entirely unconvinced. It fell on its own? Do you think I'm foolish? You purposely brushed against my sensitive skin, prompting me to reach out, and then you took your chance. How could I not see through such blatant intent? And as for the towel falling on its own, can't you come up with a more plausible excuse? After a moment of contemplation, Su Lingxue swiftly turned off the bathroom light, plunging them into darkness. She then seized his ear, twisting it without mercy. In the dark, Jiang Feng's expression was indiscernible, but it was undoubtedly one of distress. I swear, I didn't untie it. You must believe me, he pleaded. Just as I let go of your hand, the towel fell on its own? What a coincidence. To be honest, even Jiang Feng found his own explanation absurd. It was too coincidental, perfectly timed. Oh heavens, why have you forsaken me? No. If you twist my ear again, it might fall off. He grasped Su Lingxue's hand, attempting to alleviate the pain, but inadvertently added fuel to the fire. Remove your hand. 3, 2, that is more like it. This time, her grip was even tighter. I was going to turn off the lights earlier, but out of trust for you, I refrained. And look what you've done. Truly wronged. Listening to Jiang Feng's frantic explanations, Su Lingxue felt a sudden wavering in her resolve, sensing he didn't appear to be lying. To verify, she picked up the towel and mimicked tying it on Jiang Feng's head, tying a rough knot. With a light touch, it indeed came undone. The truth was unveiled in an instant. Realization dawned on her that she had wronged Jiang Feng. After a moment of silence, she huffed lightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Her first reaction was not to apologize or admit her fault, but to think, Jiang Feng, you're really foolish. I thought you were starting to wise up and learn some mischief, only to find it was merely an accident. Jiang Feng could never have anticipated the contradiction within Su Lingxue's thoughts at that moment, torn between hoping he would misbehave and punishing him for an unintentional glimpse. In truth, Su Lingxue, as a girl, felt embarrassed to be overly forward. She still needed to maintain some semblance of resistance. However, Jiang Feng, lacking perception, took her words literally. Had he been bolder earlier and said, I did look, so what? And then assertively pinned her against the wall for a closer inspection, she might not have resisted at all. The reality proved. 1. Never trust a girl's no during such moments, as they often speak in riddles. Simply too shy to admit their true feelings. 2. A strong-willed girl often requires even stronger measures to be subdued. Take Su Lingxue, for instance, on the surface. She exudes an air of dominance, yet in certain specific situations, she remains just a delicate girl inside. Note to all single comrades. Remember this, it's quite practical. All right, I forgive you, Su Lingxue said lightly, her tone tinged with disappointment. Jiang Feng, though he had cleared his name, felt somewhat aggrieved. So, did I endure your twisting for nothing? Su Lingxue placed her hands on her hips, her tone still assertive. What do you want? Are you seeking revenge? Besides, you've gained from this. You had a full 8 seconds of viewing. All right, I've finished wiping your back. I can handle the rest myself. You may leave. Jiang Feng walked out of the bathroom, feeling despondent. Had the towel not slipped, he would have had the opportunity to assist her in wiping her front after her back was done. Alas, the opportunity has vanished like a fleeting dream. How infuriating. The bathroom light flickered back to life. Jiang Feng gazed through the glass, observing Su Lingxue's silhouette within, his heart swelling with indignation. This is unjust. Why should I bear the brunt of fate's folly? I cannot accept this humiliation without a fight. Where I ask is my dignity as a man. This situation demands retribution. With that thought, he clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He strode purposefully towards the bathroom, unhesitatingly pushing the door open, seizing the towel from Su Lingxue's grasp and tossing it aside. Then, he cornered her against the wall. In a swift, thunderous motion, he grasped her wrists firmly, raising them high. What followed was a long brewing outburst. Damn it, you are my girlfriend. What's wrong with me stealing a glance? Su Lingxue, today I declare. I looked at you unabashedly. What of it? Su Lingxue, taken aback by his unexpected bravado, felt a surge of joy within. Finally, he has come to his senses. A promising pupil, or rather, a teachable boyfriend. Yet, despite her delight, she must not reveal it. Su Lingxue feigne da starte de mine. her chest heaving as she pretended to cower, her eyes darting nervously, embodying the image of a little lamb caught by the big bad wolf. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of grievance. Jiang Feng, impatient, snorted dismissively, exhaling heavily as his gaze bore into her eyes. Silence. Today, I am the master. You will obey. Chapter 56. The girlfriend is both fierce and gentle. A moment of exhilaration can lead to a fiery aftermath. Ultimately, Su Lingxue was a rather assertive girl. Being treated like a meek lamb by Jiang Feng felt somewhat humiliating. Upon exiting the bathroom, her commanding persona reasserted itself. Slap. Have you lost your mind? Or do my words no longer hold weight? You dare to lay hands on me. Slap. Not only did you touch me, but you did so with such aggression, showing no understanding of gentleness. Slap. And the violence didn't cease even after 5 minutes. Slap. 5 minutes is one thing. But you slap. Hey, isn't this a tad unreasonable? Surely, there must be a justifiable reason behind your actions. Slap. I simply wish to strike you. Do you have any objections? Jiang Feng gazed at his reddened arm, appearing utterly despondent. He had just trimmed Su Lingxue's nails, believing she would be unable to unleash her wrath further. Yet, she had merely adapted her methods, tugging at his ears and striking his arms. After some contemplation, Jiang Feng concluded that perhaps allowing her to keep her nails was a better idea. At least when they ventured out, the wounds on his waist would be concealed by clothing, sparing him from unwanted scrutiny. However, how could he hide the marks on his ears and arms in the sweltering heat? Surely, he wouldn't don a fur coat in summer. Su Lingxue glanced at her phone, noticing it was already 11 at night. By the way, aren't you supposed to go to the publishing house tomorrow to sign the contract? Jiang Feng replied, his voice lacking energy. Yes, but now I think I'll postpone it until the day after. He turned his head, rolling his eyes at Su Lingxue, showcasing his swollen ear. Su Lingxue couldn't help but chuckle. This doesn't look very presentable. How about I help you balance it out? Jiang Feng shuddered, instantly feeling a tingle of dread. Are you a devil? I suggest you let it go and just sleep. If anyone asks tomorrow, I'll just say a dog bit me. He reclined, burrowing under the covers. Yet, before he could settle in, the pillow beneath his head was forcefully yanked away. Su Lingxue then tossed her own pillow at him, landing squarely on his face. I want this one. You can use mine. Jiang Feng sat up again, examining the pink bunny-printed pillow in his hands, half of which was dampened by Su Lingxue's perspiration. This is ridiculous. How can I sleep on this damp thing? He didn't know what possessed him, but he impulsively licked it. Ugh, it tastes salty. He had fallen for the deceptive claims of unscrupulous bloggers who insisted that a girl's sweat had a milky scent. This was utterly unmanageable. What a torment. Jiang Feng grumbled, naturally ignoring his peculiar behavior. But Su Lingxue remained silent, arranging her pillow and turning off the room lights. In the darkness, Jiang Feng let out a long sigh. Just then, Su Lingxue's voice pierced the stillness. Enough with the sighing. You sound like a girl. Come over and sleep together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's frustration evaporated, transforming his melancholy into joy. Without a second thought, he dove under the covers, snuggling closer to Su Lingxue. As he settled his head on the pillow, he planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. Moo, I knew my girlfriend is the best in the world. Ha! Let us sleep together. Cuddle up, it's warmer that way. Su Lingxue wiped the drool from her face, exclaiming, You've become quite the smooth talker. I'll give you a warning. Keep your hands to yourself, or I won't hesitate to help you balance the other ear tomorrow. Jiang Feng wrapped his arm gently around her waist. Rest assured I won't. Indeed, absolutely not. You won't even notice, he added, you'll eventually fall asleep. And then, Chapter 57. The Gentle Trap. A beautiful day begins with putting shoes on my girlfriend. Yet, this blissful moment was abruptly cut short. Su Lingxue stared at the several pairs of shoes lined up on the rack, unable to decide which to wear. I've worn these canvas shoes for 3 days now. They've lost their novelty. These white sneakers are too hot and stuffy. Athletic shoes? No, they clash with my outfit. Oh, which pair should I choose? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. You've been deliberating for nearly 10 minutes. Other girls waste time on makeup. You waste it on choosing shoes. Just go barefoot. You're a fox spirit. Surely you can fly. Su Lingxue shot him a glare before suddenly having an epiphany. She scampered to another wardrobe, retrieving a pair of sandals. The sandals were a soft cream color, resembling a foam material, and appeared incredibly comfortable. The front featured a modest pink bunny head, and the back could be adjusted to convert into slip-ons. These are perfect. Help me put them on. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. Do you really need my assistance for sandals? You could just slip them on. Su Lingxue perched on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, her stance resolute. No, I want you to help me. Reluctantly, Jiang Feng complied with her request. Truth be told, There was no significant skill involved in wearing such shoes. It merely required pulling down the heel strap and sliding them on her feet, an endeavor that took mere seconds. Su Lingxue rose from her seat and twirled gracefully before Jiang Feng, showcasing her attire for the day. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Jiang Feng nodded earnestly, unable to deny that her sandals were indeed the piece de resistance. She wore a white tank top adorned with playful patterns, strawberries and delicate flowers, paired with loose-fitting pink three-quarter casual pants. The elastic cuffs hugged her calves snugly, while the hem of her tank top was tucked into her trousers, inadvertently creating an illusion of legs that seemed to stretch for a meter. Complementing her outfit were creamy white sandals, which accentuated her fair, delicate toes and perfectly arched feet, enhancing her refreshing style. In that moment, Jiang Feng felt utterly defenseless. Dressed this way, Su Lingxue could undoubtedly be dubbed a straight man's killer. Hey, wipe that drool off, Su Lingxue chided playfully. Jiang Feng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to display his literary flair. My girlfriend is truly stunning. Akin to a celestial being descended to earth, with a grace like orchids, standing tall and elegant. One might say she moves as if snowflakes dance in the air. A beauty unmatched. Wait, what was that last part? All right, enough of your nonsense, let us hurry, Su Lingxue interrupted, playfully nudging him, disrupting his train of thought. You've really mastered the art of flattery. Writers can be so ostentatious. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were greeted by sweltering heat that felt even more intense than the previous days. It was likely nearing 40 degrees, if not already at 38 or 9. The bus stop was several hundred meters from their apartment, and not wanting Su Lingxue to suffer in the heat, Jiang Feng hailed a taxi. After all, she was dressed in three-quarter pants and sandals, with much of her skin exposed. A sunburn would not suit her at all. Once in the taxi, as soon as they settled in, the driver glanced back and exclaimed, Young man, you are fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Hearing this compliment filled Jiang Feng with joy. Had it not been for the confined space of the taxi, he would have danced in celebration. No. You flatter me, he replied modestly. The road was relatively clear, yet the driver drove cautiously, even waiting a few seconds after the light turned green to proceed. After over an hour, Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue exited the taxi and approached the familiar path leading to the publishing house. He recalled their last visit, when they playfully wiped sweat on each other's clothes, claiming it was a declaration of possession. In retrospect, it seemed rather childish. This time he had brought tissues. They navigated their way to the entrance of the publishing house with ease. Upon entering, Lin Xiang was already waiting in the living room. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, good to see you, Su Lingxue greeted politely, her happiness apparent. Jiang Feng paid little mind to it. Misunderstandings were misunderstandings, and he was too tired to explain. Brother Feng, wait here while I fetch the contract for you. Think about the types of articles you excel at. You'll need to provide at least 3 popular themes. Jiang Feng scanned the quiet hall, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Xiangzi, why is it just you here? I haven't seen anyone else around. Lin Xiang chuckled. This publishing house is a branch. Among over 60 branches, it has the poorest performance, so we have fewer assignments. Including me, there are only 5 of us. Our editor-in-chief wears many hats and is quite busy, while the others are often out chasing leads, leaving me to manage things here during the day. Jiang Feng nodded. Understanding now why signing with them had been so effortless, they were in dire need of submissions. However, he still believed his own abilities played a part. Lin Xiang soon left, following the same routine as before. At that moment, Su Lingxue looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. Back to familiar territory. Are you ready to revisit the feelings from last time? Jiang Feng was taken aback. What feelings from last time? What do you mean? Su Lingxue gestured towards his waist, instantly stirring his memories. He frowned at her. Are you out of your mind? That hurts. She chuckled mischievously, glancing sideways as if concocting another mischievous idea. Moments latte. Lin Xiang emerged with a contract. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Feng got to the point. Of the popular themes you provided, I'm only familiar with 2. I Haven T encounter the others. He had listed 5 trending directions: romantic psychology, news commentary, current affairs analysis, social skills, and sports event analysis. Jiang Feng was well-versed in news commentary and current affairs analysis, having focused on these topics for years, while the others were nearly foreign to him. The contract required him to select at least 3 themes, which felt like an unreasonable demand. Lin Xiang appeared surprised by his response. Brother Feng, why not choose the first one, romantic psychology? Surely you have some experience there. He cast a glance at Su Lingxue as he spoke. Jiang Feng instantly grasped his implication. However, the reality was far from what he imagined. What could he possibly know about romantic psychology? Hey, here's a tip. When dating, just be prepared to take the hits. Make sure to buy insurance beforehand. You never know when it might come in handy. Was he really expected to write an article based on that? It would be utterly embarrassing. Jiang Feng parted his lips to refuse, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his foot. He feigned calmness and glanced sideways, discovering that Su Lingxue was stepping on his foot, distorting his sandal. All 5 toes were pressed together, turning pale from the pressure. Immediately, Su Lingxue turned to Lin Xiang and said, "Let us select romantic psychology for the 3rd option. He has plenty of experience." Lin Xiang, without consulting Jiang Feng, marked the corresponding box. "Brother Feng, it's done. I'll just head upstairs to stamp the contract, and it'll be complete." After Lin Xiang left, Jiang Feng felt like he was about to lose his mind. "Hey, I know nothing about romantic psychology. I can't possibly write anything worthwhile." Even he recognized that he was quite the straight man. Let alone romance, he struggled to understand children, often finding himself outwitted by them. Seeing his distressed expression, Su Lingxue chuckled softly and leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "You don't understand, but I do. I'll teach you." Jiang Feng instantly calmed down. Of course. How could he have overlooked her? He had been ensnared by her clever tricks countless times before. If one were to count the cunningness, she could easily be deemed the world's best. After all, the article merely required a discussion of romantic psychology. It didn't specify gender. As long as he stayed on topic, he would be fine. With that thought, Jiang Feng sighed in relief. "Thank goodness for you, otherwise, I might not have been able to sign this contract today. Writing on a topic I'm unfamiliar with would only result in a jumbled mess. I wouldn't even meet my monthly submission quota, rendering all my efforts futile. I'd certainly lose the hard-won long-term contract." Jiang Feng felt especially grateful for the timely intervention of Su Lingxue's footstep. "Huh, I've always said, with a girlfriend like me, you should be counting your blessings." But Su Lingxue abruptly shifted her tone, leaving Jiang Feng with a sense of foreboding as the smile faded from his face. She assumed an air of inscrutability, her gaze piercing and unsettling, akin to a fox spirit poised to siphon away his vitality. "Nonetheless, even if I were to guide you, the ultimate composition of the article rests upon your own efforts. My role is merely auxiliary. Moreover, this endeavor is quite challenging, particularly in terms of innate talent. Individuals like myself, who are self-taught, require no external instruction. Yet, for someone as dim-witted as you, learning must come through action. Therefore, should you wish to learn, you must engage in practice. Only by immersing yourself can you grasp the true essence. Through repeated trials and tribulations, one may come to understand the quintessence," she articulated. Jiang Feng, left in a state of bewilderment by her words, thought, "What is this? I'm simply trying to learn about the psychology of romance. Must I delve so deeply and endure such rigorous training? It sounds tremendously exhausting. Why not just divulge the essence directly?" Upon hearing his remarks, Su Lingxue shook her head. "It is not so simple. If that were the case, the Buddha would have handed the scriptures directly to Tang Sung. Why would he require the pilgrimage?" Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, as if beginning to grasp the notion. The intricacies of psychological matters are often ineffable, much like the pilgrimage itself, where the emphasis lies in the journey. The deeper the immersion and the more arduous the trials, the richer the insights gained. And when success finally arrives, it is merely the natural culmination of the process. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. "I think I understand." Seeing his realization, Su Lingxue exhaled deeply. "You, with your wooden head, have no idea how arduous it is to teach you anything. You ought to be exceedingly grateful. Not every girlfriend is as attentive." Jiang Feng chuckled. "Of course, you are the best." Suddenly, Su Lingxue reached out to ruffle Jiang Feng's hair, her expression turning serious. "Jiang Feng, my dear student, I am quite stern. Should you fail to heed my guidance or neglect your assignments, the consequences could be dire." Jiang Feng looked at her in horror, gasping, "Oh no, it feels as if I've fallen into another trap. You lack integrity." Chapter 58, The Vinegar Jar Clangs. Signing a contract takes mere minutes. Afterward, Lin Xiang watched Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue depart, noting Jiang Feng's pale visage with a sigh. "Your sister-in-law is simply too beautiful. Brother Feng, I empathize with your plight. Take care of your health. Otherwise, I may find myself feasting at your expense someday." Ahead, Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue walked side by side. Upon reaching an intersection, they synchronously headed towards a nearby commercial plaza. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, they intended to explore. However, after only a short distance, Su Lingxue suddenly halted him. "Ahem, since I am your teacher, I must take full responsibility. We shall commence with the first lesson in romantic psychology, flirting." The task was simple: approach young women on the street and obtain their contact information. Jiang Feng stood in stunned silence. "What did I just hear? Flirting?" After a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "You want me to hit on other women?" Just as he finished speaking, a sharp slap landed on his arm, causing him to wince. Su Lingxue, hands on her hips, leaned forward slightly, her gaze fierce, resembling a strict yet proud instructor. What vile thoughts are occupying your mind? Do you think I would allow you to flirt with other women while I'm right here? Jiang Feng rubbed his arm innocently. But you just told me to. Su Lingxue shot him a glare that forced him to swallow his words. She huffed softly. I meant for me to pretend to be a stranger. And then you would flirt. Do you understand? Jiang Feng finally grasped what she meant. Had you said that earlier, I wouldn't have gotten slapped. You're not very professional, you know? You think you're so professional? Spare me the commentary. I've already taken 2 hits because of you. Now, stand right here. Once I walk 50 meters ahead, you'll follow. The next step depends on your performance. With that, Su Lingxue turned without another glance and strode forward, instantly embodying her role. Jiang Feng fell into contemplation. Flirting? It was an entirely foreign concept to him. It probably resembled what he had seen in movies. Several schemes flashed through his mind. Okay, start like this, then proceed like that. Flirting shouldn't be too difficult, right? Following Su Lingxue's instruction, Jiang Feng waited until he had covered roughly 50 meters before moving forward, closing the distance to her side, striding with an exaggerated swagger. He lifted his chin and raised an eyebrow. Hi, beautiful, looking to date? I'm super gentle, you know. Su Lingxue, who had been walking quietly, nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing his antics. Please, know the distinction between flirting and harassment. With that demeanor, which girl would feel comfortable conversing with you? Have some decorum. Out of a sense of duty as a teacher, she pointedly reprimanded Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng continued his introspection. Be gentlemanly? I can do that. Clearing his throat, he adopted a softer tone. Excuse me, lovely lady, I would like to get to know you. Would you be interested in sharing your contact information? Su Lingxue shot him a disapproving glance. That was even worse than before. Do you think this is an idle drama? Isn't it? Jiang Feng replied, perplexed. Isn't that sufficiently gentlemanly? Let me try again. How about a domineering CEO approach? He quickened his pace, blocking Su Lingxue's path, and assumed what he believed was a cool expression, saying in an authoritative tone, Hey, I'm quite interested in you. What is your phone number? Su Lingxue stared at him, her expression one of disbelief. Do you have any semblance of normal thought? Are you just regurgitating lines from movies? Rolling her eyes, she replied coolly, Sorry, I'm not interested. As their figures brushed past each other, Jiang Feng felt utterly deflated. Wait, according to the script, you should have agreed. Was it possible he was missing a luxury car? After 3 failed attempts, Su Lingxue had already entered the shopping mall. Jiang Feng, momentarily dazed, followed her inside. However, he was too hasty, and, as he entered, he accidentally bumped into a girl, causing her belongings to scatter across the floor. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention, he apologized while helping her gather her things. Suddenly, she spoke up. Hey there, could I get her contact information? Jiang Feng halted in astonishment, his expression one of sheer surprise. Someone is flirting with me. In the distance, Su Lingxue noticed the unfolding scene and marched over, regardless of whether it was part of the lesson or not. With a huff, she seized Jiang Feng's arm, glaring at the girl. Sorry, but he already has a girlfriend. The atmosphere turned awkward as Su Lingxue pulled Jiang Feng aside, allowing her to assist the girl in collecting her scattered items. A few minutes later, the other party departed. Su Lingxue clutched Jiang Feng's arm tightly with her small hands, resembling a frightened kitten. Today's teaching plan had concluded, and henceforth, only indoor lessons would be conducted, with all outdoor activities canceled. To be honest, she had not anticipated such a situation. Jiang Feng cleared his throat and inquired, Did you hear a loud crash? Su Lingxue looked up at him, puzzled. What crash? Well, it sounded akin to a vinegar jar toppling over, he replied. At this, Su Lingxue pouted slightly, displaying a defiant demeanor. Of course not. Really? Jiang Feng expressed disbelief. You are clearly jealous, yet you refuse to admit it. At that moment, Su Lingxue fixed her gaze on him earnestly, her voice gradually rising. Say that again. There was no crash. It should be crash. 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 Jiang Feng exclaimed, Well, I underestimated you. Chapter 59. Romance needs no external definition. It has been proven that a woman's jealousy can be far more formidable than that of a man's. The last time Jiang Feng felt jealous, he merely held her down and kissed her fiercely, thinking he had overreacted. However, witnessing Su Lingxue's display made him realize what true jealousy entailed. Just because someone requested a contact number, her reaction was overwhelming. She remained closely attached to him, intertwining her arm with his wherever they went, silently proclaiming to those around them that he was her boyfriend, urging them not to approach. Furthermore, she vigilantly monitored Jiang Feng's gaze, ensuring he did not look at any other girls. Even a casual glance at the waiter by the door made her heart race. Come on, it's not that serious. I won't be taken away by anyone else. That may be true, but girls understand girls best. You may have no ill intentions, but they might possess the audacity to ensnare you with their schemes. Just like that incident earlier, someone merely knocked something over and instantly sought a contact number. And without even a hint of embarrassment, it's evident she is seasoned, likely having ensnared numerous innocent youths. A shameless flirt, indeed. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. I concur with that sentiment. Some girls may appear quite demure, yet upon their first encounter, they're already plotting how to ensnare the other party. They resort to identity theft and strategically position space heaters, all while concealing a violent streak beneath the surface. Upon hearing this, Lingxue abruptly halted, her brows furrowing. Why does it feel like what you're saying is somewhat familiar? I suspect you're alluding to me. Jiang Feng looked at her speechless. What are you thinking? Is jealousy clouding your mind? There's no doubt about it. A single remark can awaken the dreamer. At that moment, Lingxue realized that her methods of pursuing Jiang Feng might not have been entirely virtuous, even verging on despicable. However, she dismissed the thought. I was the one who won him over first. Jiang Feng is mine. Of course, I must be wary of other girls. Besides, I'm not the type to resort to tricks upon first meeting someone. I waited several seconds. After Jiang Feng's teasing, Lingxue's jealousy gradually subsided, and her behavior returned to normal, as she recognized that those with as many ulterior motives as herself were likely few and far between. Perhaps the person Jiang Feng needed to guard against the most was her. As noon approached, the two arrived at the 6th floor of the mall. Passing by the venue where they had previously enjoyed a buffet, Jiang Feng chuckled, reminiscing about her lack of direction. Lingxue shot him a glare. Let's south go to another place. After some wandering, they entered a small hot pot skewer restaurant, where each person had their own mini hot pot, accompanied by a conveyor belt that continuously delivered ingredients. They could take whatever they desired, and the bill would be calculated based on the number of skewers. As both were not particularly fond of spicy food, they ordered a tomato, sweet sour broth, and a mushroom soup. Old custom, the first bite is for you. Lingxue picked a piece of ham from the tomato pot and offered it to Jiang Feng for a taste. At that moment, the restaurant was relatively quiet, with fewer than 10 patrons, including themselves. Despite her soft-spoken nature, she drew attention, prompting whispers among the other diners. Isn't it said that the first bite should be given to your girlfriend? This guy's impressive, flipping the script. What bad luck to encounter a couple while eating skewers. If only my girlfriend were this gentle, I'd be envious. Dream on, you single dog. If you want tenderness, learn to control your hands. Can I fantasize a little? Undoubtedly. Lingxue's actions surpassed the understanding of the onlookers. In today's online environment, which fervently promotes the notion that men should treat women well, it is rare to see content regarding how women should care for men, leading to the ingrained belief that the first bite should be reserved for a girlfriend. Thus, witnessing Lingxue's gesture left people utterly astonished. Jiang Feng, too, noticed their gazes and discussions, eliciting a twinge of pride within him. Why only a twinge? Huh, does he think I'm unaware? Lingxue merely wanted him to help ascertain if it was cooked. However, as long as I keep silent, no one will know. He took a bite, savoring it, and displayed a contented expression. Lingxue understood his thoughts without words, silently picking up another piece and placing it into Jiang Feng's bowl. At this, Jiang Feng felt a bit perplexed. Why are you still giving me food? Didn't we already confirm it was cooked? What does this second piece signify? Or is it the true first bite? Lingxue secretly observed his expression, internally mocking him. Silly boy, did you think I was genuinely asking for your opinion on its doneness? Truly a blockhead. In a romantic relationship, the more one cares for the other, the less they articulate sentimental words. They tend to mask their feelings with humor, subconsciously believing that expressing genuine emotions through words would seem superficial and trivial. Leaning more towards actions as proof. This is the state of most individuals. They may lack eloquence, but keep everything tucked away in their hearts, acting silently to offer the best to one another. Conversely, it is often the scoundrels who incessantly utter phrases like darling, I will love you forever. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping something, and took a hearty bite of the second piece of ham, a slight smile gracing his lips. To graciously accept the affection of another is the finest response and affirmation one can offer. The brief interlude swiftly passed, and the restaurant returned to its usual ambience. A few minutes later, another couple entered hand in hand, settling right next to Jiang Feng, judging by their attire and appearance. They were likely university students or recent high school graduates. Their conversation was clearly audible. Girl, you brought me to a place like this for a date? It's not romantic at all. Boy, Chan, I'm sorry, but my living expenses for this month are rather limited. Next time, I promise to take you somewhere better. Female, come on, if a man is unwilling to spend money on his girlfriend, what love is there to speak of? Male, however, he touched his pockets. his face full of guilt. Female, do you understand? French cuisine symbolizes a promise of love. World travel embodies a lifelong commitment to protect each other. And Chanel lipstick signifies unwavering devotion. Which of these have you given me? Male, Qian, how could I not know these things? Female, of course you and T know, because you don't truly love me. With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. The male was left in a state of panic, engulfed by profound insecurity. His figure a mere silhouette of solitude. Jiang Feng, having overheard their conversation, inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety and inadequacy wash over him. French cuisine, world travels, Chanel lipstick. It seems I have given none of these either. With that thought, he turned to Su Lingxue and cautiously asked, "Is it inappropriate for me to bring you here?" Su Lingxue, sensing his unease, smiled gently and replied, "You need not heed what that woman said about French cuisine symbolizing a promise. It's merely a marketing ploy aimed at boosting sales. Eating French cuisine does not equate to a promise. There is no correlation at all. That woman is clearly a victim of internet nonsense, believing in such fallacies. Frankly, it would be better if they broke up to spare the boy further turmoil." Su Lingxue then looked at Jiang Feng earnestly. "Do not let those remarks sway you. Our romance does not require validation from the internet." She paused. "For instance, right now, I offer you the first bite simply because I desire to. It has nothing to do with the so-called principles online. Your willingness to taste something without complaint, thinking of it merely as a matter of familiarity, is also because you want to. It's all from the heart. We define our own romance." Jiang Feng pondered her words for a moment. "From the heart." He hesitated and asked, "There is something I genuinely wish to do for you, but I'm uncertain if you would consent." "So Lingxue mail vraiti. How could I possibly refuse? To boldly embrace someone's affection is the best response one can offer." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Ahem. May I give you a good whack to return the favor for all the times you've hit me?" "So Lingxue." "Jiang, have you considered the consequences of such mischief?" The consequences of mischief were evident when Jiang Feng found all the meat in his pot had been taken. After waiting for several minutes, he had eaten nothing, while Su Lingxue's bowl was overflowing. As Jiang Feng was busy selecting from the rotating table, she dipped a slice of meat in sauce and returned it to him. I'll let you off this time, but next time, if you dare entertain ill thoughts, you might not even get any vegetables." Seeing this, Jiang Feng grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Su Lingxue's ear and whispered, "Think it through. If I can't have vegetables, I might just have to feast on you instead." Su Lingxue was momentarily stunned by his words, a rush of heat flooding to her cheeks. She was about to reach out to reprimand him, but hesitated, remembering they were in public. However, Jiang Feng's unwavering gaze made her feel uneasy, prompting her to push his face away. "Could you turn away? I don't want to see you." Su Lingxue saiving worthy. Once upon a time, he was an innocent boy, shy even at the thought of a kiss. Now, he had progressed to teasing her. But alas, she had molded him. No matter how mischievous he became, she had to endure. After emerging from a skewer restaurant, both were thoroughly stuffed and took a moment to rest on a public bench. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up upon seeing a nearby advertisement. Nanyang City Amusement Park opening promotion. $198 per person, all-inclusive for unlimited time, valid for the day. He had been pondering where to go, and this advertisement appeared at the perfect moment. Typically, amusement parks charge an entrance fee, and additional tickets for each ride can easily accumulate to 300 or 400. This $198 all-inclusive deal seemed remarkably economical. He nudged Su Lingxue with his elbow, urging her to look at the advertisement. "Shall we go play there later?" "Sure," Su Lingxue responded promptly. However, she nervously clutched the corner of her clothing, her palms growing sweaty. Jiang Feng did not notice this detail, as he was preoccupied with booking tickets online. After resting for another half hour, they hailed a taxi and set off. Upon arrival, it was already 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. The scorching sun bore down on them, making them feel as though they might be roasted alive. Jiang Feng suddenly regretted it. This weather was hardly preferable to cuddling at home, especially for Su Lingxue. Wearing capris and sandals, she was bound to suffer sunburn. However, at such moments, small vendors would inevitably approach, offering their thoughtful services. "Sun umbrellas, 88 each. UNT regret it, young man, want to buy one?" Upon hearing the price, Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched. The prices at the scenic spot were certainly disappointing. To be honest, a small umbrella like that shouldn't even cost 20. He considered haggling, but realized that wasting time on such matters was not worth it. "All right, I'll take one." Just as he was about to speak, Su Lingxue suddenly grabbed his hand, pulling him forward while loudly complaining, "Too expensive. Let us go. One umbrella, one tea cover both of us. It's pointless to buy it." At that moment, the vendor grew anxious and shouted, "Wait. Young lady. For a little more, I'll give you 2 for 150. How about that? Seeing Su Lingxue still moving forward, he gritted his teeth. 120 for 2. 100, come on. 100 for both, that should be fair. Su Lingxue turned to look at him with a blank expression and then held up 5 fingers. 50 for 2. Don't try to overcharge me too much. I'm giving you enough profit as it is. It's not easy for you in this heat. The vendor felt somewhat embarrassed, but, after a moment's hesitation, agreed. After all, Su Lingxue was quite persuasive, leaving him with no room for rebuttal. Jiang Feng watched in admiration. If it were him, he might have bought it for just a few yuan off. He had to admit, women were indeed more capable in such matters. After paying, they opened the umbrella, and the scorching sunlight finally became less oppressive. Once inside the park, Jiang Feng immediately spotted a large artificial lake nearby, perfect for boating. A gentle breeze wafted over the lake, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Shall we go boating first? The water will be cooler, and we can consider other activities once it's a bit more pleasant. Su Lingxue hesitated but nodded, as the heat was indeed overwhelming. They quickly made their way over. Upon arrival, a small boat had just become available. Jiang Feng expertly hopped aboard. Even as the boat rocked, he maintained his balance flawlessly. After all, during her university days, she often played this game with her classmates and was quite familiar with it. However, when it came to Su Lingxue, things did not go as smoothly. She stood at the water's edge, one leg poised on the small boat, yet she could not lift the other. Jiang Feng approached to assist her, noticing that her leg trembled violently. Are you afraid? Su Lingxue's gaze wandered, and she coughed lightly. Not at all. I merely shivered as a sudden chill swept over me. Jiang Feng, somewhat skeptical, exerted his strength and pulled her aboard. The boat rocked slightly, prompting Su Lingxue to cry out. Crouching on the floor and gripping the side handle tightly, her complexion paling visibly, Jiang Feng sensed something was amiss. Are you seasick? Su Lingxue shook her head vigorously in denial. No, I just need to adjust. Look how it keeps swaying. I'm constantly worried it might capsize. Upon hearing her explanation, Jiang Feng felt puzzled. He had not experienced such an issue during his first time. Perhaps he would feel better after a while. Not dwelling too much on the matter, he picked up a wooden oar and began to glide slowly, intending to steer away from the shore. However, mere seconds later, Su Lingxue suddenly gasped, exclaiming, Stop, stop. I can't take it anymore. Don't move so fast. Jiang Feng turned to see her ashen face, appearing as if she had been startled. He immediately halted his actions, leaning down to embrace her, concern etched on his face. What's the matter? Are you seasick, or is something else bothering you? Su Lingxue waved her hand dismissively, signaling him not to worry. It's nothing. I just need to adjust. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Still adjusting? He furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before a realization dawned upon him. You're not afraid, are you? Perhaps his words struck a nerve. As Su Lingxue huffed in annoyance, Jiang Feng found the situation rather amusing. The formidable and capable Su Lingxue, who could grace the halls of any banquet and master the kitchen, was indeed exhibiting signs of fear. Since you're afraid, let us try something else, he teased, spreading his hands in jest. Yet, Su Lingxue was not pleased. Wait, did I ever say I was afraid? I already told you I just need to get used to it. I'll be fine in a bit. What is there to fear about riding a boat? Just keep rowing. She lifted her chin, exuding confidence. Let us head back. Your face is as pale as a ghost. It would be unfortunate if you got frightened. Jiang Feng continued to persuade her. No way. I must row. Do you look down on me? Seeing her determination, he ceased his objections. All right. I'll keep rowing. Just hold on tight. Jiang Feng turned, gripping the oar, and without even dipping it into the water, he made a swift motion. Su Lingxue, however, squeezed her eyes shut, visibly tense, even clinging to Jiang Feng's thigh with 5 fingers tightly grasping. Thankfully, her nails were not long. Otherwise, he would have been in agony. Don't row so fast. I already said I can't handle it. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, fully convinced of Su Lingxue's timidity. I say, the boat hasn't even moved. Why are you shouting? Am I rowing air, and you can't handle that? Su Lingxue opened her eyes, crossed her arms, her chest rising and falling in agitation as she turned her head in irritation. I am not afraid. It's you who are afraid. Your entire family is afraid. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to provoke her further. If you went to a haunted house, would you not be scared to death? I'll go if I want to. Who is afraid? She retorted defiantly. You're really not scared? Less talking. Then I'll row back. Wait. At that moment, Su Lingxue crouched down, hastily adjusting her position, wrapping herself around Jiang Feng's leg like an octopus. After ensuring maximum stability, she looked up at him with pleading eyes, a hint of grievance in her voice. You can row now. Jiang Feng was taken aback. And you claim you're not afraid? You were just talking nonsense. Chapter 61. A bittersweet feeling from that point on. No matter how Jiang Feng prodded, Su Lingxue adamantly denied any fear, displaying a particularly stubborn demeanor. I simply will not admit it. What can you do about it? As they neared the shore, Jiang Feng prepared to leap off, only to falter as he realized Su Lingxue was still clinging to him. Thankfully, his jump was not too forceful. Otherwise, her grip might have torn his pants. All right, we can get off now. Su Lingxue slowly opened her eyes, glanced around, and released her hold. Several staff members on the shore curiously observed the unusual return. Hello, are you not playing anymore? One staff member inquired, barely suppressing a laugh. Jiang Feng nodded, internally lamenting, Su Lingxue, you've embarrassed yourself today. All right, the staff member confirmed, then called out behind him, there's an empty boat. Meanwhile, the next group of customers approached, ready to take their place. However, Jiang Feng found himself in a predicament. Su Lingxue's legs had gone weak, rendering her unable to stand. As more people gathered around, Jiang Feng felt a wave of irritation. This is my girlfriend. I can laugh at her, but how can I allow so many to join in? An idea struck him. With one arm supporting her back and the other lifting her legs, he exerted force and executed a princess carry. Calmly, he stepped off the boat, raising his voice. Her ankle is still hurt. She insisted on accompanying me for some fun. What a trooper. The onlookers reacted with surprise, including the staff. Oh, so she's injured. I thought she was too scared to row. What a remarkable girl. Still accompanying her boyfriend despite her injury. That young man is quite considerate. The tide of gossip shifted dramatically. Jiang Feng's clever remark deeply alleviated Su Lingxue's embarrassment. Yet, another issue arose. She was quite heavy. No, rather, he was out of shape, having been cooped up indoors for years, and his body had grown weak. After carrying her for barely 10 meters, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his arm muscles trembled slightly, a clear sign of exhaustion. Though Su Lingxue still felt shaken. She noticed Jiang Feng's condition and whispered in a voice barely audible, "Put me down. I'll pretend to be injured for a bit." Jiang Feng, indeed unable to sustain her weight, set her down and switched to supporting her. They limped for over 100 meters before finally escaping the crowd's gaze. "Oh, my foot hurts so much." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, no one can see us here. You don't need to keep pretending." To his surprise, Su Lingxue gazed at him earnestly, tears brimming in her eyes. "I'm not pretending. It really hurts." Seeing her expression, Jiang Feng quickly crouched down to inspect. "Lift your foot. Let me see." Su Lingxue raised her foot, revealing that the sole of her sandal showed no signs of injury. It was clear she and T stepped on any sharp objects. "Sit down. Take off your shoe. Let me have a look." Upon hearing his words, Su Lingxue suddenly pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat bashful, especially given the public setting. However, upon encountering Jiang Feng's insistent gaze, she settled onto the ground and extended her feet. Jiang Feng gently assisted her in removing her sandals, meticulously checking for any foreign objects to ensure no further abrasions would occur. Upon careful inspection, he discovered that her soles bore no abrasions, merely distinct marks from being pressed against something. To his surprise, a small stone was embedded in her sandal. The soft foam material of the shoe had caused the stone to compress inward rather than spring back, resulting in the current predicament, a critical flaw of foam footwear. Jiang Feng deftly extracted the stone with his fingernail, leaving a small indentation on the shoe sole that could not be restored. Understanding the situation, Su Lingxue pouted, clearly displeased. "What a shoddy shoe. It looks good but serves no purpose. It hurts terribly. Please, could you massage it for me?" she said, extending her foot towards Jiang Feng with a playful tone. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, glancing around. They were in a relatively secluded shaded area, with few passers-by. A peculiar sensation arose within him. It felt as though Su Lingxue was teasing him. Was it truly necessary to ask for a massage over a mere stone? The girl, known for her fierceness, suddenly seemed to be exhibiting a princess complex. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Feng felt reluctant to refuse her. He sensed that if he did not indulge her whims, he would likely face her wrath later. He extended 2 fingers and gently kneaded the sore spot on her foot. Su Lingxue's expression transformed into one of enjoyment. Moments later, she looked at Jiang Feng with satisfaction. "You performed admirably today, even coming to my aid. I might grant you a little reward tonight. Choose one," she said, extending a hand with her 5 fingers splayed, indicating he should select one. Jiang Feng was perplexed. "What am I choosing? You haven't even mentioned the options." Su Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. "The options are in my mind. Once you choose, I'll reveal it to you." Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. Wasn't that just her arbitrary decision? Why fabricate non-existent options to placate him? It seemed rather tiresome. He feigned compliance, contemplating which finger to choose among her outstretched digits, ultimately selecting the pinky. Su Lingxue, pretending to examine the pinky, acted as though she were reading some inscription. After a few seconds, she looked at Jiang Feng with a mysterious air, a hint of pride on her face. Congratulations. You've drawn a very special reward. What is it? Jiang Feng craned his neck in anticipation. You'll find out tonight, Jiang Feng exclaimed, Oh, how dare you keep me in suspense? Do you want me to spank you? He angrily attempted to rise and circle behind Su Lingxue to deliver a playful slap infused with boyfriend affection. However, before he could fully stand, Su Lingxue kicked him, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling. Scrambling to his feet, he sniffed and muttered to himself, I seem to feel a twinge of discomfort. Just to clarify, I'm not referring to my nose. Wait, that explanation doesn't quite fit either. Chapter 62. Truly Resilient. Thankfully, no bystanders witnessed this scene. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would have faced humiliation. Yet, Su Lingxue's teasing behavior continued to vex him. He promptly escorted her to the entrance of the haunted house. Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Are you brave enough to go in? Su Lingxue potev, glancing sideways. What is so great about it? Just a bunch of fake ghosts. Stop making excuses. You're the one who is afraid, aren't you? Su Lingxue suddenly turned to glare at him. Who is afraid? I'll go in. With that proclamation, she strode towards the haunted house entrance, swallowing nervously and feeling her heart rate quicken. Simultaneously, she mentally urged herself to remain composed. Calm down. I must remain calm. I absolutely cannot let Jiang Feng think less of me. Otherwise, how will I maintain my authority over him in the future? Jiang Feng followed closely behind. They approached the entrance under the guidance of the staff member. There were a total of 7 corridors and 8 rooms, spanning 106 meters in total. Each door had to close before the next could open, and once a door had been sealed, it could not be reopened until the current group had finished and the next set of players entered. In other words, once inside, they had to complete the entire journey. Did you understand? Listening to the staff's explanation, Jiang Feng nodded gently. Su Lingxue, however, remained silent, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Here are your walkie-talkie and guide scroll. Please take care of them. The walkie-talkie is for emergencies, allowing you to contact the outside world if something unexpected occurs. The guide scroll is essentially a document resembling an ancient decree, detailing the basic information and methods to pass through each room and corridor. The writing is done with fluorescent ink, making it visible even in complete darkness. Please go ahead. As the first door opened, darkness enveloped them. From the outside, nothing could be seen within, and a distinctly decayed odor wafted out, reminiscent of years' worth of dried branches and leaves, provoking wild imaginings. Su Lingxue glanced back at Jiang Feng, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In the next moment, she decisively stepped inside. Jiang Feng followed closely behind. Once they both entered, the heavy door slammed shut with a clang. Darkness returned, rendering them unable to see their hands before their faces. The temperature inside was notably low, likely due to air conditioning. The chill, combined with the stench of decay and the profound silence of the enclosed space, sent shivers down Su Lingxue's spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. Jiang Feng glanced at the guide scroll and softly read, Each room and corridor contains a green glowing mechanism. Finding and touching it will unlock the next door. He looked around and, indeed, spotted a green light ahead, presumably the so-called mechanism. The first room is the mass grave. Please watch your step for the skeletons on the ground. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue exhaled in relief. It's just a few prop skeletons on the floor. What is there to fear? She cautiously advanced, taking small steps to avoid stumbling. However, when her leg brushed against something, she couldn't help but yelp. Knowing was one thing, but fear still lingered. Hey, why aren't you leading the way? As a man, you should let a girl go first. Isn't that shameful? Su Lingxue discovered a clever strategy to pass the challenge. She would have Jiang Feng go first. Jiang Feng felt utterly exasperated. Aren't you the one trying to prove you're not afraid? Why should I go first? Are you attempting to cheat? I need to demonstrate that there is a difference between being timid and bold. At least there should be a standard, right? So I want to compete with you. One had to admit, Su Lingxue's mind was quite clear. She quickly identified the crux of the issue. I don't need to be exceptionally brave. I just have to be braver than you. Jiang Feng understood this principle, thus he readily agreed. So, how shall we compare? Su Lingxue pondered for a moment. How about this? I will lead for the first half, and you will lead for the second half. All right, then I suppose it is my turn to take the lead now. Jiang Feng stepped forward, intending to position himself ahead of Su Lingxue, only to be halted by a petite hand. I meant for the first few rooms, I will guide us, and for the latter ones you will take the lead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. You truly are a clever little imp. Everyone says the terror escalates as we proceed. Do you think I am deaf? Stop pretending. It's the latter half. Suddenly, A resounding slap landed on Jiang Feng's back, followed by Su Lingshue's decisive voice. Silence. It's settled then. Besides, there are 7 corridors, which cannot be evenly split. As your boyfriend, surely you can handle taking on one more. So you shall take 4 corridors, which connect to 5 rooms. Thus you have 4 corridors and 5 rooms. I will take 3 rooms and 3 corridors. That seems correct, does it not? And also, as a girl, isn't it fair for me to take one for myself? Therefore, I will take 2 rooms and 2 corridors, leaving the rest for you to lead. With that, the decision was made amicably. Once Su Lingxue finished speaking, the room fell into a sudden hush, followed shortly by Jiang Feng's sigh. Ah, women. No wonder your bargaining skills are so formidable. It seems to be an innate talent for unreasonable demands. Who is being unreasonable? I am merely being reasonable. Thank you very much. Did I say anything wrong just now? Jiang Feng suddenly felt a chill at his waist, realizing that his life hung by a thread. I said nothing wrong. Nothing at all. You are entirely correct. As the threat dissipated, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lingxue, quite satisfied, patted his shoulder. Let us go. Stay close to me. They were now less than 2 meters away from the green light. Su Lingxue thought it better to endure a brief scare than a prolonged one, so she boldly took a step forward. In the next instant, a deep voice resonated through the room, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition. Little girl, you stepped on me. Upon hearing this voice, Su Lingxue's hair stood on end. Her mind blank, and she screamed uncontrollably. The sound was so piercing it nearly ruptured Jiang Feng's eardrums. Jiang Feng hurriedly dashed a few steps forward, firmly grasping the green light, and the next door swung open with a resounding crash. A few beams of light flooded in, illuminating a mini speaker on the ground. Yet, the terror still lingered in Su Lingshue's heart, and she immediately leapt up, clinging to Jiang Feng with all her might. She resembled a decorative piece, entirely suspended in Jiang Feng's embrace. Feeling the pressure of her grip, Jiang Feng experienced a sudden sense of relief. It was no wonder couples often chose haunted houses for dates. It was a gift of circumstance. With both arms wrapped around her waist, he gently patted her like one would soothe a child. However, Su Lingshue's strength was not substantial, and as she clung onto Jiang Feng, her body began to descend. Her legs, which had been wrapped around his waist, slipped down, inadvertently pulling his trousers down with them. Jiang Feng sensed the anomaly and felt a rush of urgency. Hey, you should let go now. Otherwise, my pants are going to fall. Did you hear me? Hurry up and get down. Su Lingxue buried her head in his chest, seemingly oblivious to his pleas, continuing to sob softly. Jiang Feng's body trembled. No, if you keep falling, they will truly drop. In a moment of desperation, he adjusted his hands from embracing to supporting her. At that instant, Su Lingxue jolted awake, her eyes fixed on Jiang Feng, seemingly ablaze with fury. You are taking advantage of me. Jiang Feng exerted upward pressure with both hands, the unforgettable sensation etched in his memory. Simultaneously, he maintained a stoic expression and remarked, the size of a whale cannot be contained in a single pot. Your stature cannot be grasped by one hand. Not even QQ candy can compare to your cuteness. Chapter 63, The Protagonist of a Daydream. Su Lingxue jumped down, bashfully turning away, not forgetting to complain. You could have just called out to me. Why did you have to support me? Jiang Feng, speechless, tightened the drawstring of his trousers. I called you several times, but you didn't hear me. Am I to blame for that? Thankfully, they hadn't completely fallen down. Otherwise, it would have been utterly humiliating, especially in a haunted house filled with who knows how many cameras. Cameras? Su Lingxue realized this fact and felt even more embarrassed. Had her earlier panic display been captured? Oh dear. Exiting the first room, they found themselves facing a corridor approximately 3 meters long. It was a standard hallway, devoid of anything particularly unique. It seemed this area was free of any special setups. After a brief rest, Jiang Feng pressed the mechanism for the third door. Clang! The iron door behind them closed automatically, and darkness enveloped them once more, though faint glimmers of light allowed them to discern the path ahead. Jiang Feng retrieved the guiding scroll. Second room, mechanism wall. On the right side of the entrance, there are 10 mechanisms, each capable of ejecting an item, one of which serves as the switch for the next door. This level clearly tests luck. If fortunate, one might succeed on the first try. If not, Su Lingxue dared not contemplate the latter. After all, the first challenge had left her in tears. She could hardly expect the second to be any less daunting. Cautiously, she inched her way to the wall, her hand gingerly exploring. At one moment, she heard a click. It was the sound of a switch being activated. A recessed area had a force pushing outward. The moment Su Lingxue raised her hand, the mechanism would spring forth. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and swiftly withdrew her hand. Whoosh! An item shot out, followed by a faint vibration. The sound fluctuated, both near and far, as if it were moving. Suddenly, Su Lingxue felt something brush against her foot. Furry. The source of that sound was right there. She jumped up in fright, and the sound receded. But not long after, it returned. This time, Jiang Feng was quick on his feet, seizing it with ease. It turned out to be a mechanical mouse. Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel at the clever design of this haunted house. Even he had felt a twinge of fear moments ago, let alone Su Lingxue. Observing this, Su Lingxue's fear somewhat diminished, and she continued her search. Moments later, click! The second mechanism activated, and a cacophony erupted. At times it resembled a ghostly wail, and at others, it sounded like claws scraping against metal. To describe it in one word, utterly deranged. Fortunately, the noise did not last long, dissipating after merely half a minute. Su Lingxue extricated herself from Jiang Feng's embrace, disdainfully remarking, "Is that all you've got? You think that could scare me? I happen to have a boyfriend." At this moment, Jiang Feng felt somewhat perplexed. What does being unafraid with your boyfriend have to do with anything? Su Lingxue poked him in the chest with her finger. "Because when I'm nestled in your arms, I fear nothing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt his heart nearly melt. There was something truly delightful about being relied upon and trusted. He grasped Su Lingxue's hand and opened his arms wide. Su Lingxue hesitated for a moment before leaning into him, a faint smile gracing her face. I'll let you off this time." After their embrace, Su Lingxue resumed her exploration. Soon, the third mechanism sprang open, revealing a skeleton emanating a green glow. It appeared that Su Lingxue had developed a degree of immunity, as she instinctively took a step back without uttering a sound. On to the fourth. Fortunately, she soon discovered the mechanism to open the door. As it swung open, Su Lingxue stepped outside. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of reluctance. "Shouldn't you examine the rest? Otherwise, how could we call it a successful completion?" Su Lingxue turned back, scoffing. "Go ask that author if he could concoct the remaining 6. Jiang Feng scratched his head, realizing she had a point. As a single man, he surely hadn't brought a girlfriend to a haunted house. It would be strange if he had. Poor fellow. Let's move on. Jiang Feng took Su Lingxue's hand and headed toward the second corridor. A camera in the corner of the room seemed to shift, as if shedding tears. The second corridor was unlike the first. The floor was made of blue stone, littered with scattered weeds and decaying leaves. The walls were composed of ancient blue bricks, and a solitary candle flickered in a groove, serving as the sole source of light. After advancing about 5 meters, an iron door appeared. Through it, the environment within could be discerned, with the floor strewn with hay, reminiscent of an ancient prison. Jiang Feng pressed the switch. This time, the iron door opened differently, lifting straight up rather than swinging back and forth. Once they entered, the door fell shut behind them. The sound of iron scraping against brick walls evoked images of ancient criminals being confined in dungeons. Inside the room, 2 candles suddenly ignited, seemingly controlled by some electronic device. The dim light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a long table with a locked box atop it, surrounded by various implements of torture, cabinets, branding irons, needles, and more. Jiang Feng touched one. It was soft, merely props. Undoubtedly, this room served as an interrogation chamber. The scroll provided an introduction. The third room, the interrogation chamber. Each instrument bore a number corresponding to mechanisms on the interrogation table. Placing the props on the designated mechanisms would trigger unique sound effects, each containing a digit. By arranging the 4 digits in various combinations, one could derive the password to unlock the next door. Jiang Feng picked up the branding iron, which felt notably light in his hands. Its corresponding number was 3. He located the matching hole on the table and inserted it. Instantly, a voice echoed, a woman's cries for mercy during interrogation. "My lord, please no. I'll tell you, the goods are at Sanlipu outside the city. Spare me." In the room, Jiang Feng felt an uncontrollable heat surge within him. His breathing grew heavier. Su Lingxue glanced down and, noticing his unusual reaction, widened her eyes. You're not imagining something strange, are you?" Jiang Feng cleared his throat. "What if I said the heroine is you? Would you be upset?" Su Lingxue's expression changed instantly. Not anger, but embarrassment. "Of course. I'm your girlfriend. Why would I want to think of anyone else? If you dare think of another, I'll make sure you regret it." Chapter 64. I advise you to cooperate with me. It seemed the designer deliberately created such sounds for a morbid sense of humor, as the remaining 3 audio clips were similarly distressing. If passersby were to hear them, they would undoubtedly be subject to wild imaginations. After listening to the rest of the audio clips, fire nearly blazed in Su Lingxue's eyes. "Couldn't you just cover your ears?" Jiang Feng thought the design of this room was truly ingenious. The greatest terror was not the ghosts, but rather an irate girlfriend. As Su Lingxue approached him, he instinctively retreated until he found himself cornered against the wall with no escape. It's not like I wanted to listen. You can't blame me, Jiang Feng said, somewhat aggrieved. Su Lingxue understood it wasn't Tia's fault, but the more she pondered, the angrier she became. Thus, she cupped Jiang Feng's face in her hands, mercilessly kneading it like dough to vent her frustration. Once her anger subsided, they arranged the 4 digits in various combinations, ultimately unlocking the box. The third corridor was rather ordinary, devoid of any mechanisms. However, a hint was affixed to the switch for the next door. This room requires 2 people to embrace in order to pass. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Such a challenge exists? However, I quite like it. The designer truly understands my preferences. He turned to Su Lingxue, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Su Lingxue turned her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she cleared her throat. Cough, don't get any ideas. I refuse to believe there is a level that requires us to embrace in order to proceed. Resolutely, she pressed the button to open the door, eager to uncover the trick within. As the door swung open, a heavy scent of earth wafted out. The first thing that caught their eye was a clay sculpture, fierce and menacing. The scroll displayed simple information. The Lost Maze, an exceedingly narrow passage, beset by demons. 2 individuals must embrace and sidle through to advance. Jiang Feng turned to Su Lingxue once more, receiving the same resolute response. No way, not happening. If the passage is narrow, we can just go one at a time. It's quite straightforward. Jiang Feng sighed in resignation. All right then, I'll go first. You just keep close. They entered, proceeding one behind the other. After navigating the first corner, they noticed numerous palm-sized circular holes lining the walls of the maze, resembling vents. Suddenly, a bloodied hand emerged from one of the holes beside Su Lingxue, startling her as it waved frantically, fingers clawing toward her face. There's a ghost. Help, help. Jiang Feng, save me. Su Lingxue's legs went weak as she sank to the ground, cradling her head with her arms. At that moment, Jiang Feng, alerted by the commotion, turned around to find that the bloodied hand was merely a plastic prop. Su Lingxue lifted her head, tears pooling in her eyes, pouting as she looked up at Jiang Feng, a picture of someone seeking comfort. Jiang Feng felt a surge of triumph. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? The hint had proven true. Seizing the moment, he opened his arms and enveloped Su Lingxue in a warm embrace. She began to sob uncontrollably. Who designed this dreadful thing? It scared me to death. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. I don't know who designed it, but I'm sure the designer possessed ample experience. After embracing for a full minute and feeling Su Lingxue's trembling subside, he finally released her, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Lingxue glanced up at him, her expression even more pitiful than before. With her small fist, she lightly pounded Jiang Feng's chest. The haunted house isn't fun at all. I want to get out. Seeing her in such a state tugged at Jiang Feng's heartstrings, prompting him to immediately grab the walkie-talkie to contact the staff outside. Before long, the personnel arrived and escorted the 2 of them back outside. The change in environment quickly made Su Lingxue forget her earlier fears, and she instantly returned to her lively self. So what if I'm timid? Do you dare to hit back if I strike you? Jiang Feng rubbed his reddened knuckles, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Had he known, he would never have brought her here. Initially, Su Lingxue had tried to disguise her fear, but now that her timidity was an undeniable fact, she chose to embrace it openly. Unfortunately, it was Jiang Feng who bore the brunt of her misfortune. Exiting the haunted house, the 2 continued their search for the next attraction of interest. However, as they passed numerous rides, Su Lingxue found herself too frightened to partake in any of them. From the Ferris wheel to the pendulum ride, she was even afraid of the carousel. Her courage had truly dwindled to an astonishing degree. After a full circuit, they had not engaged in a single ride and were instead drenched in sweat. It's so hot. Let's get some ice cream, Su Lingxue suggested, pointing to an ice cream stall not far away. Here, they sold sweet cones rather than the convenience store variety. The 2 approached, each selecting a flavor. Su Lingxue chose strawberry, while Jiang Feng sought jasmine but found it unavailable. He eventually settled for blueberry, reasoning that, historically, red and blue make a perfect pair, and thus strawberry should naturally accompany blueberry. Additionally, Jiang Feng purchased a bottle of chilled cola. The nearby sunshade was already packed with people, leaving them unable to squeeze in. They chose instead to sit beneath a tree's shade. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged while Su Lingxue leaned against the trunk, draping her legs over his. She claimed this position would prevent her from being bitten by the small insects on the ground. This strawberry one isn't very sweet. How about yours? Su Lingxue stared at her cone in a daze. Why not just taste mine? Jiang Feng suggested casually. Suddenly, Su Lingxue snatched the blueberry cone from Jiang Feng's hand. leaving him momentarily stunned. I meant for you to buy another one, not to steal mine. Su Lingxue held the half-eaten blueberry cone with a look of disdain. It's all covered in your bite marks, humph. Without hesitation, she took a large lick. This one seems to taste better. She unapologetically claimed Jiang Feng's cone as her own and then offered him her strawberry cone. Jiang Feng accepted it, equally disdainful. I eat it by biting. Yours is all licked with your saliva. After complaining, he took a large bite, savoring the taste. The strawberry flavor was indeed quite sweet. The ice cream soon vanished. But in such warm weather, the two cones provided little relief from the heat. Su Lingxue picked up the chilled cola beside her, gently twisting the cap with her hand before extending it toward Jiang Feng. I can't open it. You help me. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and shot her a skeptical glance. I don't believe you. You usually twist with so much force. And now you can't even open a bottle cap? Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue's expression darkened. She firmly grasped the cola bottle, twisting the cap with her thumb and forefinger. Click! This one-handed soda opening maneuver astonished even Jiang Feng. He had tried it before, but it was beyond his capability. Su Lingxue's strength was evidently on a different level than his. With the cap now off, one might have expected her to indulge in the cola's deliciousness, but instead, she twisted the cap back on and handed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, I advise you to play along a bit. Pretend I can't open it, or I might just get angry. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Jiang Feng was overcome by fatigue and decided to lie down. Given the day's exertions, it had been the most physical activity he had engaged in for years, involving both princess carries and being embraced by Su Lingxue. His leg muscles were particularly sore. This cola is so refreshing. Do you want some? He asked, lying motionless on the ground. I want to drink it, but I don't want to move. What should I do? How about you feed me? Su Lingxue raised an eyebrow at his suggestion, looking puzzled. Are you out of your mind? How can you feed someone cola? Jiang Feng let out a sigh, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before softly stating, Actually, I want to taste it from your lips. Su Lingxue, having just taken a sip of cola, sputtered and sprayed it everywhere, her hand holding the soda, suddenly frozen in midair, her gaze darting around as her breathing quickened. Cough! Cough, what are you saying? You know what I mean? Jiang Feng chuckled, then closed his eyes. Su Lingxue anxiously scanned their surroundings. Occasionally, a couple of people passed by, but not many, and no one seemed to pay them any mind. With her tension slightly alleviated, she took a small sip of the cola, her cheeks puffing out slightly. After once more surveying the area to confirm no one was paying attention, she leaned in closer. Jiang Feng felt a rush of coolness enter his mouth. He smacked his lips, savoring the refreshing sensation that was now tinged with a softness and warmth. Su Lingxue shot him an annoyed look. You're acting like a pervert. Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, resting his hands behind his head and wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. So what? Is it illegal? Su Lingxue felt a tinge of helplessness. Just a few days had passed, and this guy's audacity was growing thicker. It seemed he was on the brink of becoming shameless. Go ahead and drink. You'll choke on it sooner or later. Su Lingxue angrily gulped down a large mouthful of cola, then leaned down again. By now, it was 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Feng and Su Lingxue had spent an entire hour sitting under the tree. Though it might seem like they were merely sitting, they were both quite damp from their previous activities. Su Lingxue's mouth seemed to have a life of its own. In one of their earlier exchanges, Jiang Feng had indeed choked on some cola, spraying it all over his clothes. As she wiped her neck with a tissue, Su Lingxue complained, This is all your fault. My clothes were fine before, and now they're all sticky with cola. Jiang Feng retorted, Who told you to curse me? You were spot on. After resting a bit longer, the two decided to head out. What was initially a profitable ticket for an enjoyable day had turned into a total loss, having only entered the haunted house without fully experiencing it. Let's go to your place today. It's a good opportunity to tidy up and get ready for the move tomorrow, Su Lingxue suggested, taking the initiative to return to Jiang Feng's home. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and called cab. They arrived home at 6:30 in the evening. Considering their move the next day, they opted not to cook and instead bought 2 servings of sesame cold noodles. This light and refreshing dish was perfect for summer. Do you want any imported cola? Su Lingxue teased, picking up a chopstick full of cold noodles and grinning mischievously at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was utterly speechless. Get out of here. Are you insane? You're the one who seems like a pervert. Su Lingxue huffed in response. Oof. Who told you to be so unrestrained while drinking cola? It's disgusting. After finishing their meal, the two began to tidy up the house. In preparation for her move tomorrow morning, Su Lingxue opened a drawer and emptied its contents, intending to sort through them. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to several books. Titled The Embarrassing Life with My Half-Sister. Randomly selecting one, she opened to the first page only to discover it was a comic. The scene depicted an older brother sleeping, while his younger sister approached and dramatically lifted the covers, shouting, Brother, it's time to get up, only to realize that he was completely unclothed. Thus, the story unfolded. Su Lingxue flipped through only 2 pages, too embarrassed to continue, and casually tossed the stack of risque comics into the trash bin. After rummaging through this drawer, she opened a second one and was utterly astonished. It seemed that the previous few volumes were merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire drawer was overflowing, likely containing at least 30, if not 50, such books. She then opened a third drawer, which left her utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng observed the scene and begrudgingly disposed of all the comics into the trash. Cough, cough. Was Ti single back then? One must have some form of spiritual solace, he remarked. Now that I have you, these are rendered unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue frowned. The term spiritual solace sounded oddly pretentious. Is this what you call spiritual solace? And what do you mean by now that I have you? These are unnecessary. Am I to be your spiritual solace? Does that mean you think of me all day? Ugh, Jiang Feng, you pervert. After an hour of diligent work, the two managed to tidy the room thoroughly. Everything was completed except for the bedding. Following a brief washing up, they climbed into bed to rest. Jiang Feng shamelessly reclined on Su Lingxue's lap, and no matter how much she pushed him, he refused to budge. The sensation of lying on his girlfriend's lap was simply exquisite, the only downside being the dim lighting. Looking up, he saw no lamps, only a canopy of lush greenery blocking out the sun. Hey, what about that special reward you mentioned earlier? Shouldn't you tell me about it now? Su Lingxue, upon hearing him mention this, set her phone aside, then playfully pinched Jiang Feng's face. Do you really want to know? I must warn you, this reward is quite special. Jiang Feng grimaced as her grip on his face was uncomfortable, forcing him to grasp her hand to still her movements. How special can it be? Are you going to take my kidney? Su Lingxue smirked mischievously. You're half right. Half right? What is the other half? Don't keep me in suspense. I can't wait. Su Lingxue picked up a thin string used for packing clothes and, while engaging Jiang Feng in light conversation to distract him, began to wrap it around his hand. By the time Jiang Feng realized what was happening, the string was already tied, the other end secured to the headboard. Hey, why are you tying my hands? Jiang Feng felt an ominous premonition. Attempting to sit up, he found his hands bound and powerless. At that moment, Su Lingxue flashed a wicked smile and reached for his side. The reward is a heart-shaped pinch on your waist. How is that for special? Jiang Feng exclaimed, damn. I fell for it again. You're so cruel. How romantic is this, don't you think? Su Lingxue held up a mirror to show him the small heart shape on his lower back. Jiang Feng gazed at her handiwork in silent disbelief, feeling increasingly despondent. You're clearly not hiding your violent tendencies at all. That red mark on my waist looks like a series of mosquito bites to anyone who doesn't know. He shook his head. Romantic my foot. It should have been a shared endeavor. Let me leave my mark on you as well. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxue decisively lifted her shirt, revealing her smooth, fair abdomen. Well, I didn't say you couldn't pinch me. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, exhaling heavily, then reached out to firmly pinch her stomach. It was soft and bouncy, but he ultimately decided against it. Su Lingxue raised an eyebrow, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, as if she had anticipated this reaction. I knew you wouldn't have the heart to do it. However, as a girlfriend, I won't let you feel shortchanged. She then rose and sat on his lap, an arrangement reminiscent of a scene from a movie, instantly igniting Jiang Feng's imagination. What are you trying to do? Su Lingxue looked surprised. What do you mean, what? What do you think I'm talking about? How am I supposed to know what that is? Never mind. It seems you're not planning on doing anything, so let us forget it. What nonsense is this? Sometimes, the depth of culture can be a burden. Clearly, that was on the tip of their tongues, yet they couldn't articulate it. If only they could resort to a foreign phrase, a straightforward, do you want to? Would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lingxue suddenly grasped Jiang Feng's meaning and playfully tapped his arm. The gesture was neither too forceful nor too gentle, just enough to sting. What are you thinking? Do you really think I could do that? Your thoughts are simply too outlandish. I merely wanted to give you a taste of that in a one-sided manner. Now it was Jiang Feng's turn to be puzzled. What are you implying? Is it really about that? Cough. Cough, this is getting too vague. Should we turn off the lights? Otherwise, it's too bright, and I do feel embarrassed to proceed. Also, lying this way, the light is blinding. You should at least untie the rope from my hands. With a swift motion, Su Lingxue slapped his arm with all her might, causing him to wince. Shut up. As a girl, I've gone this far, and you're still being picky. If I weren't worried that you were enduring discomfort, I would even bother. Turning off the lights would make it chaotic. How would we sleep later? Jiang Feng chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, given that they were merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, it was already commendable for Su Lingxue to accommodate him to such an extent. He was still caught up in the dilemma of whether to turn off the lights, a concern that seemed unnecessary. Cough, cough. About that, I recall there's no toilet paper by the headboard. Can you grab a roll from the corner? The following morning, Su Lingxue summoned a small moving truck to transport her belongings. The items were few: a suitcase, several outfits, a computer, bedding, and kitchen utensils. Even the dumbbells in the corner were loaded, as they were quite costly, and it would be a shame to discard them. Who knew when they might be needed again? After over an hour, they arrived at Su Lingxue's apartment. The other items were easy to deal with, merely requiring a place to set them down. However, the clothes presented a dilemma, as all the wardrobes and racks were fully occupied. Reluctantly, Su Lingxue cleared out a cabinet that originally held shoes to make space for her clothing. Jiang Feng sorted through the shoes, which amounted to over 40 pairs, the majority being themed after anime characters. Like enchanting pink magical shoes, transparent crystal high heels, and stylish white boots, one can find all imaginable varieties here. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the materials are of the highest quality. Each pair is likely priced over 100. Collectively, the shoes in the wardrobe amount to nearly 5,000 yuan, clearly indicating that Su Lingxue is indeed a petite heiress. But where are they stored? In a shooting studio? Just a few days ago, Su Lingxue purchased a new shoe rack, which currently remains empty. Jiang Feng suspects that she prepared in advance for this moment. While tidying up Jiang Feng's clothes, Su Lingxue glanced back and casually remarked, "They'll be placed on a newly bought shoe rack, but my studio must always remain clean. These shoes have gathered a layer of dust over time, and bringing them directly to the studio would leave traces all over the clothes. Therefore, it's best to wash them first." Jiang Feng was taken aback. Over 40 pairs of shoes. How long would it take the two of them to wash them all? Not to mention the drying time, as the balcony isn't that spacious. It would likely take 3 days to finish. Su Lingxue turned and shook her head. No, it won't take 3 days. Jiang Feng looked at her expectantly, hoping for a clever solution, but her next words left him even more disheartened. It won't take 3 days because it will take 6, and it's not us washing them, it's you. Jiang Feng felt somewhat aggrieved. No way. Why must I do all the washing? These are your shoes. At the very least, we should split the task. Su Lingxue's expression suddenly turned serious. She extended a hand, slightly clenched into a fist, but not fully. It resembled someone holding an invisible stick. Just think about what I've done for you. If you don't want to wash, then I won't do that for you either. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately felt deflated. No, I'll wash them. He sighed, realizing he had been caught in her trap. Chapter 67. You need motivation. The entire morning, Jiang Feng busied himself in the bathroom. The simpler shoes were relatively easy to clean. Just a quick rinse would suffice. However, when it came to boots, it was an absolute nightmare. Those who have never washed them would never understand the hassle involved. Fortunately, there were only 3 pairs of boots in total. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would have been cursing. Lunch is ready, come eat. Su Lingxue's voice called from the room. Exhausted and lacking energy, Jiang Feng quickly dried his hands and rushed over. Today's meal was particularly sumptuous. Su Lingxue mentioned that moving into a new place was a cause for celebration, so she prepared 4 dishes and a soup: spicy sour shredded potatoes, braised carp, garlic minced pork with eggplant, and sour beef soup, alongside a corn rib soup. Jiang Feng thought her culinary skills rivaled that of a restaurant chef. Truly impressive. Having such a girlfriend made washing a few pairs of shoes worthwhile. As he sat down, he suddenly noticed that the staple food today was not rice, but the steamed buns he had been craving. Holding one in his hands, a gentle sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The popularity of northern steamed buns can be attributed to 4 words: large, white, soft, and fragrant. By large, they're too big to be grasped with one hand, in both width and thickness. White refers to skin as flawless as that of a fairy, pure and immaculate. Soft means they are as smooth as flowing water, yielding effortlessly to the slightest pressure, as if one were grasping air with no resistance. Fragrant denotes a unique aroma that, just from smelling, reveals their tender sweetness, making one's mouth water. Jiang Feng glanced at Su Lingxue, took a large bite, and his inner satisfaction reached its peak. He then picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes. This time, he did not taste the familiar jasmine flavor. Indeed, she had secretly spat in the dish last time. Despicable and shameless. After lunch, there was yet more endless busyness. Jiang Feng felt as though he had returned to that afternoon spent blow-drying blankets. However, the difference now was that he was facing an overt threat. Su Lingxue was great in every aspect, except for her fierceness. At around 7 in the evening, Su Lingxue retrieved a loose-fitting tracksuit from the wardrobe. Hurry, change your clothes. We're going for a run. If you don't exercise, you'll be useless. Jiang Feng, worn out from a day of washing shoes, lay on the bed unwilling to move. He automatically chose to ignore Su Lingxue's urging. However, When he turned his head and saw her piercing gaze fixed on him, he instantly jumped up from the bed. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have faced her wrath. After changing into sportswear, the two made their way to the activity square near the apartment. The temperature had dropped considerably compared to the day, yet it still felt stiflingly hot. Jiang Feng had only taken a few steps when beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In contrast, Lingxue appeared completely unaffected. He realized that his body might indeed be too weak. Even the previous night's escapades had lasted less than 2 hours. What? You ask how many minutes? That's a secret. In any case, it was under 2 hours. Let us take it easy on the first day and run just 10 kilometers. Jiang Feng stared wide-eyed. 10 kilometers? You call that taking it easy? That's equivalent to running 25 laps around the school track. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, he refrained from voicing them. After all, as a grown man, it would be too embarrassing to back down before even starting. Plus, he genuinely wanted to persevere and develop a good physique. I'm ready. Let's go. Wait, Lingxue called out, then began scanning the ground. Eventually, she picked up a nearly 1-meter-long branch not far away. After removing the leaves, it became a stick about the thickness of her thumb. With a mischievous grin, she said, "You must run ahead of me. If you fall behind, humph." Lingxue brandished the stick, striking it against a tree trunk, producing a crackling sound that sent shivers down Jiang Feng's spine. Are you kidding? Threatening me just to go for a run? Jiang Feng thought to himself, am I going to fall behind a girl? He felt confident. Despite being nearly 1.8 meters tall, with long legs, how could he possibly lag behind her petite stature? Let's go. As they began running, however, after just 200 meters, Jiang Feng felt his body grow heavy. It was the sensation of the excess flesh on his abdomen and thighs bouncing up and down. His breathing quickly became labored, and the oxygen supply could not keep pace with his consumption. Although the pace was not particularly fast, it was becoming increasingly strenuous for him. Gradually, he sensed Lingxue's figure drawing closer behind him. Huff, are you running out of steam? Need me to motivate you? Lingxue lifted the stick and gestured in front of Jiang Feng. He quickly summoned his strength and gritted his teeth to keep going. After running for about a kilometer, Jiang Feng could no longer maintain his speed, yet Lingxue continued to breeze along effortlessly. With even the strength to wield a stick, she urged him to hasten. After persevering for several hundred meters, Jiang Feng, as if utterly drained, slowed his pace, his speed diminishing by half. I can't go on, I can't, he gasped. At this moment, Lingxue swung her stick toward him, the impact deliberately controlled to inflict a slight sting, yet not excessively painful. Run faster, persist. This is but a warning. Should you slow down any further, I shall truly strike you. Jiang Feng, his expression laden with sorrow, cast a helpless glance her way before mustering the strength to quicken his pace once more. 2 kilometers in, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Yet surprisingly, he felt a modicum of lightness in his body, perhaps a result of temporary acclimatization to the exertion. Soon after, he reached 3 kilometers, then 4. At this juncture, his body once again turned heavy, undoubtedly nearing its limit. Unbeknownst to him, his pace began to falter once more. Pia! The sharp crack of the stick echoed as it struck, compelling Jiang Feng to grit his teeth and push through. He felt akin to a weary old ox, toiling in the fields. Any fleeting thought of idleness would be met with a reprimand from his master, or in this case, a thwack from his girlfriend. Gasping, he lamented, I truly cannot go on, I am exhausted. Furrowing his brow, he cast a pleading look toward Lingxue. Noticing his pallor, she recognized he had indeed reached his limit and chose not to maintain the previous pace, instead opting for a slower speed. This pace will suffice. Run 1 more kilometer to complete the 5-kilometer goal. The remaining distance will be noted for future reference. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Note what? What kind of operation is this? Lingxue explained with a measured tone. It means that since you haven't completed the distance now, you shall make up for it later. Understand? Jiang Feng shot her a sidelong glance, his expression one of incredulity. How heartless of you, not letting this go. Yet, he knew he had no choice. Had he been tasked with running 10 kilometers, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. Resolutely, he pressed on to finish the remaining distance, his legs trembling even to walk. Lingxue, by contrast, appeared significantly more vigorous. Jiang Feng refrained from voicing his inner thoughts. A writer, not even fit to be a dog. Sitting at a computer all day, revising and contemplating various phrasings and expressions, all for a mere few thousand words. In the end, he earned little and compromised his health. Not even Lingxue could contain herself. What a disgrace to manhood. As he observed the occasional teasing smile on Lingxue's face, his determination surged. I shall train. I shall get fit. Just wait. Once I'm in shape, I will run again and wield that stick to smack your backside, making you call me daddy. The mere thought of such a scenario filled him with anticipation, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Bah! Jiang Feng's eyes widened in shock. Why are you hitting me? Didn't the running session conclude? Su Lingxue shot him a disdainful look, her expression somewhat haughty. Because your gaze towards me was improper. Oomph. Chapter 68. The Third Misunderstanding. Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Feng casually showered before collapsing onto the bed. His legs felt like jelly, his body utterly drained. Can you put on some decent clothing? Su Lingxue emerged from the bathroom, covering her face as she called out. Jiang Feng, too fatigued to move, merely spread the blanket over himself to shield his modesty. What hassle! When I was single, I roamed about freely, and now I have to wear clothes. All right, you can uncover your hands now. Su Lingxue removed her hands, giving a huff. She then rummaged through the wardrobe, tossing a pair of shorts at him. Hurry up and put these on, you shameless one. Jiang Feng sluggishly donned the shorts, then lay back down, utterly motionless. He was simply too exhausted. At this moment, he doubted he could even stand. Su Lingxue was no better off, having traversed those few steps from the bathroom. Her legs buckled several times. She plopped down onto the bed with a sigh of relief. I may have pushed you too hard this time. I should pace myself better next time. Endurance is key in running. Jiang Feng playfully smacked her on the backside. What do you mean by urging me? You just wanted to hit me a couple of times. And you claim my gaze was improper? What a ludicrous excuse. Although he had indeed been imagining some peculiar scenarios, Jiang Feng firmly believed that as long as he did not acknowledge them, they did not exist. Just as Su Lingxue was about to debate with him, her phone rang. Not Jiang Feng's, but hers. Glancing at the screen, she gestured for silence. Don't speak. It's my mother. Upon hearing the future mother-in-law's voice, Jiang Feng instantly perked up, struggling to sit up and eavesdrop. Su Lingxue, feeling his curiosity, rolled her eyes and activated the speakerphone. Xiaoxue, there's only a month until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Will the hospital be closed? Of course it will be closed. I'll return to see you then, Su Lingxue replied. She had not disclosed her role as a cosplay blogger to her family, knowing that the older generation often struggles to accept such modern pursuits. They would assume she was idly staying at home if she remained there too long. Thus, to avoid unnecessary complications and conflicts, she continued to pretend to be a nurse at the hospital, planning to reveal the truth when the time was right. That's good. By the way, last month you mentioned you had a good conversation with Director Jiang from the emergency department. How is that going? Suddenly, Su Lingxue exchanged a glance with Jiang Feng, unable to suppress a smile. Ahem, Director Jiang is quite nice, though he comes off as a bit foolish. At this, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in indignation. Who dares to call me foolish? You'll regret fabricating such nonsense. Leaning closer to Su Lingxue, he spoke in a gentle tone. Xiaoxue, cover yourself well with the blanket, lest you catch a chill. On the other end of the line, there was a noticeable pause, followed by a tone of urgency. Xiaoxue, you're living together with him? Su Lingxue shot Jiang Feng a glare, pinching his ear and delivering a playful smack. Though she remained silent, Jiang Feng could almost decipher her lips. The meaning was unmistakable. If you say another word, I'll twist your ear off. Cohabiting before formally introducing him to her parents would undoubtedly lead to a thorough interrogation from them, and she wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mom, no. I'm at the hospital. I was just covering a patient with a blanket to keep them warm. Oh, so he calls you Xiaoxue now? Are you two officially dating? Will you bring him back during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Jiang Feng opened his mouth, eager to speak, but Su Lingxue tightened her grip, causing him to grimace and raise his hands in surrender. Su Lingxue continued, I have time off during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but he is not sure if he can take time off. We'll see then. Mom, how's the dress I bought for you? Does it fit well? As Su Lingxue engaged in familial small talk, fortuitously, Jiang Feng's phone rang again. It was Lin Xiang calling. Jiang Feng raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. I'm not at fault here. Ahem, the person beside me is my colleague. Su Lingxue offered a brief explanation. Concurrently, Jiang Feng connected the call. In order to avoid mutual interference, he rose and dragged his weary legs to the kitchen. Xiangzi, what is the matter? Win brother. The minimum quota for this month has been allocated. 2 analyses on social hot topics, 2 pieces on social skills, and an article on romantic psychology. I will send you the case studies for the social hot topics shortly. You need to prepare promptly. The editor-in-chief said it's urgent, the sooner the better. If completed within 10 days, an additional 500 yuan will be added to each piece. If within 15 days, an extra 300. However, quality must be ensured. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and nodded to himself. 10 days is a tight schedule, but it is manageable. Understood. Rest assured, 10 days should suffice. By the way, Xiangzi, what is going on with that Xiaoyu in our dormitory? Win brother, let me tell you. His father-in-law went out for some fun and unexpectedly ran into his daughter-in-law in an alley. The awkwardness was palpable. Later, when they were having a dispute over divorce and custody, they discovered that the child wasn't even theirs. And then there's Liu, the big-headed guy from our class. As Lin Xiang delved into these juicy gossip tales, his enthusiasm surged, and he spoke incessantly. The phone earpiece was buzzing with chatter, seemingly endless. Jiang Feng felt reluctant to interrupt him, so he had to turn off the speakerphone to reduce the noise. Also, do you remember that girl who pursued you? She is now engaged to a rich second-generation heir after an unexpected pregnancy. Then, in a fit of temper, she demanded him to buy her the first drink of dew in the morning. In a fit of rage, he left her, even reclaiming the engagement gift. And then there's that other one. Just as Lin Xiang was getting into the groove, Su Lingxue suddenly pushed open the kitchen door and stormed towards Jiang Feng. She grabbed his ear angrily and exclaimed, "I told you not to interrupt, yet you wouldn't listen, making it nearly impossible for me to speak." Jiang Feng bit back a cry of pain and quickly pointed at his phone, trying to signal her. However, Su Lingxue seemed not to grasp his meaning. In a state of helplessness, Jiang Feng turned the speakerphone back on, indicating that his call wasn't finished. Then, hearing Lin Xiang's voice, they both froze. "Win, brother. Why are you so busy every day? I guess I won't call you again. Sister-in-law, I truly apologize. I had no idea about your situation. Ahem, goodbye." Beep, beep, beep. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Su Lingxue finally realized the ambiguity of her earlier words, and her anger flared. She tightened her grip, almost twisting his ear 180 degrees. "Jiang Feng, look at the mess you've created, being misunderstood again. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Chapter 69. The Joys of Living Together. Jiang Feng hadn't even noticed that Su Lingxue had brought back the small stick from a run. At that moment, he resembled a wayward child, sprawled at the edge of the bed, bracing himself for the impending punishment. He regretted not wearing an extra layer of clothing earlier. It was utterly humiliating for a grown man to be spanked. He had attempted to resist, but Su Lingxue's grip on his ear was unyielding, rendering him immobile. Afterwards, Jiang Feng lay on the bed, while Su Lingxue gently massaged him with her small hands. He found it utterly perplexing. "You spank me and then massage me? Isn't that somewhat redundant?" Su Lingxue replied with conviction. "The spanking is to instill a lesson, and the massage is out of care as your girlfriend. They are not contradictory." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "I think you just didn't get enough exercise while running and seize this opportunity to take revenge." "Ouch, be gentle. I merely complained, and you retaliated." Suddenly, he felt that she was doing this deliberately, seeking an excuse to touch him inappropriately. He thought to himself that this method was something he might consider using. Jiang Feng's remark instantly provoked Su Lingxue. She stood up, intending to give his other ear a massage. However, the after effects of her run struck her, and her legs buckled as she plopped onto the floor. "It hurts." Jiang Feng turned his head to look at her, grinning widely. "See? Karma has come around. You wanted to spank me, and now your backside is in pain too." Struggling to stand, Su Lingxue flopped onto the bed. They both shared the same injury in the same position. Jiang Feng extended his hand, justifiably helping her massage, alleviating her discomfort. After a couple of strokes, he was taken aback. "Why are you only wearing shorts? It seems like there's nothing underneath." Su Lingxue turned her head, shooting him a fierce glare. "As if you're any different." Jiang Feng considered this. When he was single, he would run around the house in nude. Su Lingxue likely did the same, as no one enjoys being constrained at home. Wearing only shorts was already a compromise. Being unencumbered felt more comfortable to touch. Thus, they took turns massaging each other for half an hour, engaging in a rather brazen display of intimacy. That night, neither dared to lie down while sleeping, opting instead to sleep on their stomachs. Jiang Feng spent the night feeling stifled. After a night passed, he felt the pain on his body had subsided. After all, Su Lingxue hadn't hit him too hard. A night was enough for recovery. However, the soreness in his leg muscles was more pronounced, making it difficult to rise even when seated on the toilet. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Feng sat in front of his computer, fully immersed in his work. Completing each article within 10 days for an additional 500 yuan meant a potential bonus of 2,500 yuan. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Su Lingxue also entered the filming room to begin her tasks. Since there were now 2 computers, she moved hers into the filming room. To avoid disturbing each other's work, she wasn't preparing for filming, but was instead searching for the next suitable cosplay character on her computer. However, while purchasing related costumes and props, her attention was caught by an advertisement for couple outfits nearby. The clothing was diverse and eye-catching, with one standout set featuring a gender-swap design, the female outfit adorned with cool patterns of the azure dragon and white tiger, while the male outfit boasted a cute little bunny print, creating a striking contrast. Su Lingxue found this quite appealing and promptly placed an order without hesitation. Then she realized that since she had bought couple outfits, she needed to complement them with other items as well, such as matching cups and bracelets. The simple red string bracelet she had gotten for Jiang Feng last time felt too plain and lacked a touch of elegance. So she continued shopping cups, bracelets, anklets, matching shoes, and even couple underwear. She even considered couple cotton socks, ensuring every detail from head to toe was addressed. After completing her purchases, she sent all the item images to Jiang Feng. Sweet Snow. Image, 12 Sweet Snow, what do you think? Don't they look good? Praise my excellent taste. Jiang Feng glanced at the pop-up in the bottom right corner of his computer screen, speechless, and cast a look towards the filming room. How could she still send messages with just a wall separating them? Equatorial Wind. Your taste is impeccable, truly extraordinary, absolutely fantastic. Equatorial Wind. Are you serious about those couple underwear? From the images sent by Su Lingxue, the garments bore numerous phrases unsuitable for children, such as husband, come quickly, and the like. After a brief silence in the chat window, a notification appeared. The other party has withdrawn a message. Sweet Snow. Image. Sweet Snow. I sent the wrong one. Here is the correct one. Equatorial Wind. What about the previous image? Sweet Snow. I accidentally glanced at it and captured the wrong screenshot. Is that a problem? Humph. Equatorial Wind. I shall take your word for it then. Indeed. It is certainly not premeditated. Sweet Snow. Could you check if the size of the underwear I bought for you fits? You mentioned you're an XL, but I feel you ought to have gotten an XXL. Otherwise, it might be too constricting. Equatorial Wind. What sort of brazen remarks are these? Sweet Snow. I merely meant that your backside has become ample. Wouldn't a larger size be more comfortable? Equatorial Wind. Have I misunderstood? Sweet Snow. In any case, it's not my fault. Equatorial Wind. As noon approached, Su Lingxue busied herself in the kitchen. Jiang Feng was also in good spirits today, having completed half of an article in just half a day. The remaining content was well structured in his mind, and he estimated he would finish the piece by that afternoon. After saving his work, he proactively went to assist in the kitchen. For some reason, ever since Su Lingxue compelled him to remain in the kitchen last time, his aversion to kitchen tasks had lessened. He surmised that perhaps this was due to Su Lingxue's formidable presence. This bag of rice is finished. Please bring me the new one from the corner. Jiang Feng scanned the corner and spotted a new bag weighing 10 kilograms. He hoisted it with all his might, feeling his legs tremble involuntarily. It seemed the effects of his recent run were quite significant. He cautiously moved his feet, fearing his legs might give way. However, disaster struck. As he approached Su Lingxue, ready to lift the rice onto the counter, he exerted too much effort, and his legs could not support him. Thud! Su Lingxue turned at the sound, only to see Jiang Feng kneeling before her, his expression one of utter shock. She scratched her head, puzzled. This doesn't seem right. You haven't made any mistakes today, have you? Are you proposing to me with rice? Jiang Feng's face darkened. Proposing with rice? That imagination is far too vivid. Hurry and help me up. My legs are giving out. Anyone who has experienced such a situation knows that when muscles are particularly sore, once you accidentally kneel down, it's nearly impossible to rise again, especially when clutching a bag of rice. Yet Su Lingxue did not act immediately. Instead, she smirked mischievously. I just realized that I haven't used that washboard yet. Isn't it a bit of a waste? Chapter 70. There's no swimming pool at home. Why you dress so lightly? Halt! What do you have in your hands? Su Lingxue called out to Jiang Feng, who was about to take out the trash. Jiang Feng discreetly hid the washboard behind him, using the garbage bag to cover the exposed part. Just throwing out the trash. What could it possibly be? Turn around. Jiang Feng was so nervous that sweat trickled down his face. Clang. Fumbling, he dropped the washboard onto the floor. Ahem, the washing machine is functional now. Why keep this thing? Su Lingxue looked at him with piercing eyes, stifling a laugh. You can't throw it away. I paid for it. Jiang Feng's mind raced. However, before he could devise a strategy, Su Lingxue had already picked up the washboard and returned it to the bathroom. This tug-of-war ended in utter defeat for Jiang Feng. He regretted not disposing of it after using it, as he had originally intended. A single misstep leads to everlasting regret. After discarding the trash, he found Su Lingxue absent from the bedroom. She was likely busy in the filming room again. Jiang Feng sat at the computer to commence his work. At that moment, a message from Su Lingxue popped up in the lower right corner. It had been sent a minute ago, presumably as he had just gone downstairs. Sweet Snow, I'm just keeping it to wash clothes occasionally. I truly have no ulterior motives, so don't worry. She followed with a winking smiley face, appearing particularly innocent and harmless. Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. I believe you not. Equatorial Wind. I'd sooner believe in the existence of ghosts than trust Su Lingxue's sweet little mouth. He replied to her with a disdainful emoji. A few seconds later, hurried footsteps echoed from the filming room, and the door swung open. Su Lingxue stormed in behind Jiang Feng. She clasped his face with both hands and kissed him forcefully, regardless of how he tried to push her away. Her actions left his lips smeared with saliva and lip balm. After a full minute, Su Lingxue finally released him. "What is wrong with my sweet little mouth?" Jiang Feng, slightly embarrassed, wiped the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing at all. Quite sweet, actually." Su Lingxue left him with a proud expression and returned to the filming room. Jiang Feng swallowed hard and let out a heavy sigh. A sudden kiss over a trivial dispute? What kind of girlfriend can one endure this from? Damn it. Kneeling on the washboard was worth it. That kiss transformed the entirety of Jiang Feng's afternoon into a sweet reverie. Suddenly, the knowledge of romance in his mind unfurled like a blossoming flower, allowing a torrent of ideas to flow forth. He promptly set aside the article he was working on and began to write a new piece centered on the psychology of love. Titled, "What is it like to have an overbearing girlfriend?" The answer, utterly irresistible. One essential skill in writing is crafting catchy titles. Jiang Feng was confident that anyone who saw this title would undoubtedly click on it. He then divided his discussion into several subheadings for elaboration and analysis. Irresistible. Part 1. Struggling to keep up with running? Find a girlfriend who threatens you. Irresistible. Part 2. When conflicts arise between couples. An overbearing girlfriend swoops in with a forceful kiss. Do you still have any complaints? Irresistible. Part 3. When your girlfriend is both fierce and adorable. Coming home feels like opening a mystery box. You'll be greeted not only with sweet kisses, but also with washboards. Irresistible. Part 4. What to do when you can't outmatch your girlfriend. Just enjoy it. For the entire afternoon, Jiang Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard without pause. Top, 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 top. Around 5 o'clock, Jiang Feng stretched lazily, pleased with the article before him. It was exceedingly simple. He could just write it based on Su Lingxue's experiences. Indeed, practice yields true knowledge. After saving the article, he glanced back and noticed that the door to the filming room remained closed, indicating that Su Lingxue had also been busy all afternoon. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Did it really take that long to gather materials? He pushed open the door, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly bewildered. Was this some form of human art? In the next moment, a size 37 pink slipper flew towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Feng dodged just in time, or it would have struck him in the face. "You don't know to knock before entering?" Su Lingxue scolded. Jiang Feng, momentarily at a loss, stammered, "Ahem, there's no swimming pool at home. Why are you wearing a bikini?" Su Lingxue held her hand over her unfastened bra while reaching for the other slipper. "Hi, above." She raised her voice in a threatening manner. "Nonsense. I'm changing clothes, so hurry up and shut the door." Jiang Feng, only then realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly pulled the door shut and sighed in relief. Almost immediately, a slipper was hurled back at him. "Jiang Feng, I meant for you to go outside and then close the door, not to shut it while remaining inside." Jiang Feng slapped his forehead, feeling utterly foolish. "All right, I'm going out now." With a decisive motion, he closed the door, wiping the sweat from his brow. Inside, the irate voice of Su Lingxue echoed, "Come back and pick up that slipper." After 2 minutes, Jiang Feng finally calmed down, yet his mind was still replaying the earlier scene. Although Su Lingxue had also worn only her undergarments while sleeping at night, the darkness and the blanket had concealed her from his sight. Thus, witnessing her in such attire was a first for him, igniting a surge of excitement within. He even contemplated peeking through the door crack for another glance. But his subconscious chastised him, deeming such behavior too lewd and inappropriate. Ultimately, he lay back on the bed, lost in his own fantasies. After a while, Su Lingxue emerged from her room, now dressed in normal attire, yet she held a black longsword in her hand. Though it was merely a prop, the faint crimson patterns on it appeared quite menacing. Spotting Jiang Feng, who was drowsily reclining on the bed, she leaped onto it without a word. One petite foot landed directly on his chest, applying just enough pressure, while the longsword was unsheathed and gently pressed against his throat. In a cool, frosty tone, she declared, "Trespassing is an unforgivable crime. Jiang Feng, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 71. My girlfriend is both fierce and adorable. Cough, cough, fair lady, spare my life. I concede. Su Lingxue, with her adorably plump visage, was acting the part of a cold-hearted heroine, a quintessential blend of lowly exterior and a mature heart. Observing her melodramatic antics, Jiang Feng could not bear to disrupt the whimsical atmosphere. Thus he playfully feigned surrender. Su Lingxue sheathed her sword but kept her small foot firmly on his chest, her expression tinged with reluctance. "You ought to resist. How else can I find an excuse to strike you?" Jiang Feng turned his head away. I'm not foolish. Humph. How dull. As she withdrew her foot, she feigned a yelp. Ah, your chest is pressing against my foot. In an instant, she unsheathed the sword again, delivering a flurry of playful strikes upon Jiang Feng, the plastic sword bending with each hit. This is what it means to create conditions when none exist. Jiang Feng lay on the bed in a starfish position, utterly exasperated. Next time, please strike directly and spare me the theatrics. Thank you. Su Lingxue huffed in response. No way. I'm a reasonable person. How can I resort to violence without cause? I'll go heat up the leftovers. You tidy up the filming area. After tossing the long sword into the filming room, she headed toward the kitchen. Jiang Feng rose and entered the filming area, where a jumble of clothing lay scattered, over-the-knee black stockings, a fierce bra, and the bikini she had worn earlier. Among the other outfits, there were a white sailor suit, a black and white school uniform, and a pink nurse costume. A sudden chill ran down Jiang Feng's spine. What exactly was Su Lingxue planning to shoot? The resemblance to costumes from certain films was uncanny. Staring at the disarray, he fell into contemplation. These garments, which Su Lingxue could have organized in 2 minutes, were clearly a subtle hint for him to assist. After dinner, Su Lingxue mysteriously re-entered the filming area, explicitly instructing him not to enter. Jiang Feng was left bewildered. What on earth are you up to? An hour later, she emerged, not offering a single word of explanation, and began changing into her running shoes. Hurry up and get dressed. We're going for a run. What? We just ran yesterday. Are we really going again today? You even kissed me yesterday. What about today? That's a flawed argument. You still have to go. Jiang Feng dragged his sore leg step by step toward the plaza. He understood that running was beneficial for his health, yet he found himself utterly drained, especially with Su Lingxue bringing along a small stick. Let us lower the expectations today. 5 kilometers will suffice. As per usual, if you run slower than me. Jiang Feng waved his hand to indicate she needn't be elaborate. He understood. However, the ensuing scene threw him into disarray. Hey, this isn't fair. Why are you riding a shared bike? Su Lingxue replied nonchalantly. I'm a girl. Naturally, my stamina is not on par with the boys. Therefore, running one day and resting the next is quite reasonable, don't you think? Enough chit-chat, I'm off. You better keep up. Don't ride so fast. Wait for me. Jiang Feng had no time for complaints as he trudged forward, his heavy footsteps echoing in the summer heat. A minute later, Su Lingxue caught up from behind, having cycled an entire lap around the plaza, completely overtaking him. You're falling behind. Hurry up and pick up the pace. With one hand gripping the bicycle, she waved the small stick in front of Jiang Feng, threatening to drop it at any moment. Jiang Feng had no choice but to utilize his agility to maintain a certain distance from her. The disadvantage of riding a bike was its lack of speed flexibility. Whether accelerating or decelerating, it was significantly slower than running. By timing his movements wisely, Jiang Feng could evade her attempts to strike. Gradually, Su Lingxue seemed to realize this issue as they reached the 4-kilometer mark, at which point she tossed aside her bike and joined him in running the final kilometer. Take that. No more dodging. Speed up, don't be lazy. Su Lingxue pulled out a tissue from her pocket, dabbing the sweat from his forehead as they ran. Otherwise, the sweat will sting your eyes. After completing the 5 kilometers, Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat. Being summer, perspiration was inevitable. Yet he felt more invigorated than the previous day. His muscles had evidently adapted to the intensity of the exercise. On their way back to the apartment, Su Lingxue smiled. So how do you feel? Am I good to you? I even encourage you to exercise. Can you find another girl as responsible as me? Jiang Feng, breathless and unable to retort, simply replied, sure. At that moment, Su Lingxue's expression shifted slightly as she swung the stick at him. Smack. From your tone. It sounds like you have some complaints. Rephrase that. Jiang Feng rubbed his backside. Although she hadn't struck him with force, the thin wooden stick still stung a bit. You treat me the best. You're the best girl in the world, never hitting your boyfriend, always gentle. Smack. Before he could finish, another strike landed. That sounded too insincere. Rephrase. Jiang Feng shot her a glare. You're aware of insincerity? Have you forgotten how you used to praise yourself? As they arrived at the foot of the apartment, they entered the elevator where others were present. Su Lingxue discreetly tucked the stick behind her back to avoid drawing attention, allowing Jiang Feng to escape unscathed. After showering and changing, he emerged. Su Lingxue had already nestled into the blanket, revealing her porcelain white shoulders. Jiang Feng felt an unusual sensation. As if something was amiss, perhaps a shoulder strap was missing. Wasn't the large bear cover supposed to have shoulder straps? As he lay beneath the covers, a warm little hand suddenly grasped his, pulling it close to her chest. Jiang Feng felt a soft warmth in his palm, his expression one of surprise, his body tingling as if struck by electricity. What are you doing? Her unexpected behavior, coupled with the implications of her uniform from earlier in the day, led Jiang Feng to sense that something significant might transpire tonight. Lingxue smiled, offering no explanation, extinguishing the room's light before burrowing deeper into the covers. I've seen how hard you've been running these past few days, so I thought I'd reward you. Weren't you clamoring for steamed buns a few days ago? Jiang Feng inhaled the faint fragrance wafting before him, his heart racing instantaneously. The scene he had longed for had finally arrived, yet his body betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. At a loss for words, Lingxue chuckled softly. Look at you, so nervous. She extended a delicate hand, pressing Jiang Feng's head into the blankets, then arched her body forward. In the dimly lit room, silence enveloped them, save for the rustling of the covers. You hurt me, Jiang Feng exclaimed, emerging from the blankets to gasp for air. You nearly suffocated me. Who told you to hold on so tightly? I couldn't speak, so I had to notify you this way. What was I supposed to do? Pinch your waist. Lingxue huffed. Is it my fault? My arms aren't as long as yours. Jiang Feng reached into the covers and lightly flicked his fingers. It's not about your arms. It's just that it takes up too much space. Lingxue playfully patted his head. Don't be so picky. You should appreciate the blessings you have. With that, she pressed Jiang Feng's head back into the blankets, pulling him into her embrace, her voice stern as she warned. If you dare bite me again, I'll make you a eunuch. Jiang Feng shuddered at her words. All right. I can't provoke this woman. Under her roof, one must bow their head. Could you possibly not be so violent? You're going to suffocate me. Chapter 72. You truly are a devil. Jiang Feng found himself enveloped in endless softness and warmth, nearly losing his sanity. Lingxue's love was utterly suffocating. Are you feeling less tired now? Lingxue's arms tenderly encircled his neck as she leaned in to whisper softly into his ear, still lost in the warmth of the moment. Jiang Feng was oblivious to her words. Lying there, he gazed out the window at a sliver of moonlight, muttering to himself. How much virtue must I have accumulated in my previous life to meet you in this one? Although you could be quite fierce like a mother tiger. The sounds in the room abruptly ceased as Jiang Feng felt a small hand graze his waist, an instinct urging him to silence himself. The next moment, Lingxue's voice reached him, calm yet laced with menace. Although I'll skip the details, I'll say this. Jiang Feng sighed internally. Threats were omnipresent. But he had intended to express something earlier, but was interrupted and forgot. What? Lingxue transformed into her fierce persona upon hearing his words, pinching a piece of tender flesh and twisting it. No, I want to hear it. Hurry up and think. Jiang Feng rubbed his waist and shifted slightly, attempting to create distance from Lingxue. However, she astutely sensed his movement, closing in on him, seizing his arm, rendering him immobile. But, Jiang Feng struggled to recall. But I can sense that your tendencies aren't merely violent. It's more akin to a carefree playfulness. A state of complete relaxation without reservations. I've only seen someone like you back home. My cousin, who is only 8 years old. Every new year, when family gathers, she plays with a uniquely innocent abandon. Like you, she enjoys pinching others with her nails and, taking advantage of being a girl, demands candy from the boys, even when her hands are already full. After receiving the candy, she doesn't keep it to herself, but rather spreads it out on the ground, dividing it evenly before returning it to them, keeping only one for herself. On the surface, it may seem unruly, but she is remarkably considerate. You remind me of her in many ways. Yet, to call you innocent wouldn't quite fit. You possess so many tricks up your sleeve, keeping me spinning in circles. If I say you're cunning, it appears to be limited to our interactions. Overall, you're a girl who hasn't been overly tainted or influenced by society, retaining a touch of innocence and a feisty spirit. On our first meeting, you trusted me enough to bring me home for the night without a hint of concern for my intentions. Everything about you is beautiful and pure. Yet, one thing leaves me puzzled. You seem extraordinarily confident from the start. You firmly believe I can accept the straw you've drunk from, that I can handle your sudden confessions, and that I can withstand your teasing. According to common logic, shouldn't you worry I might develop a distaste for you because of this? Thus, I'm particularly curious. Are you exceptionally skilled at psychological analysis, or just plain foolish? I'm merely asking a question. Why pinch me? Lingxue released her grip, retorting with annoyance, you're the foolish one. I already told you I'm a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. I can read minds. For instance, right now, I can tell what you're thinking, believe it or not. Jiang Feng fell into contemplation. He didn't believe Lingxue was foolish enough to trust others unconditionally. If true, it meant she had keen observational skills and a strong capacity for psychological analysis. That was the only possibility. As for her claim of being a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, he found that hard to accept. I believe you're perceptive but reading minds? Do you take me for a fool? Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? If you guess correctly, I'll let you have your way. If not, cough, I'll spank you. Jiang Feng could hardly contain the primal energy surging within him. No matter what she said later, he would insist she was wrong, and then, Pia, he would repay her for the earlier punishment. Just imagining it brought him joy. Su Lingxue pondered for a moment before decisively agreeing. Don't move. I'm casting a spell. Casting a spell is one thing, but why are you touching my waist? You can't use your waist-pinching magic to threaten me. That's cheating. Humph. Am I the kind of person who plays dirty? You are. Su Lingxue pretended to take half a minute before releasing her grip. Clearing her throat, she remarked, You're thinking that you don't want to become a eunuch. You guessed wrong. I, Jiang Feng, following their prearranged plan, intended to deny it without a second thought, but halfway through, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Su Lingxue burst into laughter. You said I guessed wrong. So, does that mean you want to become a eunuch? Jiang Feng's body jolted, instinctively bracing himself. Hey, don't move your legs. That's dangerous. Pull them back. So tell me, did I guess right or wrong? This, with a silent curse, Jiang Feng realized he had fallen into yet another trap. It was an utter intellectual defeat. Very well then, you guessed correctly, you are victorious. Joking aside, if you refuse to admit it, I shall retaliate. Su Lingxue spoke softly. I have one. According to our previous agreement, you are at my mercy, correct? Jiang Feng nodded helplessly, his voice lacking vigor. Well then, don't you dare regret it. Regret? What is there to regret? A man's word is his bond. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. You truly intend to kick me. Jiang Feng curled up on the bed like a small lobster. This is a pain that you will never understand. Su Lingxue Auxilius Northif. Who told you to doubt my intelligence? This is the price to pay. Aren't you afraid you might injure me? Of course I know my limits. Jiang Feng. My dear classmate, you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. My personal information on my chat account clearly states that I majored in nursing during college. Surely, you don't think I was fabricating that? After 4 years of medical study, I possess a comprehensive understanding of human anatomy. How could I possibly mishandle this level of force? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Feng suddenly became alert. Damn, how could he have overlooked this fact? He recalled a news story about a female nurse who, in a fit of vengeance against her ex-boyfriend, had inflicted dozens of cuts on him while skillfully avoiding any vital areas, leaving him in a state worse than death. Jiang Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Women in the medical field are truly terrifying. Cough. I suddenly feel a bit frightened. What if you get angry again in the future? Will you treat me like today? Su Lingxue gently cupped Jiang Feng's face with her warm little hands, offering him a measure of comfort, and softly said, Rest assured, I will prepare some leeks for you. Jiang Feng exclaimed, Am I asking for leeks? You are a devil, an absolute devil. Chapter 73, Sweetness Followed by Punishment. Here are your leeks, in the form of dumplings filled with leek and egg. We also have pork and leek, lamb and leek, beef and leek. Jiang Feng looked at the table full of leek dumplings, his lips twitching. You're serious about this? After a hearty meal, the aroma of leeks wafted throughout the room. The two of them sprayed air freshener and brushed their teeth again, finally feeling at ease. In the future, let us avoid buying leeks. Eating them means another round of teeth brushing. What a hassle. Su Lingxue shot him a glance before entering the filming room. It's not like we eat them every day. By the way, don't just wander in, otherwise. She gestured threateningly towards Jiang Feng's waist. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if I would be so eager to watch. Though, to be fair, that was indeed the case. Life must ultimately return to a state of tranquility. After a busy morning, both were diligently engaged in their work. Su Lingxue searched for video materials while replying to comments. Jiang Feng was focused on refining an article. After about 2 hours, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Jiang Feng, puzzled, opened the door to find a delivery man. They exchanged a brief moment of surprise. Is Ms. Su residing here? Yes, just give it to me. She is busy with something else. The delivery man pointed to a large package behind him. Jiang Feng's eyes widened instantly. The woven bag was filled to the brim, appearing as large as a suitcase. Su Lingxue must have a penchant for shopping. He attempted to lift it with one hand, but it didn't budge. It was likely at least 30 to 40 pounds. If his muscles weren't so sore, dragging these items would have been a breeze. However, at that moment, even walking was a struggle. The weight was exceedingly burdensome. After a strenuous effort to drag the hefty package into the room, he collapsed, barely feeling his limbs. While Jiang Feng rested on the bed, Su Lingxue scampered out of the filming room with little steps. The delivery is here. Let me see. She pulled out a small package and tore it open. Inside was a men's shirt, accompanied by a tie. She unwrapped another item, revealing a gray men's suit jacket. As she compared the clothing against Jiang Feng, she forgot to take the clothes away after finishing. By the time she had unwrapped all the packages, Jiang Feng was completely buried beneath a pile of clothes. Can you imagine the sensation of being smothered under 30 to 40 pounds of fabric? Su Lingxue spent a good half-minute digging him out from the heap. Stop dawdling. Help me move these clothes to the filming room. We need to take a set of promotional photos today. Jiang Feng blinked in delayed comprehension. Promotional photos? Yes. It's time to officially announce to my fans that I have a beloved boyfriend. Su Lingxue clasped her hands behind her back, swaying gently with excitement. The thought of being witnessed by millions filled Jiang Feng with a peculiar sensation. Was it excitement, pride, happiness? Perhaps a blend of all three. More importantly, it was a testament to Su Lingxue's regard for him. This announcement would inevitably lead to a decline in her fanbase. Su Lingxue had truly burned her bridges, leaving no room for retreat. She was wholeheartedly committed to love. Jiang Feng rose and embraced her tightly. I must cherish such a wonderful girlfriend. I promise to do so. Su Lingxue pressed her face against his chest, clearly listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, her excitement causing her eyes to squint with joy. Her small hands clung tightly around Jiang Feng. After a while, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. They both instinctively closed their eyes and leaned in. Their lips met, warm and soft, a taste of bliss. Jiang Feng exhaled, marveling. How is it that you are so endearing? It makes me want to propose to you right now. At that moment, he felt a pang of frustration within himself for being so unaccomplished after 3 years of work. Unable to boldly promise her a better life despite having such an incredible girl by his side, Jiang Feng silently vowed to achieve something significant within a year. Su Lingxue smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. Her hands slipped from Jiang Feng's back, resting against his chest, fidgeting with her fingers in a fluster. A rosy hue crept up her cheeks. I just feel like I haven't bullied you enough. So, if I could tie you to my side for a lifetime, I could bully you forever. Hee hee. Traditionally, men do not easily shed tears. Yet, Jiang Feng acknowledged that he could not help but be moved by her words. Su Lingxue tenderly wiped away the corner of his eye and leaned in for a kiss. I don't want you to cry. Come, let us kiss. Half an hour later, in the filming room, when Jiang Feng donned a suit, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding an air of occasion. Su Lingxue, too, was clad in professional attire. She had gathered her hair into a ponytail with a hair tie, sporting a fitted white shirt adorned with a palm-sized pink flower at the collar, paired with black fitted trousers. Today, she wore a rare pair of high heels, 8 centimeters in height, not too high, yet not too low either. The delicate contrast between the fair ankle and the ebony high heels evokes a hint of reverie. You have your duties to attend to. Let us commence with a series of photographs today. The overarching theme is this. Upon seeing me, you wish to flee, yet I grasp your tie, pulling you back forcefully, pinning you against the wall for a passionate kiss, ultimately leading to your surrender to my kiss, thus becoming my boyfriend. Do you comprehend? This style of photography is, in essence, akin to advertising. It seeks to convey a message through exaggerated yet succinct performances to achieve its promotional objective. Jiang Feng nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed there would be no scenes involving physical punishment this time. All right, let us begin with the first photograph. Assume a posture of escape, and I will grasp your tie to prevent your flight. Your expression should reflect a tinge of fear and astonishment. Previously, we focused on video clips. This time, it is merely photographs, making the task relatively light. Jiang Feng positioned himself with one leg forward, feigning a run. Behind him, Su Lingxue calmly grasped his tie. Click! The photograph was captured, but Su Lingxue shook her head, feeling dissatisfied. It seemed to lack a sense of power. It should convey your determination to escape, alongside the strength of my grip. Let us adjust. Your front leg should be suspended, creating the impression that when I tug on your tie, you are sent sprawling. Jiang Feng envisioned the scenario in his mind, being sent sprawling. How could that be achievable? Standing on one leg while posing as if to run? I am no superhero. As Jiang Feng contemplated the feasibility of this plan, Su Lingxue retrieved a wooden stick from the corner, gently tapping it in her hand as she approached him. Ahem, to capture a sense of realism. I must resort to this desperate measure. I apologize for the trouble. She seized Jiang Feng's tie, rendering escape impossible. With the stick in hand, she mimicked a hurting motion. Jiang Feng, bound by the tie, found himself unable to evade. At a certain moment, an instinct to flee surged within him, prompting him to step forward. Simultaneously, Su Lingxue pulled on the tie with force. A remarkably authentic image was captured, perfectly embodying both action and expression. A simple post-production edit to remove the wooden stick would suffice. Jiang Feng lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling in silence. Truly, it seems there has never been a shoot without some form of punishment. Chapter 74. Su Lingxue. I am angry, and the consequences are severe. Quite excellent indeed. Jiang Feng rose from the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. The photograph was flawless. I was nearly rendered senseless by you. Su Lingxue playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled. You've worked hard. Jiang Feng had intended to voice a complaint, but upon seeing her adorable demeanor, he could not bring himself to utter a word. What could he do? His girlfriend was simply too charming. After a brief respite, Su Lingxue initiated the second shot. She brought over a chair, gesturing for Jiang Feng to sit. Before he could settle, Su Lingxue lifted her high-heeled foot and, with a sudden motion, stepped onto his thigh. Jiang Feng jolted in shock, his muscles tensing. That was close. Could you at least give me a warning? This is rather perilous. A mischievous smile danced across Su Lingxue's face. But I didn't step on you, did I? Now hush. The camera is counting down 10 seconds to enter shooting mode. Su Lingxue adjusted her position, attempting to ensure the camera captured their profiles. One hand gripped Jiang Feng's tie, gently pulling him forward, while the other hand delicately lifted his chin. In the next moment, their lips met. Click. The second photograph was complete. Jiang Feng sat in the chair, captured mid-kiss. The tautness of his tie hinted at his reluctance, while Su Lingxue, with her foot on the chair and hand lifting his chin, exuded dominance. The visual effect was impeccable. Now for the final shot, which is rather simple. A princess carry. However, I need to change into a different outfit. This one doesn't quite suit the theme. Su Lingxue selected a garment from the hanger. It appeared to be inspired by some anime character, resembling the attire of a magical girl. The ensemble was predominantly white, adorned with pink lace trim, exuding a distinctly princess-like aura. Fresh and natural. What are you standing there for? Step outside. I need a change. Huh? Oh. Jiang Feng reluctantly exited the shooting space, inwardly grumbling. After using facial cleanser, he wasn't even allowed a glimpse. How stingy. Approximately 2 minutes later, Su Lingxue's voice rang out from within the room. Come in and lend me a hand. Upon pushing open the door, Jiang Feng found Su Lingxue already dressed, busily arranging a headpiece. This headpiece was not an ordinary elastic band, but rather a decorative accessory that complemented her outfit. It resembled faux braided flowers, adorned with various small embellishments. When placed on her head, it transformed into a veil-like adornment. However, this headpiece was not pre-made. It was composed of several parts that needed to be assembled on-site according to a tutorial. Since Su Lingxue had never worn this outfit before, she hadn't had the chance to prepare the headpiece until now. It would likely take around 7 or 8 minutes to complete. I can't do that. How can I help? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. Su Lingxue shot him a glance and gestured towards the corner. I don't need help with the headpiece. It's that. Jiang Feng followed her gaze and was taken aback to see a pair of over-the-knee white stockings lying on the carpet. You want me to help you put on the white stockings? Su Lingxue replied without looking up. Yes, what is wrong with that? As my boyfriend, isn't it fine for you to help me with some stockings? Jiang Feng waved his hands. No. He approached the corner and picked up the pair of stockings. They felt incredibly smooth and cool to the touch, stirring a unique sensation within him, akin to the first time he had washed Su Lingxue's underwear by hand. The utmost trust from his girlfriend. At this moment, Su Lingxue was seated on the chair, while Jiang Feng crouched down, gently helping her remove her high heels. He cradled her delicate and smooth foot in his hand, sliding the stockings over his fingertips towards her calf. In Jiang Feng's imagination, these stockings were so slippery they should easily glide on. Yet in reality, no matter how he pulled, the tips of her toes remained crumpled, with numerous creases. His impatience grew. This was far more challenging than donning cotton socks. Adhering to the principle that great force yields miracles, Jiang Feng pulled with all his might. Ryup. A tearing sound echoed, plunging the room into an immediate silence. No miracles, only mishaps. Jiang Feng awkwardly glanced up at Su Lingxue, only to meet her hand swiftly descending toward his head with a light smack. You fool. You tore them. You need to be gentle, you know? Jiang Feng scratched his head. It's my first time helping someone with these kinds of things. I have no experience. Su Lingxue pouted and shot him a glare. Go to the wardrobe and fetch another pair. Jiang Feng entered the bedroom and opened a compartment in the wardrobe, revealing an array of stockings. White, black, patterned, textured, and fishnet. He involuntarily swallowed hard. Could this be something that an ordinary person could witness? After steadying his emotions, he casually selected a pair of over-the-knee white stockings. Having donned them for the second time, he possessed a modicum of experience. One must not tug forcefully. Rather, they should be gradually rolled up. Jiang Feng patiently smoothed the stockings, striving to eliminate any creases. Yet perfection eluded him, as there always seemed to be a fold at the instep. In exasperation, he grasped the sides of the crease and pulled vigorously, hoping to flatten it. However, A tearing sound echoed ominously. Rip. He was taken aback. Was it ruined so easily? The quality was abysmal. Hey, this can't possibly be my fault. It's the poor quality. Jiang Feng hastily defended himself. Su Lingxue regarded him with an impassive gaze. Her eyes devoid of emotion. She uttered nothing, yet it felt as if she had conveyed everything. Jiang Feng lowered his head in resignation. Fine. I shall consider it misfortune and fetch another pair. Although they were white stockings, they bore simple symmetrical patterns, rendering the previously ruined pairs incompatible. Thus, with one damaged, the other was rendered useless as well. He could only retrieve another pair. Soon, Jiang Feng regrouped for a third attempt. Su Lingxue could not help but interject. Be careful this time. Don't tear them again. I don't have many white stockings left in my wardrobe. If you tear them again, rip. Before she could finish her admonition, another unfortunate sound emerged from the room. Jiang Feng forced a dry laugh as he raised his head. Ahem, my apologies. I tore them again. One more try. I'm sure I can do it this time. I have experience now. At this moment, Su Lingxue's demeanor shifted from calm to stern, her expression chillingly severe, her eyes glinting with a palpable intensity. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss. Could you please not wear that expression? It frightens me. The two exchanged silent glances for several moments, with Su Lingxue remaining resolutely silent, her intensity growing. Jiang Feng casually reached for a nearby stick and offered it to her. How about you hit me a few times? 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed in silence. The stillness of the room was unnerving. After a lengthy pause, Su Lingxue finally spoke, her tone laced with exasperation. Jiang Feng, I truly want to play on my size 37 foot on your size 43 face right now. Oomph. Chapter 75, The Capricious Woman. Jiang Feng splashed water on his face before returning to the bedroom, feeling as though he had been punched in the nose. Ugh, not like it was indeed a punch. Definitely not a kick. He rummaged through the wardrobe, discovering only one remaining pair of appropriately sized white stockings. He took the last pair to the shooting room, only to have Su Lingxue snatch them away. Just give up. I'll do it myself. Jiang Feng complied with her request and removed his suit jacket, revealing a crisp, white shirt beneath. With their attire arranged, it was time to commence the shoot. The two stood before the camera, staring at each other blankly. What are you waiting for? Pick me up. I've told you it's a princess carry. Jiang Feng hesitated, gesturing to his legs. My legs are sore from running these past few days. I can hardly muster any strength. I almost collapsed just bringing in a package earlier. Su Lingxue recognized the issue as well. She had run several kilometers less than Jiang Feng, and her body was sore all over. His condition was undoubtedly worse. What should they do? They had gone to such lengths to change into nice clothes. They couldn't forego the shoot. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. How about we change the angle? Let the camera face down. I'll lie on the ground while holding you, pretending to be standing. Upon hearing his suggestion, Su Lingxue clapped her hands. Yes, that is a great idea. I didn't expect you, big fool, to come up with such a clever plan. Jiang Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. Compliment me, but why emphasize big fool? Just because you're so clever, it doesn't mean I'm foolish. With a plan in place, they no longer hesitated. They promptly adjusted the camera angle to shoot from the ground. They laid down a pure green backdrop to facilitate post-processing of the images. Jiang Feng reclined on the floor, extending his arms. Su Lingxue lay sideways on his abdomen, striking the pose of being cradled. Oh, you seem a bit heavy. Having been single for over 20 years, Jiang Feng had no romantic experience to speak of. At the time of his remark, he was blissfully unaware of the gravity of his words. He could never have anticipated that commenting on a girl's weight could lead to such monumental consequences. This was a topic that could provoke ire in women worldwide. Su Lingxue's eyes blazed with indignation as she glared at him. Click! The sound of the photo being taken echoed, and Jiang Feng sighed in relief. Oh, hurry and get off. I need to catch my breath. You're crushing me. Yet, to his surprise, Su Lingxue remained unmoved, maintaining her position. She extended a hand to reset the camera timer. Don't move. That last shot doesn't count. We need to take another. It must convey that you've been utterly conquered by me. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Utterly conquered? How do you capture that? Su Lingxue narrowed her eyes and extended a delicate hand. She pinched Jiang Feng's ear with her thumb and index finger. Like this. Just take the shot. Jiang Feng grimaced in pain, instinctively attempting to push her hand away. However, his hands were pinned down by Su Lingxue, rendering him unable to escape. Don't move. The countdown is still 3 seconds. If you shift, all will be in vain. 3. Su Lingxue's voice was tinged with irritation. 2. Jiang Feng mentally counted down frantically. 1, 1, 1, 1. As Su Lingxue reached 1, she tightened her grip. Click. The photo was taken. Su Lingxue released her hold and, With gritted teeth, remarked Jiang Feng. Do you understand that commenting on a girl's weight is a serious matter? If you dare to call me heavy again, I'll twist your ear off. Consider it a lesson. In that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly comprehended the gravity of his words. No wonder she had been so forceful. It was all because of this. Ahem. I misspoke. I must have meant that I'm too weak. You're not heavy at all. In truth, Su Lingxue stood at 165 centimeters and weighed 116 jin, which could be perceived as slightly above average. It was no wonder Jiang Feng had made a comment. However, she did not possess excessive flab. The additional weight was primarily concentrated in certain areas. Su Lingxue rose, and Jiang Feng felt the pressure lift, instantly feeling lighter, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su Lingxue examined the photos on the camera, nodding in satisfaction. They turned out well, especially the third one. The expression is spot on. Jiang Feng exhaled heavily. Of course it's on point. I've endured a mountain of pain. Can we negotiate something? Let us find a shoot concept where I can bully you instead. It can't always be me at a disadvantage. Can you bear to witness the desolate expression on your boyfriend's face? Su Lingxue glanced back at Jiang Feng, contemplating for a moment before responding. Indeed, I can. Jiang Feng retorted. You truly possess an extraordinary talent for self-pity. A thick skin renders one invincible. The attempt to elicit sympathy had utterly failed, as Su Lingxue was unfazed by such theatrics. Perhaps sensing Jiang Feng's genuine plight, she unexpectedly settled beside him, taking the initiative to massage his legs. Look how considerate I am, even knowing to give you a massage. How many boyfriends do others have that enjoy such treatment? She mused. Is this pressure adequate? Jiang Feng lay on the ground, indulging in the sensation. I must admit, this is quite delightful. Su Lingxue's adeptness at alternating between reprimands and sweet gestures was truly remarkable, leaving no room for complaint in him. A bit lower, please, and don't forget my calves. It feels wonderful. In my arms, especially the forearms, apply a little more pressure. Jiang Feng continually directed her, showing no hesitation. He had come to realize that one must relish such moments to the fullest, as opportunities like this were exceedingly rare. Su Lingxue, too, poured her heart into the massage. For he was her boyfriend. It would be disingenuous not to care. Yet, when it came to filming, achieving the desired effect was paramount. Much like in film or television, where numerous actors engage in authentic performances for realism, breaking legs, consummating marriages, or illicit nocturnal visits from neighbors, this was comparatively safe and effortless. Jiang Feng's every effort was etched in her mind, though she chose not to voice it. Your servant has attended to you for 20 minutes, my lord. My hands are weary. May I take a brief respite? Presumptuous. I have yet to grant permission, and you dare to request a reprieve? But my lord, I can no longer endure. I have not commanded you to stop. Continue. My lord, I truly lack the strength to persevere. Might I procure an implement for assistance? What sort of implement? Su Lingxue promptly sprang to her feet, darting a few steps to retrieve a small stick from the ground, and approached Jiang Feng. He instantly sprang up, clearing his throat. Ahem, I shall take my leave for a moment. You may retire. Chapter 76. The Fool is Myself. That evening, as Jiang Feng massaged his aching legs, he observed Su Lingxue bustling about in the kitchen, and he was enveloped by the warmth of domestic life. Quietly, he entered the kitchen just as she finished heating a dish and turned off the stove, preparing to plate it. Jiang Feng stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Clearly taken aback by his sudden embrace, Su Lingxue involuntarily shivered. Upon turning to face him, their eyes met, brimming with tenderness. Don't be silly. I'm still wearing an apron, and it's covered in grease. I don't mind, he replied, leaning closer, his breath teasingly brushing against her neck. Su Lingxue's ears visibly flushed crimson, and her breathing quickened. I'm merely giving you a hug. Why are you so shy? Jiang Feng found it puzzling. They had engaged in more intimate actions before without such reactions. Su Lingxue turned her head, casting a side glance at him. You're pressing against me. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, but quickly stepped back. I didn't mean to. It was beyond my control. Su Lingxue gently brushed his hands away. Hurry and eat, otherwise the food will get cold. Once the meal was served, although it consisted of leftovers from lunch, Jiang Feng savored it even more. This is for you. I'm on a diet. Su Lingxue transferred the final piece of braised pork from her plate to his bowl, then snatched a chicken leg from his dish. You want to eat such a minuscule piece of braised pork? Instead, you opt for a large chicken leg? Are you truly dieting? Su Lingxue bit into the chicken leg, squinting her eyes with a smile. I'm indeed on a diet. So what? Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. As long as you're happy. Observing Su Lingxue devour her meal, he experienced a rare tranquility. The person he cherished sat across from him, enjoying the dishes she had prepared with her own hands. She was playful, and he was amused. Could such a life truly belong to him? He feared waking one day to find it all had been a dream. "Hey, pinch me hard," he said, extending his arm towards Su Lingxue. She paused for a moment, her eyes darting as if contemplating something. Finally, she bowed her head and bit down on Jiang Feng's arm, leaving a row of red tooth marks, revealing the faint outline of a few irregular little canine teeth. Ouch! That hurt far more than a pinch. Jiang Feng retracted his arm, brushing off the remnants of rice. The pain felt achingly real. Yet the more it hurt, the more reassured he felt. I truly possess this life. It is not a dream. After dinner, Su Lingxue collapsed onto the bed while Jiang Feng quietly tidied the dishes. Unbeknownst to them, they had established a tacit understanding. You cook, I'll wash the dishes, a cooperative effort. Considering how exhausting your filming is, today's running task is cancelled. Hurry and join me. Su Lingxue patted the blanket, beckoning Jiang Feng to come to bed. However, he hesitated. I'd like to work a bit longer and strive to complete these articles as soon as possible. Su Lingxue glanced at him without uttering a word. Instead, she got off the bed, poured a cup of hot water, and placed it on the computer desk. I'm sorry for always dragging you into filming with me. I've neglected your work. Sitting at the edge of the bed with her feet neatly together, she appeared genuinely apologetic. Jiang Feng was taken aback by the depth of her consideration. He hadn't even thought of it, yet she had already taken it into account. Imitating the gestures of an anime protagonist, he gently stroked the top of Su Lingxue's head. Accompanying my girlfriend is not a matter of time wasted. Besides, by filming with you, I'm helping myself too. Su Lingxue seemed to revel in the tenderness of his touch, her face flushed with shyness as she lowered her head. Jiang Feng found it impossible to withdraw his hand. She firmly pressed it back into place. After indulging in the moment for a full minute, she finally allowed him to release her. Jiang Feng then opened his computer to commence his work. The room fell into a tranquil silence, the atmosphere serene. Suddenly, Su Lingxue threw off the covers and hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Jiang Feng, realizing belatedly, glanced toward the restroom. What's wrong? An upset stomach? No response came from within. Moments later, a notification popped up in the lower right corner of his computer screen. Sweet snow, my period unexpectedly started. Could you check the wardrobe for any sanitary pads? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before the realization dawned on him. So, it was what people online referred to as Aunt Flo's visit? If it's here, just say so. Why send a message? He rummaged through several cabinets, finding only an empty packaging for a sanitary pad. It seems we're out. What do I do now? Jiang Feng called out toward the bathroom. Ding, 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 ding. The computer emitted a notification sound once again. Jiang Feng was puzzled. Why not speak directly? Why resort to messages? Sweet snow, the supermarket should still be open. Could you please buy a pack for me? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Equatorial wind. I'm on my way. Jiang Feng was not entirely familiar with these matters. He merely knew that girls experience a few days of a special time each month. However, he had never delved into the specifics of this peculiar situation. How could one not sleep without sanitary pads? He was at a loss and too hesitant to inquire. If she asked him to buy it, then buy it he would. Grabbing his phone and securing his keys, Jiang Feng hurriedly exited his apartment. The supermarket was just a few hundred meters downstairs. He glanced at the electronic screen displaying the operating hours, 8 to 2100 hours. It was just past 8, and there was still ample time. Upon entering the supermarket, he found it rather desolate, with few patrons. Hearing the commotion, several saleswomen turned to look at him, approaching with warm enthusiasm. Young man, what are you looking to buy? This shampoo is quite good. Would you like it? As he walked towards the men's section, Jiang Feng awkwardly waved his hand, indicating his lack of interest. It must be said that these saleswomen, typically in their 40s, were remarkably familiar, as if engaging in casual chit-chat about life. Presumably, the lack of customers left them rather bored. I can browse on my own. You needn't follow me, he stated. All right, young man, take your time. If you can't find anything, just come find me, they replied after a brief exchange. Purchasing such items in a supermarket was inherently a challenge for a young man. Having someone shadow him would only exacerbate his discomfort. As he perused the shelves, he finally located the sanitary products amid the household supplies section. However, upon gazing at the myriad of styles and brands, he felt utterly overwhelmed. What was this seventh space? Love life, day and night use, ultra thin and breathable, sleep with peace of mind? He had no idea which one to choose. After much contemplation, he decided to consult Su Lingxue. Thus, he pulled out his phone and snapped pictures of each brand and style, sending them to her. Equatorial wind. I'm sending you photos. Please let me know which one to buy. Just then, two women approached him from the opposite side of the shelf. They appeared to be nearly 30, well-groomed, with unnaturally fair skin. Upon noticing Jiang Feng taking pictures of the products, their disdain was palpable. What a weirdo. One of them muttered, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, but just audible enough for Jiang Feng to hear. He glanced at them, but chose to remain silent, continuing to photograph the remaining options. Seeing his indifference, the two women decided to drop their pretense. What a loser, utterly shameless. At this remark, Jiang Feng felt a surge of indignation, tempted to confront them. Yet at that very moment, Su Lingxue replied to his message. Sweet Snow, just get the one with the pink packaging. Hurry up, I'm about to go crazy here. Sensing her urgency, Jiang Feng swiftly grabbed the designated item and raced toward the checkout. As he passed the two women, he couldn't help but retort, I'm buying this for my girlfriend. What is it to you? Has it to your boyfriend ever bought you anything? With that, he vanished from their view, leaving the two women exchanging glances, their expressions gradually turning to one of hurt. The words hasn't to your boyfriend ever bought you anything struck a painful chord within them. It wasn't due to a lack of gifts, but rather the stark reality that they had no boyfriends at all, despite being on the verge of 30. How absurd it was. They had set out to mock another, only to find themselves the jesters of the tale. Chapter 77, Baidu. Do you bully the weak and fear the strong? Upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Feng handed over the sanitary pads. Moments later, Su Lingxue emerged. Clutching her abdomen, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes devoid of vitality. It was evident that her mood was far from cheerful. She settled onto the bed, covering her stomach with a quilt, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Feng. Being with you is so delightful that I lost track of the days. My stomach hurts so much, boo. Although she did not cry, her throat emitted a sound laden with grievance. Jiang Feng felt somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, he recalled the omnipotent Baidu. What should a boyfriend do when his girlfriend is on her period? He searched and quickly skimmed through the results. Summarizing a few key points: keep her warm, allow her to rest, and most importantly, don't provoke her. The third point was particularly emphasized with a bold red line. Do not provoke her. The consequences are severe. However, Jiang Feng felt this point was somewhat superfluous, as he would never dare to provoke Su Lingxue under any circumstances, especially not now. I'll get you a cup of hot water, he decided, aiming to address her need for warmth. He poured a small half-cup of boiling water, mixing it with the slightly cool water Su Lingxue had previously prepared for him. Achieving the perfect temperature, Su Lingxue cradled the cup in her hands and took a sip, still looking quite pitiful, biting her lip. My feet are cold. The warm-footed baby is coming to the rescue. Jiang Feng immediately understood her implication. He sat on the bed and lifted his shirt. In response, Su Lingxue playfully stuck her tongue out at him, appearing cute and mischievous. Having a boyfriend is wonderful. She extended her feet from under the quilt and placed them on Jiang Feng's stomach. Oh my, that is quite chilly. Su Lingxue's little feet moved deliberately on Jiang Feng's belly, stirring a chaotic flurry of emotions within him, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Eventually, he had no choice but to grasp her ankles, preventing her from wiggling about. Ah, that tickles. Su Lingxue esquirmed uncomfortably. A girl's ankles are incredibly sensitive, and being held like this inevitably sparked a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, Jiang Feng had no intention of releasing her. He gently patted the top of her foot. Be still. Su Lingxue let out another plaintive sound, ceasing her struggles. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng could feel Su Lingxue's feet regaining a semblance of warmth. Yet her expression remained one of distress. Unable to bear her discomfort any longer, he inquired, Is there anything else I can do to alleviate your pain? Hearing his words, Su Lingxue controlled her expression, striving to appear less affected. In truth, she had grown accustomed to these moments. But knowing it was Jiang Feng's first encounter with such a situation, she wished to downplay its severity to ease his concerns. She managed a faint smile, jokingly stating, My hands are itching to pinch something. Once I do, I'll feel much better. Across from her, Jiang Feng blinked, hesitating for a moment, his brow furrowed. The next instant, he seemed to have made a decision, exuding a sense of bravado. He pulled the quilt over Su Lingxue's feet and shifted closer to her side, deliberately lifting his shirt to reveal his lower back. Upon witnessing his actions, Su Lingxue couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out to pull down his shirt. Fool! Do you really believe that? I was joking. What kind of daft boyfriend are you? Jiang Feng sighed in silence. So it was merely a jest. He nearly thought he was to offer himself up. How utterly foolish of him to confuse a joke with reality. Suddenly, Su Lingxue lifted his shirt again, scrutinizing the bruises around his waist, which nearly covered half of her palm. They were all marks from her earlier pinches. Every time an old bruise began to heal, a new one would appear. For so many days, they had yet to fully fade. Beyond the injuries here, there were also marks on his arms, ears, and even his backside. She gently pressed her hand against the bruise. Does it hurt? Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Well, it does sting a bit, but it's not too serious. What are you doing? Are you becoming aware of your conscience? realizing how violent you can be and wishing to repent. Su Lingxue shot him a glare. I was going to help you massage it, but how dare you accuse me of violence? Nonsense. What do I have to repent for? It's not like you don't provoke me. A clueless boyfriend who knows nothing. I have to train you a little. Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words. After all, he did have his moments of foolishness, but that could not justify her hitting him. You could always win me over with love, like cute little gestures or sweet nothings. Yet you choose the most violent approach. Jiang Feng vented his grievances, seemingly harboring a considerable amount of resentment. Su Lingxue stared at him blankly for a full 3 minutes. Have you finished? Yes, I've finished. Well, I need to tell you that I'm angry now. Jiang Feng's heart sank. In his fervor to complain, he had completely forgotten about this. Ahem. You're in a weakened state. It's not wise to resort to violence. Oh, not wise to resort to violence, you say? Then I need you to obediently lift your shirt and stand by. Jiang Feng held his breath and quietly shifted to the side, attempting to distance himself from Su Lingxue. However, a piercing glance from her froze him in place. He yearned to curse Baidu for its third guideline. Why was there only one red line marked? If there had been more, he might have taken it seriously. Damn it. Chapter 78. Being too mischievous is not good. Come here. Only a fool would go. If you're brave enough, don't sleep in bed tonight. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll beat you up. Jiang Feng crouched in the corner of the bed, relying on his agility to face off against Su Lingxue from a distance. After a long hesitation, he eventually moved back. Not sleeping in a bed was impossible, but he could not simply submit either. Jiang Feng decided to take the initiative, glaring fiercely at Su Lingxue. With a dramatic flourish, he swung his hand toward her. In the next moment, he was gently massaging her stomach with a beaming smile. Let me give you a little massage. Feels nice, doesn't it? His actions and demeanor resembled a zookeeper attempting to soothe a feisty tigress, especially as he leaned slightly, half crouching, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Su Lingxue's gazes softened. You're finally being sensible. Give it a good rub. The warmth of his palm was slightly higher than her belly, providing a comforting sensation that eased her earlier irritation. Jiang Feng had made progress in the art of appeasing his girlfriend. At your service, perhaps due to her weakened state. Su Lingxue quickly fell asleep. Jiang Feng glanced at his phone. It was only 9 o'clock, still early. He had a little left to finish on the article from earlier that day, so he seized the opportunity to polish it. Considering that the noise from typing in the bedroom might disturb Su Lingxue, he decided to head to the filming room, intending to write on her computer. He powered it on. No password. The desktop background displayed 2 animated characters, a male and a female, locked in a kiss. The female character was dressed in a bunny outfit with black stockings, while the male was clad in simple attire, tank top and sweatpants. Jiang Feng was unfamiliar with the specific anime, but found it undeniably sweet at first glance. Beside it was a text box pointing to the female character, signifying her words. One should protect the one they love at all costs. No one's strength is innate. It simply stems from shouldering the responsibilities and missions of their other half. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Where had Su Lingxue found such an image? The text and background seemed entirely mismatched, especially the text box, which resembled something he might have written. Not dwelling on it too much, he began searching for a writing application on the desktop. Su Lingxue's desktop was far tidier than his. Aside from a few necessary system icons, there were only 3 clearly categorized folders: Work, Daily, and High Definition Collection. Jiang Feng paused at the last folder. What on earth is in this High Definition Collection? Do girls look at such things? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he hovered the mouse over the folder, his heart racing and hands trembling. He glanced back at the bedroom to confirm that Su Lingxue was still sound asleep, then double-clicked to open it. Upon seeing the contents, Jiang Feng inhaled sharply, his heart racing. No way, no way, no way. These were photographs of their time together over the past few days. When had they been taken? The folder contained numerous images, likely over 100, each meticulously labeled. The first picture was of Jiang Feng sitting on a bench in the square. Undoubtedly, this was the square where they had met offline, captured by Su Lingxue before she greeted him. The image was titled, Encounter, the Beginning of Love. He wondered if this note had been there from the start or if it had been added recently. The second image was from the night they met when he had complimented her cuteness, leading to her teasing him about being a rogue, pretending to call the police while filming a video. In the picture, Jiang Feng appeared flustered and helpless. Even he found himself looking foolish. Su Lingxue had labeled it, Don't think I'll forgive you just because you called me cute. Jiang Feng continued to browse through the images. There were more of them at the cinema entrance where she had kicked him in a certain area, and another of him hunched over in the elevator. The caption read, Daring to call me a fox spirit, a little punishment. Most of these photos had been taken when Jiang Feng was unaware, so he had no recollection of them. One particular image showed him kneeling on the ground while Su Lingxue stood over him, her foot on his head. The photo's angle was from her perspective as she looked down. If you remember correctly, this was from their first collaborative shoot. The scene where the magical girl was scolding her disobedient younger brother, captured in the final shot. The image was captioned, "Punishing the disobedient boyfriend." How humiliating. It was clearly a shoot, yet looked as if she were genuinely reprimanding him. What a pitiful situation. The more he looked, the more embarrassed he felt. Wanted to delete that particular photo. Yet, recalling Su Lingxue's nature, he hesitated in trepidation. If she were to discover a missing photograph, it is highly likely she would compel herself to cooperate and retake it, which would be even more unfortunate. Thus, he could only suppress the impulse to delete it and continue scrolling, for there were many more. In the street, a wall slam, "You truly are something. Did you think I was unaware of you secretly tasting my lingerie? With a washboard in hand, let's see if you dare provoke my ire again. That fool tried to sneak a peek, only to be blindfolded by me. Today we went through toilet paper so quickly. Thankfully, I had the foresight to purchase a whole box in advance. I was already being cautious, yet it still ended up on the bed. How infuriating. Hurry up and run, or I shall have to strike you. My bottom has gone numb. When are you returning with it?" The final photograph should depict Su Lingxue waiting in a restroom while Jiang Feng had stepped out to purchase sanitary napkins. In the image, only two delicate white feet are suspended in midair, with the toes forming a heart shape. However, during this time, Su Lingxue had not used her computer. It seems she must have configured some automatic synchronization software, capable of transferring specific photographs from her phone to a designated folder on her computer. As long as the computer is powered on and connected to the internet, it will automatically synchronize and refresh. After perusing these photographs, Jiang Feng felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart, an indescribable emotion. Su Lingxue was genuinely earnest in her approach to this relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng opened the drawing software on his computer. He added a text box and inscribed several lines in large letters. "The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon. Are you out of your mind? How could you capture me in such an embarrassing light? What if others were to see it? I truly wish to pin you down on the bed," and Jiang Feng then opened a web browser, searched for an animated image of a girl getting spanked, and pasted it onto the canvas. He saved the image and moved it to the folder where Su Lingxue kept her photographs, a testament to his presence. As for the image's title, Jiang Feng labeled it, "My girlfriend is too mischievous, and that is not good." Having completed all of this, Jiang Feng turned to the word software to continue his work. However, Su Lingxue's keyboard was of the round variety, adorned with an array of whimsical and charming designs, making it particularly challenging for him to use. The brief conclusion, consisting of only a few hundred words, took him an entire hour to finish. By the time he completed his work, it was already just past 10 in the evening. He submitted the article to his account, shut down the computer, and returned to the bedroom. Su Lingxue was still sound asleep. Jiang Feng quietly slipped under the covers. The moment he lay down, the weariness of the day melted away. An overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Just as he was on the brink of drifting into slumber, he suddenly heard Su Lingxue's voice beside him. "Your boyfriend is too mischievous, and that's not very good."